At the seaside, the awakening of a system unfolds, while others engage in fishing. I, alongside the goddess, strive to cleanse the ocean of debris, safeguarding the marine environment. Achieving the status of the world's richest individual, I am dubbed the ambassador of marine sanitation by others. Chapter 1. I have been betrayed. On the Blue Shadow planet, in the demon city of the Dragon Soul Kingdom, beneath a sanitation company. Break up? What did you say? You wish to part ways with me? M.O. by grasped the arm of Sun Lily before him, staring incredulously at his girlfriend of 1 year. Indeed, you heard correctly. I wish to break up with you. For him, you choose to end our relationship? Your tastes are rather peculiar. As M.O. by spoke, he pointed towards the entrance of the company, where a man clad in an oversized white suit, his face slick with grease and a round beer belly prominently protruding, held a bouquet of flowers, with a luxury Audi parked behind him. As if he had overheard M.O. by's disparaging remarks, the rotund figure waddled towards him. Approaching closely, he blatantly ignored M.O. by, raising the flowers high as he addressed Sun Lily beside him. Lily, since you have severed ties, please accept my confession and become my girlfriend. I promise to make you the company's supervisor immediately. M.O. by, witnessing the corpulent Zhang Hao confessing to Sun Lily before him, was instantly consumed by fury, seizing Zhang Hao's collar in a fit of rage. Zhang Hao, what do you intend to do? It seems you are seeking a beating. Zhang Hao, being grasped by the collar, retorted without reservation. Come on, hit me. Go ahead. If you dare to strike me, I assure you that I will have you dismissed from the company immediately. Filled with rage, he raised his hand, poised to strike Zhang Hao, but was halted midway by Sun Lily. M.O. by, release manager Zhang at once. I must inform you that our relationship has concluded. You cannot provide me with what I desire. Only brother Hao can fulfill my needs. Forcefully prying M.O. by's hand away from Zhang Hao's collar, she accepted the bouquet from Zhang Hao, flaunting it as she coyly winked at him. Brother Hao, I am willing to be your girlfriend. Upon hearing Sun Lily's words, M.O. by stood frozen, reflecting on the silent devotion he had offered over the past year, bewildered as to when this pair of deceitful lovers had entwined themselves. Their behavior was clearly not indicative of a first confession. Feeling as though a verdant meadow lay above him, teeming with galloping steeds, M.O. by remained dazed in place. Observing M.O. by's stupor, Zhang Hao wrapped his arm around Sun Lily's waist, casting a provocative glance at M.O. by as they sauntered into the company. Upon reaching the company's entrance, Zhang Hao turned back, casting a scornful look at M.O. by. M.O. by, you impoverished fool, I hereby announce your dismissal. Collect your wages from HR shortly and be gone. With that, he erupted into laughter, embracing Sun Lily as they entered the company, leaving M.O. by, still reeling from Sun Lily's betrayal, expressionless upon hearing the news of his termination. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. I have been cuckolded. With no time to vent his emotions, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head and cried out in agony while clutching his head. Ah! He let out a loud cry and fainted from the pain. In his unconscious state, Ma Bai felt as though he had experienced a remarkably vivid dream in which he awakened a system and, alongside the internet goddess Mu Rong Shua, endeavored to protect the environment upon the vast sea. The goddess bore him a pair of plump and fair dragon and phoenix twins, and ultimately, they lived together in blissful happiness. After a considerable time, Ma Bai awoke and could not help but murmur to himself, "So this was just a dream." Shaking his head, he expelled the impractical thoughts from his mind and stood up, making his way towards the company. Since he had been dismissed, he would leave with grace. He had always yearned to visit the seaside, and this was the perfect opportunity to clear his mind by the ocean. Arriving at the Human Resources Department to complete his resignation procedures and collect his salary for the month, he gazed at the 4,800 yuan in his hand and cursed under his breath. That bastard Zhang Hao. My original salary was 5,000 yuan, yet he deducted 200 for tardiness and early leave, leaving me with only 4,800 yuan. Departing from the Human Resources Department, he once again mentally cursed Zhang Hao and his family as he held the 4,800 yuan, riding his small motorcycle towards his rented accommodation. Chapter 2. The Awakening System by the Sea in the impoverished slums of the Magic City. M.O. by rode his small electric scooter back to his rented room, gathering his scant belongings and packing his few articles of clothing into a suitcase. Dragging the suitcase behind him, he departed from the dwelling that had become a source of sorrow. Upon arriving at the scooter buyback station, he sold the scooter for 500 yuan. Taking out his phone, he glanced at his WeChat account, which displayed a meager balance of 5,300 yuan, prompting a self-deprecating smile. With not a single cent left in his bank account, all his earnings over the past year had been lavishly spent on Sun Lily. After a moment of self-mockery, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and directed the driver towards the airport. Inside the taxi, Mo booked a flight to Shenzhen, having heard that the seaside there was a popular tourist destination, renowned for its breathtaking beauty. Now that he had severed ties with his previous job, he yearned for a spontaneous getaway to clear his mind and embark on a fresh start. As time passed slowly, Mo boarded the plane, leaving behind the city that had caused him such heartache. Emerging from the airport in Shenzhen, he stood at the exit of the terminal, filled with a sense of longing, and shouted, "Oh, the sea, here I come." Passers-by glanced at him, whispering amongst themselves, "Where did this lunatic come from? What a madman. This is an airport, not a beach." Embarrassed by their murmurs, Mo lowered his head and quickly made his way to the parking lot, waving down a taxi as he departed. In the new district by the sea in Shenzhen, Mo spent 1,000 yuan to book a 5-day stay at the Black 8 Hotel. Once he entered his room and dropped off his luggage, he changed into his swimsuit and sprinted towards the beach adjacent to the hotel. Upon reaching the shoreline, he surveyed the scene, noting that the beach was teeming with people, while the sea was bustling with activity. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, a surge of passion welled up within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah, the sea, you stir my soul. Ah, the sea, I take pride in you. Ah, the sea." At that moment, a young man passing by regarded Mo with a look of disbelief. Where did this fool come from? That poetry sounds absolutely terrible. With that, the young man turned and walked away. Watching the retreating figure, Mo felt a surge of indignation at being ridiculed and kicked at the young man with all his might. "How dare you mock me? Witness my Busan shadowless kick." However, before he could land the kick, his foot slipped, tripping over a discarded water bottle. "Ouch! Who on earth lacks civic sense and litters everywhere?" he grumbled, picking himself up and tossing the bottle into a nearby trash bin. Just as he discarded the bottle, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! The system has detected that the host cares for the environment. The ocean sanitation system is now bound to the host. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully cleaning a water bottle from the beach. You have earned a system reward of 100 yuan. Ding! The reward has been transferred to your account ending in 9527. Ding! You are now awarded a beginner's gift pack, which includes a double reward card and a permanent Grandmaster cultivation card." As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Mo recalled the surreal dream he had after fainting the previous day. In a fit of excitement, he pulled out his phone to check the notification from his bank account ending in 9527, and he was instantly exhilarated. "Oh my, this isn't a dream. I am truly on the verge of striking it rich. If I can earn 100 yuan for each water bottle, collecting 10,000 bottles in a day would yield 1 million. And if I manage to gather 10 million bottles, I could become a millionaire." The more he pondered, the more thrilled he became, realizing that his trip to the seaside was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 3. Bumping into the goddess. As Mo reveled in the notification of his bank account balance, a bold idea blossomed in his mind. If he could collect every single water bottle on the beach, he would surely strike it rich. Without hesitation, he dashed back and forth across the shoreline, his silhouette a blur as he feverishly gathered discarded water bottles and tossed them into the trash bin. The crowd on the beach began to murmur, "This young man truly cares for the environment." Mo worked tirelessly to collect water bottles, and the system's voice continuously echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has collected 1 water bottle. Assets increased by 100. Ding! The host has collected 2 water bottles. Assets increased by 200. Ding! The host has collected 3 water bottles. Assets increased by 300. The system's notifications rang out persistently, and as he witnessed his bank balance swell, he clenched his fists in excitement, becoming even more determined to scour the beach. While he was engrossed in picking up bottles, he accidentally collided with the backside of a stunning woman in a bikini. Startled, Mo quickly stood up and, feeling embarrassed, apologized. "Miss, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. I was just picking up bottles." Turning around, the bikini-clad beauty smiled sweetly at him, her voice melodic. "It's all right, handsome. You didn't do it on purpose." In that moment, Mo was struck dumb as he recognized her. It was none other than his online goddess, Shui. Clad in a light blue bikini that accentuated her flawless physique, her slender waist and ample bosom radiated an ethereal beauty, akin to a fairy stepping out of a painting, causing Mo's heart to race. As he stood there, momentarily entranced, Shui sweetly greeted him. "Hello there. I noticed you diligently collecting discarded water bottles on the beach. You have such a kind heart. May I introduce myself? I'm Shui, a streamer. And you are?" As she extended her delicate hand towards him, Mo snapped out of his stupor, quickly wiping his hand on his clothes before grasping her soft, smooth hand, his excitement palpable. "Hello, miss. My name is Mo Bai. It's a pleasure to meet you. I can't just stand by while others litter. The beach was too dirty, so I thought I'd do a good deed. Morong Shui giggled charmingly. I didn't realize you were such an environmentalist. By the way, what do you do for a living? Mo Bai scratched his head awkwardly and smiled at the goddess, feeling his cheeks flush. I just quit my job and came here to relax and enjoy a little vacation before seeking new employment. Though he said this, in his heart, he thought, now that I have the system, who needs to look for a job? That's ridiculous. Oh, Mo Bai, where are you staying? Being in a new place. Have you found somewhere to live? She inquired, her interest piqued. Miss Morong, I haven't decided where to stay yet. I'm currently at the Black 8 Hotel, but I'll look for a place tomorrow. With a playful grin, Morong Shui suggested, how about you stay at my place? I live alone, and I have plenty of extra rooms. I could give you a good deal on rent. Her smile was sweet and inviting. Mo Bai pondered deeply. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar place, he was uncertain where to reside. Now, with the opportunity to spend time alone with the goddess, he could not let it slip away. He turned to Morong Shui and expressed, thank you, Miss Morong. Please do offer me a discount. My finances are rather limited. In Chapter 4, titled The Martial Arts Grandmaster's Realm, Mo Bai and Morong Shui arranged to meet at her residence the following day, exchanging phone numbers. After a brief conversation, she departed from the beach, leaving Mo Bai to gaze at her retreating silhouette, his heart swelling with emotion. Once she was out of sight, he began his frenzied quest to collect bottles. While engrossed in gathering refuse, a thought struck him. I wonder if the system will reward me for picking up other types of trash besides water bottles? Without hesitation, he bent down to retrieve a discarded banana peel and tossed it into the trash bin. After waiting for a considerable time without hearing the system's notification, he called out, System, come forth. When the system materialized, Mo Bai urgently inquired, is it only the collection of water bottles that earns me rewards? Ding. As the current system level is 1, 0, the host must accumulate 10,000 points to upgrade to level 2, 0, which will unlock additional types of oceanic waste. Ding. The system has detected that the host has accumulated 300 points from water bottles. Further diligence is required. Ding. A temporary mission has been issued. The host must collect 10,000 system points within 10 days. Failure to do so will result in the automatic bang ding disconnection of the system and forfeiture of all accrued rewards. Upon hearing the system's explanation and the sudden imposition of the temporary mission, Mo Bai erupted in fury, cursing, damn system. How am I supposed to collect 10,000 water bottles in just 10 days? Are you trying to kill me? Ding. The system has detected abusive language and has deducted 100 points from the host's accumulated total. Mo Bai panicked at the deduction, exclaiming, oh dear system, I beseech you. Do not take away my points. This is causing me great distress. Ding. Points have been deducted and will not be restored. Please refrain from further insults. This system has its pride. Mo Bai, bemused by the system's panel, thought to himself, what pride could a mere system possess? However, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud and obediently resumed collecting water bottles on the beach. Thus, he tirelessly roamed the shoreline, and by nightfall, he had gathered a total of 1,000 water bottles. Returning to his room at the Black 8 Hotel, he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Yet a grin spread across his face as he glanced at his bank account balance of 100,000 yuan. Suddenly, he bolted upright, exclaiming, what a thrill. This is simply marvelous. Mo Bai felt immense gratitude for his seaside vacation, for it had led to the awakening of his system. The thought of spending the night at the goddess's home, enjoying her company, kept him awake with excitement. Tossing and turning in bed, he recalled the novice gift package the system had provided him that day. He opened the system panel to inspect the contents, a double points card and a permanent martial arts grandmaster card. Without hesitation, he declared, System, activate the martial arts grandmaster card. Ding. The system has detected the use of the martial arts grandmaster card and has rewarded the host with the respective prowess. As the system's voice faded, Mo Bai felt a warm surge coursing through his body. His previously frail physique rapidly transformed into a robust one. Slowly, 8 distinct abdominal muscles emerged, his skin became fair and supple, and his gaze sharpened with an unexplainable aura of power. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy and, in his heart, roared, I could take on 10. After using the Grandmaster card, Mo Bai felt invigorated, as if he could remain awake for days without fatigue. With visions of a promising future dancing in his mind, he lay back down, succumbing to sleep. In Chapter 5, titled Living with the Goddess, the morning sun roused Mo Bai from his slumber, the alarm clock buzzing loudly. Today, he was to visit the home of the goddess, Morong Shui, to rent a room, and his heart brimmed with excitement, prompting him to forego bottle collection. Arriving at the lobby of the Black 8 Hotel, he checked out and hailed a taxi, dialing Morong Shui's number as he embarked towards her abode. An hour later, he reached the quaint village of Little Fish, nestled by the coast, adorned with newly constructed high-rises. After the taxi stopped at the village entrance, Mo disembarked, paid the fare, and rolled his suitcase into the village. After searching for some time, without locating Murong Shue's residence, he stood by the roadside, lost in thought, when a kindly aunt appeared. Mo approached her with a smile and inquired, "Excuse me, do you know where Murong Shue lives?" "Ah, what a handsome young man," the aunt exclaimed. "What business do you have with Murong Shue?" Flushing slightly at the compliment, Mo replied, "I have made prior arrangements with her, but I cannot seem to find her home. Could you assist me? Isn't Murong Shue's house just over there?" The aunt gestured in a direction with her hand. "Thank you, kind lady. You're welcome," she said before departing. Following the direction indicated by the aunt, Mo arrived before a charming two-story villa. The white building stood gracefully, encircled by a spacious yard where a lychee tree, large enough for two to embrace, flourished, casting shade over half the garden. Surrounding it was a fence adorned with vibrant flowers. Within the courtyard, a small fish pond glimmered, and beneath the lychee tree lay a stone table. There, he found Murong Shue lounging peacefully in a recliner. Spotting her, he called out, "Miss Murong Shue, I have arrived. Please open the door." Awakened by his voice, Murong Shue opened her eyes, and upon recognizing Mo, she smiled brightly and walked to the gate. "Hello, Mo. You're quite early today." After ushering him inside, she led Mo into the house. Upon entering, he observed the layout of the two-story villa. The first floor housed the kitchen and a spacious living room. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered 3 rooms and a bathroom. As they reached the second floor, Murong Shue turned to him and said, "Choose whichever room you prefer. I occupy the one to the west. The remaining 2 are yours to select. I won't charge you much, just 300 yuan a month." Upon hearing the affordable price, Mo thought to himself, what a bargain. He promptly chose the room opposite Murong Shue's. After settling the payment, he began to tidy the space, and once finished, he laid out his newly purchased bedding, sitting on the edge of the bed, reflecting, "From today onward, I officially live with the goddess." After organizing his belongings, it was already afternoon. Descending the stairs, he found Murong Shue enjoying her meal. Upon noticing Mo's arrival, she greeted him with a gentle smile. "Mo, dear brother, I am currently enjoying a meal. Would you care to join me? I won't charge you for it." Upon receiving an invitation from Murong Shue to dine together, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that fortune smiled upon him today. Not only was he residing with the goddess Murong, but he also had the opportunity to share lunch with her. If this were to happen daily, his happiness would know no bounds. Approaching her without hesitation, he took a seat opposite Murong Shue and began to relish his meal. "Thank you, Miss Murong. There's no need for such formality. Please eat quickly before it cools." After enjoying lunch with Murong Shue, Mo wandered through the village. The scenery in the village was quite delightful, with the air filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, lush greenery everywhere. The lotus pond at the center of the village was in full bloom, exuding a captivating aroma. As he familiarized himself with the village, he also took the time to appreciate the picturesque surroundings. Eventually, he found himself at the beach outside the village, where he noticed an array of mineral water bottles washed ashore by the waves. A wave of excitement washed over him. So many bottles, yet no one had claimed them. It seemed fortune was about to smile upon him. Thus, he dashed back towards Murong Shue's home. Chapter 6. Collecting Bottles with the Goddess. As Mo sprinted back to Murong Shue's house, he found her relaxing under the lychee tree in the courtyard. Seeing him rush back, she inquired with curiosity, "Mo, why are you in such a hurry?" Miss Murong. I came back to ask if you have a tricycle I could borrow." "Oh, is that so? But what do you need a tricycle for?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Mo replied, "Miss Murong, I plan to use it to collect the mineral water bottles from the beach. They really detract from the beauty of the shore." "Oh, I see you're going to collect the bottles. Then I shall accompany you." "Mo, your kind heart deserves support." "Ah, you want to come too? Well, all right then." With that, Murong Shue and Mo retrieved a tricycle from behind the house and set off towards the beach. As they rode, Murong Shue, sitting on the tricycle, turned to Mo and said, "From now on, just call me Xiaoxue. It feels a bit awkward for you to always call me Miss Murong." Upon hearing her request, Mo chuckled. "All right, then I shall call you Xiaoxue, and you can just call me Mo. It sounds a bit awkward to call me brother." With laughter, they continued their journey. Upon arriving at the beach, Mo quickly began collecting the mineral water bottles using a woven bag from the tricycle. As he filled the bag, the system's reward notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have collected a mineral water bottle. Reward, 100 yuan. As the number of bottles increased, so did his earnings. Suddenly, he noticed Murong Shue ahead, gathering bottles. He observed that she was wearing a lovely white dress today. Her long, graceful legs and fair skin glowed under the sunlight, making her appear ethereal, causing Mo Bai to momentarily lose his focus. After a while, he redirected his attention to his task of collecting bottles. However, he soon realized that the system was not recognizing the bottles Murong Shui collected. Curious, he inquired system, why aren't the bottles Murong Shui collected counting towards my rewards? Ding. The system has detected that Murong Shui is not bound as the hostess tool. Would you like to bind Murong Shui as a tool now? Without hesitation, Mo Bai declared, bind her. Ding. The host has successfully bound Murong Shui as a tool. Rewards for the bottles she collects will now be credited to the host. Ding. Tool Murong Shui has collected 100 mineral water bottles. Reward of 10,000 yuan has been granted to the host. After binding Murong Shui as a tool, Mo Bai reveled silently in the rewards he received. With renewed enthusiasm, he continued his collection until a sudden scream from Murong Shui pierced the air. He rushed to her side, shouting, Xiaoxua, what happened? Murong Shui was seated on the ground, cradling her foot in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gasping, she replied, Mo Bai, I stepped on a nail. It hurts so much. Xiaoxua, are you okay? Let me take a look. Seeing her distressed expression, Mo Bai knelt beside her, carefully removing her shoe. Her delicate foot appeared before him, and upon examination, he discovered a deep puncture wound where the nail had pierced, though thankfully, it was not bleeding. Rust from the nail remained embedded in the wound. He spoke gently, Xiaoxua, bear with me for a moment. I will tend to your injury. Chapter 7. I kissed the goddess's foot. On the sun-drenched beach, Mo Bai knelt beside Murong Shui. Tending to her foot, he first cleaned the rust from the wound, but despite his efforts to press and tap her foot, no blood emerged, leaving her in tears. What should we do, Mo Bai? If the blood doesn't flow out, will my foot be ruined? Anxious, Mo Bai momentarily forgot to admire her beautiful legs, focused instead on her sorrowful expression. Suddenly, he suggested, Xiaoxua, how about I help you by sucking the blood out? Murong Shui's cheeks flushed at his proposition. Is that really appropriate, Mo Bai? Don't worry, if the blood doesn't flow, your injury could lead to complications later. Her face still tinged with embarrassment. Murong Shui ceased her crying, slowly closed her eyes, and murmured, Mo Bai, I entrust this to you, but please be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt. Hearing her consent, Mo Bai lifted her foot and leaned down to begin sucking gently. After a considerable time, he raised his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, Xiaoxua, does it still hurt? Fortunately, I managed to draw it out. Otherwise, your foot would have faced serious issues. Murong Shui, her cheeks still flushed, felt an unusual sensation during his ministrations. Embarrassed by his actions, she softly replied, Thank you. Mo Bai, there is no need for such formality, Xiaoxua. Let us not collect bottles today. I'll take you home. But I can't walk. Realizing the severity of her injury, Mo Bai quickly decided, then I'll carry you back. With that, he lifted her into his arms and made his way toward the tricycle. Upon reaching it, he discovered that the back was already overflowing with mineral water bottles. Thus, he carried her back toward the village. Once home, he gently placed Murong Shui on a lounge chair in the courtyard and returned to the beach to deal with the bottles on the tricycle. As he left, Murong Shui reflected on how he had carried her back without a hint of fatigue, a testament to his strength. Lost in thought, her face suddenly flushed crimson. Mo Bai approached the tricycle, placing the bottles Murong Shui had collected onto it and securing them with a rope. Observing the multitude of bottled mineral water perched atop the tricycle, a wave of concern washed over him. With such an abundance of bottles, how should one dispose of them? Tossing them into the trash would be a waste. Perhaps I could take them to the recycling station and sell them instead. Resolute in his decision, Mo Bai pedaled the tricycle to the recycling station, ultimately earning 200 yuan, which filled him with a sense of joy. To his surprise, in addition to the system's rewards, there was an unexpected gain from the collected bottles. After departing from the recycling station, he took his 200 yuan to a local eatery and purchased dinner to bring home. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by the sight of Murong Shui reclining in a chair, and he couldn't help but smile. Shui, dinner is ready. Your foot is injured, so you shouldn't be cooking for now. I've brought takeout from the village restaurant. We'll eat out for the next few days. Thank you, brother Mo Bai, she replied. They then shared a warm dinner together. After the meal, Murong Shui struggled to ascend the stairs, and Mo Bai offered to carry her upstairs, gently placing her in his room. Chapter 8. Mo Bai's plans. Once he had settled Murong Shui into her room, Mo Bai returned to his own quarters. Lying on his bed, he reminisced about the softness he felt while carrying her, and a rush of blood surged through him. Shaking his head to dispel such impractical thoughts, he began to tally his gains from the day. In total, he had collected 800 bottles of mineral water, and after the system's deductions, he now possessed 1,500 system points. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the balance of 180,000 yuan in his bank account, which sparked another wave of excitement. However, The thought of not earning enough system points within the next 8 days loomed over him, casting a shadow of disappointment. After overcoming his disheartenment, Mobai began to devise a plan for efficiently managing the bottles he had collected from the beach. It was impractical to gather bottles daily only to search for a recycling station afterward. Such a routine would be utterly exhausting. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind, and he exclaimed aloud, I could establish a marine sanitation company. With the money I have, this 180,000 yuan is sufficient to start a business. Without delay, Mobai retrieved his computer and commenced the online registration process for his marine sanitation company, aptly named Mobai Marine Sanitation Company, Limited. This enterprise would specialize in the removal and recovery of oceanic waste, with a department dedicated to waste sorting, thus alleviating the burden of personal disposal for future collections. After completing the online application, he awaited approval from the relevant authorities, then set aside his computer and succumbed to slumber. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass. In the morning, Mobai arose, freshened up, and approached Murong Shue's room, knocking gently on the door. Shue, are you awake? If you need assistance, I can come in and help you. Moments later, Murong Shue emerged, adorned in a delicate yellow dress that accentuated her charm, though she limped slightly as she walked. Shue, allow me to support you, Mobai offered, guiding her to the bathroom before heading downstairs to fetch breakfast. Upon his return, he found Murong Shue seated beneath the lychee tree in the courtyard. Shue, why did you come down? I thought you would wait for me to help you. It's quite dangerous for you to descend alone. I'm fine, Mobai. Thank you for your concern, she replied, a warm feeling blossoming within her at his attentiveness. They enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. After the meal, Murong Shue rested at home, while Mobai rode his tricycle back to the beach to continue his path to prosperity. After spending half the day, he successfully cleared the beach of discarded mineral water bottles, selling them for 300 yuan in town. He purchased lunch and returned to Murong Shue's home, where they sat at the table, chatting happily. Suddenly, Mobai inquired, Shue, aren't you a streamer? Why haven't I seen you broadcasting lately? Oh, don't mention it. My account was banned, and I have no desire to stream again, Murong Shue responded. Her spirits dampened. So, Shue, what are your plans for the future? I'm starting a marine sanitation company. Perhaps you could join me in managing it. Noticing that she had little to occupy her time, Mobai thought it would be beneficial to have her assistance. Murong Shue looked at him in astonishment upon hearing his plans to start a company. Mobai, you're really going to open a company? That sounds wonderful. I would love to help you manage it. Let us make it official then. Tomorrow, I'll go scout locations for the company, he said quickly, worried she might change her mind. Murong Shue smiled at his eagerness, but remained silent. Chapter 9. Choosing a company location in early summer. The small fishing village gleamed under a starry night. After dinner, Mobai carried Murong Shue upstairs to her room, then returned to his own, collapsing onto his bed and reflecting on the day's achievements. He had gathered a total of 1,400 bottles of mineral water, earning a system reward of 140,000 yuan, which combined with the previous 280,000 yuan, totaled 420,000 yuan, insufficient for starting a company and renting space. Suddenly, he recalled the system's reward doubling card. He opened the system panel and selected the doubling reward card from his inventory, clicking to use it. Ding! The system detects that the host is using a reward doubling card. Random doubling is now activated. As the system's voice faded, Mobai observed a spinning wheel on the panel, with the maximum reward set at 10 times and the minimum at 2 times. When the wheel came to a stop, it landed on 8 times. Ding! The system confirms that the host successfully activated the doubling card, resulting in an 8-fold reward. The host's balance has now doubled to 360,000 yuan. Grabbing his phone, he saw the bank balance had indeed transformed to 360,000 yuan, prompting him to squeal with joy. This is exhilarating. With this sum, the company's location is secured. Lost in thought, Mobai drifted into a blissful sleep. Time slipped away like grains of sand. The following morning, Mobai once again ventured out to buy breakfast. After enjoying the meal with Murong Shue, he set off alone on his tricycle towards the town. Huagu Town was the liveliest small town in the vicinity, filled with fishermen from the sea. Upon arriving, Mobai deliberated and finally settled on an abandoned shipyard near the dock. He believed this shipyard was ideal for the company's development. With a little renovation, it could be operational in no time. Striding towards the entrance of the shipyard, he noted that it had been deserted for quite some time, with only an elderly security guard leisurely sipping tea at a small round table outside the guardhouse. Approaching the guard, Mobai offered him a cigarette. "Hello, sir. Is this place available for rent?" The guard, recognizing the young man's inquiry, lazily accepted the cigarette and replied, "Of course it's for rent. What else would we do with it? Let it lay eggs." Excited by the guard's confirmation of its availability, Mobai eagerly asked, Could you help me contact the owner of the shipyard? I'm interested in renting it. The guard, sensing the young man's genuine intent, replied warmly, sure. Just wait a moment. I'll give the owner a call. After the security guard uncle finished speaking, he turned and returned to the guard room, where he picked up the phone to contact the factory owner. After 2 or 3 minutes, the security guard emerged from the guard room. Young man, please wait here for a moment. Come sit and have some tea. Our boss will be here shortly. Thank you, uncle, replied Mo Bai. Soon after, Mo Bai and the security guard sat together, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. Through their chat, Mo Bai learned that the security guard's surname was Wang, and he was a distant relative of the owner of the shipyard, having been entrusted with overseeing this old shipyard for the family. As they languidly enjoyed their tea, a fiery red supercar roared up in front of Mo Bai and the security guard. The car door swung open, and a young man with a luxurious appearance and a crew cut stepped out. Upon alighting, the youth approached the security guard directly and inquired, Uncle Wang, who is interested in renting our old shipyard? Upon hearing the young man's words, the security guard replied, Wang Hao. This young man beside me wishes to rent your family's old shipyard. I want to interrupt your conversation. The security guard then turned and returned to the guard room, shutting the door behind him, leaving Mo Bai and Wang Hao to converse. Chapter 10. Successfully securing the venue. Once the security guard, Uncle Wang, had stepped back into the guard room, the young man named Wang Hao approached Mo Bai with an elegant stride. He extended his left hand confidently and said, Hello, brother. I am Wang Hao. This shipyard belongs to our family, and you are looking to rent it. May I ask how you are addressed? Mo Bai, noticing the outstretched hand, reciprocated with a handshake and warmly replied, Hello, brother Wang Hao. I am Mo Bai. Indeed. I am interested in renting your family's old shipyard as the location for my company. Upon hearing that Mo Bai was genuinely interested in renting the shipyard, Wang Hao's face lit up with joy. Brother Mo Bai, that is truly wonderful. Our shipyard has been vacant for quite some time. May I ask what you intend to do with it? I plan to establish a marine sanitation company there. Would you be amenable to renting the old shipyard to me? Mo Bai said, fixing his deep gaze on Wang Hao. Wang Hao, feeling somewhat intimidated by Mo Bai's intensity, smiled awkwardly, realizing that he perceived Mo Bai as an insurmountable mountain. Since you wish to rent our shipyard, of course, that is not a problem. Hearing Wang Hao's willingness to rent the shipyard, Mo Bai inquired about the price. Brother, please hold on a moment. I need to make a call. Wang Hao then took out his phone and made a call. After a short while, he hung up and enthusiastically said to Mo Bai, Brother Mo Bai, look, our old shipyard has relatively new facilities. How does 1 million a year sound to you? 1 million? Mo Bai scrutinized the shipyard before him, noting its well-maintained exterior and the 6 or 7 newly constructed buildings. He concluded that the price was not exorbitant and therefore readily agreed. After Mo Bai's consent, Wang Hao invited him to the new shipyard to sign the contract. Upon arriving at the company and finalizing the contract, Mo Bai turned to Wang Hao and asked, Brother Wang Hao, do you know any construction teams? I need to make some modifications to the shipyard, as it is not quite suitable for my company's needs. Brother Mo Bai, you've come to the right person. Just wait, I will contact you. My brother is in the construction business. Wang Hao subsequently connected Mo Bai with a construction team, ultimately securing the renovation project at the price of 1 million. After all the arrangements were completed, Wang Hao looked at Mo Bai and cheerfully said, Let us go. Brother, I'll treat you to a meal. Brother Wang Hao, my friend is at home recovering from an injury. I must return to care for her. Once she is better, I will personally invite you for a meal. The thought of Murong Shui being alone at home prompted Mo Bai to decline Wang Hao's invitation. Wang Hao, having secured such a significant deal today and having referred a substantial project to a friend, was in high spirits. He then said to Mo Bai, All right, brother Mo Bai. I acknowledge your friend. If you need anything around here, just give me a call. There's nothing I can't handle. Haha. Thank you, brother Wang Hao. The two exchanged phone numbers, and Mo Bai rode his tricycle home, stopping to bring Murong Shui lunch. Upon returning home, he found Murong Shui leisurely soaking up the sun in a reclining chair. Shui, I'm back. Come eat lunch. Thank you, Mo Bai. After placing the lunch on the stone table, Mo Bai and Murong Shui sat together to enjoy their meal. Following lunch, he began discussing the recruitment of personnel for the company with Murong Shui. Chapter 11. The frenzy of accumulating points. Mo Bai and Murong Shui sat at the stone table, deliberating on the recruitment matters for the company. He scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Murong Shui. Shui, this is my first time starting a company. I just have an idea. Although I have worked before, I am completely clueless about personnel arrangements. What do you think? Seeing Mo Bai's troubled expression, Murong Shui smiled softly. Brother Mo Bai, leave this to me. I studied company management in college. So you don't need to worry. I will handle everything. How do you plan to pay my salary? Murong Shui took all the responsibilities upon herself, instantly relieving Mo Bai of his worries. He looked at her earnestly and said, "Shwe, thank you for helping me realize my dream. As for your salary, I will give you half of the company as shares, so this company will be ours. What do you think?" "Really? Brother Mobai, are you truly willing to give me half of the company as shares?" Morong Shwe looked at him, her face filled with disbelief. Mobai thought to himself, "With my system, why would I need that fraction of shares? If it weren't for fearing you might misunderstand, I would have considered giving you the entire company. I only started this business for convenience and handling waste." However, he naturally could not voice these thoughts. Instead, he earnestly explained to Morong Shwe, "Shwe, I am utterly clueless about company management. You will be in charge of everything. I see giving you half the shares as a small matter, even feeling it is insufficient. Just accept it." "All right, I shall accept it then. Hee. From today onward, I will call you Chairman Mo." Morong Shwe teased playfully. "Haha, then I shall call you Chairman Morong." Mobai responded, equally amused. With all company matters entrusted to Morong Shwe, Mobai turned his attention to the pressing issue of accumulating 10,000 points for the system. Up to this point, he had only gathered around 3,000 points, far from the required 10,000 for the system upgrade. Having not gone out to collect bottles that day, he worried that if the time came and he lacked sufficient points, everything would fall apart. As Mobai pondered, he took out his phone, glancing at his significantly diminished assets, feeling a pang of regret. Observing his troubled demeanor, Morong Shwe asked with concern, "Mobai, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just woke up a bit early today and am feeling a bit tired. You sit here and rest. I'll go upstairs for a while." With that, he stood up and made his way to his room upstairs. Once in his room, reclining on the bed, Mobai contemplated how he could earn the remaining points within the few days left. After pondering for a considerable time without any clarity, he decided to relinquish his thoughts and simply turned over to sleep. When he awoke, it was already the dawn of the following day. Blinking his drowsy eyes, Mobai abruptly sprang up. "Goodness, how could I have slept for such a long duration? I must hurry to collect bottles." After purchasing breakfast, he returned to share the meal with Morong Shwe. Once they finished, he hurriedly set off towards the seaside, embarking on a fervent expedition along all the tourist coastal lines of the deep city, fervently scavenging for discarded items. Thus, after 3 or 4 days of fervent searching, he ultimately completed the task assigned by the system ahead of schedule. That evening, Mobai returned home, his body exhausted. By then, Morong Shwe had already turned off the lights and fallen asleep. He sat on the edge of his bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as he had amassed 10,000 points and was preparing for a system upgrade. The mere thought of the upgrade filled him with anticipation. He would no longer be limited to merely collecting bottles. Chapter 12, System Upgrade. Lying on his bed, Mobai took out his phone and gazed at the 10 million balance in his bank account, feeling quite elated. As he fantasized about how to utilize this fortune, the system panel suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the system task and are now rewarded with a mysterious gift package. The system detected that the host's points had accumulated to 10,000 and began the automatic upgrade process, which would require an entire night to complete. The mysterious gift package could not be opened for the time being. As the system panel vanished from view, Mobai, filled with excitement, remained awake throughout the night, eagerly awaiting the completion of the upgrade. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers. Just as dawn broke outside, the system panel reappeared before him. Ding! System upgrade 20 completed. The host can now enjoy an enhanced experience. Please check the specific features within the system panel. With the sound of the system fading, Mobai began to explore the details of System 20. Upon finishing, his heart brimmed with joy. Following the upgrade, he was no longer confined to merely collecting plastic bottles. Now, any marine debris he retrieved, regardless of its nature, would earn him a system bonus of 100 yuan. Additionally, System 20 allowed him to bind 10 assistants. The thought of binding 10 assistants ignited a flurry of ideas in his mind. Mobai resolved to purchase a boat and recruit 10 crew members, binding them as his helpers to venture into the sea and salvage marine waste. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle, while others set out to fish. He would be out there collecting trash. Should he return to port with boatloads of refuse, he would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. However, dismissing such thoughts, he resolved not to care about others' opinions. As long as there was profit to be made, even if it meant picking up dog waste at the behest of the system, he would gladly comply. Fixating on the system panel, he opened his backpack and, upon seeing the mysterious gift package, clicked to open it without hesitation. The moment he did, the system's voice resonated. Ding! The system has detected that the host is using the mysterious gift package. Opening now. Ding! The mysterious gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold asset doubling card. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired a nano space ring. Hearing the system's announcement, Mo Bai was exceedingly pleased with the contents of the mysterious gift package. He adorned the nanospace ring and promptly activated the asset doubling card. Ding! The system has detected that the host is using the tenfold doubling card. The 10 million yuan in the host's bank account has now been doubled to 100 million yuan. Beep! A notification of the transaction appeared on his phone, and Mo Bai was overcome with exhilaration. Is this real? I have become a billionaire. I no longer need to scavenge for trash at sea. With this 100 million in system bonuses, I can simply relax at home. Ding! The system has detected that the host is experiencing negative emotions. A special task has now been issued. Please clear barnacles from a sea turtle within 1 week. If this task is not completed by the deadline, the system will retract the cash reward, and the host will lose access to this system. Just as he was contemplating a life of leisure, Mo Bai suddenly heard the system's voice and instantly sat up, muttering to himself, "This confounded system is relentless." It seemed he needed to hasten to purchase a boat and venture out to sea. Chapter 13. The company begins in his room. Mo Bai resolved to buy a boat and stood up, heading outside. He opened the door to find Murong Shue's room ajar, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Descending the stairs into the courtyard, he discovered Murong Shue had already prepared breakfast, waiting beneath the lychee tree. After several days of rest, her foot injury had healed. "Shue, why are you up so early?" "Hee, Mo Bai, come over for breakfast." He sat at the stone table and began to eat a fried dough stick. "Shue, this breakfast you made is truly delicious. You needn't wait for me. You could have eaten first." "Mo Bai, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I woke up early today to make breakfast especially to show my gratitude." Murong Shue gazed at Mo Bai as he devoured her cooking, resting her chin on her hands. Noticing she wasn't eating, he looked up and realized she had made an effort to dress up today, her exquisite face adorned with light makeup, clad in a pale blue dress. It was a refreshing sight that left him momentarily entranced, his heart racing. Mo Bai coughed awkwardly. "Shue, hurry and eat. After breakfast, I'll take you to see the company's site." "Oh, all right." Upon hearing that Mo Bai would take her to see the company's site, Murong Shue hurriedly picked up her breakfast. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, Mo Bai stepped into the courtyard, smiling brightly at Murong Shue, who wore an eager expression. "Shue, let us go check out the company site together." "Sure, let us go." Mo Bai rode his tricycle, taking Murong Shue to the dock at Huagu Town. As they arrived at the dock, his phone rang. "I miss you." Stopping the tricycle, Mo Bai pulled out his phone to see it was a call from Wang Hao. After answering, he pressed the phone to his ear. "Hello, brother Wang Hao. What's the matter this early in the morning?" "What? You're at the shipyard entrance?" "All right, I'll be right there. I'm at the dock." Hanging up, Mo Bai mounted his tricycle with Murong Shue and, in under 2 minutes, arrived at the entrance of the old shipyard. From a distance, he spotted Wang Hao's flashy red sports car parked at the entrance, where Wang Hao stood chatting with a young man and Uncle Wang, the security guard. Mo Bai rode his tricycle up to them. Upon seeing Mo Bai arriving with a beautiful companion, Wang Hao mischievously approached. "Mo Bai, you're quite the lucky one, riding a tricycle with a pretty girl. I can't compete with you." Hearing Wang Hao refer to Murong Shue as his girlfriend, Mo Bai felt compelled to clarify. "Brother Wang Hao, don't speak nonsense. She's my friend, a cooperative partner in my company. She's not my girlfriend yet, though who knows what the future holds." Murong Shue, seated on the tricycle, felt a flush of embarrassment at his words. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly at Mo Bai's clarification, easing the atmosphere, and then brought the young man closer for an introduction. As laughter filled the air, a slight verbal slip occurred. "My dear brother Mo Bai," I said, "allow me to introduce you to my companion, Chu Feng. His family owns a construction company, and yesterday, you signed a contract with his father. Today, I have brought him here to meet you, as he will be responsible for the renovation of your new company." Upon realizing that the newcomer was there to oversee the transformation of his company, Mo Bai stepped forward with enthusiasm and grasped Chu Feng's hand. "Greetings, brother Chu Feng. I am Mo Bai, and I was the one who signed the contract with your father yesterday. When shall we commence the work?" "Hello, Mo Bai. As soon as you give the word, I am ready to begin. Our workers are already prepared, just awaiting your signal," Chu Feng replied with a smile after their handshake. Chapter 14. Acquiring a vessel. Upon hearing that work could commence at any moment, Mo Bai felt a surge of joy. "Brother Chu Feng, that sounds splendid. There's no time like the present. Shall we start today? I will have my associate, General Manager Mu, come over shortly to facilitate the handover." Mo Bai called out to Murong Shue, who stood behind him. "Shue, please join us. I would like you to meet Brother Chu Feng, who will be overseeing the renovation of our company premises. You will brief him on the necessary modifications, as I have matters to discuss with Brother Wang Hao. I entrust the entire renovation project to you." Murong Shue approached Mo Bai's side, and, upon seeing the sun-kissed Chu Feng, who clearly spent much time on construction sites, she smiled and said, "Greetings, Chu Feng. I am Murong Shue, and I will be handing over the work to you shortly." Seeing such a beautiful woman take charge of the work, Chu Feng scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Oh, all right then. I will make a call to have the workers come over. After Chu Feng stepped away to make the call, Bai noticed Uncle Wang, the security guard, retrieving his belongings from the guardhouse, and approached him with curiosity. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Before Uncle Wang could respond, Wang Hao interjected, Brother Bai. This old boatyard has been rented to you, so Uncle Wang no longer needs to oversee it. He is simply packing his things to head home. Seeing Uncle Wang preparing to leave, Bai stepped forward and offered him a cigarette. Uncle Wang, there's no need to pack up. My new company requires supervision, and I would prefer someone I trust. You may remain here, and I shall double your salary. I appreciate your diligence. Uncle Wang was taken aback by Bai's words. He had expected to lose his job, yet this young man was offering him continued employment along with a raise. Overjoyed, he replied, Rest assured, as long as I, Old Wang, am here, nothing will go amiss in this company. I will keep a vigilant eye on the site. Thank you, Brother Bai. I too wish for Uncle Wang to stay. However, my family's new boatyard currently has no available positions, which is why he must wait at home for a while. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude. Then it is settled, Uncle Wang. Please return your belongings. By the way, Wang Hao, I need to discuss something with you. Let us head to your boatyard. At that moment, Chu Feng returned from his call and approached Bai. The workers will be here shortly. Brother Bai, shall we head inside to inspect the site and discuss the renovation? You can consult with my partner Miss Mu regarding this matter. I have other business to attend to with Wang Hao. Shua, please collaborate with Chu Feng. I will step out with Wang Hao for a bit and return to fetch you later. Of course, you may go ahead. I will take care of everything here. Mu Rongxue replied with a sweet smile as she and Chu Feng made their way into the boatyard. Uncle Wang followed suit, providing them with an overview of the premises. Once they had departed, Bai turned to Wang Hao and said, Let us proceed, Brother Wang Hao. I wish to purchase a vessel. Wang Hao was instantly filled with excitement upon hearing that Bai intended to buy a boat from his family's yard. Ha ha ha, Brother Bai, you are truly too kind. In just 2 days, you have come to support my family's business once more. I insist on treating you to dinner tonight. You must not refuse. Seeing his enthusiasm, Bai nodded in agreement. They then hopped into Wang Hao's flashy red sports car and sped off toward the boatyard. Chapter 15, Wang Hao's father. The vibrant red sports car raced down the road, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Upon arriving at the boatyard, Bai and Wang Hao exited the vehicle and approached the director's office. Wang Hao knocked on the door several times, and a robust male voice resonated from within. Come in. Pushing the door open, Bai entered to find an expansive office where a portly middle-aged man in a suit was seated at a mahogany desk, bearing a resemblance to Wang Hao. Upon noticing Wang Hao accompanied by an unfamiliar face, the man furrowed his brow and remarked, What brings you here today? Are you out of money again? I just returned from a business trip, and you come asking for more cash? Don't be ridiculous. I am not here to beg for money, Wang Hao replied, puffing up with pride. Listen here, old man, I have no financial troubles. In fact, I successfully rented out our old boatyard for 1 million. Remember that matter we discussed over the phone? What? You actually rented it out? I thought you were merely inquiring about the price. The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished that his son had indeed secured a rental. He then commanded, If it's rented, then bring me the money. That is my factory, and I expect it. I'll give you an extra 50,000 this month. Ha, old man. You'll get no money from me. That rental is mine. Today, I have a significant business deal to discuss. Consider that 1 million your reward for me. Wang Hao declared defiantly. Enraged by Wang Hao's audacity to withhold the payment, the middle-aged man's anger was tempered by curiosity at the prospect of a lucrative business opportunity. His gaze shifted to the young man standing behind Wang Hao. What sort of grand deal do you have in mind? Is it concerning the individual behind you? With a smug grin, Wang Hao introduced Bai. Allow me to present my good friend, Bai. He is the one who rented our old boatyard and intends to order a large vessel from us today. He is a dear friend, so please extend him a discount. By the way, Bai, this is my father, Wang Dong. Upon hearing the introduction, Bai stepped forward and extended his hand, warmly stating, Greetings, Uncle Wang. I apologize for not bringing a gift on my first visit. I hope you will forgive me. Wang Dong scrutinized Bai for a moment, noting that he was of a similar age to his son. Surprised that this young man had rented their boatyard for such a sum and was now prepared to place a significant order, he felt an immediate affinity toward Bai. They shook hands firmly. Ah, so you are Brother Bai? If you do not mind, I shall call you Xiaomo. I must say, Xiaomo, you are truly impressive. It is a stroke of luck for my unworthy son to have you as a friend. Uncle Wang, you are too kind. I consider it a privilege to be friends with Wang Hao, Bai replied, his humility evident. Ha ha, truly impressive indeed. Ah, Xiaomo. Wang Hao mentioned that you are looking to order a large vessel. I am uncertain what type of ship you require. but Uncle Wang is prepared to construct it for you. I assure you, the price will be favorable and the quality will be unparalleled. Let us sit down and discuss this matter. With Wang Dong's casual mention of Uncle Wang, the rapport between them deepened. As the conversation turned to business, Mo Bai took a seat, sipped his tea, and then placed the cup down as he spoke. Uncle Wang, I intend to purchase a sizable ship. My company needs to operate on the ocean, so I wish to place an order with you. Could you provide me with some options? Wang Dong, what kind of large vessel are you looking to order? We have fishing boats and cargo ships available in sizes ranging from 10 meters to 50 meters. Which type do you prefer? Wang Dong pondered what might suit Mo Bai's needs and inquired. Mo Bai was taken aback by the intricacies involved in purchasing a ship. Resolving to acquire the best, he looked at Wang Dong and replied without hesitation, Uncle Wang, I desire a 50-meter vessel, but not a cargo or fishing boat. I want a ship that can carry considerable loads, equipped with a trawling net and a crane, along with a small live fish chamber and a refrigeration unit. It would be useful for occasional fishing trips. Moreover, the kitchen and my bedroom must be spacious. Could you calculate the cost for me? Upon hearing Mo Bai's specifications, Wang Dong found them reasonable and approached his computer to perform the calculations. After some time, he returned with a quote for Mo Bai. Xiaoma, based on your requirements, I've estimated the price for a 50-meter ship at approximately 98 million, but I can offer you a friendly discount of 500,000 and include an additional 500,000 for renovations. What do you think? I assure you, I am not profiting excessively from this transaction. Mo Bai was astounded by the cost of the 50-meter ship. He realized that without the system he possessed, acquiring such a vessel would have been an unattainable dream. However, now that he was not constrained by financial limitations, he readily agreed. Subsequently, both parties signed a contract, and Mo Bai paid a deposit of 10 million, agreeing to pay the remaining amount upon delivery in 2 months. After completing the deposit transaction, Mo Bai recalled the task assigned by the system, which required him to clean barnacles off a turtle's back within a week. Given that the new ship would not be ready for 2 months, he felt a sense of urgency. Suddenly, he glanced at Wang Dong, who was beaming with joy, and an idea struck him. Uncle Wang, I wonder if your shipyard has any vessels available for rent. I would like to lease one temporarily since my new ship will not be ready for 2 months, and I cannot wait. Wang Dong, who was enjoying his tea, chuckled at Mo Bai's eagerness to rent a ship. Haha, Xiaoma, you are always so impetuous. Fortunately, I have a large fishing boat that is currently idle. You can use it for 2 months for just 500,000. I won't charge you any extra. Upon hearing that there was indeed an available fishing boat, Mo Bai promptly transferred 500,000 to Wang Dong and urged Wang Hao to accompany him to inspect the vessel. Arriving at the seaside where the fishing boat was docked, Mo Bai gazed at the 30-meter-long boat with a sense of curiosity. Stepping aboard, he marveled at the vast live well and mused to himself. Such a large live well can certainly hold a considerable amount of ocean debris. Moreover, with the fishing net and crane on board, it will be even more convenient for collecting marine waste. The more he examined the fishing boat, the more satisfied he became. He instructed Wang Hao to summon a fuel truck to fill the boat's tank. After half an hour, the fuel truck completed its task, costing 600,000. Mo Bai winced at the expense, but the thought of embarking on a mission to collect ocean waste and the rewards promised by the system made the cost seem trivial. Watching Mo Bai's excitement, Wang Hao decided to temper his enthusiasm. Mo Bai, you will need a captain's license to operate the ship. Do you possess one? What? I need a captain's license? I don't have one, and I haven't found a captain either. Mo Bai was taken aback, his surprise evident. Wang Hao laughed heartily for 2 hours before finally managing to calm himself. Chapter 17. Purchasing a car. You fool. Laughing for 2 hours straight. Before Wang Hao could speak, Mo Bai interrupted him, regarding him with a look of disdain, as if he were witnessing a simpleton. Wang Hao's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. To express his apology, he slapped his chest and vowed, Mo Bai, I'll take you to register for the license. With 2 months' time, you should be able to obtain it. As for your urgent need to set sail, I will see if anyone is willing to captain for you temporarily. Thank you. Wang Hao, let us go register now. The two chatted amiably as they approached the car, where Wang Hao pressed the accelerator, racing towards the local driving school. After paying the fee, they exited the driving school, and Mo Bai stared at the thick stack of study materials in his hands, feeling overwhelmed. Upon reaching Wang Hao's flashy sports car, he realized how inconvenient it was to be without a vehicle. Brother Wang Hao, could you take me to the dealership? I need to buy a car. Wang Hao, intrigued by Mo Bai's intention to purchase a car, eagerly inquired about what type he desired. The two engaged in animated discussion. Eventually, Wang Hao drove his red sports car to the largest dealership in Huagu town. With a thunderous roar, the red supercar came to a stop in front of the dealership, drawing the attention of a saleswoman who promptly approached to open the door for them. After the door was opened, Wang Hao and Mo Bai stepped out, and upon recognizing Wang Hao, the saleswoman enthusiastically approached him. "Ah, young Master Wang. What brings you here today? Are you looking to change your vehicle? Let me assist you." "Actually, Wang Qian, it's not me who is buying a car, but my brother here." Wang Hao gestured towards Mo Bai. Upon hearing that it was not Wang Hao who was purchasing a vehicle, but rather the individual beside him, Wang Qian redirected her enthusiasm towards Mo Bai. "Oh, handsome. You are quite the sight. What kind of car are you interested in? Allow me to help you." Mo Bai, gazing at the overly enthusiastic Wang Qian, frowned slightly. He found her demeanor somewhat off-putting, yet he suppressed his irritation for the sake of the car purchase. "Hello. I would like to see the largest vehicle you have in stock." Noticing Mo Bai's cool demeanor, Wang Qian internally scoffed. "With that shabby appearance, you dare come to our dealership? If it weren't for young Master Wang bringing you, I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you." However, she refrained from expressing such sentiments in front of Wang Hao, as she still sought to curry favor with him. "Please, this way, sir. I will show you our offerings." Wang Qian led Mo Bai into the showroom, while Wang Hao waited outside. As Mo Bai entered the sales hall, he was greeted by a plethora of vehicles and found himself overwhelmed by the choices. Seeing that Mo Bai had been browsing for an extended period without making a decision, Wang Qian grew impatient and called over a timid-looking saleswoman nearby. Zhu shouting, "Please come here and introduce our cars to this esteemed guest. I have some matters to attend to." "Sir, I just remembered I have something to take care of, so I will not linger here with you. I will have my colleague assist you." With that, Wang Qian paid no further heed to Mo Bai and, her high heels clicking rhythmically, strode away, murmuring to herself. What kind of friends does Wang Hao bring along? A penniless wretch who can't afford a car, yet expects me to show him around. What a delusion. As a martial arts master, Mo Bai possessed exceptionally keen hearing, and he had already caught Wang Qian's mutterings. This woman was becoming increasingly distasteful to him. However, he chose to disregard her and turned his attention to another female sales associate approaching him. Meanwhile, Zhu shouting, hearing Wang Qian's call, was making her way towards Mo Bai when suddenly she lost her footing and tumbled to the ground. Flustered, she quickly scrambled to her feet and approached Mo Bai, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Good day, sir. I am Zhu shouting, the female sales associate from Lanqi's 4th branch. May I inquire what type of vehicle you wish to see? I would be delighted to assist you." Mo Bai regarded the eloquent Zhu shouting with a faint smile and pointed to a nearby Lanqi G-class. "You strike me as a new intern. There's no need to deliberate further. That one will suffice." "Ah, sir, that vehicle is valued at 3 million. Are you certain you wish to purchase it?" Zhu shouting asked, astonished, still grappling with disbelief that her very first sentence after being summoned by Wang Qian had led to a selection of their most expensive model. "I am indeed certain. Please prepare the contract," Mo Bai reassured her, noting her incredulous expression. "Very well, I shall prepare the contract at once. Please take a seat on the sofa over there." With that, Zhu shouting, her high heels clicking, made her way to the manager's office. Before long, Mo Bai, seated on the sofa, observed her approaching with a purchase contract in hand. "Good day, sir. Here is your contract. Shall we sign it now?" Mo Bai nodded, just as he was about to sign when Wang Qian rushed back in. Zhu shouting, "You may leave now. This gentleman is my client, and I will handle the contract." Mo Bai frowned at Wang Qian. This woman truly had no shame. She had no patience to introduce me, and now she was trying to steal my business as I was about to make a purchase. Anger bubbled within him at such audacity. There was no need to be courteous. Rising to his full height, he unleashed his martial arts aura, directing it towards Wang Qian as he coldly commanded, "Leave." Initially, Wang Qian gazed at Mo Bai with flirtatious eyes, but the moment his imposing presence surged forth, she felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in terror. Her pants dampening, she appeared utterly stunned, scrambling away from the hall in a frantic retreat. Seeing Wang Qian thoroughly frightened and fleeing, Mo Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated that his martial arts aura would be so formidable, rendering her petrified by mere presence. After reveling in this delight, he turned his gaze to Zhu shouting, whose face had gone pale with fright, and smiled gently. "What are you still standing there for? I am not directing my ire at you. Come over and sign the contract." "Yes, yes." Zhu shouting promptly approached Mo Bai to finalize the contract. After signing, she processed the payment at the counter and printed a temporary license plate before Mo Bai drove the new vehicle out of the 4th branch. Parking beside Wang Hao's sports car, Wang Hao, noticing Mo Bai pulling up in the newly acquired vehicle, gaped at the pristine Lanqi G-class, exclaiming in admiration, "You truly have an eye for quality. This car is quite the investment. I have coveted it for quite some time, yet my father refused to buy it for me." Mo Bai, not wishing to flaunt his new acquisition, offered a comforting response. "It's merely a mode of transportation. Your father is likely wary of your spending habits. Enough of that. Let us proceed to the dock." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Lan Chi G-class sped away towards the dock at Huagu Town. Mo Bai reveled in the exhilarating driving experience the G-class provided, his vanity momentarily satisfied. Reflecting on the journey that had transformed him from a humble office worker riding an electric scooter just days ago to an individual of considerable wealth, he found it difficult to believe. Chapter 19. An obstruction on the road. As Mo Bai navigated the roads in his Lan Chi G-class, he headed towards the old shipyard at the dock. Upon reaching the hill overlooking the dock, he spotted 2 vehicles blocking the road. Surrounded by a group of about 10 people who seemed to be embroiled in some sort of commotion, he parked behind the gathering and, as he stepped out of the vehicle, could hear their raucous banter. Instantly, Mo Bai understood their intentions. These individuals had chosen a remarkably secluded spot for their brawl, devoid of surveillance cameras or passers-by, with very few vehicles passing by. Though he initially had no desire to intervene, their obstruction of his path compelled him to approach them amiably. "Gentlemen, could you kindly allow me to pass?" Upon hearing Mo Bai's voice, a burly man with a scarred face turned around. Seeing a fair-skinned, attractive young man before him, he responded in a hostile tone, "Get lost, kid. Mind your own business." "What did you say? You're blocking the road, and I simply asked you to move aside, yet you dare to tell me to leave." Mo Bai's temper flared at the man's rude demeanor. "Did you not hear me? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it," the scarred man threatened, raising his fist menacingly. Evidently undeterred by Mo Bai's words, Mo Bai, witnessing the threat, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. These individuals were truly audacious, attempting to engage in violence in broad daylight. The scarred man, seeing Mo Bai merely standing there and laughing, raised his hand to strike him, cursing, "Get the hell out of here. I told you to leave. Yet you stand there grinning as if I were joking." Just as the man's hand was about to land on Mo Bai's face, he felt as if his palm had been ensnared by a vice, suspended in midair, unable to retreat or advance. Panic flickered across his face as he realized he was at a disadvantage. "Forget about him. Come help me teach this kid a lesson," the scarred man shouted to his companions, sensing he was no match for Mo Bai. The group of 10 or so men surged toward Mo Bai at their leader's command. Their faces fierce. "Let go of our brother Hu, or we will make you pay," they clamored. Mo Bai regarded the advancing throng with a dismissive smile, raising his hand to gesture a middle finger at them, tauntingly proclaiming, "Come at me. I can take on 10 of you." Seeing their leader being restrained yet still so audacious, the scarred man's subordinates charged at Mo Bai, fists raised. In response, Mo Bai swiftly delivered a kick to the scarred man's midsection, sending him sprawling to the ground before dashing towards the group of thugs. Amidst the throng, the silhouette of Mo Bai flickered, transforming into a fleeting shadow. When his form re-emerged, the 10 or so individuals lay sprawled upon the ground, clutching their abdomens and wailing in agony. After dispatching them all, Mo Bai's gaze fell upon a figure lying between 2 vehicles, a sight that struck him with an unsettling familiarity. Intrigued, he approached the familiar figure. Chapter 20. Standing up for a friend. "Du Xiao, is that you?" Mo Bai called out to the figure on the ground. Receiving no response, he stepped closer and confirmed that it was indeed his college roommate, Du Xiao. Upon witnessing Du Xiao's unconscious state, marred by blood on his face, Mo Bai's anger surged. As he bent down to assess Du Xiao's injuries, he discovered that his friend had merely been knocked out with a superficial scalp wound, nothing grave. Relieved, he stood and confronted the scar-faced brother Hu. His expression filled with fury as he spoke coldly. "This is your doing. Tell me why?" Feeling the weight of Mo Bai's wrath, brother Hu trembled, akin to a creature caught in an icy abyss, stammering, "This is not our affair. We were merely carrying out orders for Ba Yi. His father owes Ba Yi 3 million from gambling and has fled, leaving us no choice but to settle accounts with his son." "Humph. Do you not recognize the law? Gambling is a crime. Do you understand? Let me make it clear. He is my friend, and now you have done this to him. How do you propose to rectify this?" Mo Bai's fierce demeanor made it apparent that they had underestimated him, and brother Hu sensed they had stumbled into a predicament beyond his control. With trepidation, he cautiously inquired, "May I call Ba Yi?" Mo Bai had not anticipated such a request, but he mused that perhaps it would be prudent to allow brother Hu to notify Ba Yi, thereby alleviating future complications. "Make the call. I'll be waiting," he replied, turning to assist Du Xiao, helping him sit up and gently shaking him. "Du Xiao, wake up. Come on, wake up." After being vigorously shaken, the unconscious Du Xiao slowly opened his eyes to find Mo Bai before him, a wave of dread washing over him. "Lao Mo, run. They will come after you too." Mo Bai's heart swelled with emotion as he gazed at Du Xiao. "It's all right. I've already taken care of them. Now tell me, what happened? How did you end up being ambushed on the mountain road?" "What? You took them all down?" Du Xiao, astonished, turned his gaze behind Mo Bai, only to see brother Hu's lackeys strewn across the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning in pain. Shock coursed through Du Xiao as he regarded Mo Bai with disbelief. Are you still the old Mo Bai I know? Did you truly do all this? What of it? I'm merely standing up for my brother. Now, do you not wish for my assistance? Pray tell, what transpired? Mo Bai declared, giving Du Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. Ouch, that hurts. Could you not be so rough? Du Xiao winced at the sudden pain, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Mo Bai. Let us not dwell on it. It's all because of my gambling addict father. After I graduated from university, I returned to our town to work as a fisherman. I earned a bit last year and just upgraded to a larger fishing boat, only for my father to gamble it all away, leaving a debt of 3 million. He fled, and when they couldn't find him, they came for me. I had no money, so they began to beat me. Du Xiao's account aligned closely with Brother Hu's earlier explanation. Mo Bai nodded, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, you mentioned you became a fisherman after graduation. Can you operate a boat? Do you have a captain's license? Du Xiao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mo Bai's thoughts to leap so dramatically from one subject to another, feeling somewhat awkward. Of course, as a fisherman. How could I not possess a captain's license? Upon hearing that Du Xiao indeed held a captain's license, Mo Bai's mind began to churn with ideas. He clapped Du Xiao on the shoulder, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Du Xiao, we are such good friends. I will help you resolve this matter. Chapter 21. Bai Yi, how shall we proceed? The roar of a crimson supercar echoed as it sped toward Mo Bai, halting before him. Wang Hao emerged from the vehicle, hastily inquiring, Brother Mo Bai, what has occurred? Mo Bai recounted the recent events to Wang Hao. After listening attentively, Wang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding gravely. Brother Mo Bai, this situation is quite precarious. Bai Yi is a notorious figure in Huagu town. Even my father shows him a degree of respect. However, he cannot wield absolute power. Allow me to handle this. I refuse to believe he will disregard my father's reputation. Mo Bai felt a swell of gratitude for Wang Hao's words. Though he often appeared unreliable, resembling a spoiled rich kid, it was heartening to see him willing to stand by Mo Bai in a moment of crisis. From that instant, he regarded Wang Hao as a true brother and firmly stated, Brother Wang Hao, do not involve yourself. I will manage this personally to spare you from any trouble. Seeing Mo Bai's unwavering confidence, Wang Hao awkwardly scratched his head. All right then, if it comes to blows, I will stand by you. Impressed by his loyalty, Mo Bai nodded vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, several black luxury cars rumbled to a stop before Mo Bai, their engines growling ominously. The doors swung open, and a sinister-looking elder emerged from the rear, exuding an air of formidable authority. Mo Bai scrutinized the elder, noting his grizzled hair, a face laden with wrinkles, and a traditional outfit, all accentuated by a cane he wielded. Without waiting for the elder to speak, Mo Bai rose to his feet and approached him, his gaze sharp and filled with indignation. You are Bai Yi. State your intentions regarding this matter involving my brother. Let me make this clear. Gambling is illegal, and you shall not extract a single penny from this situation. As his words fell, Mo Bai unleashed an aura of martial prowess, dominating the atmosphere. Bai Yi, taken aback, had not anticipated such forcefulness upon his arrival. Sensing the pressure, he thought to himself, this person is formidable. Observing the disarray among his bodyguards and drivers, who were already overwhelmed by Mo Bai's imposing presence, Bai Yi, maintaining a semblance of composure, addressed him, young man, it is somewhat disrespectful to exert pressure upon an elder. Since you have articulated your stance, I shall grant you this consideration. Your friend's fishing boat can be mine, and the remaining 3 million shall be forgiven. How does that sound? Mo Bai, witnessing Bai Yi's concession, retracted his imposing aura and turned to Du Xiao, seeking his approval with a glance. After all, this was a matter concerning Du Xiao's family, and it was only right to consult him. Du Xiao, astonished that Bai Yi would forego the 3 million debt after merely one exchange with Mo Bai, nodded in agreement, albeit hesitantly, regarding the fishing boat as a lost cause. Seeing Du Xiao acquiesce, Mo Bai deemed it inappropriate to prolong the discussion. He turned to Bai Yi, stating resolutely, very well. Let us proceed thus. Present the debt note for the 3 million and take your leave. At this moment, the eighth master was already sweating profusely as he gazed at Mo Bai before him. He reached into his bosom, extracted the promissory note of 3 million, and handed it over, swiftly turning to flee the scene. The wailing subordinates on the ground, upon seeing the eighth master's departure, realized that brother who had long since vanished, and immediately scrambled to their feet, bolting away. Mo Bai, observing the fleeing figure of the eighth master, felt a wave of amusement wash over him. Indeed, he had arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Not wishing to further trouble brother Hu's gang of small fry, he approached Du Xiao, presenting the promissory note before him. At this moment, Du Xiao and Wang Hao were both in a state of shock, standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 22. Inviting Du Xiao. Mo Bai looked at the dazed expressions of Du Xiao and Wang Hao and slightly raised his voice. What are you two doing? Ah, that. It's nothing, nothing at all. Upon hearing this, Du Xiao snapped back to reality, gazing at the loan note Mo Bai offered with a face full of gratitude. He accepted it and promptly tore it into shreds. Mo Bai, thank you. I truly don't know how to repay you. Du Xiao, what are you saying? What relationship do we have? However, speaking of repayment, there is indeed something I wish for you to assist me with. Du Xiao let out a self-deprecating laugh, unsure of how he could repay his friend. Mo Bai, don't joke around. Look at me now. I have nothing. What can I offer to help you? You can help me. Don't you possess a captainess license? Coincidentally, I've opened a company in your town that requires maritime operations. And I'm in dire need of a captain. Since you no longer have a fishing boat, why not help me navigate my vessel? I'll share a percentage of the profits with you. Du Xiao was taken aback to learn that Mo Bai had established a company in town and purchased a boat. He was immensely astonished, realizing that his iron brother had become quite affluent in just a year. The offer to assist in piloting the boat, coupled with a share of the profits, was clearly an attempt to help him. Well, I accept. Rest assured, my skills are second to none in Huagu Town. Ha. Excellent. From this day forth, we shall once again fight side by side. Come, I'll take you to the company now. Mo Bai felt a surge of joy, having not only resolved his friend's predicament, but also secured a captain for himself. Tomorrow, they would set sail in search of sea turtles. Wang Hao, let us go. He called to Wang Hao, and the trio climbed into his blue G-class, accelerating down the hill toward the dock. At the dock's entrance, Morong Shui was seated beside the security office, engrossed in a phone call. Suddenly, a blue G-class pulled up in front of her. Curiously, she observed the pristine vehicle, and soon after, Mo Bai emerged from inside. Moments later, she noticed Wang Hao's red sports car following closely behind. Upon recognizing Mo Bai, she paid him no further mind and resumed her serious phone conversation. Mo Bai, observing Morong Shui on the phone, refrained from interrupting. Once she finished her call, he approached her with a gentle smile. Shui, you've worked hard this morning. I bought a car. It'll make our trips to the company much more convenient. As Morong Shui set down her phone, she heard Mo Bai mention his new purchase. She stood up, approached the gleaming blue G-class, and flashed him a sweet smile. Mo Bai, congratulations. By the way, who is this beside you? Thank you, Shui. Allow me to introduce you. This is my college roommate and my best buddy, Du Xiao, who also hails from your town. I bought a boat today from Wang Hao's shipyard, and Du Xiao is the captain I've hired for our company. Ah, Morong Shui exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Not only had he bought a car, but he had also acquired a boat. Why did you buy a boat? Does our company need to operate at sea? Mo Bai nodded, affirming the company's necessity for maritime operations. Shui, tomorrow I'll take you out to sea for a spin. Our new ship 1T be ready for delivery for another 2 months. So I've rented a fishing boat. Great. I'll join you tomorrow. I just got off the phone with our company's general manager, who will be reporting for duty tomorrow. With her around, I 1T have much to do, so it'll be perfect to accompany you on your sea adventure. Hearing that his goddess was willing to join him at sea filled Mo Bai with elation. Shui, it's settled then. We'll set off early tomorrow. Now, let us go eat with Brother Wang. He has been insisting on treating me to a meal. Morong Shui nodded in agreement, and the group drove their luxurious vehicles to the most opulent seafood restaurant in Huagu Town. Chapter 23. The Seafood Feast. Inside the largest seafood restaurant in Huagu Town, the four of them took their seats in succession. Wang Hao occupied the main seat, and they engaged in casual banter. Suddenly, the door to their private room swung open, and a young man strolled in, dressed extravagantly, clearly a scion of wealth. Upon entering, he cast a wistful glance at Wang Hao and said, "Oh, Wang Hao, you're dining at my family's restaurant today. I spotted you from afar and came over. How could you eat here without notifying me? That's quite inconsiderate." Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly, rising to introduce Mo Bai and the others. "This is my brother Li Bo. His family owns this seafood restaurant." After introductions were made, Li Bo pounded his chest with bravado. "Since we're all friends here, tonight's meal is on me. Order whatever you desire." Ha ha ha. Li Bo, you said it yourself, so we 1T hold back. Wang Hao burst into laughter and grabbed the menu, ready to place orders. 1 king crab, a platter of bluefin tuna sashimi, a portion of big blue crabs, and a pound of sea cucumbers for each person. Once he finished ordering, Li Bo's face darkened as he stared incredulously at Wang Hao. "Brother, are you trying to treat us or take my life?" Wang Hao, noticing Li Bo's grim expression, chuckled and teased. "Didn't you say you'd cover the bill? I'm merely following your lead." All right. I won't joke with you anymore. Since you're unable to take charge of your family's affairs, I'll treat today." Upon hearing this, Li Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he also felt slightly embarrassed for having made such a grandiose claim about treating the meal. He stood there, awkwardly grinning at Mo Bai and the others. Since Brother Wang is treating, I can't be too stingy either. I'll grab a couple of bottles of red wine. I can manage that, Li Bo declared before departing. As he left, Bai turned to Wang Hao, astonished. Brother Wang, ordering so much. We want to be able to finish it. Even if it's your treat, we can't waste like this. Haha. It's my first time treating you to a meal. I can't be too miserly. If we can't finish, we'll just take it home. With Wang Hao's insistence, Bai chose not to argue further, and the group continued their conversation while awaiting the grand seafood feast. Before long, the table was adorned with a plethora of seafood dishes, and Li Bo returned with 2 bottles of Brunello, introducing them with pride. This wine hails from a classic vineyard in Bordeaux, priced around 1,000 yuan, boasting aromas of coffee and dark fruits, with a rich and smooth palate. Li Bo uncorked the red wine, filled each glass, and then sat down to enjoy the seafood banquet amidst laughter and cheer. After indulging in the lavish meal, the group prepared to depart. Outside the restaurant, Bai turned to a slightly tipsy Wang Hao and said, Brother Wang Hao, I kindly ask you to escort Du Xiao to your shipyard, so he can navigate the fishing boat to the dock. I am to set sail tomorrow. No problem. Wang Hao replied cheerfully, I'll have Du Xiao drive. He hasn't had a drop of alcohol. With that, Wang Hao and Du Xiao hopped into the car, and the fiery red sports car roared to life, darting away. At that moment, Bai glanced at the petite and graceful Morong Shui beside him, scratching his head with a goofy smile. Shui, do you know how to drive? I can't because I've been drinking. If you don't know either, we'll have to call for a chauffeur. Bai's cheeks flushed red from the alcohol, causing Morong Shui to giggle uncontrollably. Who do you look down upon? I've had my driver's license for several years now. Let us go. I'll drive. With that, she took the wheel, and before long, they returned to the quaint fishing village, parking the car at the entrance. They both retreated to their rooms to rest, for they were to embark on their journey at dawn. Chapter 24. Before setting sail, as Bai lay on his bed, the thought of setting sail to seek sea turtles the following day filled him with exhilaration. Yet, the challenge of how to collect oceanic debris while at sea troubled him. It was impractical to anchor the boat in the vast ocean merely to gather refuse from the islands, as that would be dreadfully inefficient. Contemplating this, he summoned the system. System, come forth. I am to sail tomorrow. How should I go about collecting oceanic waste? Ding. Host, are you foolish? Can you not see the vast array of options available in the system mall? The system's rebuke left Bai feeling slightly indignant, though he dared not express it. He scrutinized the system panel and indeed spotted a row labeled mall. Upon accessing the system mall, he exclaimed, Goodness, this mall has everything. Trawls for collecting oceanic waste, fishing rods, diving suits. System, how does one redeem these items? I see no conditions for exchange. Ding. Items in the system mall must be purchased with the reward funds in your bank card. Upon hearing this, Bai began a frenzied shopping spree within the system mall. Trawls, fishing rods, diving suits. He purchased everything he deemed useful, spending nearly 1 million in an instant. Staring at the diminished balance on his bank card, he felt a pang of regret and vowed to earn that million back the very next day. While lost in his thoughts, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your purchases from the system mall. The products from this system are of the utmost quality. Using them will ensure you do not return empty-handed. Bai certainly trusted the system, and while the trawl and fishing rod were straightforward, he pondered the quality of the diving suit. System, what is the quality of the diving suit in your mall? To what depth can it withstand submersion? Ding. I must reiterate, host, do not doubt the quality of our products. Persisting in such doubts will lead to penalties. Upon hearing this, Bai promptly ceased his skepticism, turning his gaze to the window while muttering under his breath, Curse this system. I hope I don't have to turn the tables on you, or you'll regret it. After concluding his dialogue with the system, Bai placed all the items he had redeemed into his nanospace ring. He then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. In the early morning, Bai's alarm clock blared. The wind had toppled the sycamore tree, and the lyrics echoed in his mind. Wealth cannot buy the path to heaven. In my darkest hour, I could not keep you. The incessant ringing jolted him upright as he swiftly silenced the alarm, recalling that he was to set sail today. He hurriedly got up to wash himself. Downstairs, he found Morong Shui already waiting in the courtyard, breakfast prepared. He approached her with a smile. Good morning, Shui. Bai, hurry and eat. We must set sail soon, she called out while enjoying her meal. Seeing Morong Shui at breakfast captivated him. She wore a light purple dress, her fair legs exposed, stirring a rush of emotions within him. After breakfast, Bai and Morong Shui gathered a few pieces of clothing and drove to the dock. At the dockside supermarket, he spent over 3,000 on food and various essentials before heading toward the seaside. Chapter 25. Hoisting the sails. The sea today was calm, devoid of any ripples, a perfect day for sailing. Fishermen bustling about the dock prepared for their voyages, creating a lively atmosphere. Many fishermen curiously observed the large fishing boat, over 30 meters long, that had mysteriously appeared overnight, wondering whose vessel it might be. With a rumble, a blue G-class vehicle pulled up beside the fishing boat. And Mo Bai and Murong Shui stepped out. Du Xiao, who had been in the cabin's cockpit, hurriedly exited upon seeing them. Mo Bai, you're here? I've been waiting for you. Mo Bai was surprised at Du Xiao's early arrival and inquired, have you had breakfast? If so, let us move our things onto the boat. Oh, I've already eaten. Let us get to it. If we dawdle, we'll fall behind the other fishermen and miss out on good catches. He and Mo Bai opened the trunk and began unloading. Observing a young man purchasing a fishing boat, the other fishermen looked on with envy, pondering when they might acquire such a sizable vessel themselves. An older gentleman suddenly called out to Mo Bai, young man, impressive. At such a young age, you've bought a fishing boat. Hearing the greeting, Mo Bai paused, set down his items, and approached the elder, offering him a cigarette. Sir, this isn't merely a fishing boat. Do you see that old shipyard over there? That is my company, and we need to operate at sea. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the elder, Mo Bai returned to assist with the unloading. As he departed, the elder was left perplexed, scratching his head at the contradiction of Mo Bai's statement, unable to reconcile the fact that it was indeed a fishing boat. Upon returning, Mo Bai helped Du Xiao and Murong Shui load everything onto the fishing boat. Once all the items were aboard, he and Murong Shui arranged offerings at the bow. It is customary to pay respects before embarking on a new journey, and although this vessel was neither brand new nor his own, it marked Mo Bai's first voyage, and he treated it with reverence. After setting up the offerings, Mo Bai lit a long string of firecrackers. The sound of popping firecrackers echoed throughout the dock, drawing the attention of all nearby fishermen. Soon, a crowd gathered around Mo Bai, all offering their congratulations. Young man, congratulations. Wishing you a smooth voyage and abundant fortune. Seeing so many well-wishers brought a broad smile to Mo Bai's face. Thank you all for your kind wishes. Here, have a cigarette, one for each of you. Noticing that Mo Bai was only distributing cigarettes, Murong Shui stepped forward and began handing out red envelopes from her bag. After a considerable time, the onlookers dispersed, and Mo Bai turned to Murong Shui with a puzzled expression. Shui, why are you giving out red envelopes when all you needed to do was distribute a box of cigarettes to each of them? Upon hearing Mo Bai's inquiry, Murong Shui smiled gently. Mo Bai, you are not one of us, so there are certain customs you may not comprehend. Since you are aware that one must offer sacrifices and prayers when embarking on the sea for the first time, it is customary to prepare a red envelope for each person who comes to congratulate you. I anticipated that you might not have prepared them, so I took the liberty of doing so in advance. After Murong Shui's explanation, Mo Bai's understanding dawned, and he looked at her with gratitude. Shui, thank you. I will transfer the money to you shortly. There's no need for such formality between us. You've already gifted me half of your company shares. What does this amount to? Now, let us hasten to tidy up and prepare for our voyage. Since Murong Shui had said this, Mo Bai felt it inappropriate to say more. He cast the offerings into the sea, drove the car to the company entrance, and together with Murong Shui boarded the fishing boat. Standing at the bow of the boat, Mo Bai gazed out at the vast ocean, a surge of bravado swelling within him, and shouted towards the cabin where Du Xiao was steering. Du Xiao, hoist the sails. Chapter 26, Setting the Crab Traps. Upon hearing Mo Bai's command to set sail, Du Xiao navigated the fishing vessel towards the sea. Mo Bai, which direction should we head? As the boat departed the dock, Du Xiao inquired. Mo Bai, hearing Du Xiao's call, turned and entered the cabin, his curiosity piqued by the radar display aboard the fishing vessel. Taking a deep breath, he said to Du Xiao, head east, the sun rises in the east, bringing with it auspicious energy. Understood, Du Xiao replied, steering the boat towards the eastern horizon. While Du Xiao was piloting the vessel, Mo Bai seized the opportunity to inquire about navigation. Observing the two engrossed in their discussion, Murong Shui retreated to the lounge. The fishing boat sailed across the ocean at a speed of 30 knots. After covering 60 nautical miles, Du Xiao glanced at the time and announced, Mo Bai, let us drop the trawl net here. The fish population is thriving. We can also set a few crab traps in this area, as there are plenty of crabs. Mo Bai chuckled at Du Xiao's suggestion to fish with the trawl net, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Old Du, who said I was here to fish? My company specializes in harvesting ocean waste. Du Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Mo Bai's statement. What? You're not fishing? Then why did you buy a fishing boat? While others venture out to catch fish, you're going to collect ocean waste. That sounds like a guaranteed loss. Ocean waste isn't worth anything. My friend, you don't understand. I have my own methods. Your only task is to help me navigate the boat. Of course, we can occasionally catch some seafood to sample. So let us just set a few crab traps here. After saying this, Mo Bai ignored Du Xiao's astonishment and exited the cabin. Retrieving several crab traps from the storage area, which he had purchased from the system shop the previous night. He returned to the cabin with the traps. Once back in the cabin, Imobai handed the traps to Du Xiao and said, "Let us go set the crab traps. I've never done it before, so please guide me." Still in shock, Du Xiao finally responded, following Imobai to the side of the boat, where they prepared the bait for the traps before casting them into the ocean. Imobai mimicked Du Xiao's actions, placing bait in the traps before submerging them. After setting the traps, Imobai and Du Xiao returned to the cabin to mark the traps' locations. With everything in order, Du Xiao turned to Imobai and asked, "You mentioned collecting ocean waste. How do we go about that? We can't just jump into the sea to retrieve it, can we?" "Ha ha ha. How could we possibly jump into the sea? We'd be exhausted," Imobai replied, leading Du Xiao to the storage area of the boat. He pointed to the system's trawl net and said, "We'll use this. The previous trawl net on the boat was too old. I bought a new one yesterday specifically for collecting ocean waste. There are no special requirements. We simply cast the net like we do when fishing." "What? Using a trawl net to collect ocean waste? That seems rather meager. When we used to fish, we occasionally caught some ocean waste, and this method might lead to losses." "Don't worry, just trust me," Imobai reassured him. After that, he and Du Xiao lifted the trawl net out, with Du Xiao instructing Imobai on how to deploy it into the sea. Imobai quickly learned how to operate the trawl net, and once it was set, he instructed Du Xiao to continue sailing forward. Meanwhile, he felt a surge of anticipation regarding the trawl net he had exchanged for in the system shop, eager to see what rewards it would yield. Chapter 27, A Bountiful First Haul. The fishing boat navigated through the expansive ocean. Imobai stood on the deck, admiring the scenic beauty of the sea. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He summoned the system and, scratching his nose, addressed it. "System, bind Du Xiao as my tool." Beep. The system has detected that the host wishes to bind Du Xiao as a tool. Please confirm. Confirmed. Beep. Du Xiao has been successfully bound as the hostess tool. Beep. The system has detected that the host is now at sea. Please work diligently to complete the tasks assigned by this system. Otherwise, upon the deadline, the host will lose access to this system and all associated rewards. As the system's voice faded, Imobai remembered that he had to carry out the system's tasks while at sea, feeling a twinge of helplessness. But where on this vast ocean can I find sea turtles? Surely I can't just jump into the water to search for them. Just then, the thought of the diving suit he had exchanged for in the system shop struck him. How could I forget about that? Once the boat stops, I'll haul in the net and test out this diving suit to see how remarkable it truly is. With that thought, Imobai returned to admiring the ocean's beauty. After 2 hours of sailing, Du Xiao brought the boat to a halt, stepping out of the cabin to approach Imobai. "Imobai, we've been sailing for 2 hours. It's already past 10 o'clock. We can retrieve the net now." Prompted by Du Xiao's reminder, Imobai glanced at his watch, realizing that 2 hours had indeed slipped by unnoticed. "All right, let us go collect the net and see what our first haul brings." They moved to the back of the boat, operating the crane to lift the trawl net from the water. Before long, the net surfaced, and Imobai watched in eager anticipation as it emerged from the depths, filled to the brim with ocean waste. His heart raced with excitement at the sight of the bulging net, which contained not only refuse but also the occasional fish wriggling within. Observing the overflowing net, Imobai mused to himself, "It seems the system did not deceive me. Its offerings are indeed of the highest quality. This is practically akin to picking up money." As the net was hoisted aboard, Du Xiao looked at the contents and turned to Imobai, inquiring about the ocean waste. "Imobai, how shall we deal with this marine debris? What other methods could there be?" "Naturally, we shall dump it onto the deck and subsequently place it all into the live well of the fishing vessel." "Oh, very well." After consulting with Imobai, Du Xiao untied the trawl net, and the marine refuse cascaded onto the deck of the fishing boat with a clatter. Gazing at the sheer volume of plastic waste before him, bottles, tires, and an assortment of other items, Imobai mused to himself. "Not too shabby. Once we return, the company can sort and process these materials, thus repurposing waste." With this thought in mind, he and Du Xiao commenced gathering the plastic refuse, tossing it all into the live well of the fishing vessel. As Imobai discarded the marine debris into the live well, the system's notification chimes echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for cleaning the ocean. You have retrieved a rubber tire, earning you 100 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for cleaning the ocean. You have retrieved a garbage bin, earning you 100 yuan. The system's voice resonated repeatedly in Imobai's consciousness, spurring him on with renewed vigor. His figure darted swiftly across the deck, discarding discarded items into the live well. Chapter 28. Unexpected Harvest of a Large Yellow Croaker. Imobai was exuberantly engaged in clearing the marine debris on the deck when suddenly, Du Xiao exclaimed from behind him, "Oh my, a large yellow croaker. We actually netted a large yellow croaker. This is simply unbelievable." Upon hearing Du Xiao's astonished voice, Mobai paused his work and hurried over. Come, let me see where the large yellow croaker is. I have never seen one before. Upon reaching Du Zhao's side, Mobai beheld a vibrant, golden fish flopping energetically on the deck. So this is what a large yellow croaker looks like. I've heard they are quite valuable. How much could this one fetch? Du Zhao pondered, weighing the fish in his hands before pressing on its abdomen to release the air. Then fetching a water tank filled with water to place the large yellow croaker inside, attaching an oxygen pump. He then informed Mobai, I just weighed it. And this large yellow croaker is about 6 to 7 gene. Based on current market trends, it must be worth at least 2 to 300,000. Mobai's heart surged with excitement upon hearing the value of the large yellow croaker. I've always heard that large yellow croakers are expensive, but I never imagined it could be worth so much. It seems our net has yielded an unexpected bounty. It's worth it. After a moment of shared exhilaration, the two resumed tidying the marine refuse on the deck. An hour later, they had successfully stowed all the debris into the live well of the fishing vessel. Mobai retrieved his phone to check the balance in his bank account, calculating that this haul had earned him 800,000 yuan, prompting a gleeful internal reflection. This is truly akin to picking up money. Moreover, with this large yellow croaker, I've made nearly 1 million in just 2 hours at sea. After reveling in his good fortune, Mobai and Du Zhao began washing the deck with a water gun. Just then, the voice of Murong Shui called out, Mobai. Du Zhao, it's time for lunch. Shui, weren't you in the lounge? When did you prepare the meal? I came out an hour ago and saw you both busy clearing the marine debris, so I went ahead and cooked. You were too focused to notice me. Come, let us eat. Thus, Mobai and Du Zhao made their way to the dining area of the fishing vessel, where the three gathered for lunch. Mobai, looking at Murong Shui with delight, remarked, Shui, we just netted a large yellow croaker. Du Zhao says it's worth over 300,000. Really? You caught a large yellow croaker? I must see it. Although I live by the sea, I've never been out on the water or seen one before. All right. After lunch, we shall go take a look. Following their meal, Du Zhao tidied up the dishes while Mobai led Murong Shui to the water tank containing the large yellow croaker. Observing the lively fish, Murong Shui gasped in surprise. Mobai, should we head back? If the large yellow croaker dies, its value will diminish. No worries, Shui. If it dies, it dies. We can always eat it. I've never tasted large yellow croaker before. Murong Shui, alarmed at the thought of consuming the valuable fish, protested, why eat it? We could sell it for a handsome sum. Haha, whatever you say, Shui. We shan't eat it. Instead, we'll take it back to sell to Li Bo. However, since I just set sail, returning now would be somewhat unprofitable. Let us wait a couple of days. If the large yellow croaker dies, it's no big deal, just a few thousand lost. Mobai replied, while internally, he contemplated the imperative of fulfilling the system's tasks before considering a return. A solitary large yellow croaker was trivial compared to the wealth he could accrue from clearing marine debris. Seeing Mobai's determination, Murong Shui refrained from further objections and accompanied him back to the deck. Chapter 29, Diving. Upon reaching the deck, Mobai spotted Du Zhao seated and smoking. And suddenly an idea struck him. Old Du, I'm thinking of going diving. Let us take a break from the trawling for now. Care to join me? Hearing Mobai's invitation, Du Zhao turned with a smile. I think I'll pass. I could use this time to rest. You and Miss Murong go ahead. And I'll keep an eye on things from up here. With that, Du Zhao resumed his smoking. Mobai, seeing Du Zhao's disinterest, turned to Murong Shui. Shui, shall we go diving? Absolutely. I adore diving. But what shall we do without diving suits? Hee, follow me, Shui. With a grin, Mobai led Murong Shui to the storage room of the fishing vessel. In the storage room, Mobai retrieved 2 diving suits purchased from the system's marketplace and presented them to Murong Shui. Shui, look what I've prepared in advance. Murong Shui's face lit up upon seeing the sleek, black diving suits. Let us go diving, Mobai. After donning their diving suits in their respective rooms, they returned to the deck, where Mobai handed a communication device, acquired from the system, to Du Zhao. Old Du, we'll communicate through this device. If anything arises, I'll call for you. Sure thing, old Mo. Rest assured, I'll alert you to any developments on the surface. After passing the communication device to Du Zhao, Mobai gave another to Murong Shui, linking their signals together before clasping her hand and leaping into the ocean. As Mobai plunged into the sea, exhilaration surged within him. He was finally able to dive and seek out sea turtles. With this thought, he descended towards the ocean floor. Mobai and Murong Shui swam downwards, reaching depths of over 100 meters in this area of the sea, wearing the system's diving suits. Mobai felt no pressure from the water, silently reflecting. It seems this is not the limit of the system's diving suit. Experiencing the benefits of the diving suit, Mobai felt immense satisfaction with his decision to acquire it from the system. Mobai continued to swim forward, searching for the silhouette of a sea turtle amidst the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from Murong Shui echoed through his earpiece. Wow, it's so beautiful. Imobai, come quickly. Turning around, Imobai spotted Murong Shui gazing at a vibrant expanse of red coral not far away. The exquisite coral was a sight he had never encountered before, prompting him to swim towards her. As he approached the coral, he observed Murong Shui pulling out an underwater camera from seemingly nowhere. Imobai, come help me take a picture. I'll return the favor shortly. A smile crept across Imobai's face as he accepted the camera and began capturing images of Murong Shui. The clicks of the shutter echoed as he snapped over 100 photos before she finally relented. All right, Imobai, now it's your turn. Murong Shui swam beside him, taking the camera to photograph him. After an enthusiastic flurry of clicks, she finally put the camera away and said, Imobai, let's explore other places. Sure, Shui. I just spotted a magnificent sand dune over there. It looks quite splendid. Let's check it out. After expressing his excitement, Imobai led the way towards the sand dune he had just seen. Chapter 30. Discovering treasures. Imobai guided Murong Shui to the immense sand dune he had discovered earlier. The vast underwater dune appeared to possess a unique charm. They circled the dune, taking turns capturing photographs of each other. While Murong Shui was busy photographing Imobai, he struck a pose, bowing his head. In that fleeting moment, he noticed a hint of purple peeking out from the sand beside the dune. Driven by curiosity, he began to dig into the sand with his hands. As the grains cascaded away, an enormous lavender shell, seemingly long deceased, emerged before his eyes. Gazing at the shell for a considerable time, Imobai's excitement suddenly surged. Oh my, this is a purple giant clam. What? You found a purple giant clam? The incredulous voice of Murong Shui broke through as she swam over to him. Upon seeing the lavender shell, she gasped in astonishment. What a pity. It's already dead. This purple giant clam is among the rarest of its kind. If it were alive, a photograph of it would undoubtedly create a sensation. As she spoke, she raised her camera to capture images of the hollow shell. Suddenly, she noticed Imobai extending his hands to pry the shell open. Motivated by the desire to discover any pearls within, Imobai strained to open the shell, revealing a round, plump, lavender pearl the size of a pigeon egg. Overwhelmed with excitement, he called out to Murong Shui. Shui, come quickly and see what I've found. Hearing his voice through the earpiece, Murong Shui set down her camera and swam to his side. Instantly, her eyes were captivated by the pearl nestled within the shell. It took her a moment to react before she exclaimed, such a large pearl. Imobai, you're going to make a fortune. This purple pearl has never been seen before. It's a true rarity. Quickly secure it. All right, Shui. Imobai, suppressing his exhilaration, swiftly concealed the precious lavender pearl within his nanospace ring, then turned to Murong Shui. Shui, let us explore other areas. With that, he swam ahead, eager to search for sea turtles. They spent another half-hour diving and taking photos. Yet Imobai failed to spot a single turtle, causing his enthusiasm to wane. Shui, we've been down long enough. It's time to surface. Otherwise, Du Xiao will start to worry. Okay, I'm a bit tired too, so let us head up. With Murong Shui's agreement, Imobai connected the communication device to Du Xiao's channel, informing him through the earpiece. Old Du, I'm coming up. Get ready to pull us up. Got it, got it. I received your message. Du Xiao's voice came through promptly. After signaling to Murong Shui, the two swam towards the surface. As they emerged from the placid waters, Imobai called out to Du Xiao aboard the ship. Du Xiao, lower the crane and pull me up. Du Xiao quickly complied, operating the crane to lift Imobai out of the water, followed by Murong Shui. Once aboard, Imobai greeted Du Xiao before he and Murong Shui retreated to their respective rooms to change clothes. Chapter 31. Another net cast after changing in the lounge. Imobai felt an exhilarating surge of energy. He knocked on Murong Shui's door. Shui, are you going to play on the deck? I'm not going anymore. I'm quite tired from earlier. I want to rest, came Murong Shui's slightly fatigued response. All right, Shui, take care and rest well. I'm going to check the deck. After ensuring Murong Shui was comfortable, Imobai ventured alone to the deck, where he immediately heard Du Xiao's teasing voice. Hey, old Imo. Did you have fun underwater with the goddess? Imobai merely rolled his eyes and replied, once we're rested, we'll cast another net. By the time we're done, it will be nearly dark, and we can spend the night at sea. Du Xiao perked up at the mention of another net. He fantasized about the possibility of catching a large yellow croaker. Old Imo, I'm ready. Let us quickly cast another net. All right, let us get it done swiftly so we can rest, Imobai agreed. The two made their way to the stern of the boat, lowering the net into the water as Du Xiao steered the fishing vessel eastward. By now, it was 2 p.m. Imobai yawned and said to Du Xiao, I'm going to rest for a bit. You keep driving. Call me in 2 hours. Sure, old Imo, go ahead. I took a break while you were diving. After 2 hours of towing, it was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Du Xiao stopped the fishing boat and knocked on Mo Bai's door. Old Mo, wake up. It's been 2 hours. Time to retrieve the net. Before long, Mo Bai emerged from his room, yawning. He glanced at his phone, noticing it was already 4 in the afternoon, and said to Du Xiao, let us go. Let us hurry and retrieve the net. After that, we can rest properly. At the rear of the fishing boat, Mo Bai and Du Xiao operated the crane to hoist the net from the sea. Water cascaded down as they pulled the bulging net onto the deck, and Mo Bai couldn't contain his excitement, calling out, Old Du, faster. Hearing Mo Bai's urging, Du Xiao accelerated the crane's ascent, and soon the net was hoisted onto the deck. Mo Bai stepped forward to untangle the net, causing a cascade of ocean debris to tumble down, cluttering the entire deck in an instant. Gazing at the deck littered with marine debris, Mo Bai was astonished to find that, much like the last haul, it was predominantly composed of plastic products, yet the quantity was significantly greater. With palpable excitement, he and Du Xiao commenced the cleanup of the ocean refuse. As they worked, the system's notifications echoed in Mo Bai's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. For cleansing the ocean of waste, you have retrieved a fishing boat buoy, earning a reward of 100 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for cleansing the ocean of waste. You have salvaged a damaged fishing net, earning a reward of 100 yuan. Mo Bai eagerly continued to collect the plastic debris, and as they approached a point where only a third remained, he flipped over a tire, only to be startled by a fish resembling a rat that leaped out from beneath. Puzzled by the unfamiliar creature, Mo Bai called out to Du Xiao, Old Du, come quickly and see what kind of fish this is. Du Xiao approached, took the ratfish from Mo Bai's hands, swiftly released it back into the water, and then explained, Old Mo, this is a ratfish, aptly named due to its resemblance to a rat. It has a flattened body and 10 spines in the dorsal fin, lacking prominent teeth. Typically, it measures over 45 centimeters, its body is white adorned with black spots, and mature specimens exhibit a deeper coloration with particularly vivid patterns. They move slowly and are known for their voracious feeding habits. Their flesh is remarkably tender and delicious, making them one of the more prized fish in seafood markets. Fetching a high price, they are both a luxury food and an exquisite ornamental fish. So this fish is quite valuable then? Mo Bai inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Du Xiao responded enthusiastically, absolutely. This ratfish weighs approximately 10 kilograms, which means it's worth at least 10,000 yuan. Haha, so we've struck a little fortune again, Mo Bai exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over into laughter. After their exuberance subsided, they resumed the task of clearing the deck. Once all the debris was collected and no additional fish were found, they rinsed the deck clean. Afterward, Mo Bai pulled out his phone to tally their earnings, discovering that this haul exceeded the previous one by 200,000 yuan, totaling a remarkable 1 million yuan. Overjoyed, he began to dance, humming a cheerful tune. I love money. Money loves me. It flows to me from all directions, ceaselessly, abundantly. I work hard, I strive. Old Mo, can you be any funnier? Du Xiao chuckled, doubled over with laughter at Mo Bai's playful melody. The two of them frolicked on the deck for a while until it was already 6 p.m. Morong Shui had begun preparing dinner at 5, and it was just ready as they made their way to the dining room to enjoy their meal. After dinner, the trio returned to the fishing boat's deck, where they set up 3 lounge chairs to admire the sunset over the sea. After a while, Mo Bai turned to see that Du Xiao had fallen asleep at some point. He then whispered to Morong Shui, Shui, the sunset over the sea is so beautiful. Indeed, it truly is, Morong Shui replied, gazing at the sunset with a sweet smile. Mo Bai, captivated by her enchanting smile, found himself spellbound, staring intently at her, his eyes unblinking. Noticing his gaze, Morong Shui blushed, playfully waving her delicate hand in front of him. Mo Bai, what are you daydreaming about? Snapped out of his reverie. Mo Bai awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly replied, Oh, it's nothing. I was just mesmerized by how stunning you are, especially against the backdrop of this sunset. Hee hee. You are making me blush, Morong Shui said, her face blooming with a radiant smile. They continued to enjoy the sunset together until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky was enveloped in darkness. Only then did Morong Shui return to her room to rest. Just as she stepped into the cabin, Du Xiao, who had been napping on the lounge chair, suddenly opened his eyes and grinned mischievously at Mo Bai. Old Mo, I heard everything. To avoid interrupting your date, I pretended to be asleep for 2 hours. You're such a coward. You like her, but don't dare to confess. You missed such a perfect opportunity. Startled by Du Xiao's sudden outburst, Mo Bai sprang to his feet and yanked Du Xiao's lounge chair out from under him, causing him to tumble unceremoniously onto the deck with an exclamation of pain. Humph. Knowing I was about to have a date with the goddess, you chose not to retreat to your room, but instead pretended to sleep here and eavesdrop. Ouch. Old Mo, was that necessary? That hurt. I didn't overhear anything significant. What are you so afraid of? Du Xiao exclaimed, wincing in discomfort as he lay on the deck. All right, enough of the theatrics. You're not going to break a bone from that little fall, are you? Get up. It's still early, and we can go fishing. Upon hearing the word fishing, Du Xiao instantly perked up, springing to his feet. Let us go grab the fishing rods. Watching Du Xiao spring up at the mention of fishing, Mu Bai could only shake his head in disbelief as they made their way to the storage room of the fishing boat together. Chapter 33, Night Fishing. Mu Bai retrieved 2 lures exchanged from the System S shop, and he and Du Xiao proceeded to the bow of the fishing boat to commence their night fishing. Mu Bai leaned back and cast the lure forward, then settled in to wait patiently for a bite. With nothing else to occupy him, he pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Du Xiao. Old Du, how much do you think fishermen earn in a day? After lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, Du Xiao exhaled a smoke ring and replied, I can't speak for others, but during my best fishing trip last year, I earned $1 million in 7 days. After deducting labor and fuel costs, I probably made around 600,000. On average, I make about 600,000 to 700,000, including those expenses. As he spoke, Du Xiao's expression grew somber. Noticing his friend's melancholy, Mu Bai patted Du Xiao's shoulder reassuringly. Old Du, what has done is done. I promise you will earn more with me than you did before. You can count on that. I won't let you down. Old Mo, don't try to comfort me. What can we possibly earn from collecting ocean garbage? Breaking even would be a blessing. If it weren't for that large yellow croaker we caught today, we would be at a loss. At Du Xiao's words, Mu Bai smiled mysteriously. Hee old Du. You don't understand. Just trust me, you'll earn more than before. Just as Du Xiao was about to respond, the bells on both their lures jingled simultaneously, signaling a bite. They quickly grabbed their rods, and Mu Bai began reeling in the line confidently, assured that the lure from the system would withstand any resistance. As he furiously reeled in the line, it suddenly tightened, and no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't budge it. A thrill of excitement surged through him. Hee. Looks like I've hooked something massive. He turned to Du Xiao, boasting, Old Du, look how taut my line is. I can't pull it in at all. I must have caught a giant. At this moment, Du Xiao gazed enviously at Mo Bai, whose catch had already been pulled up, a small red grouper weighing just over a pound. Observing Mo Bai's arduous struggle, Du Xiao set down his lure beside him, rubbing his hands together, and said, Hee, Old Mo, my hands are itching. Allow me a taste of the thrill of reeling in a big one. Upon realizing Du Xiao's intent to wrestle with his catch, Mo Bai immediately became agitated. Get lost. I haven't savored it enough yet. I'll let you experience it shortly. In pursuit of the exhilaration of fishing, Mo Bai refrained from utilizing his mastery. Otherwise, he could effortlessly hoist the enormous creature aboard in an instant. Thus, Mo Bai and the colossal fish remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. The creature thrashed violently in the water, while Mo Bai clutched the spinning reel in his hand, refusing to relinquish it. After half an hour of strenuous effort, feeling the strain in his arm, Mo Bai called out to Du Xiao beside him, Old Du, come over and let you have a turn. Hey. Du Xiao rubbed his hands together and approached to take the rod, engaging in a fierce struggle with the giant fish. After battling for over 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he gasped for breath, unable to hold on any longer. Old Mo, hurry up and take over. I can't hold out much longer. Seeing Du Xiao near his limit, Mo Bai rushed forward to grasp the lure. Feeling the pull on the lure was no longer as intense, Mo Bai slightly tapped into his mastery. The spinning reel whirred rapidly, and soon the formidable creature was no match for Mo Bai. Within minutes, it was dragged to the surface. Upon seeing the creature, Du Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, Wow! Such a massive Goliath grouper. Wait a moment, I'll fetch a hook. With that, Du Xiao dashed to the storage room and returned with an iron hook, piercing it into the giant Goliath grouper below. Together, they hoisted it aboard, finally revealing the full grandeur of the fish. Chapter 34, The Arrival of the Sea Turtle. On the deck of the fishing boat, gazing at the enormous Goliath grouper they had caught, Mo Bai exclaimed, Wow, this must be over 2 meters long. Old Du, is this fish valuable? Hee, of course it is. At over 2 meters, it likely weighs around 400 pounds, fetching several hundred per pound. But alas, it's already dead since we pierced its head. We must swiftly place it in the freezer to preserve it. Consequently, Mo Bai and Du Xiao hurriedly lifted the Goliath grouper and stored it in the boat's freezer. Emerging from the freezer, as Mo Bai and Du Xiao intended to sit down and rest, they suddenly heard a series of thuds beneath the boat, resembling something colliding with it. They hurried to the side, peering into the sea to discover a massive sea turtle repeatedly bumping against the vessel. Mo Bai was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, thinking to himself, What fortune! I didn't seek you out, yet you've come to me. Observing the persistent assault of the sea turtle against the boat, Mo Bai said to Du Xiao, Old Du, This sea turtle seems to be signaling for help. Let us haul it aboard and see what it needs. Alright, wait a moment while I fetch a cast net to bring it up. After Du Xiao left, Bai observed the turtle's shell, which was covered in barnacles. And he couldn't contain his glee. Before long, Du Xiao returned with the cast net, holding the top rope in his left hand and the bottom in his right, slightly turning his body backward. He then thrust the net toward the turtle with great force, accurately ensnaring it. Old Emo, come help me pull it up. Seeing the turtle ensnared, Bai rushed forward to assist Du Xiao in bringing the massive creature aboard. Once they had the turtle up, Bai swiftly untangled the cast net from its body, and upon noticing the barnacles on its shell, he excitedly exclaimed to Du Xiao, Old Du. Perhaps it wants us to help it clean the barnacles off. Quickly, fetch a knife. Observing the serene turtle resting quietly on the deck, Du Xiao agreed that it likely sought assistance and turned to retrieve a knife. He returned from the kitchen with 2 knives, handing one to Bai. And together they began to clear the barnacles from the turtle's shell. The turtle remained still, seemingly enjoying the attention. After an hour, as Bai removed the last barnacle, he spoke to the turtle, Little sea turtle, I've cleaned you up. You should feel much better now. Let me return you to the sea. After saying this, Bai and Du Xiao gently lifted the turtle and released it back into the ocean. Once back in the water, the turtle floated on the surface, making a series of sounds that seemed to express gratitude. Bai, charmed by the turtle's adorableness, replied with a smile, All right, little sea turtle, off you go. If you grow barnacles again, feel free to come back to me for help. The turtle appeared to understand, chattering back at Bai before turning and diving beneath the waves, vanishing from sight. As the turtle disappeared, Du Xiao turned to Bai, intrigued. Old Emo, I can't shake the feeling that this turtle possesses a certain intelligence. It seems to comprehend your words. No doubt about it. This massive turtle must be over 100 years old, undoubtedly endowed with wisdom. Our actions today have surely accrued some merit. However, it's getting late, and you need to navigate the boat tomorrow. Go get some rest while I keep watch tonight. Tomorrow, we can trawl a couple more nets before heading back. I'm genuinely concerned about that big yellow croaker. All right then, I'll take my leave. Perhaps we should set off directly after catching a few nets on the way back to expedite our return. Du Xiao, equally worried about the yellow croaker, suggested to Bai that they should head back after trawling. Bai pondered this and agreed, allowing Du Xiao to rest while he stood watch on the fishing boat. Chapter 35, System Rewards. After Du Xiao retired to rest, Bai reclined in a deck chair, enjoying the sea breeze when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task of cleaning the barnacles off the sea turtle. Rewards are now being issued. Ding! The host receives 1 card for free breathing underwater, 1 asset doubling card, and 1 friend relationship card. After the system dispensed the rewards, it vanished. Bai gazed at the 3 cards in his system backpack, particularly the underwater breathing card, which filled him with joy. With this card, he would no longer fear running out of air while diving. He promptly clicked to use the underwater breathing card. Moments later, the system's voice reappeared in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has used the underwater breathing card and has now granted the host the talent for free breathing underwater. Containing his excitement, Bai then clicked to use the asset doubling card. Instantaneously, the system interface displayed a wheel similar to the one from his first asset doubling event, and it spun rapidly before finally halting at double the amount. Ding! The system has detected the host's assets have doubled. Please check your balance. Bai swiftly retrieved his phone to check the bank card ending in 9527, and upon seeing the balance exceeding 170 million, he couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. However, the thought of the impending expenditure of over 80 million for the new ship caused his heart to sink, knowing that his assets would be halved once again. Furthermore, he would have to spend significantly on purchasing items for the company, which only added to his distress. He sighed inwardly, pondering, Alas, I am still too poor. How long until I can achieve my dream of becoming the richest? After a moment of contemplation, Bai cast these thoughts aside and gazed at the friend relationship card before him, his mind filled with questions. Puzzled, he scratched his head and queried the system. What is the purpose of this friend relationship card? Ding! Host, you are quite dim-witted. Once used, the friend relationship card will designate the specified individual as your closest friend. The system replied. With this clarification, Bai finally grasped the utility of the friend relationship card but opted not to use it just yet, saving it for future necessities. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort from the system's mockery, vowing to one day rise above it. Feeling stifled by the system's derision, he closed the interface and relished the sea breeze that swept over him, bringing a refreshing chill that made him shiver slightly. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the fishing boat's cockpit, settling into the leather seat and pulling out his phone to indulge in a single-player game. After playing for a while, boredom set in, and he longed to engage in PUBG, yet the absence of signal thwarted his plans. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he summoned the system once more. Is there a way for my phone to have signal out at sea? Ding. If this system implants a wireless signal chip, your phone will have signal at sea. Would the host like to proceed with the implantation? Upon hearing this, Bai felt a surge of excitement and inquired, what are the requirements for implanting this wireless signal chip? Ding. The implantation of the wireless signal chip requires 1 million. Would the host like to proceed now? The mention of the hefty price tag momentarily deterred Bai, but the convenience of having signal at sea was too alluring. Gritting his teeth, he replied, System. Confirm the implantation of the wireless signal chip. Ding. The system is implanting the wireless signal chip into the host's phone. Ding. The wireless signal chip has been successfully implanted. The host may allow others to enjoy this signal, with a maximum of 3 devices connecting at once. Gazing at the signal on his phone, Bai was elated, realizing that this unlimited signal chip could be shared with others, making the investment worthwhile. With connectivity established, he resumed his game of PUBG. Chapter 36. Accompanying the goddess to watch the sunrise on the pitch-black sea, the wind howled as the fishing boat bobbed with the waves. Bai played several rounds of the game before finally putting his phone down, the screen displaying the triumphant words of an invincible champion. Rising, he rubbed his temples and glanced outside, where the sky had begun to brighten, signaling the imminent rise of the sun above the horizon. Stretching and making his way to the deck, he stood at the bow, and inspired by the breathtaking view, he composed a poem. The early chill gradually cools the heart. The sea languid, the heavens silent, no sound to impart. In a moment, the fiery orb rides the waves, as winds scatter golden shards, a sight that enslaves. Just as Bai's poetic musings faded, a cheerful voice chimed from behind him. Morong Shui. Hee hee, Bai, your poem is quite profound. Turning around, Bai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's merely a borrowed verse. By the way, why are you up so early, Xiaoxue? With a playful smile, Morong Shui glided over to stand beside him, gazing toward the horizon where the sun was poised to rise. I came to watch the sunrise. The sunrise at sea is breathtaking. Bai, shall we watch it together? How could I refuse an invitation from such a beauty? They stood together on the deck, watching as the sun slowly ascended from the water's edge, its radiant light illuminating the ocean in an instant. Observing the sunrise, Morong Shui turned to Bai and said, Did you know that a sunrise at sea is one of nature's most magnificent spectacles? When the sun emerges from the horizon, the sky transforms into hues of orange and red, a sight that captivates the soul. Of course, I know, Bai replied, but paired with your beauty, this sunrise becomes even more delightful. His words made Morong Shui's cheeks blush a delicate crimson, and she turned away, unable to meet his gaze, silently watching the sunrise. Bai remained quietly by her side, savoring the moment. Suddenly, emboldened by his feelings, he took her delicate hand in his, holding it tightly. Morong Shui felt the warmth of his grasp and, inexplicably, reveled in the sensation, choosing not to resist. As she felt the heat radiating from his palm, a wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her, painting her face with a deeper blush, the sunlight reflecting off her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Noticing Morong Shui's lack of resistance, Bai's heart soared with hope. It seems there might be a chance. Xiaoxue harbors feelings for me. The smooth, cool touch of her hand sent ripples of excitement through him, and he swallowed hard, refraining from any further advances, simply cherishing the moment as they admired the sunrise together. After a considerable time, the sun gradually revealed itself above the horizon, resembling a colossal fireball casting its brilliance across the ocean. As the sunrise concluded, Bai reluctantly released Morong Shui's delicate hand. Once free, Morong Shui shyly addressed him. Bai, I'm going to prepare breakfast. Oh, all right, Xiaoxue, let me help you, he offered. Morong Shui responded with silence, her cheeks still flushed, as she turned toward the kitchen of the fishing boat. Bai, watching her rosy face, raised his right hand to his nose, inhaling the lingering fragrance, and couldn't he help but smile mischievously as he followed her. Chapter 37. Morong Shui goes fishing. As the sun rose, the temperature on the sea began to rise steadily. Bai and Morong Shui entered the kitchen of the fishing boat to prepare breakfast together. Just as the meal was nearing completion, Bai walked to the staircase and knocked on Du Zhao's door. Old Du, hurry up and eat breakfast. Once you finish, we can get to work. Got it. I'm coming. Du Zhao's voice echoed from within the room, and moments later, the door swung open as he emerged, grinning. Old I saw everything just now. Your progress is rather slow. You should have taken the opportunity to confess. When will I get to enjoy your wedding feast? Upon hearing this, Bai was instantly met with a wave of embarrassment, realizing he couldn't escape Du Zhao's watchful eye. He raised his foot and aimed a kick at Du Zhao's rear. but the latter deftly sidestepped. Humph, you won't get any breakfast from me. May you starve. Lo and behold, old Mo is actually making breakfast. I must have a taste. Let us hurry. Upon hearing that it was Mo by preparing the meal, Du Xiao was taken aback. He had never cooked before. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed past Mo Bai and sprinted towards the fishing boat restaurant. Mo Bai trailed behind him, muttering under his breath, "Old Du, don't run off like that. If you keep spying on me, I won't let you off easily." The two engaged in playful banter, racing each other to the restaurant. Once they arrived, the playful antics ceased, and they busily cleaned up the dishes after their breakfast. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the deck. Mu Rongxue was engrossed in observing the large yellow croaker, while Mo Bai and Du Xiao worked together to properly hang the fishing net before casting it into the sea. Du Xiao piloted the fishing boat back along the route they had come, with Mo Bai sitting beside him, learning the nuances of operating the vessel. "I'm utterly bored. I think I'll take a stroll outside," Mo Bai declared after a while. He turned to leave, only to spot Mu Rongxue still watching the large yellow croaker. Striding over, he called out, "Shui, is our yellow croaker still alive?" To his surprise, the fish was indeed thriving. Approaching Mu Rongxue, he rubbed his hands together with excitement. "Really? Let me see." Mu Rongxue stood up, and Mo Bai peered into the tank, astonished to find the yellow croaker even more lively than the previous day, swimming energetically. His heart swelled with joy. It seemed that after rescuing the sea turtle last night, he had been bestowed with divine favor, ensuring the vitality of his catch. Surely, it would fetch a handsome price when taken back. After indulging in a bit of daydreaming, the two settled on the deck for a chat, completely unaware of how much time had passed. "Old Mo, hurry up and haul the net. It's already past 8. 2 hours have slipped by." Upon hearing this, Mo Bai checked his phone and realized that indeed, over 2 hours had elapsed without his notice. "Coming, old Du," he replied, tucking his phone into his pocket and walking towards the crane. With a clatter, seawater gushed from the fishing net as it was pulled aboard. Seeing the bulging net, Mo Bai's excitement surged. As soon as the net was on the deck, he turned to Du Xiao and said, "Old Du, you handle the untangling. You managed to pull up a yellow croaker yesterday, while I only caught a grouper. Clearly, your luck surpasses mine." "Of course," Du Xiao replied with pride, raising his hands to untangle the net, fantasizing about landing another yellow croaker. The moment the net was freed, a cascade of marine debris spilled onto the deck. Just as they were about to start cleaning up, Mu Rongxue stepped forward to assist. Noticing her intention to help with the refuse, Mo Bai hurriedly interjected, "Shui, you needn't concern yourself with this mess. Let us men handle it. You should rest or go fishing with the lure. I would hate to see you doing such dirty work." Mu Rongshue's cheeks flushed at his words, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she replied, "All right then. I'll go fish with the lure." Chapter 38. Mu Rongxue catches a fish. Mu Rongxue hastily made her way to the boat's storage room, emerging with a lure rod and heading to the stern to cast her line. Meanwhile, Mo Bai and Du Xiao continued to clear the marine debris from the deck. As they worked, Mo Bai's mind was filled with the system's alert tones. Listening to the notifications, he mentally calculated their haul. After they had cleared all the refuse, the two men were disappointed to find no fish had been caught this time. Du Xiao, feeling a bit disheartened, picked up a water gun to wash the mud off the deck, while Mo Bai pondered over the catch, unable to make sense of it. Finally, he took out his phone to check, and was taken aback to discover that they had earned a system bonus of 1,010,000 more than the previous night. Just as Mo Bai was reveling in his good fortune, a sudden scream from the stern startled him. Fearing for Mu Rongshue's safety, he dashed to the back of the boat, only to find her battling a fish with her lure rod, her excitement palpable as she shouted in exhilaration. Noticing beads of sweat forming on her brow, Mo Bai rushed forward. "Shui, can you hold on? If you can't, let me take over. I'm quite skilled. I can still manage." "Mo Bai, I think I've hooked something massive. It's incredibly strong. Just give me a moment. If I can't handle it, I'll let you take over." Seeing her determination, Mo Bai stood by, observing her fight the fish, enchanted by the melodious sounds of the fishing line. After about 10 minutes, Mu Rongxue was breathless, panting heavily. Mo Bai, I can't hold on much longer. You need to hurry." Just as she finished speaking, the enormous creature surged forward, causing her to lose her balance and nearly tumble overboard. Quick as a flash, Mo Bai reached out and caught her, preventing her from falling into the sea, while simultaneously gripping the lure rod in her delicate hand. Once he steadied her, he asked with concern, "Shui, are you all right? That was far too close." As she stepped out of his embrace, Mu Rongxue blushed and replied, "Thank you, Mo Bai. I would have fallen if not for you." Seeing her unharmed, he suddenly remembered something and grinned. "Phew, all is well. Shui, have you ever heard the saying, a female angler's luck knows no bounds? I have a feeling this is going to be a great catch." "Stop it. You are being ridiculous." Keep talking like that, and I'll get mad. Mu Rongxue huffed, pouting adorably with her arms crossed and her feet tapping on the ground. Noticing her irritation, Bai quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I sincerely apologize, Shui. Hee, I forgive you. Now, please help me reel in this fish. Eager to impress Mu Rongxue, Bai pretended to tussle with the fish for a good 10 minutes before unleashing his prowess, effortlessly pulling the fish from the water. Gazing at the fish surfacing, Bai exclaimed, Wow, Shui, you've caught a bluefin tuna. Hurry, call Du Xiao for the gaff. Hearing Bai's words, Mu Rongxue was filled with excitement, but hesitated to approach the catch. She quickly dashed to the deck to find Du Xiao and fetch the gaff. Chapter 39, Returning to the dock. Bai held the lure rod with one hand, while the bluefin tuna thrashed in the water, unable to escape its fate. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Old where's the bluefin tuna? Let me see it before it gets away. Du Xiao called, running over with the gaff. He bent down to peer into the water, and upon spotting the enormous fish, he erupted in ecstatic movements. Calm down, old Du. Quickly, use the gaff to secure it. Upon hearing Bai's words, Du Xiao immediately reacted, hastily grasping the hook and thrusting it towards the head of the bluefin tuna below. With a satisfying squelch, the hook penetrated the fish's skull. Old I've struck it. Come help me. It's too heavy for me to pull alone. Seeing Du Xiao struggling, Bai swiftly approached, and together, they exerted their combined strength to haul the creature aboard. Bai beheld the massive bluefin tuna before him. Estimating its length to be over 3 meters, its body round and notably plump. Wow, the bluefin tuna I caught is enormous. I must take a picture with it. Upon witnessing the tuna being pulled onto the deck, Mu Rongxue excitedly dashed back to her cabin to fetch her camera. As soon as she departed, Du Xiao promptly employed the crane to lift the tuna, preparing to bleed it out with a knife. Observing Du Xiao's actions, Bai interjected, Hold on, old Du. Shui wants to take pictures. It won't take long. All right, we'll wait for a moment, Du Xiao conceded. Before long, Mu Rongxue returned with her camera, positioning herself beside the gigantic tuna for Bai to take photographs. With the camera in hand, Bai snapped dozens of pictures of Mu Rongxue and the tuna. And noticing her relentless enthusiasm, he set the camera down and urged, Shui, enough already. We must bleed this tuna and refrigerate it, otherwise, it will lose its value. Only after hearing Bai's words did Mu Rongxue relent, stepping aside to review the photos she had just captured. Bai then assisted Du Xiao in bleeding the tuna, simultaneously removing its entrails. Once they finished, they weighed the fish, prompting an exclamation from Bai. Goodness, 630 pounds. How much could this be worth? Du Xiao, seeing the weight, was equally exhilarated, grasping Bai's hand and exclaiming, Old we've struck it rich. This bluefin tuna is worth at least 6 million. Let us get it to the freezing chamber quickly to preserve it, or it will lose its value. Thus, Bai and Du Xiao maneuvered a cart to transport the bluefin tuna into the freezing chamber. After securing the tuna, Bai cheerfully remarked to Du Xiao, Old Du, let us head back. Old shouldn't we drag another net? Du Xiao suggested, but Bai, feeling urgency, quickly replied, What are you talking about? We must return and sell the tuna. All right then, Du Xiao responded, turning towards the helm. The fishing vessel roared to life, hastily making its way back to the dock at Huagu Town. Once Du Xiao took the helm, Bai approached Mu Rongxue and said, Shui, since you caught this tuna, I will transfer the proceeds to you once we sell it. Hee, Bai, there's no need for such formality. We'll split it down the middle. Of course, we must also give Du Xiao his share, as you promised he would receive a portion of the catches. Very well, we shall discuss it further upon our return. Bai agreed, subsequently joining Mu Rongxue on the deck to rest. As the fishing vessel approached the location where they had set the crab traps, Bai and Du Xiao began to retrieve them. The moment they set sail, Bai was greeted by a bounty of crabs, all soft shell, which, while not particularly valuable, he decided to take home to enjoy with Mu Rongxue. After collecting the traps, Du Xiao continued to navigate the vessel towards the harbor. With half an hour remaining until they reached port, Bai dialed Li Bo. Chapter 40, Li Bo's Confusion and Excitement. On the vast sea, the fishing vessel sped forward. The distant dock of Huagu Town came into view. This outing had proven quite fruitful for Bai. Soon enough, the vessel gently docked. And as it was still morning, the port bustled with fishermen and activity. Li Bo paced anxiously on the dock, waiting impatiently beside a refrigerated truck. As the fishing vessel anchored, Bai spotted Li Bo anxiously circling nearby and called out, Brother Li Bo, over here. Upon hearing Bai's voice, Li Bo looked up and quickly made his way aboard the vessel, eagerly asking, Bai, you've kept me waiting. I rushed over as soon as you called. Let me see the large yellow croaker and the bluefin tuna. Without waiting for a response, Li Bo dashed toward the live well, opening it only to be taken aback by what he saw. Mo, what is this? Is this a live well or a trash bin? Did you go out to collect marine debris? Mo chuckled softly at Li Bo's bewildered expression and patted his shoulder, saying, Indeed, I did venture to collect marine debris. My company specializes in the sorting and processing of ocean waste. And the bluefin tuna? What about the large yellow croaker? Li Bo pressed, clearly anxious. Follow me. Mo replied, leading Li Bo to the tank containing the yellow croaker. Upon seeing the lively fish, Li Bo's excitement surged, and he threw an arm around Mo's shoulder. Haha, Mo, I can't believe this yellow croaker is still alive. You truly have a knack for this. Now, let us check out that massive bluefin tuna. Mo then guided Li Bo to the freezing chamber. The instant the door opened, Li Bo was completely astonished. He had heard from Mo about the large bluefin tuna, but he had never anticipated it would be this immense. Gazing at Mo in shock, he inquired, Mo, how much does this bluefin tuna weigh? With a proud grin, Mo replied, 630 pounds. What do you think? Is it grand? Li Bo stood there, momentarily stunned by the weight, before slapping his cheek and exclaiming, No way. I need a moment to process this. After taking some time to gather himself, Li Bo began calling for help to load the truck, weighing the bluefin tuna, the yellow croaker, and the grouper. Once completed, Li Bo turned to Mo, stating, Mo, I want to squeeze you for more money. I'll purchase this 10-pound yellow croaker from you for 300,000. The grouper at 800 a pound for a total of 240,000. And for the bluefin tuna, I'll give you 6 million. To be honest, I intend to auction it off to boost my family's seafood restaurant's reputation. If you'd prefer, I can sell it at auction and then give you a portion of the proceeds. Mo considered Li Bo's offer. The price for the bluefin tuna aligned with Du Zhao's estimation. Not wanting to wait for the auction proceeds, he decided to let Li Bo handle the sale and treat the extra as a gesture of friendship. All right, brother Li Bo, let us proceed as you suggested. Great. Mo, you're generous. Let me just grab my phone to transfer the funds. Mo retrieved his phone, and Li Bo promptly transferred 6.54 million before exchanging pleasantries and hurriedly departing. Once Li Bo left, Mo instructed Murong Shui to contact the company's general manager and arrange for a team to come to the fishing vessel to clean up the marine debris. Chapter 41, Lu Jiao. On the fishing vessel, Mo waited in quiet anticipation when suddenly, a striking figure appeared on board. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Murong Shui joyfully approached. Xiao Lu, you are here. Following the sound, Mo beheld a stunningly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, clad in professional attire and clicking her high heels as she walked over. Curiously, he inquired, Xiao Shui, who is this? Murong Shui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, introduced Mo. This is our company's general manager, Lu Jiao. Recognizing her position, Mo wiped his hands and confidently stepped forward, extending his right hand. Hello, Lu Jiao. I am Mo, the chairman of our ocean sanitation company. Hello, Chairman Mo, Lu Jiao replied. Her demeanor frosty as she extended her left hand for a brief handshake before swiftly retracting it, a stark contrast to her earlier warmth with Murong Shui. This scene left Mo feeling awkward. Was he truly so unappealing? After this minor incident, Mo regained his composure and smiled at Lu Jiao. Manager Lu, please arrange for someone to clean up the marine debris on the fishing boat behind me and transport it back to the company for sorting. However, as soon as he spoke, Lu Jiao shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, Chairman Mo, do you expect me to handle this all on my own? You run the company like a detached overseer, fully aware that it requires personnel and machinery. You merely rent a site and neglect everything else, leaving the company account devoid of funds. How am I to manage the cleanup of marine debris from the fishing boat? With my words? Lu Jiao's outburst left Mo blushing in embarrassment, unable to articulate a response. Observing his discomfort, Murong Shui quickly interjected to smooth over the situation. Xiao Lu, this is partly my fault. Please do not hold it against Mo. I neglected to remind him. I will ensure he transfers funds to the company shortly, and you may proceed with purchasing machinery and hiring workers. Rest assured, such oversights will not recur. After Murong Shui's intervention, Lu Jiao's expression softened. Turning to Mo, she gently urged, Chairman Mo, please transfer funds to the company account promptly. Otherwise, how can the fishing boat set out to sea with all this marine debris unaddressed? Yes, of course. I will transfer it immediately, Mo responded. Eager to alleviate the tension, he promptly retrieved his phone and transferred 10 million to the company's account. Once the funds were confirmed, Mo looked up, scratching his head awkwardly as he addressed Lu Jiao. Manager Lu, I have transferred 10 million to the company account. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. I want to be going out to sea for now. Upon hearing about the 10 million, Lu Jiao's demeanor transformed, her face alight with an uncontainable smile. Chairman Mo, rest assured, I will handle everything. You have worked hard at sea. Please return home and rest. I will contact you once everything is in order. After exchanging a brief smile with Murong Shui, she bid farewell and departed, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the pavement. Watching Lu Jiao's retreating figure, Mo Bai felt speechless, rubbing his face before turning to Murong Shui. Xiao Shui, why don't you accompany Manager Lu? Please drive the car over to the company while I help Lao Du unload the crabs from the boat. All right. Murong Shui replied with a sweet smile, hastily pursuing Lu Jiao, who had already disembarked. Mo Bai watched Murong Shui until her figure vanished before turning to Lao Du to assist in unloading the crabs and the grouper from the boat. Chapter 42. The first distribution of profits at the bustling dock. Many cast envious glances at Mo Bai, the bluefin tuna, dragon grouper, and large yellow croaker they had unloaded from the fishing boat were all sights to behold, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious. Once Mo Bai and Lao Du had finished unloading all the crabs, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut and a beer belly approached, handing Mo Bai a business card while graciously introducing himself. Hello, young man, my name is Chun Dong, and I am a fish dealer at the dock. I noticed you have a wealth of quality fish on your boat. If you have more in the future, could you sell them to me? I guarantee a fair price. Accepting the card and placing it in his pocket, Mo Bai regarded Chun Dong, who appeared affable, and replied amicably, Hello, Boss Chun. My name is Mo Bai. I will certainly reach out if I have quality fish to sell. Upon hearing that Mo Bai would contact him, Chun Dong's heart swelled with excitement. His gaze shifted to the crab traps beside Mo Bai, realizing they were filled with sizable blue crabs, and he cheerfully inquired, Brother Mo Bai, let us make a deal. Are you selling those blue crabs? I can offer you a good price. No, I want to sell them. They are not for sale, Mo Bai firmly declined, wishing to keep the crabs for a feast with his goddess. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the rejection, Chun Dong offered a few polite remarks before turning to leave. Not long after Chun Dong departed, a luxurious Mercedes G-Class roared to a stop before Mo Bai. Murong Shui stepped out, opening the trunk and flashing a smile at Mo Bai. Hurry, you two, load the car. Hastily, Mo Bai and Lao Du began loading the blue crabs and the grouper into the vehicle, leaving one crate of blue crabs behind. Mo Bai turned to Lao Du and said, Lao Du, take this crate of blue crabs home. There's too much for me to finish. Feel free to share with others. Also, regarding your pay, I forgot to mention your salary is set at 50,000 a month. This time, I will share with you a total of 944,000 yuan. I have already transferred it to you while on the boat. Please check it later. Upon hearing he was to receive over 940,000 yuan, Lao Du gasped in disbelief. Oldemo, are you sure about this? The total sales from the fish were only 54 million. Even if I take 1%, that is only 654,000 yuan. Are you sure this amount is correct? And isn't my salary too high? Lao Du, let me clarify. Yes, your share of the fish sales is indeed 654,000 yuan. However, don't forget about the profits from the marine debris cleanup. Regarding your salary, as the captain, I see it as entirely justified. What? I want to even get into the salary, but how much can the marine debris possibly be worth? You're giving me nearly 300,000 yuan for that, old Mo. Are you out of your mind? Seeing Lao Du's bewildered expression, Mo Bai chuckled. Lao Du, just trust me. I have my methods. Take it. You won't regret it. Well, since you insist, I won't be rude. Just call me when you plan to go out to sea again. I checked the weather forecast earlier, and it seems a small typhoon is approaching, so we likely won't be able to head out. However, I'll keep an eye on the fishing boat and assist the company as needed, so you needn't worry about it. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Lao Du. I'll leave the fishing boat in your capable hands. Also, do pop into the company to keep an eye on things. Follow Manager Lu's arrangements. I'll inform her about it later. You can head back now. We're off to our home. After Lao Du departed, Mo Bai climbed into the car, driving Murong Shui toward the small fishing village. Chapter 43. The goddess's birthday. The sun shone brightly, and the cicadas buzzed, heralding the arrival of summer by the pond beside the willow trees in the small fishing village. Mo Bai drove back to the home of Murong Shui in Little Fish Village, transporting the blue crabs and that prized grouper into the refrigerator before seeking respite beneath the lychee tree in the yard. By this time, he was already drenched in sweat, his white short-sleeve shirt clinging closely to his physique, outlining his well-defined muscles. Murong Shui, noticing the now translucent fabric hugging his form, swallowed hard at the sight of his robust build. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of her reaction and, rather than address it, Mo Bai simply smiled at her. Shui, it's sweltering today. I'm parched, he remarked, picking up the refreshing tea she had prepared earlier, pouring himself a cup, and taking a hearty gulp. Glancing at Morong Shui, he added, by the way, regarding that bluefin tuna worth 6 million, I've given Du Xiao 10% and transferred the remainder to you. After taking a sip of her own tea, Morong Shui set her cup down. Her gaze fixed on Wobai. Didn't we agree to split it evenly? Why have you transferred it all to me? Just accept it, Shui. If it's too much, consider it my long-term rent payment to you, Wobai replied earnestly. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, Morong Shui ceased her objections. All right then, Wobai. I shall accept it for now, she conceded, adjusting her dress and fluttering it slightly. Wobai was suddenly enveloped by a delightful fragrance. Taking a deep breath, he turned to her. Shui, would you like me to fetch you a fan? With that, he returned to the house in search of a fan, emerging shortly after, brimming with enthusiasm as he began to fan her under the lychee tree. After a while, however, Morong Shui furrowed her brow, a hint of discontent shadowing her features as she looked at him. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Wobai paused his efforts and cautiously inquired, Shui, what troubles you? Why the sudden unhappiness? Wobai, today is my birthday. Will you celebrate it with me? I've never had anyone to celebrate with, being an orphan all my life. Could you accompany me to order a cake? Morong Shui propped her chin on her hands, gazing at him with unwavering anticipation. Upon learning of her orphan status, Wobai felt a pang of sorrow for Morong Shui, realizing that he too shared a similar fate, albeit accustomed to it over the years. A sense of kinship blossomed between them. Noticing Mokbot's silence, Morong Shui's expression fell, her brow tightening further. Mokbot, you don't have to feel obligated. I was merely saying it, she said, sensing his hesitation. Hey, Shui, since it's your birthday, how could I not be there for you? Don't worry, stay home. And I'll go order you a grand cake, he reassured her. The moment she heard his willingness to celebrate with her, Morong Shui's face lit up with joy, her earlier melancholy evaporating as she sprang into Mokbot's embrace. Thank you, Mokbot, for being here to celebrate my birthday. Feeling the warmth and fragrance emanating from her, Mokbot found himself momentarily distracted, quickly releasing the goddess from his hold. Shui, why don't you take a little break? I'll head out now to get you a big cake. Realizing her impulsive actions, Morong Shui blushed and sat down, offering Mokbot a sweet smile. Chapter 44, The Treasure Pavilion. Cicadas buzzed incessantly from the willow tree outside, while the luxuriant lychee tree bore an abundance of pale red fruit. After their agreement, Mokbot strolled out of the yard, and as soon as he settled into his car, his phone rang. I miss you. The vibration nearly sent the device soaring from his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noted it was a call from Wang Hao. As he had been intending to reach out to him, he answered, placing the phone to his ear. Hey Wang Hao, what's up? I just got back and was planning to find you. Where are you? All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Mokbot pressed the accelerator, driving towards Wang Hao's shipyard in Huagu Town. 30 minutes later, he parked steadily at the entrance of the shipyard. As he stepped out, Wang Hao suddenly leaped from somewhere, clapping him on the shoulder before wrapping an arm around him. Mokbot, you're back. And you didn't let me know right away? If it weren't for Li Bo, I wouldn't have known you returned from the sea. Since there's a typhoon brewing, we can't go out to sea. Let us have some fun. Looking at Wang Hao's carefree demeanor, Mokbot said sternly, release your grip. My sexual orientation is fine. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his arm. I have a question. Is there a decent jewelry master in our town? Mokbot, if you're looking to buy jewelry, let me think, Wang Hao replied, resting his hand on his forehead, contemplating for a moment before continuing. We don't have any jewelry masters in Huagu Town, but if you're interested, the treasure pavilion in the city is top-notch. However, they don't take orders from strangers. Fortunately, my dad knows Mr. Zheng from the pavilion. I'll have him give a call. Let us hurry to the treasure pavilion in the city, Mokbot exclaimed, pulling Wang Hao into his car and speeding towards the city. While en route, Wang Hao dialed his father's number, requesting help to connect with Mr. Zheng at the pavilion. After hanging up, he turned to Mokbot, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Mokbot, why the rush? Is there something going on with Morong Shui? Today is her birthday, and I wish to select a necklace for her. Mokbot replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's interest piqued, and he patted Mokbot on the shoulder. Wow, you're moving quickly. Feeling slightly annoyed by Wang Hao's playful antics while he was driving, Mokbot retorted, cut it out. I'm driving, so sit still. After receiving a light reprimand, Wang Hao complied, sitting properly as they chatted. An hour later, they arrived at the treasure pavilion in the city, and as Mokbot stepped out, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him at the sight of the ancient doors. He approached the entrance where a receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment at the treasure pavilion? Feeling a bit awkward, Mokbot realized they could not enter without a reservation. We have an appointment. We just contacted Mr. Zheng. You can ask him about a young man named Wang Hao, he explained as Wang Hao stepped forward to clarify. The receptionist maintained her cheerful demeanor. Very well, please wait a moment while I consult with Mr. Zheng. Chapter 45, Mr. Zhang's Shock. Standing at the entrance of the ancient treasure pavilion, Moba quietly awaited the receptionist's return. Shortly, she emerged with an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire and sporting white hair. The elder regarded Vobai and Wang Hao with a calm demeanor. Which one is Wang Hao? Old Zheng, it's me, Wang Hao. My father sent us here. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Old Zheng waved his hand to the attendant beside him. All right, you may leave now. I will take care of these two young friends. After the attendant departed, Old Zheng led Mo Bai and Wang Hao into the treasure pavilion. As they entered, Mo Bai gazed in awe at the dazzling array of jewels displayed on the counter, instantly feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, Old Zheng, who was walking ahead, halted, turned around, and said to Wang Hao with a calm demeanor, Young Wang, I share a good rapport with your father. Since he has mentioned you, I shall extend him the courtesy. What do you require? I can assist you with introductions. Ah, Old Zheng, it's not for me, but rather my companion here who needs to make a purchase. Old Zheng then directed his gaze toward Mo Bai, scrutinizing him intently. Observing Mo Bai's composed demeanor and the subtle aura emanating from him, Old Zheng couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Smiling slightly, he spoke, My young friend, may I inquire what type of jewelry you seek? Allow me to offer my assistance. Mo Bai smiled politely at Old Zheng and replied, Greetings, Old Zheng. My name is Mo Bai. Upon entering, I glanced at all the jewelry on display but found nothing suitable. I wonder if you offer custom designs. Old Zheng was taken aback that this young man seemed unimpressed by the treasures of the treasure pavilion, and he couldn't help but think to himself, Humph. This youth truly lacks humility. In this city, aside from my treasure pavilion, who else could present jewels of greater value? However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Instead, he addressed Mo Bai amiably, Young Mo Bai, I happen to be the chief jewelry designer here at the treasure pavilion. If you have a particular piece in mind, why don't we discuss it in my studio? After concluding his invitation, Old Zheng guided Mo Bai toward his studio. Wang Hao followed closely behind them. But as they reached the entrance, Old Zheng turned to him and said lightly, Young Wang, why don't you take a moment to enjoy some tea in the lounge? My studio is reserved for clients only. Ah, understood, Old Zheng. I shall go have some tea then. Once Wang Hao departed, Mo Bai entered the studio with Old Zheng, who closed the door and began observing his surroundings with curiosity. The walls were adorned with a captivating array of jewelry photographs, each depicting extraordinary pieces. Old Zheng, noticing Mo Bai's fascination with the images, proudly declared, What do you think? These are my prize creations. If you have something special, I assure you that I will not disappoint. Regaining his focus, Mo Bai ceased admiring the photographs. After taking a seat with Old Zheng, he carefully produced a delicate purple conch pearl, which he had previously retrieved from his nanospace medium, and placed it gently before Old Zheng. Gazing at the round, soft lavender pearl, Old Zheng scrutinized it for a moment before tremblingly lifting it into his hands. He examined it repeatedly, and feeling uncertain, he retrieved a magnifying glass for a closer look. As he continued to observe, his expression grew increasingly serious, eventually transforming into one of astonishment. Cautiously placing the conch pearl back on the table, he raised his gaze to Mo Bai, exclaiming with excitement, A unique treasure. Truly a one-of-a-kind gem. Young Mo Bai, this purple conch pearl has never been seen before in the world. If you were to sell it to my treasure pavilion, I would be willing to offer you 200 million. Upon hearing Old Zheng's offer, Mo Bai immediately felt reluctant to part with his pearl. Chapter 46, Custom Pearl Necklace in the Studio. Mo Bai observed the excited Old Zheng and spoke calmly. Old Zheng, I do not intend to sell this purple conch pearl. Instead, I would like you to craft it into a necklace as a birthday gift for a dear friend. What? Young Mo Bai, you do not wish to sell it. Yet you intend to gift it as a birthday present? Old Zheng exclaimed, momentarily stunned, even forgetting when his demeanor towards Mo Bai had shifted from young friend to young brother. Indeed, Old Zheng, I have no interest in selling it. The monetary value of this conch pearl is of no concern to me. I only wish to present it as a necklace to someone I hold dear. Old Zheng, admiring Mo Bai's disregard for wealth, felt a newfound respect for him. He sighed and said, You are absolutely right, young brother Mo Bai. Such an extraordinary gem cannot be measured by money. Its true worth lies in being bestowed upon someone cherished. Since you are resolute in this, I shall gladly accept this commission. Rest assured, in 2 hours, you may return for a satisfactory result. Thank you, Old Zheng, Mo Bai exclaimed, having arranged to return for the necklace in 2 hours. He then made his way to the tea room, where he found Wang Hao enjoying some tea. Wang Hao, come along, let us order a cake. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Mo Bai drove to a nearby street and entered a Mickey Mouse cake shop, where he ordered a large, 2-tiered fruitcake for Murong Shui, and then waited inside. Mo Bai, tell me honestly, how far have you and Murong Shui progressed? Ah, that's none of your concern. Just make sure to come for the wedding feast when the time comes. By the way, has the construction on my new boat commenced? Seeing Mo Bai intentionally change the subject, Wang Hao chose not to pry further into their relationship. He replied earnestly, "The construction has already begun. Rest assured, when the 2-month period is up, they will ensure timely delivery. I will instruct them to work overtime to guarantee quality. Thank you, Brother Wang. Once the new boat is launched, we shall celebrate in style. Haha, I look forward to you treating me to a grand feast." As Mo Bai chuckled at Wang Hao's enthusiasm, the two resumed their conversation on various other topics. After a considerable time, a shop employee presented the finished 2-tiered fruit cake to Mo Bai. Grasping the cake, he and Wang Hao left the shop. Upon checking the time on his phone, Mo Bai realized it was nearly time for his meeting with Old Zheng, and he promptly drove back to the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, Mo Bai knocked on Old Zheng's door. "Come in." Stepping inside, Mo Bai found Old Zheng wearing an expression of pride, admiring a necklace he held. Mo Bai's gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite necklace, reminiscent of a galaxy adorned with twinkling stars, exuding a unique charm and elegance. The soft lavender conch pearl, strung alongside the necklace, shimmered captivatingly in the light, akin to a romantic meteor streaking across the night sky, enchanting all who beheld it. After admiring his creation for a moment, Old Zheng turned and, upon noticing Mo Bai, broke into a hearty laugh. "Young brother Mo Bai, you have arrived. Your conch pearl necklace is complete. Coincidentally, this necklace is one of my recent proudest creations, and paired with your conch pearl, it sparkles like the stars in the sky. It is truly my finest work." After speaking, Old Zheng reluctantly handed the conch pearl necklace to Mo Bai. Taking the necklace into his hands and examining it, Mo Bai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Old Zheng's craftsmanship was indeed impeccable. "Thank you, Old Zheng. Mo Bai, my dear brother, there is no need for such formality. Should there be any exquisite treasures in the future, feel free to bring them forth. I shall craft unparalleled masterpieces for you." Mo Bai chuckled, exchanging pleasantries with the venerable Zheng before proceeding to the front desk to settle the crafting fee before departing from the treasure pavilion. He joined Wang Hao by the car, and together they set off towards Huagu Town. Chapter 47. The Goddess is Moved. In the scorching summer of the bustling city, the streets felt like a furnace. As Wu Bai navigated the vehicle at a brisk pace towards Huagu Town, an hour later they arrived at their destination, heading directly to Wang Hao's shipyard. "Mo Bai, what is your intention?" "I shan't return to the shipyard. I wish to accompany you home for cake," Wang Hao insisted. "Nonsense. Do not intrude upon our intimate world," Mo Bai retorted, promptly pressing the accelerator to return Wang Hao to the shipyard. As he departed, he leaned his arm against the car window, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Hao. "My apologies, brother Wang Hao. I shall treat you to a seafood feast another day." Without waiting for a response, he sped away, leaving a bewildered Wang Hao in his wake. "What is this? After spending the day with you, you leave me at the shipyard's doorstep," he muttered, resignedly making his way to the parking lot to drive his fiery red sports car and revel in solitude. As twilight descended upon the small fishing village, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the landscape. Villagers gathered in the square, enjoying the cool evening air, admiring the lotus flowers, and awaiting the return of their kin from the sea. In a tranquil courtyard, the lychee tree swayed gently in the breeze. After parking at the entrance, Mo Bai exited the vehicle, cake in hand, and entered the yard. He spotted Rong Xie reclining on a lounge chair and gently waved the cake. "Xiaoxua, I am back. Behold, this cake is for you." Upon seeing Mo Bai return with the cake, Rong sprang up in delight, accepting the offering with a radiant smile. "Mo Bai, thank you. I am truly overjoyed," she exclaimed, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. Observing her tearful expression, Mo Bai felt a pang of tenderness and approached her, delicately using a tissue to wipe her tears, as if caressing a precious gem. "Xiaoxua, shall we move indoors?" She replied softly, and together they returned inside. Setting the cake down, Mo Bai began retrieving crab and grouper from the refrigerator. "Xiaoxua, I shall prepare steamed crab and steamed grouper for us. Please tidy the stone table outside. Once I finish, we shall enjoy our dinner together." "All right, I understand," she responded sweetly, obediently heading outside to prepare. Mo Bai entered the kitchen, cleaning the crab and grouper before placing them in the steamer. After preparing the sauce, he patiently awaited their completion. Approximately half an hour later, sensing they were ready, he retrieved the crab and grouper, pouring the prepared sauce over the steamed grouper, thus finalizing the dish. As he carried the crab and grouper into the courtyard, he was greeted by the enchanting sight of it having transformed the stone table into a romantic setting. Beneath the lychee tree, the table was adorned with exquisite fruits, and the red wine sparkled enticingly in the goblets, the gentle candlelight illuminating the courtyard. Placing the crab and steamed grouper upon the table, Mo Bai found himself captivated by the effort Rong Xie had put into her appearance. "Xiaoxua, you look truly beautiful tonight." Chapter 48. Mutual Confessions. In the sweltering summer, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing sensation. Sitting across from beneath the lychee tree, their world illuminated by candlelight, they embarked upon a romantic evening. The dinner they shared was a beautiful moment where time stood still. Under the soft glow of the candles, they indulged in the delectable meal, reveling in each other's warmth. The aroma wafted from the table as their gazes intertwined, their souls connecting in an unspoken understanding. Mobai and synchronously lifted their glasses of red wine, their tender gazes conveying their affections, while the gestures of serving each other food became a silent language between them. After a heartwarming dinner, Mobai returned indoors, bringing forth the cake, lighting the candles, and gently addressing Mengxia. Xiaoxua, happy birthday. Make a wish. Mengxia closed her eyes, hands clasped at her chest, silently wishing, before opening her eyes to blow out the candles. As the candles extinguished and they cut into the cake, Mobai retrieved a beautifully crafted box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a stunning conch pearl necklace, glistening like the stars above. Xiaoxua, this is a gift for you. Upon seeing the exquisite necklace made from the purple conch pearl, Mengxia felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Mobot, thank you for this precious gift. But it is far too extravagant for me to accept. Oh, come now, Xiaoxua. Accept it. It is my birthday gift to you. And nothing is more valuable to me than you. Allow me to put it on for you. Without waiting for her to protest, he stepped behind Mengxia and gently adorned her neck with the necklace. Standing behind her, he was entranced by the delicate fragrance emanating from her. Xiaoxua, you look stunning with this necklace. Turning to face Mobai, Mengxia's chest rose and fell with emotion, her face radiating happiness. Thank you, Mobai. You are incredibly kind to me. Your presence brings the warmth of family into my life. Suddenly, Mengxia threw herself into Mobai's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Mobai, I have always felt you are exceptional. Every detail about you captivates me. You bring smiles to my face, making everything in life worthwhile. I want to tell you that I like you and that you are the most precious person to me. Feeling the warmth of the goddess in his arms, Mobai instinctively tightened his embrace. Xiaoxua, do you know? I often find myself at a loss for words in your presence, yet deep within, I harbor a strong desire to be with you. I want to express that my feelings for you are genuine. Mengxia looked up, her face brimming with hope. Mobai, are you truly sincere? Gazing into her eyes, Mobai's expression mirrored heartfelt emotion. Xiaoxua, I love you. Upon hearing his confession, Mengxia's heart raced, and she slowly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering delicately. As the atmosphere intensified, Mobai, captivated by the breathtaking beauty of leaned down and gently kissed her. In that moment when their lips met, the world around them seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the sound of their beating hearts echoing in the stillness. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, that kiss igniting a passionate flame between them. Chapter 49, Tender Affection. The inky night sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, as two figures beneath the lychee tree shared an ardent kiss before parting ways. Suddenly, Mobai felt his heart race, and he lifted the slumbering Mu Rongxue into his arms, ascending the staircase. Mu Rongxue buried her head deeply against Mobai's chest, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, too bashful to meet his gaze, while a flicker of anticipation danced in her heart. Upon reaching her room, he gently set her down, and together they shed the trappings of the day. The hour was late, and as the warmth of the evening faded, he enveloped her tightly in his embrace, surrendering to a deep slumber. Outside, the sky was overcast, a blanket of gray casting a somber air. The wind howled, rustling the lychee tree, which swayed precariously, yet its sturdy roots clung tenaciously to the earth, resisting the tempest. By the time dawn broke, the clock chimed 9, and Mobai awoke, his bleary eyes falling upon the serene face of Mu Rongxue. The events of the previous night felt vividly real. Noticing she was still in the throes of sleep, he chose not to disturb her. Rising, he retreated to the bathroom to freshen up, then descended to survey the gloomy weather outside. The chill of the approaching typhoon permeated the air, and after shutting the door, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. Once breakfast was ready, he returned upstairs, pushing the door open gently. Xiaoxua, breakfast is ready, he called softly. Mu Rongxue stirred, her drowsy eyes fluttering open to meet Mobai's sweet smile. Mobai, will you always treat me well? I truly fear losing you. With a robust hand, Mobai pulled her close, affectionately tousling her hair in an intimate gesture. Xiaoxua, what thoughts occupy your mind? From this day forth, you shall be my everything. No matter the circumstance, I shall never abandon you, unless you choose to cast me aside. Moved by his words, tears of happiness welled in Mu Rongxue's eyes. Thus, they nestled together in the warmth of his embrace, basking in the tender moment. Observing her, he noted an enchanting allure about Mu Rongxue that captivated him deeply. Taking a seat beside her, they savored the closeness for a while, until Mo Bai descended to await the arrival of his goddess for breakfast. Before long, Mu Rongshui appeared at the top of the stairs in a delicate blue dress. Though her gait seemed slightly unsteady, gazing at the beautiful Mu Rongshui, Mo Bai offered an awkward smile and stepped forward to support her graceful hand. Xiao Shui, you look even more radiant today. She shyly covered her flushed face with her hand, a soft giggle escaping her lips. Mo Bai, you're so naughty. Hee, Xiao Shui. Remember, a man must be a little mischievous to win a woman's heart. Rest assured, you will forever hold the topmost place in my heart. Mu Rongshui playfully raised her hand, mimicking a pinching gesture towards Mo Bai, her exquisite face pouting adorably. Is that truly the case? You mustn't deceive me. If you dare to lie, I shall have my revenge. Of course it's true. My feelings for you run deeper than gold. With a sweet smile directed at Mo Bai, Mu Rongshui settled down to enjoy her breakfast. After their meal, glancing outside at the dreary weather, Mo Bai furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with profound affection for Mu Rongshui. Xiao Shui, the weather is unfavorable today. Let us remain indoors. Tomorrow, after the typhoon passes, I shall take you out to sea for another dive to commemorate our love. Sounds wonderful. But remember, no backing out. Chapter 50, Trouble Arrives. The gloomy weather and howling winds rendered outdoor excursions impractical. After breakfast, Mo Bai accompanied Mu Rongshui as they lounged in the second living room, watching television. With her nestled in his embrace, the two enveloped in sweet intimacy. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Is Mo Bai here? Xiao Shui, stay here. I'll go check, he instructed, stepping out of the living room and into the courtyard, where he found a police car parked outside. Two officers in uniform stood vigilantly at the gate, peering in. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? One officer produced a phone, checking something before nodding to his partner and looking up at Mo Bai. You must be Mo Bai. We are from the Shuli Bureau in Huagu Town. Do you recall the incident a few days ago when you injured some individuals at the mountain road behind the dock? We have received a report from them, and you are formally detained on charges of assault. Please accompany us. Realizing the officers had come for this matter, Mo Bai understood instantly. It seemed the notorious Ba Yi was not one to relent. He would need to teach him a lesson soon. Ignoring the officers, he returned to the living room and leaned down to plant a tender kiss on Mu Rongshui. Xiao Shui, the police need to speak with me. I'll be back shortly. Upon hearing the police were looking for Mo Bai, Mu Rongshui's heart raced with worry. Mo Bai, you haven't done anything wrong. Have you? Of course not, Xiao Shui. They just want to clarify a few things about the incident I witnessed after buying my car. Having understood the situation, Mu Rongshui still expressed concern. Oh, well, if anything arises, remember to call me. After reassuring her further, he turned and left the living room with the two officers. Departing the small fishing village, the police car swiftly transported Mo Bai to the Shuli Bureau in Huagu Town. Inside the interrogation room, he sat across from two officers. Their gazes locked. Suddenly, the deputy director, Liao, spoke up. So, Mo Bai, confess honestly. Why did you assault someone on the mountain that day? If you don't cooperate, we will have to detain you. Once you enter this facility, there is no way out. Liao's words were a clear indication he aimed to protect Ba Yi. And even if Mo Bai confessed, he knew he wouldn't be released. Thus, he began to strategize how to navigate the trap Ba Yi had laid for him. While contemplating, Liao abruptly slammed his hand on the table. You may choose to remain silent, but I advise you to confess quickly. Otherwise, prepare for detention. After waiting in vain for a response, Liao leaned in and whispered something to the officer beside him. The officer nodded and rose to turn off the video recording in the interrogation room. As the recording ceased, Liao's demeanor shifted drastically. He pointed at Mo Bai with an air of arrogance. You dare to cross Ba Yi? You do not realize the power he wields. He has stated that if you kneel before him and apologize, followed by signing a bodyguard contract, he will let you go. Think it over. I'll return in 10 minutes. If you haven't made a decision by then, I will formally detain you. With that, Liao and the officer exited, slamming the door behind them. Alone, Mo Bai seethed with anger. It was outrageous that a deputy director would serve as Ba Yi's lackey, clearly aiming to force him into becoming Ba Yi's bodyguard. What should he do now? Chapter 51, A Mayor's Friend. In the quiet of the interrogation room, Mo Bai sat alone on the chair, his mind racing as he sought a way to extricate himself from this predicament. What should I do? Am I really expected to unleash my masterful power to break free from this place? How could I possibly survive in the kingdom of dragon souls afterward, or worse, end up stranded abroad? No, I must not resort to such measures. That would be a betrayal to Xiao Shui. Just as he found himself in a quandary, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Deputy Director Liao strode in with purpose, hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by a young official from Shuli. The young official closed the door, and Deputy Director Liao lifted his chin, casting a disdainful glance at Mo Bai. Well, have you made up your mind, kid? If not, I shall proceed with your lawful detention. After a moment of silence, with no response from Mo Bai, Deputy Director Liao's anger boiled over. You, reckless hooligan. With so many victims testifying against you, the evidence is irrefutable. Since you refused to cooperate, I am now enforcing your detention. Xiao Wang, cuff him, he commanded. Xiao Wang hurried forward to restrain Mo Bai's hands, escorting him alongside Deputy Director Liao out of the interrogation room. As they stepped into the courtyard of the Shuli Bureau, a throng of people surged in from outside. Deputy Director Liao noticed that the director was accompanying a middle-aged man, inspecting the premises, and suddenly slapped his forehead, murmuring to himself, how could I forget? Mayor Lu from the Deep City is visiting our Huagu Town Shuli Bureau today. What a splendid opportunity I've let slip by. Amidst the crowd, Deputy Director Liao's voice suddenly reached Mo Bai's ears. Realizing the identity of the middle-aged man within the throng, Mo Bai's expression brightened. And he thought to himself, system, activate the friend relationship card, target Mayor Lu. Ding. The system detected the host's use of the friend relationship card, targeting Mayor Lu. Are you sure? Affirmative. Ding. The system has successfully bound the friend relationship card to Mayor Lu. Mo Bai's spirits soared as he broke into a radiant smile. Observing the young lad's sudden mirth, the frustrated Deputy Director Liao kicked Mo Bai's rear, exclaiming, what are you laughing at? Once you enter detention, you'll have plenty to worry about. Move along. Feeling a sense of relief from the kick, Deputy Director Liao led Mo Bai towards the exit of the Shuli courtyard. As they approached Mayor Lu, the latter appeared to notice something and raised his hand to part the crowd, making his way towards Mo Bai. Upon seeing Mayor Lu approach, Deputy Director Liao's heart leapt, and he hurried forward, extending his left hand. Greetings, Mayor Lu. I am Liao Wenming, Deputy Director of the Shuli Bureau in Huagu Town. Mayor Lu, however, paid him no heed, striding past without acknowledgement. The scene left Liao Wenming awkwardly holding his outstretched hand, unsure of how to proceed. Upon reaching Mo Bai, Mayor Lu's face lit up with a broad smile, as if greeting an old friend. Old Mo, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Care to share? The familiarity in Mayor Lu's voice brought a rush of joy to Mo Bai's heart. It seemed the friend relationship card provided by the system was indeed powerful. After the initial thrill, he recounted the events that led to his current predicament. At this point, Mayor Lu's expression darkened, and he turned to glare at the trembling Deputy Director Liao, his voice icy as he reprimanded. Deputy Director Liao, explain to me what exactly is going on here. Chapter 52, The Misfortunes of Liao Wenming. In the courtyard of Shuli, a crowd gathered around Mo Bai and his companions. Following Mayor Lu's inquiry, the stammering Deputy Director Liao began to recount the events, but he only described the circumstances without revealing his earlier threats in the interrogation room. Upon concluding his account, Mayor Lu erupted in indignation. Deputy Director Liao, what is the meaning of this? You allow so many to assault a single individual, yet you chose to detain him alone at the Shuli Bureau, neglecting the others? After reprimanding Liao, Mayor Lu turned his attention back to Mo Bai. Old Mo, this matter can be resolved easily, but if it drags on, you may suffer for a few days. Do you have any other evidence? Indeed, I do. He then retrieved a voice recorder from his jacket pocket, a device he had discreetly exchanged from the system when Deputy Liao had approached him, keeping it on hand for such contingencies. Presenting the recorder to Mayor Lu, he watched as the latter activated it. Soon, Deputy Director Liao's arrogant voice echoed from the device. You dare offend Lord Ba? You have no idea how many eyes Lord Ma has. He said that as long as you kneel before him and admit your fault, then sign a bodyguard contract with him, he will let you off the hook. Think it over. I'll return in 10 minutes. If you haven't made a choice by then, I will proceed with your formal detention. Mayor Lu halted the recording at this point, his face darkening in fury. He turned and hurled the recorder at Deputy Director Liao's face, seething. Is this what you call good work? A deputy director of the Shuli Bureau, reduced to being a lackey for a street thug? Do you take pride in wearing that uniform? Director Zhou, come here. Arrest him, strip him of that uniform, and hand him over to the city prosecutor's office. At this moment, Liao Wenming was trembling with fear, collapsing to the ground, devoid of the earlier bravado, muttering, it's over. All over. Following Director Zhou's orders, two officers swiftly approached to escort Liao away. Once Liao was taken down, Mayor Lu turned to the young official from Shuli and commanded, release those handcuffs immediately. Then, addressing Director Zhou, he asserted, Director Zhou, dispatch officers at once to apprehend the rogue known as Lord Ba, who has been terrorizing Huagu Town. Such scum cannot be allowed to persist. The people will not tolerate it. In no time, several police cars sped towards Huagu Town. Once everything was set in motion, Mayor Lu turned back to Mo Bai. Old Mo, it's all sorted now. I have other matters to attend to, so you may leave. If anything arises, just give me a call. Haha. Old Lu, you go on ahead. I'll take my leave. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, a family feast. Observing the camaraderie between Mo Bai and Mayor Liu, director Zhou discreetly etched Mo Bai's likeness into his memory. As soon as he exited the Shuli courtyard, Mo Bai's expression darkened. That damn Lord Ba. I wouldn't he let you off without a lesson. With that, he unleashed his masterful power, transforming into a fleeting shadow and dashing forth, his speed surpassing that of a speeding vehicle. Chapter 53. Teaching Lord Ba a lesson. The streets of Huagu town were bustling with traffic, several police cars blocking the road, motionless. Mo Bai's form became a blur as he raced through the streets, weaving past the crowd and stirring up a whirlwind. Some bystanders sensed a sudden flash of movement, but, upon glancing around, found nothing, attributing it to the confusion of the typhoon weather. In the largest bathhouse in Huagu town, the Red Romance, Lord Ba sat comfortably in his office, sipping tea. In the midst of his delightful fantasies, eagerly anticipating the moment Deputy Director Liao would conclude matters concerning that young man. He looked forward to witnessing the expression on the boy's face once he became his bodyguard. Suddenly, the grand mahogany door was forcefully kicked open. Mo Bai dashed in like a wisp of shadow, swiftly delivering several slaps to the face of the venerable Eighth Master, lowering his voice and uttering coldly, "Old fool. Dare to scheme against me? You must be courting death. You should be grateful this is a society governed by law. Otherwise, I would have taken your life." Dazed and bloodied from the slaps, Eighth Master looked up and, to his horror, recognized the young man from that day on the back mountain, trembling in fear. "How did you get here? What do you want? I warn you, there are cameras here. If you strike me, you won't escape unscathed. Is that so?" Mo Bai sneered, delivering another resounding slap that sent Eighth Master crashing to the ground, his mouth striking the floor and several teeth shattering. Noting the silence that followed Eighth Master's fall, Mo Bai approached to inspect him, disdainfully commenting, "Is this what a trained man amounts to? He can't even withstand a single slap and faints in fear." Having vented his frustrations, Mo Bai contemplated the unconscious Eighth Master, pondering how he would extricate himself should Shu Li discover this debacle. Just as despair began to creep in, he suddenly recalled the system, summoning it forth. Does the system have a way to erase a person's memory and alter all the footage here? Ding. Would the host like to exchange for a memory modification card? Upon hearing that the system indeed offered a memory modification card, Mo Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. How do I exchange for the memory modification card? Ding. The exchange for the memory modification card requires 10 million. Does the host wish to proceed? Stunned by the exorbitant cost, he felt a pang of anguish, but considering the trouble Eighth Master could cause, he gritted his teeth and replied, "System, confirm the purchase of the memory modification card." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the memory modification card. Does the host wish to use it? Confirm use. Modify his memory to reflect that he fell like this. Ding. The system has successfully modified Eighth Master's memory. With Eighth Master's memory altered, only the modification of the surveillance footage remained. Mo Bai inquired, "Does the system have a means to alter the video data?" Ding. Modifying the video data also requires 10 million. Does the host confirm? Upon learning that altering the data demanded another 10 million, his heart felt as if it were bleeding. He had recklessly spent 20 million in a fit of anger. Yet, as long as he could relieve this pent-up frustration, money seemed inconsequential. System. Confirm the modification of the video data. With that, he dashed toward the exit like a fleeting shadow. Ding. The system has modified the video data. Just as the system completed its tasks, Mo Bai burst out of the Red Romance establishment, only to be greeted by the wailing sirens of several police cars racing toward him, a throng of Shu Li officers pouring into the premises. Observing the unfolding scene, Mo Bai smiled faintly, turning to hail a taxi to return to his home in the fishing village. Chapter 54. Company opening. Returning home to the small fishing village by taxi, the sun was already setting. The events of the day had imparted a lesson to Mo Bai. Henceforth, he must act decisively, leaving no loose ends. After settling the fare, he pushed open the courtyard gate and was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma wafting from inside. He hurried into the living room. "Xiaoxue, I'm back." Murmuring in quiet anticipation, Murong Shui rushed to him upon hearing his voice, leaping into his embrace, her heart racing with concern as she asked, "Mo Bai, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong?" "I'm perfectly fine. I should be thanking you for preparing dinner and waiting for me." "Hee, as long as you're okay. Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Approaching the table, Mo Bai's eyes widened at the sight of the sumptuous spread before him, prompting him to eagerly seize his chopsticks and devour the meal with gusto. In no time, he had cleared the entire table. Murong Shui, having eaten sparingly, rested her chin on her hands, quietly observing Mo Bai's voracious feast. Once he finished, she gently offered him a napkin. "Mo Bai, wipe your mouth." After taking the napkin and cleaning up, he urged Murong Shui to rest while he began tidying the dishes. Once everything was washed and put away, He returned to Murong Shui, where they shared tender moments together. Leaning against Mo Bai's chest, Murong Shui traced circles with her finger, suddenly breaking the silence. Mo Bai, Lu Jiaojiao called me earlier. She said the company is opening tomorrow and has invited us to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Gazing at the goddess in his arms and then out at the darkening sky, Missouri Bai smiled mysteriously. Then we'll head over tomorrow morning. With that, he scooped Murong Shui into his arms and ascended the stairs. Hey, you rascal, what are you planning? Hee. What else? Of course, to admire the beautiful scenery on rice paper. As he carried Murong Shui into the room, a fragrant scent of ink soon enveloped them. The two nestled together, eventually succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. Time flowed like shifting sands. The morning arrived with the typhoon having subsided significantly, and the sun beamed down upon the earth. Mo Bai awoke to find Murong Shui had vanished, but the enticing aroma wafting from downstairs brought a smile to his face. He quickly rose, groomed himself, and headed downstairs. After sharing breakfast with Murong Shui, he drove her to the company at the dock. Upon arrival, they were met with a bustling crowd outside the company entrance, where Lu Jiaojiao stood in the center. Spotting Mo Bai and Murong Shui, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Chairpersons, you've finally arrived. The ribbon-cutting ceremony is about to begin. Even the town mayor has come to show support, bringing flowers." Along with Director Zhou from the Shuli Bureau and some friends of Director Mo arriving at the center of the crowd. Mo Bai expressed his gratitude to the throngs of well-wishers before delivering an impassioned speech. Amidst the thunderous applause, he clasped Murong Shui's delicate hand and, with a swift snip of the scissors, severed the red ribbon, marking the official establishment and opening of the company. Following the ceremony, Mo Bai gathered the attendees and led them to a restaurant Lu Jiaojiao had prearranged for the celebration. The restaurant was abuzz with familiar and unfamiliar faces, a gathering of esteemed guests. Under Lu Jiaojiao's guidance, Mo Bai and Murong Shui began to toast each guest in turn. After toasting everyone in the main hall, Mo Bai and Murong Shui made their way to the private dining room where Mayor Wang and others were seated. Pushing open the door, he entered with a smile. Chapter 55. Flattering Mo Bai. As the lively restaurant hall fell silent upon Mo Bai closing the private room door, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon seeing Mo Bai enter with a glass in hand, Mayor Wang, seated at the head of the table, immediately rose, approaching Mo Bai with a beaming smile and a glass of wine. "Young brother Mo Bai, you are truly exceptional. At such a young age, you founded the Ocean Sanitation Company, striving to clean up marine debris and contribute to the ocean's ecological balance, thus benefiting humanity and our blue planet. I raise this glass to you." Gazing at Mayor Wang, Mo Bai felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This man was laying it on thick, clearly attempting to ingratiate himself. Suppressing the distaste within, I feigned a smile and clinked glasses with the other party, then proceeded to toast one by one. Just as I approached Director Zhou, he unexpectedly addressed Mo Bai, saying, "Young brother Mo Bai, I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. However, we have already expelled Deputy Director Liao from the party and handed the matter over to the procuratorial authorities. Should you encounter any further injustices, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall advocate for you." Mo Bai silently regarded Director Zhou, fully aware of the underlying motives. These individuals were merely courting favor due to his association with Mayor Liu. Yet, resources should not go unused, if it meant limiting interactions with them in the future. So be it. He lifted his glass, courteously clinked it against Zhou's, and downed its contents in one go. "Excellent. Young brother Mo Bai has a fine capacity for liquor," Zhou remarked as applause erupted in the private room. Mayor Wang, with a grin, turned to Mo Bai and declared, "Young brother Mo Bai, at such a tender age, you have become a renowned entrepreneur in our town, making significant contributions to the marine environment. The town has decided to award your company with the Model Worker Award. Furthermore, we shall compose an article about your company and publish it on the town's public account, so that everyone knows our Huagu town boasts a business that selflessly contributes to the ocean." Suppressing a smirk, Mo Bai extended his left hand and shook hands with Mayor Wang. "I am grateful for your unwavering support, Mayor Wang. Rest assured, our company is committed to cleaning up oceanic waste. Until we have eradicated this marine refuse, our work shall not cease. Should our company require expansion in the future, I hope for your continued support." "Ah, that is certain. Such an exemplary enterprise, not for its own gain, but solely for the protection of our marine environment, represents the pride of Huagu Town. Young brother Mo Bai, you can be assured, should your company wish to expand further, I will clear the way for you. Many thanks, Mayor Wang." Mo Bai raised his glass once more to clink with Wang's before taking his leave from the private room. Stepping outside, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside had been quite suffocating. He could hardly comprehend the motivations of these sycophants, each clamoring for his attention. Dismissing such burdensome thoughts, he sought out Du Xiao, who was seated with Wang Hao and the others, accompanied by Murong Shui. As he approached, Wang Hao and the others offered their congratulations. Brother Mo Bai, congratulations on the establishment of your new company. Thank you all so much. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality, Mo Bai replied courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Du Xiao and said, Old Du, I checked the weather. Tomorrow promises to be a bright sunny day. Please ensure the fishing boats are fully fueled in the afternoon, as we plan to set sail early tomorrow. Du Xiao nodded in agreement, and Mo Bai joined the others for conversation and dining. After a lengthy gathering, the banquet finally dispersed, and it was already afternoon. Mo Bai and Murong Shui departed for the tourist beach at Huagu Town to indulge in some leisure. Chapter 56. Adding members on the tranquil sands of Huagu Town's beach. Murong Shui donned a bikini that accentuated her exquisite figure, frolicking in the water alongside Mo Bai. Their playful antics made time fly until the sun dipped below the horizon, prompting their return to the small fishing village. Upon arriving home, the sky had darkened. After freshening up, Mo Bai joined Murong Shui on the bed. Shui, as we venture out to sea tomorrow, what would you like to eat? I can procure some provisions for us. Hee, Mo Bai, just buy whatever you like. I'm not picky. However, I do wish to experience camping on an island, as I have never been to one before. Very well. I shall purchase a small inflatable raft and a tent tomorrow, and we will spend a delightful night on the island. Suddenly, Murong Shui said something peculiar. You are so naughty. What are you thinking about? Quickly turn off the light and sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. With that, Mo Bai reached for the bedside lamp and extinguished the light, plunging the room into darkness. In the stillness, Murong Shui's startled voice pierced the silence. Mo Bai, what are you doing? What else would I be doing? He replied, and the room once again fell silent. Eventually, Mo Bai drifted into a deep slumber, holding Murong Shui close. In the early morning, Mo Bai rose early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Murong Shui. After they finished eating, they set off in their car toward the dock. At the dockside supermarket, Mo Bai acquired a small inflatable raft, a large tent, and some food before driving to the pier. From a distance, he spotted Du Xiao standing there, accompanied by two dark-skinned young men, their sun-kissed skin revealing their days spent fishing at sea. Parking the car, Mo Bai approached Du Xiao, curious. Old Du, have you finished fueling? Who are these two beside you? All set. Old Mo, let me introduce you. These two are my former crew members. Since they are currently without work, I thought to bring them along to see if you could use their help. After all, it's just the two of us on the boat, which is a bit insufficient. They both possess experience and hold captain's licenses. Knowing they were Du Xiao's former crew, Mo Bai felt reassured. As long as they were from Du Xiao, he trusted their intentions completely. Given the shortage of crew members on the boat, it would ease his burden to onboard these two. Clearing his throat, he addressed the two young men. From today onward, you will both join my crew, with a monthly salary equivalent to Du Xiao's 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing the offer, the two young men were elated, albeit a bit shy. Boss, hello. I'm A Qin. I look forward to your guidance. Boss, hello. I'm A Ping. I hope for your favor. Hearing their introductions, Mo Bai found it a bit awkward and smiled. A Qin, a Ping, just be casual and call me Old Mo. No need for boss. It sounds rather strange. Surprised by their new boss's easygoing nature, the two relaxed, shedding their initial shyness. As the atmosphere became more congenial, everyone pitched in to haul the car's cargo onto the fishing boat. Standing on the deck, Mo Bai waved his hand and declared, set sail southward. Chapter 57. Being followed on the boundless ocean, the morning sun cast its rays upon the water, creating a shimmering surface. Du Xiao navigated the fishing boat at a speed of 30 knots toward the southern waters. As soon as they departed the harbor, another fishing vessel trailed behind them at a distance. After sailing 30 nautical miles, the pursuing boat continued to follow. Du Xiao halted the fishing boat and noticed that the other vessel had also come to a stop. He, along with a Qin and a Ping, approached Mo Bai, who was admiring the scenery on the deck. Old Mo, we've been followed since we left the harbor. It might be that someone is envious of our previous catch of that bluefin tuna. What should we do? Du Xiao reported, curious about the tailing vessel. Mo Bai turned to look, suddenly spotting a fishing boat anchored about a mile away. Old Du, have you forgotten what business we're in? There's no need to concern ourselves. Let them follow as they wish. Unless they intend to stop fishing altogether. Du Xiao suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. How could I have let that slip? We're not here specifically for fishing. Let them follow if they wish. All right, enough about them. A Qin, A Ping, please head to the back of the boat and prepare the dragnet. We will set out to drag for a while before discussing further. Very well, Lao Mo. As A Qin and A Ping went to hang the dragnet at the stern, Du Xiao chuckled. Lao Mo, what do you think of these two I recommended? They are seasoned veterans with impeccable character, honest individuals indeed. He produced a cigarette, offering one to Du Xiao before lighting one for himself, nodding slowly. Lao Du, I trust your judgment. Du Xiao took a deep drag, releasing a smoke ring with a grin. Naturally, I once owned my own fishing vessel and had to be discerning when hiring crew. It's not merely out of pity for their plight that I brought them aboard your boat now that mine is gone. Now, let us stop chatting and see if A-Chin and A-Ping have secured the dragnet. Reaching the rear of the fishing boat, A-Chin and A-Ping had already hung the dragnet and set it into the sea. A-Chin, noticing Mo by approaching, suddenly spoke up. Lao Mo, while we were hanging the dragnet, we noticed another fishing boat trailing us, and they have also deployed their dragnet. It seems they are intent on shadowing us. No matter, let them follow. They will have their regrets in due time. Lao Du, you steer the boat. Let us halt in 2 hours to retrieve the net. Got it. Du Xiao turned toward the helm to take command. Soon, the fishing vessel began to move, and Mo Bai and A-Chin engaged in casual conversation on the deck. Time passed gradually. While conversing, Mo Bai suddenly felt the boat come to a stop and saw Du Xiao approaching, already knowing what was afoot. Let us go, A-Chin, A-Ping. Prepare to haul in the net. The group gathered at the stern as A-Chin and A-Ping hurriedly operated the crane to lift the dragnet out of the water. The moment the dragnet broke the surface, seawater cascaded down from it in torrents. Gazing at the bulging net, Mo Bai's heart raced with excitement. After spending several million over the past few days, it was time to recoup some losses. However, the system had been peculiarly silent, not dispatching any tasks for several days, which felt rather unsettling. As the dragnet was hoisted onto the deck, Mo Bai noticed the trailing fishing boat had also stopped and was beginning to retrieve their net. He cast a fleeting glance but chose to ignore them, beckoning Du Xiao and the others to join him on the deck. A-Chin, you take the lead on this haul. Let us see how lucky you are. Last time, when Du Xiao untangled the net, he pulled up a large yellow croaker. A-Chin and A-Ping, having been introduced by Du Xiao, were aware that this boat primarily gathered marine debris. Yet they were astonished to learn from Du Xiao that they might unexpectedly catch a large yellow croaker, igniting their anticipation as they reached to untie the bottom of the dragnet. With a whoosh, countless pieces of marine debris cascaded down, swiftly filling the entire deck. Chapter 58. Frustration. Staring at the deck cluttered with marine debris, Mo Bai silently commanded the system. Bind A-Chin and A-Ping as system assistants. Ding. The system has detected that the host wishes to bind A-Chin and A-Ping as system assistants. Does the host confirm? Confirmed. Ding. The system has successfully bound A-Chin and A-Ping as assistants. After successfully binding A-Chin and A-Ping, Mo Bai instructed everyone to begin clearing the marine debris from the deck, tossing it all into the live well. Suddenly, A-Chin shouted, Lao Mo, look over there. That fishing boat is rapidly approaching us. Hearing A-Chin's words, Mo Bai looked up and indeed saw the fishing boat drawing near. The group abruptly halted their actions, standing at the bow, gazing at the swiftly approaching vessel. As the fishing boat drew closer, it gradually came to a stop, remaining a mere dozen meters away, side by side in the vast sea. On the opposing fishing boat, two burly men with dark skin appeared, eyes widening at the sight of the deck overflowing with marine debris, as one of them exclaimed, What is this? We thought following you would yield some good catch, but all you've netted is garbage. How unfortunate. Mo Bai, observing the deflated dragnet behind the two men, immediately understood. They had caught nothing and were now seeking trouble out of frustration. Fixing them with a cold gaze, he spoke in a low voice, Before I lose my temper, you'd best leave. The two men, taken aback by the boldness of the opposing crew, felt emboldened despite the distance separating them. Thus, they retorted arrogantly, Humph, little trash. You're only fit to collect garbage. Their words ignited Du Xiao and the others' indignation, prompting them to retaliate verbally. After exchanging insults for a brief moment, Mo Bai raised his hand to halt Du Xiao and the others. What is the point in talking to such people? Watch this. He bent down, picked up a water-filled plastic bottle, and hurled it at the two men across the way. Bang! The water-filled bottle struck one of the men squarely, causing him to stumble backward, colliding with his companion. Both lost their balance and fell to the ground. A-Chin and the others erupted in laughter at the sight of the two men sprawled on the deck. You all are pathetic. And you dare come over here to stir up trouble? The fallen men, their faces darkened with embarrassment, wished to retaliate, but found themselves empty-handed. They hesitated to ram their boat into the opposing one, and they were outmatched in a verbal exchange. Frustrated, they let out a huff, scrambled to their feet, and sped away in their fishing boat. Seeing the opposing vessel retreat, Mo Bai called for the group to continue clearing the marine debris from the deck. He turned over a tire and unexpectedly discovered a massive squid beneath it. Setting it aside for lunch, he prepared to enjoy the squid later. With 4 people working together, The deck was quickly cleared of the marine debris, and Achin and his companions each managed to find a large squid, while no other fish were caught. This left Achin feeling somewhat disappointed, as he felt distant from his expectations. Observing Achin's disheartened expression, Imobai patted him on the shoulder. Achin, after all, we can't always be this lucky. We are primarily here to collect marine debris. As for the fish, it's a bonus. Fortunately, we've gathered 4 large squids, so we can enjoy a sumptuous grilled squid lunch. Lao, I understand. Achin replied, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Chapter 59. Diving. Once all the marine debris had been disposed of in the live well, Aping volunteered to prepare lunch. Du Xiao and Achin began clearing the sludge from the deck. Imobai found himself at a loose end, pulling out his phone to check the haul from this dragnet. The system had been so vocal earlier that he couldn't tally everything accurately, but after some calculations, he discovered the total system rewards amounted to an astonishing 3 million. Gazing at the recovered 3 million, his earlier frustration dissipated, and he turned, humming a tune as he made his way to Murong Shue's resting quarters to find her. Since lying down, Murong Shue had not yet emerged. He knocked gently on the door, and upon receiving no response, he turned the handle to find it unlocked, pushing the door open. He saw Murong Shue still resting on the bed and approached, lightly patting her back. Shue, you lazybones, get up already. In a state of drowsy languor, Murong Shue sensed someone tapping her, slowly opening her eyes to behold Imobai before her. A sweet smile graced her lips as she extended her arms to embrace his neck. It's your fault for keeping me up late last night. I was a bit tired, so I indulged in a little extra sleep. With a sheepish grin, Imobai replied, my apologies, my apologies. Little Shue, do wake up quickly. Aping has nearly finished preparing breakfast. After we eat, we can rest, and I shall take you diving to commemorate our love. Upon hearing of the impending dive, her interest piqued. She released her hold on Imobai and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Imobai, you step outside first. I need to change. He secured the door as he exited, and upon reaching the deck, he approached Du Xiao and Achin, who were smoking nearby. Old Du, Achin, after we finish breakfast, let us rest for 2 hours. Little Shue and I are going diving. Will you join us? Gazing at Imobai, Du Xiao and Achin shook their heads vigorously. You two go ahead. We'll stay on the boat and do some lure fishing. It's a perfect time to relax. Du Xiao, with a clear understanding, had noticed since that morning that the relationship between Imobai and Murong Shue was anything but ordinary. Their demeanor and expressions when together exuded intimacy, and they certainly wouldn't want to play the third wheel. Just then, Murong Shue emerged from the cabin, smiling as she greeted the trio. Hello, old Du, Achin. Hee. Sister-in-law, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? It's all that rascal old Mo's fault. I'll take care of him for you later. Upon Murong Shue's greeting, Achin shyly called out sister-in-law, while Du Xiao wore a mischievous grin. Murong Shue's cheeks flushed at Du Xiao's teasing. Seeing her embarrassment, Imobai swiftly lifted a foot and playfully kicked Du Xiao's rear. Old Du, who are you planning to deal with? Come, let us have a little contest. Ha. Old Mo, I haven't said anything yet, and you're already flustered. That is not very subtle of you. Du Xiao chuckled heartily at Imobai's flustered expression, quickly dragging Achin towards the kitchen. Watching them depart, Imobai snorted, taking Murong Shue's hand as they made their way to the kitchen. Upon entering, they found Aping had prepared lunch, with 4 large grilled squid enticingly laid out on the table, accompanied by steaming buns, making for an exceptionally delightful meal. After dining, Achin and Aping assisted in clearing the dishes. Imobai led Murong Shue to the storage room of the fishing boat to retrieve their diving suits. Once they donned their gear in the cabin, they stepped onto the deck, hand in hand, and leaped into the azure sea, embarking on their underwater adventure. Chapter 60. The sunken treasure. The vast ocean stretched endlessly beneath a bright sky, the waters calm and serene. On the fishing boat, Du Xiao and Achin stood leisurely on the deck, casting their lines. Below, in the crystalline waters, Imobai and Murong Shue descended slowly, hand in hand, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant fish. Sunlight filtered through the water, illuminating the coral formations with a dazzling brilliance. Imobai, look at these corals, they're stunning. Quickly, take my picture, Murong Shue exclaimed, handing her camera to Imobai. He snapped countless photos of her, and after a delightful interlude, it was her turn to photograph him. After frolicking amidst the corals for a while, they continued their descent into the depths. Imobai mentally calculated their depth, having reached 150 meters, feeling no pressure at all in the diving suit provided by the system. Upon reaching the seabed, they playfully splashed about, exploring their surroundings. After swimming for an indeterminate distance, Imobai's peripheral vision caught sight of a decaying shipwreck. Shue, there's a sunken ship ahead. Let us go investigate. Murong Shue turned to follow his gaze, spotting the rotting vessel. Signaling to Imobai, they swam towards the ship together. Upon reaching the wreck, they circled it, examining the enormous structure, noticing a gaping hole in its hull. They swam inside, and as Mo Bai entered, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The room was a storeroom littered with scattered boxes, 15 in total. One box had been damaged, its contents, dull, waterlogged gold bars, spilled onto the floor. Shua, look. I found gold bars. Murong Shue swam in, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Really? That is amazing. But how will we carry all this gold out? Don't worry, little Shue, leave everything to me. Let us go up and get a net, Mo Bai replied, quickly pocketing 2 gold bars. Together, they ascended, connecting to Du Xiao's communicator. Old Du, prepare a net quickly. I've discovered gold bars at the seabed. After severing the connection, they swam up to the surface. Upon breaking the surface, they found Du Xiao and the others brimming with excitement. Old Mo, you really found gold bars. When Mo Bai tossed the 2 gold bars onto the deck, disbelief turned to urgency. Stop talking. Quickly grab a large net. Soon, Du Xiao returned with an enormous net. Tossing it to Mo Bai. All right, you 3 stay on the boat and keep an eye out for me. If anything happens, contact me immediately through the communicator. Also, tie a long rope to the net. The longer, the better. Once I'm done, use the crane to pull it up together. Shui, you stay here. I'll go alone. Hearing Mo Bai's words, Murong Shui obediently nodded and allowed Du Xiao to assist her back onto the boat. Once she was safely on deck, Mo Bai secured the rope to the net and turned to swim back to the sunken ship. His decision to go alone was driven by a desire to keep his nanospace ring concealed. After all, the 15 boxes might all contain gold bars. If he brought everything up, it would be overwhelming, and the fewer people who knew, the better. He only planned to retrieve 2 boxes to avoid any potential dissatisfaction from Du Xiao and the others. Chapter 61. The Windfall in the Pitch-Black Depths of the Ocean. Mo Bai swam alone, pulling the net as he approached the wreck. Without hesitation, he dove into the ship. Inside the storeroom where the gold bars were kept, he unleashed his mastery, opening each box one by one, grinning widely with every one he uncovered. When he had opened all the boxes, he gasped in astonishment. Incredible! All 15 boxes are filled with gold. This is a fortune. After the initial thrill subsided, he hurriedly stowed away 13 boxes filled with gold into his nanospace ring. He then opened the net and filled it with the remaining 2 boxes of gold bars. Once he finished organizing the gold, he searched the sunken ship for any additional treasures. One by one, he opened the various compartments, but aside from some porcelain, he found nothing of value. Disregarding the porcelain, he decisively turned and exited the ship. Though these porcelain treasures are exquisite and valuable, they are also susceptible to detection by the relevant authorities. Only by melting down the gold can it be discreetly transported without raising suspicion. Approaching the net filled with gold, I contacted Du Xiao via the communicator, instructing him to use the crane to hoist the net up. I clung to the net as it was drawn upward. As soon as we broke the surface of the sea, I hastily inquired, Old Du, what is the situation above? Rest assured, Lauamo, Achin, and Ahi are keeping watch at the stern and bow. Everything is secure, he replied. All right then, let us pull it up quickly. Once the gold bars were lifted onto the deck, Murong Shui took her post as lookout. Mo Bai and Du Xiao, along with others, worked together to transport the gold into the cabin. The 4 of them gazed at the 2 boxes of gold before them, excitement lighting up their faces. Old Du, go fetch the scale. We need to weigh it, I urged. Du Xiao retrieved the scale, while Mo Bai, Achin, and Ah Ping meticulously counted the gold bars, totaling 60, 30 in each box. Mo Bai mused to himself, if there are 30 bars in one box, then the 13 boxes in my nanospace ring must contain 390 bars. We're going to strike it rich. Before long, Du Xiao returned with the scale, placing the gold bars upon it. The reading displayed 60 Jin. Upon seeing the number, the group erupted in joyful celebration. Mo Bai was the first to regain his composure, fixing them with a serious gaze. This 60 Jin of gold, comprising 60 bars, amounts to 1 Jin per bar. Each of you will take 10 bars. Remember, do not speak of this carelessly upon returning. Anyone who lets slip a word, be wary of my displeasure. This warning was directed towards Achin and Ah Ping. While he held an unwavering trust in Du Xiao remained silent, while Achin and Ah Ping suppressed their excitement, fully aware of Mo Bai's sincerity in sharing the gold. Old Mo, you need not worry. As long as we're not foolish, we won't say a word, they assured him. Seeing their promise, Mo Bai smiled slightly and patted their shoulders. How could I doubt you? I merely wish to remind everyone to avoid any complications later. When it's time to part with it, remember to melt it down together to avoid attracting attention. With that, they each took a bag to stow the gold bars, returning to their respective quarters. After securing the gold in their rooms, Mo Bai ascended to the deck, seeking out Murong Shui. Shui, We have a total of 60 gold bars. I've distributed 10 to each of them, and the remainder belongs to us. With a dozen boxes. How can there only be 60 bars? Morong Shui inquired, puzzled. Mo Bai gestured for silence. Shui, bringing up all those boxes at once would be too conspicuous. We'll return later to retrieve them discreetly. He spoke thus to keep his nanospace ring a secret. Morong Shui understood the potential trouble of revealing so much gold at once and nodded obediently, saying nothing further. Together, they returned to their room to rest. Chapter 62, Landing on the Island. Back in the room, Mo Bai retrieved the remaining gold bars. The two of them gazed at the 30 bars before them. Smiles illuminating their faces. Mo Bai, you should keep these for us. Hee. Let us leave it to you. Once we return, we'll melt it down for sale. When I've saved enough, we can hold a splendid wedding. Upon hearing Mo Bai mention a wedding, Morong Shui's cheeks flushed with shyness. Observing her rosy complexion, Mo Bai chuckled and playfully lunged toward her. Eventually, they fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already 6 in the evening. Morong Shui, reluctant to rise, remained nestled in bed while Mo Bai got up and made his way to the deck. As soon as he arrived, he was met with Du Zhao's mocking laughter. You finished hauling the second net? Mo Bai asked. Old Mo, it's already stored in the live well. And we unexpectedly caught a yellowfin tuna weighing over 300 jin, another substantial haul. Mo Bai initially assumed that the yellowfin tuna held the same value as the bluefin tuna, but soon realized the vast difference in worth between the two. Checking his phone, he discovered that during his nap, the crew had amassed a profit of 1 million from the haul. Overjoyed, he distributed cigarettes to each of them. With time to spare, they chatted on the deck until Morong Shui emerged from the kitchen, shyly approaching the group. Moments later, the inviting aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Mo Bai and the others followed the scent to find Du Xiao and the team seated at the dining table, quietly enjoying their meal without taunting Mo Bai. After dinner, they rested for a while, around 7 o'clock, when Du Xiao and Ah Ping and Ah Qin, unable to sit still, set the net back up behind the boat and resumed their dragging. After an hour of sailing, a heart-shaped island appeared in the distance. Mo Bai, captivated by the sight, ordered Du Xiao to halt. He instructed them to continue dragging until the next morning when they would come to fetch him. He then took out the inflatable raft, loaded it with a tent and provisions, and prepared to land on the island with Morong Shui. Once the fishing boat departed, Mo Bai paddled the raft for half an hour before finally reaching the heart-shaped island. Gazing at the small island before him, he noticed a sandy beach ahead, a solitary coconut tree in the center, and a thicket of bushes behind. He led Morong Shui to the tree. Shui, let us set up the tent together. We'll camp here tonight. Hee. Sounds great. Morong Shui eagerly helped to pitch the tent beneath the coconut tree. Mo Bai then scanned the surrounding bushes for any wild animals that might pose a threat before gathering some dry firewood to prepare for tonight's fire. Just as he returned to the tent, he found Morong Shui already changed into her bikini, and he was instantly captivated by her enchanting figure. The firewood clattered from his grasp, landing painfully on his foot. Ouch, that hurts. Hee. Who told you to stare at me like that? Serves you right. Mo Bai, nursing his foot, gazed at the alluring Morong Shui. Isn't it because you're simply too beautiful? I couldn't help myself. Come on, Shui, let us take a stroll along the beach. After a moment of nursing his foot, finding it no longer painful, he changed into his swim trunks and joined Morong Shui for a walk along the shore. Strolling upon the sandy beach, feeling the soft grains beneath their feet, and listening to the waves crashing against the rocks, their bond deepened rapidly. Suddenly, Mo Bai playfully pinched Morong Shui's rear and dashed ahead. Humph. Mo Bai, you naughty boy. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Morong Shui huffed, chasing after him. Chapter 63, Bonfire, Moon Viewing, and Eating Lobster. On the beach, the two figures frolicked joyfully. Mo Bai scooped Morong Shui into his arms, rolling with her in the sand. Eventually, as darkness fell, they grew weary from their play and, hand in hand, returned to the tent. Shui, I'll start the fire, you go change your clothes. The sea breeze is a bit chilly now. Morong Shui nodded obediently and entered the tent to change her clothes, while Mo Bai ignited the firewood he had prepared earlier with a lighter. As the bonfire blazed to life, he found himself lost in thought, gazing at the flickering red flames. The fire danced in the night air of the island, casting a warm glow that brought a touch of comfort to the chilly evening. The flames swayed upon the wood, accompanied by the crackling sounds, as if narrating ancient tales. Mo Bai, hurry and change your clothes. Be careful not to catch a chill. Morong Shui's voice broke his reverie. Mo Bai returned to reality and quickly slipped into the tent, emerging shortly after in fresh attire. He joined Morong Shui by the bonfire, where they shared snacks and engaged in light-hearted conversation. While savoring her treat, Morong Shui suddenly looked up and noticed the full moon hanging high in the sky. Mo Bai, look, the moon is so large and bright tonight. Ah, my dear Shui, The moon over the sea is both beautiful and enigmatic, as if it could bestow endless inspiration and hope upon us. Under this shared sky on our blue planet, we gaze upon the same radiant moon. Hee. I feel incredibly happy to be admiring the moon with you. He reached out and pulled Murong Shui into his embrace. Together, they quietly appreciated the moon's reflection upon the sea. By the bonfire, Mo Bai and Murong Shui nestled against one another, exchanging stories and laughter, making the night even more unforgettable. Time slipped away unnoticed as the bonfire gradually dwindled, the cold sea breeze beginning to blow. Shui, let us rest, Mo Bai suggested as he lifted Murong Shui into his arms and carried her into the tent. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence, with only the moon hanging high in the sky above the sea. As the scene widened, in the tranquil deep of night, the full moon loomed overhead. And beneath the coconut tree on the heart-shaped island, the small tent swayed gently in the caress of the sea breeze, the faint sound of breathing emanating from within. Morning sunlight streamed across the sea, filtering through the tent and illuminating Mo Bai's face. He awoke and gently tapped Murong Shui, who was still sound asleep. Shui, wake up. Du Xiao and the others might come to pick us up soon. Just get up first. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired. All right then. Sleep a bit more. I'll go take a stroll. After stepping outside the tent, Mo Bai made his way to the rocky outcrop beside the heart-shaped island. The clear waters revealed the seabed, and he quickly spotted a pair of lobsters among the rocks. With a splash, he dove into the water and swam towards the lobsters. Moments later, he emerged, triumphantly holding 2 lobsters and grinning broadly. We can have an extra meal later. After cleaning the lobsters, he placed them in a bag and turned to forage for firewood in the nearby bushes. Soon, he returned with a large bundle of kindling, ignited it, and skewered the lobsters for roasting. Gradually, the delightful aroma of grilled lobster wafted through the air. Mo Bai, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Murong Shui's voice floated out from the tent, drawn by the enticing scent. Hee. Shui, I found a pair of lobsters among the rocks. They're ready, and I've even peeled them for you. As he spoke, he handed her the prepared lobster just as she stepped out of the tent. They sat together once more, indulging in the warmth of their grilled feast. After finishing the lobsters, they began to pack up their belongings, gathering all the trash. Mo Bai buried the remnants of the fire with sand, and together with Murong Shui, they made their way to the shoreline. In the distance, fishing boats were gradually approaching the heart-shaped island. Chapter 64, The Spy Fish. On the calm surface of the sea, Mo Bai and Murong Shui glided towards the fishing boat on their kayak. Upon boarding the vessel and stowing their belongings, Murong Shui freshened up and returned to her cabin for a nap. Mo Bai remained on deck, observing the 3 men before him. Old Du, you didn't cast the net last night? No. After we finished that one haul, it was already past 10, and we hurried to sleep. However, we did manage to catch 6 red grouper, each weighing over 10 pounds. It turned out to be quite a haul. They had only dragged 1 net. But YNT he heard the system's notification. Is it true that you can't hear the system S sounds if you're not on the boat? He quickly pulled out his phone to check, and upon calculating, was astonished to discover a profit of 1 per million. Let us head back. We can drag a couple more nets on the return trip. This fishing boat is too small to hold all the marine debris. We might have to drift at sea for a while until the new boat is launched in about a month. Everyone nodded in agreement, promptly attaching the drag net to the back of the fishing boat as they steered it back. 2 hours later, the boat came to a halt, and a Chin and a Ping began hoisting the drag net with a crane. Mo Bai moved forward and untied the net, causing a cascade of marine debris to spill onto the deck. Seeing this, Du Xiao hurriedly left the helm to assist in clearing the trash. As they worked to remove the debris, only a third remained when suddenly, Mo Bai exclaimed, "Whoa, a shark." Where? Du Xiao, a Chin, and a Ping rushed over. Mo Bai crouched down, poking at a lifelike shark, muttering to himself. How strange, this isn't a real shark. What could it be? The shark before them was small and delicate, its body resembling silicone, soft and textured, its tail swaying continuously, with eyes that looked like camera lenses. Old Mo, this is a spy fish. I caught one of these while fishing at sea before. It's a spy fish from another country, placed in our Dragon Soul Nation's waters. If we return it to Shu Li, we'll receive a handsome reward. What? Old Du, you mean this is a spy fish specifically sent to gather intelligence on our waters? Those old Russians are truly nefarious. Let us hurry and clean up. We want to drag a second net. We'll head back immediately and hand this spy fish over to Shu Li. After briefing Du Xiao and the others, Mo Bai curiously examined the shark he held. The spy fish in his arms began to thrash about, suddenly extending its eyes towards Mo Bai and snapping at him. This behavior repulsed Mo Bai, who delivered a punch to the lens, bending it before tossing it aside on the fishing boat, and turned back to assist a Chin and the others in cleaning up the marine debris. Once the deck was cleared of trash and rinsed off, it was already 10 a.m. Du Xiao relentlessly navigated the fishing boat back towards Huagu town. Along the way, Mo Bai picked up the phone to contact the Shu Li Bureau, dialing Director Zhou's number from a few days prior. Hello, Director Zhou. I caught a spy fish while collecting marine debris. All right, I'll come to retrieve it right away. Just meet me at the Huagu town dock. After hanging up with Director Zhou, he called Li Bo and began chatting with Qin, while a Ping headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Before long, an hour passed, and they all gathered to enjoy their midday meal, after which Qin took the helm. As afternoon approached, the fishing boat finally returned to the dock at Huagu town. Chapter 65, Maritime Bureau's Wang Hai. As the fishing boat docked, Mo Bai noticed a police car parked at the shore, surrounded by a few people. Director Zhou's name appeared prominently on the list, and he was gazing upward, surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting the fishing vessel, he swiftly boarded with several companions and approached Mo Bai, revealing a dazzling smile adorned with a row of pearly white teeth. Mo Bai, my young brother, allow me to introduce you to this gentleman beside me. He then ushered forth a middle-aged man clad in a black suit. This is Director Wang Hai from the Maritime Bureau, who specializes in matters concerning marine espionage, such as spy fish. Please present the spy shark you have caught. Mo Bai exchanged a knowing glance with Qin, who promptly dashed into the cabin. With a faint smile directed at Director Wang Hai, Mo Bai extended his left hand. Good day, Director Wang. I am Mo Bai. Director Wang, displaying a warm demeanor, reciprocated the handshake with his right hand and produced a business card. Offering it to Mo Bai, young brother Mo Bai, you are indeed impressive. In the future, should you capture any more spy fish, simply give me a call, and you needn't trouble Director Zhou again. After accepting the card and tucking it into his pocket, Mo Bai inquired further, Director Wang. I have heard that there are rewards for turning in spy fish. May I ask how much I might receive for this spy shark I have caught? Your eagerness is commendable, young brother. Yes, there is indeed a reward, but it must first be examined by professionals before the amount can be determined. You will hand the spy fish over to me, and Director Zhou has already provided me with your contact information. I shall notify you when the reward is ready to be dispensed. Just as Director Wang concluded his explanation, Qin returned, cradling the spy shark and presenting it to Wang Hai. Upon receiving the writhing creature, Director Wang's expression transformed to one of astonishment. This was a specimen unlike any he had previously encountered. However, as he observed the oddly curved cameras protruding from the shark's eyes, his curiosity piqued. Young brother, is this how the spy shark appeared when you retrieved it? Why are the cameras on its eyes bent? Mo Bai offered an embarrassed smile in response. Director Wang, upon bringing it aboard, I held it in my arms to study it. Suddenly, the cameras extended from its eyes and pointed at me, which I found quite uncomfortable. In a moment of reflex, I struck it, bending the cameras. I see, how intriguing. Very well then, I will contact you later. You may return to your duties now. We shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to the officials, Li Bo unexpectedly emerged. Mo Bai, where is the yellowfin tuna? I must see it. We are in desperate need of stock. Come, brother Li Bo, this way. Mo Bai led Li Bo to the cold storage room. Upon viewing the yellowfin tuna, Li Bo wasted no time and called for his associates to weigh it. Brother Mo Bai, this yellowfin tuna weighs 340 pounds, and I will offer you 1 million. What? Only 1 million? Though both are tunas, the price difference is astonishing. Mo Bai was taken aback by Li Bo's offer. Du Xiao, observing Mo Bai's surprise, quickly interjected to clarify. Old Mo, I forgot to mention earlier on the boat, while the names may differ by just one character, the bluefin tuna is significantly more valuable than the yellowfin. Not all tunas command the same price, and Brother Li Bo's offer is quite reasonable, indeed. I see now. I had assumed all tunas were priced alike. It seems I was quite uninformed, Mo Bai acknowledged. Very well, Brother Li Bo, let's proceed as you suggest. Please transfer the funds so you can return. Upon receiving Mo Bai's consent, Li Bo swiftly transferred the payment, then energetically directed his team to load the yellowfin tuna onto the refrigerated truck before departing the dock. Chapter 66. Refining gold after seeing off Li Bo. Mo Bai turned to Du Xiao and the others. Old Du, ensure you each take your belongings. I trust you need no further reminders. The 6 red-spotted groupers will not be sold. Each of you may take one home. Thank you, Old Mo, you are too kind. Not at all. We are not professional fishermen. We occasionally catch a fish or two for a taste. Only exceptionally valuable ones, like bluefin tuna, are worth selling. Please tidy up the boat. Du Xiao, go fetch Lu Jiao Jiao and clear away the marine debris. I shall leave this in your capable hands while I return home. By the time Mo Bai arrived back at the small fishing village, it was already 5 p.m. During the drive, he had divided the earnings from the outing with Du Xiao, totaling just over 500,000. Upon entering his home, he placed 3 red-spotted groupers in the refrigerator and joined Morong Shui in their upstairs room, where he revealed a black tote bag containing 30 gold bars. Gazing at the gleaming bars, they sat together, contemplating their next steps. Shwe, how about I go out to purchase a blowtorch and melt these down for sale? That sounds reasonable, but shouldn't we keep one or two? No need. I will buy the blowtorch now. You prepare dinner and wait for my return. After searching the hardware store in the fishing village without success, Missouri drove to Huagu town, where he purchased 2 blowtorches from a larger 5-star store. Returning to the small fishing village, he found Murong Shwe waiting at the stone table, having prepared a meal. Mo, you're back. Come eat. I made one of the red-spotted groupers, braised it. Taste my cooking. Placing the blowtorches inside, he sat beside her, and upon tasting the tender, flavorful fish, he could not help but give Murong Shwe a thumbs up. Shwe, this is truly delicious. What shall I do if I want to eat your cooking every day? Humph. Dream on. Ha, dreaming is allowed. They bantered playfully, enjoying their dinner amid laughter. After the meal, Mo washed the dishes, and he and Murong Shwe proceeded to the empty upstairs room, where he began melting the gold bars using the blowtorch. 2 hours later, Mo had successfully melted all the bars into a single golden sphere, which, once cooled, was no longer hot to the touch. Weighing the gold ball, he found it to be a solid 30 pounds, with no loss whatsoever. Such a heavy gold ball, where shall we put it? Should we not sleep holding it tonight? I can't shake the feeling of unease if we leave it elsewhere. Ha. Shwe, you are quite amusing. It is merely a gold ball. We can place it under the bed. It is already dark. We shall sell it in the morning. I worry that the gold shops in Huagu town may not be able to handle such a large piece. Hey, you silly Mo, do not mock me. Quickly move the gold ball back to the room. After relocating the gold ball under the bed, both were drenched in sweat from the melting process. Feeling uncomfortable with their clothes sticking to them, Mo suggested they wash up together, but Murong Shwe declined, fearing a thief might steal the gold ball while they were occupied. Reluctantly, he allowed her to wash up first, and once she returned, he took his turn. After freshening up, he entered the room to find Murong Shwe already settled on the bed. Turning off the light, the room was enveloped in darkness. Hee, Shwe, I'm here. Chapter 67, Fengxiang Gold Store in Deep City. In the radiant embrace of a sunlit morning, Mo stirred from his slumber, extending a hand to grasp his phone, only to discover that it was already 9 o'clock. He hastily rose, reaching out to shake Murong Shwe beside him. Shwe, it's time to wake up. It's already 9. We overslept last night due to our late endeavors. I'll head downstairs to the village to fetch some breakfast today, so I won't be preparing anything myself. After we eat, we'll set off for the deep city. Murong Shwe merely shifted in her sleep, seemingly oblivious to Mo's entreaties, and drifted back into slumber. Observing her continued repose, Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared he must adopt an earlier bedtime in the future. Though he possessed the resilience of a master, Shwe could not endure such late nights. He quickly got dressed and proceeded downstairs to procure breakfast. Upon returning with the morning fare, he was surprised to find Murong Shwe seated at the stone table in the courtyard. Her presence a vision of charm in a delicate pink dress that made her resemble a porcelain doll, adorably rosy-cheeked. The sight captivated Mo, who had never witnessed her in such a light. She typically exuded an aura of gentle aloofness. Approaching the stone table, he placed the breakfast down and offered her a fried dough stick. Shwe, weren't you asleep? What woke you? However, I must say, you look absolutely adorable today. Hee. How do you like my style? Have you ever seen me like this before? Am I beautiful? Indeed, you are truly enchanting. Hee. You flatter me. After their playful banter, the two fell into a comfortable silence, enjoying their breakfast. Once they finished, Mo tidied the table and retreated to his room, retrieving a golden orb from beneath his bed, placing it into his backpack before driving alongside Murong Shwe towards the deep city. In the sweltering heat of summer, the deep city felt like a furnace. Mo parked the car in front of the largest gold shop, Fengxiang Gold Store. As they entered, a middle-aged man with a welcoming smile approached them. Welcome, handsome couple. I am the owner of this establishment. What can I assist you with today? Clearing his throat, Mo regarded the man, noting his slightly portly figure. Hello, boss. We're not here to browse. We simply wish to inquire if you purchase gold. Upon hearing the mention of selling gold, the man's demeanor shifted instantly to one of enthusiasm. He extended his left hand to Mo. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Daping, the proprietor of Fengxiang Gold Store. Good day, boss Wang. I am Mo. Recognizing Mo's sincerity, Wang Daping's eyes sparkled with interest. So, young brother, how much gold do you wish to sell? I assure you, my pricing is fair. Boss Wang, I have a 30-pound golden orb. Do you think you can handle it? What? 30 pounds? Young brother, do not jest. If it's genuine, I can assure you, I could take on 300 pounds without issue. Wang Daping exclaimed in astonishment. Mo glanced around and noticed several employees in the store. He smiled at Wang Daping. Let us discuss this in a more private setting. This place isn't ideal. Wang Daping smacked his forehead. Ah, How could I forget? Follow me to my office for a proper discussion. Once in Wang Daping's office, he poured 2 cups of tea for Mo Bai and Mu Rongshui, taking a seat opposite Mo Bai. So, young brother, you mentioned a 30-pound golden orb. Might I see it? After taking a sip of tea, Mo Bai opened his backpack and retrieved the golden orb, placing it gently on the table. Wang Daping studied the orb with keen interest. After a thorough inspection, he managed to lift it into a container, fetched a blowtorch, and applied heat to ascertain its authenticity. Once confirmed, he waited. And upon verifying it was indeed 30 pounds, his face broke into a wide smile. Chapter 68. Give the money to my wife. After his initial excitement, Wang Daping settled back into his chair across from Mo Bai. Young brother, are you certain about selling? If so, I can offer you 500 per gram for this 30-pound orb, totaling 750,000. Boss Wang, since I brought it out, I have no intention of taking it back. Please proceed with the transfer. Should I acquire more in the future, I will return to you. Wang Daping's heart leaped at the prospect of future transactions. Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness. If you have more goods in the future, do not hesitate to bring them to me. Would you prefer the funds transferred to you or your girlfriend? At the mention of girlfriend, Mu Rongshui blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed since they were still in the early stages of their relationship. Noticing her shyness, Mo Bai smiled tenderly at her. Boss Wang, let us transfer the money to my wife. Haha, I didn't realize you were such a devoted man. I will arrange for the transfer right away. Please provide me with your wife's bank account number. Taking Mu Rongshui's bag, he retrieved her bank card and handed it to Wang Daping. Wang Daping pulled out his phone, made a call, and after a brief conversation, returned the card to Mo Bai. I've informed the finance department. The funds should arrive shortly. Thank you, Boss Wang. Do not mention it, young brother. We are merely engaging in a transaction. Just remember to come back if you have more quality goods. Now, let us enjoy some tea together. The 3 of them shared tea and conversation, exchanging WeChat accounts for future communication. Before long, Mu Rongshui received a notification that 750,000 had been transferred to her account. Seeing the money had arrived, Mo Bai stood up to bid farewell to Wang Daping. Once in the car, Mu Rongshui beamed at Mo Bai and planted a kiss on his cheek. Mo Bai, we've struck it rich. I can't wait to recover all the gold. Then we would be millionaires. Shui, we must take this one step at a time. We cannot rush. I understand. Let us go. Today I'll treat you. We're going shopping. Mo Bai drove to the largest mall in the deep city, the Baijiali 5-star mall. After parking, they began to explore. The mall was filled with luxury boutiques. He first took Mu Rongshui to buy a set of cosmetics before purchasing several dresses. Their shopping spree cost them several $100,000. When Mu Rongshui saw the prices, she hesitated, feeling the dresses were too expensive. However, with Mo Bai's insistence, she ultimately agreed to buy them. As they strolled past a watch boutique, Mu Rongshui suddenly stopped. Mo Bai, you've bought me so many things today. Since I'm treating you, let me buy you a watch. It would be convenient for you to check the time. Shui, I don't need a watch. I can check the time on my phone. No way. You must listen to me. This is my gift to you. All right then. Unable to resist her insistence, he followed her inside the store. Upon entering, the staff on either side bowed slightly, greeting them. Hello, welcome. Startled by the unexpected greeting, Mo Bai turned to see a graceful female attendant approach him. Good day, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. Which watch would you like to see? I am here to assist you. Hello, I would like to buy a watch for my husband. Please help me find a suitable one. The enchanting saleswoman was immediately filled with delight, leading Mu Rongshui and Mo Bai through the store, introducing each exquisite piece one by one. In Chapter 69, a chance encounter with acquaintances unfolds. Under the guidance of the alluring saleswoman, Mo Bai browsed through the selections, while Mu Rongshui expressed her desire to purchase a Patek Philippe worth over $1 million for him. However, Mo Bai was resolute in his refusal, ultimately opting for a vintage model, a Patek Philippe Aquanaut Series 40mm automatic mechanical watch, valued at over $400,000. As he donned the timepiece, the captivating saleswoman exclaimed, Sir, this watch suits you perfectly. It accentuates your unparalleled charm. May I wrap it for you? Mo Bai, equally pleased with the choice, removed the watch and handed it to the saleswoman, nodding slowly in agreement. Elated, the saleswoman took the watch and headed towards the counter, with Mu Rongshui following closely to settle the payment. Meanwhile, Mo Bai, feeling somewhat bored, began to peruse other watches on display. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced his ears. Oh, if it isn't the impoverished Mo Bai, I can't believe you dared to step into Patek Philippe. Can you truly afford it? Tell me, where are you working now? Mo Bai? Looking up, he spotted Zhang Hao from Magic City and his ex-girlfriend, Sun Lily, strolling in hand. Sun Lily wasted no time in deriding Mo Bai. Isn't that Mo Bai? Can't even afford anything, just here for the eye candy. Faced with the 2 individuals before him, Mo Bai felt no inclination to engage and walked towards Mu Rongshui instead. Feeling ignored, Zhang Hao and Sun Lily, unable to bear the insult to their pride, quickly pursued Mo Bai and blocked his path. Humph, Mo Bai, my brother Hao is speaking to you. Do you have any manners at all? Mo Bai glanced at the two blocking his way, feeling a surge of disdain. Scram, don't cling to me like a couple of flies. Zhang Hao, incensed by the insult, shouted, everyone, look. This poor wretch was a mere employee at my company, and I had to fire him. Now, he is here at Patek Philippe for a mere thrill. At this, many customers and staff in the store turned their attention towards Zhang Hao, gossiping about Mo Bai. Mo Bai's face darkened with humiliation as he shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hao. Oh, look at this little brat. Hurt by my words, yet still daring to glare at me. Let me tell you, poor boy, if you have no money, stay away from places like this. All you'll do is dirty the floor. Seemingly satisfied with his own sense of superiority, Zhang Hao turned his back on Mo Bai and called out to a nearby saleswoman. Come here, help my girlfriend pick out a watch worth 100,000. The saleswoman, discontent with Zhang Hao's demeanor, nonetheless greeted him with a smile, introducing a lady's watch. Sun Lily tried on the watch and flaunted it towards Mo Bai. See this? This is the power of my brother Hao. How foolish was I to have ever been with you? Thankfully, I've returned to my senses. Mo Bai, faced with the two buzzing around him like flies, felt utterly exasperated. Just then, Murong Shui and the alluring saleswoman returned after completing the transaction. Mo Bai, what is going on? Who are these two? Murong Shui asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Mo Bai explained the situation, and she quickly grasped the context. With a playful embrace, she said, Darling, thank you for the watch you gifted me. Let us go? She deliberately waved the bag containing the watch in front of Sun Lily. Seeing such a stunning woman beside Mo Bai, Sun Lily seethed with jealousy. Mo Bai, how long has it been since our breakup? And you've already found someone new. I can't believe you're this kind of person. Before Mo Bai could respond, Murong Shui retorted, and what kind of person are you to criticize our Mo Bai? Sun Lily was left speechless, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao observed the charming Murong Shui beside Mo Bai and glanced back at the stunned Sun Lily, suddenly feeling that Sun Lily was no longer appealing. At that moment, the enchanting saleswoman stepped forward to assist. Sir, you've spent over 400,000 on a watch for your wife. Here is our VIP card. Please keep it safe. Whenever you visit Patek Philippe, you will enjoy exclusive discounts. Hearing that Mo Bai had spent such a sum on the woman beside him ignited Sun Lily's desire for comparison. How? I want that 400,000 watch too. Will you buy it for me? Zhang Hao, increasingly irritated by Sun Lily, found her utterly unremarkable compared to Murong Shui, and lost all interest. Get lost. Do you think my money grows on trees? Just 400,000, and look at you. I'm just playing with you. I'm officially firing you from the company. Shoving Sun Lily aside, Zhang Hao departed without a backward glance, casting a fierce glance at Mo Bai as he passed. Sun Lily, watching Zhang Hao leave, burst into tears and approached Mo Bai. Mo Bai, I was wrong. Please, let us get back together. Mo Bai regarded Sun Lily with no trace of sympathy in his eyes. Leave. He turned and walked away from Patek Philippe, taking Murong Shui with him as they made their way to the parking lot and drove away. In Chapter 70, after leaving Patek Philippe, Mo Bai took Murong Shui to the parking lot, but they were oblivious to a nearby Audi parked there. Inside, Zhang Hao trembled with fear. After exiting the store, he returned to his car, only to see Mo Bai and his girlfriend get into a new blue G-Class. To his astonishment, in just half a month, Mo Bai had become so affluent. Fearing that he might seek revenge, Zhang Hao cowered in his car, not daring to show his face, and watched from a distance as the blue G-Class vanished from the parking exit before he quickly drove away from the city. Mo Bai and Murong Shui returned to their quaint fishing village by 6 p.m. Upon arriving home, they set about preparing dinner, cooking a seafood porridge, and settled at a stone table to eat. Murong Shui playfully teased Mo Bai. Mo Bai, was that woman in Patek Philippe your ex-girlfriend? She doesn't seem worthy of you. I can't believe your taste back then. Mo Bai's face flushed with embarrassment as he took a hearty sip of seafood porridge. Shui, please don't tease me. I was momentarily blinded by her sweet words. You are my one true love now. Humph. So, who has the better figure, me or Sun Lily? Mo Bai found himself at a loss, unsure how to navigate such a tricky question. He knew that any answer would be fraught with peril, so he awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. What's the matter? Afraid to answer? Murong Shui seemed slightly annoyed, pouting her lips and crossing her arms. Hee, Shui, you're putting me in a tough spot. She can't hold a candle to you. I was just unfortunate before, unable to see clearly, but from now on, my heart belongs solely to you. Unable to contain herself, Murong Shui burst into laughter. Haha, Mo Bai, you look so funny, your face all scrunched up like a pickle. Seeing Murong Shui feigning anger, Mo Bai chuckled innocently. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks and entered the kitchen to tidy up. Just as he finished cleaning, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The system issued a temporary task. The host must catch 10 spy fish and deliver them to the Maritime Bureau. This task has no time limit, and upon completion, the host will receive substantial rewards. Hearing the long-awaited system task, Bai's heart filled with joy. This task, remarkably, bore no time constraints. Nevertheless, he knew he should not become too relaxed. He needed to complete the task promptly to earn his reward. He was curious about what kind of reward the system would provide upon completion. With the task at hand, he immediately decided to go out to sea the next day. Striding out of the kitchen, he approached Morong Shue. Shue, we shall set sail tomorrow. Upon hearing Bai's plan, Morong Shue readily agreed, wherever Bai was. She was willing to follow. Thus, Bai took out his phone and called Du Xiao, informing him to fuel the fishing boat and to notify a Qin and a Ping. After hanging up, he gazed affectionately at Morong Shue. Shue, let us rest. We must rise early to set sail tomorrow. Without waiting for her consent, he enveloped her in his arms and ascended the stairs. In the tranquil night, the small fishing village succumbed to darkness, with only the crickets chirping in the roadside grass. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing the lychee tree in the courtyard to sway lightly. Faint sounds of breathing emerged from Morong Shue's room. Chapter 71, Spy Fish Locator. The morning dawned bright and sunny. Bai awoke from his slumber, his drowsy eyes fluttering open as he hastily got up to freshen up, preparing to head downstairs to buy breakfast. Turning around, he called out to Morong Shue in the bedroom. Shue, hurry and get up. I'm going to buy breakfast. And we need to set sail soon. After purchasing breakfast and returning, he found Morong Shue already waiting for him by the stone table. Shue, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Bai, you say that every day. Don't you ever get tired of it? Can't you come up with something new? Despite her words, a radiant smile graced Morong Shue's face. I must say it every day because, in my heart, you are the most beautiful. Stop teasing and eat your breakfast. Morong Shue said, her cheeks flushing as she picked up a youtiao, ignoring Bai. With a gentle smile towards Morong Shue, Bai also picked up a youtiao from the stone table. Just as he took a bite, he seemed to recall something important and pulled out his phone to call Wang Hai. Before long, Wang Hai's voice came through the phone. Hello, little brother Bai. What is the matter calling me this early? Director Wang. I wanted to inquire if there is a way to locate the position of the spy fish we aim to catch. Little brother, are you looking to catch spy fish? In that case, you should come by the Maritime Bureau. As soon as he hung up, Morong Shue asked, Bai, who did you call? You're planning to catch spy fish? Shue, I just spoke with Director Wang Hai at the Maritime Bureau. We'll head there first before going out to sea. Saying this, he called Du Xiao again to inform him to procure food and wait for them at the dock. After hastily finishing breakfast, Bai and Morong Shue drove towards the Maritime Bureau. Upon arrival, he instructed Morong Shue to stay in the car while he walked into the bureau. After inquiring in the lobby on the first floor, he ascended to the director's office on the second floor and knocked on the door. Come in. As he pushed the door open, Wang Hai's voice greeted him. Little brother Bai, come sit. Bai sat down in front of the sofa as Wang Hai poured him a cup of tea. So, little brother, still interested in catching spy fish? Director Wang, I've been thinking about how these spies lurk in the sea, peering into our marine intelligence. I wish to contribute to our nation. Hence my inquiry about any methods to locate the spy fish. Wang Hai scrutinized the earnest expression on Bai's face for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, I see you're just after the bounty for the spy fish. Regardless of your motives, the Maritime Bureau will support your endeavor to catch spy fish. After a brief pause, Wang Hai leaned down and retrieved a square iron box from beneath his desk. Here, take this box. Once on the boat, open it and press the red button. If any spy fish appear nearby, it will sound an alarm. Additionally, let me guide you. In recent times, there has been a notable presence of spy fish in the southern waters of our country. You might want to check it out. Bai gazed at the iron box before him, contemplating that such a small device could pinpoint the location of the spy fish. He felt that this trip to the Maritime Bureau was indeed worthwhile. Thank you, Director Wang. I won't intrude on your work any longer. I'll await good news. With that, he picked up the locator and hurriedly exited the office. Watching Bai's departing figure, Wang Hai shook his head helplessly. This young man, always so impetuous and hasty. Exiting the Maritime Bureau, Bai drove with Morong Shue towards the dock. Chapter 72, Catching a Spy Fish. When Bai and Morong Shue arrived at the dock, it was already past 10 o'clock. Cradling the locator, as soon as he boarded the fishing vessel, Du Xiao remarked, Hey, old what are you holding? A Qin and a Ping, standing nearby, also fixated curiously on the locator in Bai's arms. Hee, this is a spy fish locator. With it, we can pinpoint the location of the spy fish. Old are we really going to catch spy fish? Are we still going to collect ocean debris on this trip? Old Du, that is a redundant question. I want both the spy fish and the ocean debris. Quickly, start the boat and head towards the southern waters. I've heard there are plenty of spy fish there. Right away, Du Xiao responded and made his way to the cockpit. The fishing vessel roared to life, departing the dock and steering towards the southern waters of Longhun Kingdom. As the boat set out, Morong Shui turned to Mo Bai and mentioned she was going to rest in the cabin, feeling unusually tired lately. Watching Morong Shui walk towards the cabin, Mo Bai felt a pang of concern. It seemed he needed to ensure she rested earlier at night. Only after her figure disappeared did he turn to Achin and say, Achin, once the fishing vessel has traveled 20 nautical miles, you and Aping can start deploying the trawl net. After we haul in that catch, we'll begin our search for the spy fish. Achin nodded in agreement, and they chatted idly on the deck. Before long, the fishing vessel reached the 20 nautical mile mark, and Achin stood up to join Aping in hanging the trawl net. Mo Bai proceeded to the bow to activate the locator. Shortly after, Achin approached and looked at the locator. Old Mo, does this thing really work for locating spy fish? I'm not sure. It's what the Maritime Bureau provided. We'll find out if it's useful soon enough. Achin, where S.A. Ping. Aping is on the side of the boat fishing with a lure. Old Mo, do you want to join him for a few casts? As soon as Achin mentioned fishing with a lure, Mo Bai's interest peaked. Achin, let us go. We have some time now, so let us enjoy some lure fishing. Arriving at the side of the boat, Achin handed Mo Bai a fishing rod, and the three of them began to fish together. Holding the lure rod, with fish bait affixed, Mo Bai tilted the rod backward and, with a vigorous flick, cast it forward. The fishing line whirred off the reel with a swift whoosh. Akin, you mentioned that once the fishing boat sets sail and we start using lures, it essentially becomes catch and release fishing, right? You're right, Lao Mo. But who cares? We're just here to pass the time. If we catch something, splendid. If not, it's no matter. Just as Akin concluded his sentence, a sudden and tremendous tug on the lure rod startled Mo Bai. Akin, Aping, I've hooked a fish. No way, Lao Mo, you've only just cast it. Both Akin and Aping exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Mo Bai's declaration. Akin held his tongue. But Aping had been fishing here for quite a while without a catch, while Mo Bai had barely been present and had already hooked a fish. Watching Mo Bai struggle against the fish in the water, the duo quickly reeled in their rods, stepping aside to observe. Feeling the immense power transmitted through the lure rod, Mo Bai's heart soared with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that this fish would be quite so sizable. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Akin, observing the rod bent into a perfect arc, inquired with curiosity, Lao Mo, don't you think this fish is rather large? Haha, Akin, it must be a behemoth. Just wait and see. With that, Mo Bai continued his battle with the titanic creature beneath the waves, the exhilarating tug of war sending his adrenaline soaring. After a relentless half hour, through sheer determination, he finally brought the magnificent beast to the surface. Akin hastily turned to glimpse the creature emerging from the water, exclaiming in disbelief, Lao Mo. That's a spy dolphin. Chapter 73, Little White. Upon hearing Akin's voice, Mo Bai felt a rush of exhilaration. He had not expected to catch a spy fish so soon after setting out to sea. Akin, Aping, quickly help me bring it aboard. With two companions at his side, Mo Bai refrained from revealing his extraordinary prowess, allowing Akin and Aping to don gloves and grasp the line, hoisting it upward. Since he had exchanged a complete set of fishing gear from the system, he had no concerns about it failing. Before long, the little dolphin was hoisted onto the deck with their combined efforts. As they laid the dolphin on the deck, an alarm from the locator sounded, indicating its sensitivity. It had been too far away earlier to register any sound. After inspecting the dolphin for a moment, Mo Bai turned to Akin and asked, how did you know it was a spy fish? I couldn't discern it at all. Lao Mo, pry open its mouth and take a look. When it emerged earlier, it had a camera protruding from its mouth. Spy fish like this are quite common, Akin explained. Upon hearing this, Mo Bai hurriedly opened the little dolphin's mouth, revealing a device resembling a dental brace, embedded with a minuscule camera. Suddenly, the little dolphin twitched as if electrified. Akin, what is happening? Why is it convulsing? Lao Mo, the spy device detects inactivity in the dolphin and sends an electric current to stimulate it to swim forward so the camera can capture more oceanic conditions. Such spy fish don't survive long. Once they stop moving, the electric shocks continue to torment their bodies, leading to their gradual demise. Watching the little dolphin suffer under the torment of the electric current, Mo Bai felt a surge of compassion and indignation. Those damned Russians. Why resort to such inhumane methods? Akin, how can we remove the camera from its teeth? Haha, that's easy. Just use pliers to pull off the dental brace. It's merely fitted over its teeth. Aping, quickly fetch some pliers. While Aping went to retrieve the pliers, Mo Bai poured seawater over the little dolphin, ensuring it remained hydrated. Soon, Aping returned with the pliers, handing them to Mo Bai. Lao Mo, perhaps I should do it. Aping, I'll handle it myself. Taking the pliers from a ping, Bai gently grasped the dental brace on the little dolphin's teeth and began to pull it off slowly. The little dolphin seemed to sense that the humans before it were attempting to help, remaining still and quietly opening its mouth without resistance. After 10 minutes, Bai successfully removed the brace along with the camera, setting it aside and gently stroking the dolphin's head. Little dolphin, you're free now. You look so pure. From now on, I shall call you Little White. The dolphin appeared to understand his words, joyfully calling out to him. Seeing the adorable little dolphin, Bai retrieved a piece of fish bait from his pocket. Here, Little White, have a fish biscuit. I noticed that in the underwater rescue team, marine animals love fish biscuits, so I brought plenty aboard. If you enjoy it, I can fetch more for you. As soon as he produced the fish biscuit, the little dolphin's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly watching the treat and chirping happily, its tail wagging vigorously. After feeding the biscuit to the dolphin, Bai, Akin, and a ping lifted the little dolphin and released it back into the ocean. Chapter 74, Pursuing the Spy Fish. After releasing the dolphin into the sea, it refused to depart, continuously leaping alongside the fishing boat and splashing Bai with seawater. Little White, what are you doing? I'm all wet. Akin and a ping burst into laughter at Bai's predicament. Ha ha ha, Lao you're drenched. Their teasing made Bai realize he might have misspoken earlier, leading to a moment of awkwardness. Oh, come on, be serious. Ignoring the banter from Akin and a ping, he turned to the dolphin in the water. Little White, are you craving fish biscuits? To his surprise, upon hearing this, the little dolphin began nodding vigorously in the water. All right, Little White, just wait a moment. I'll fetch some for you. He hurried to the storage room to grab a bag of fish biscuits, quickly returning to the deck, opening the package, and tossing it into the water towards the eager little dolphin. Little White, eat up quickly, we must be on our way. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Watching the little dolphin pause to enjoy the biscuit, Bai waved goodbye and turned to head towards the kitchen. Akin, a ping, what do you wish to eat today? It's nearly noon, I'll prepare lunch. After we haul in the nets, you can clean up the refuse, and I'll call you when the meal is ready. Lao just cook whatever, we'll make do with anything. Bai entered the kitchen and began preparing lunch. Before long, he felt the fishing boat come to a halt, followed by the sound of ocean debris thumping onto the deck. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully cleaning up ocean debris. Reward, 100 yuan. Listening to the system's notification felt like music to Bai's ears as he hummed a little tune while working. Suddenly, Du Xiao entered the kitchen, carrying 4 fresh fish. Lao I caught 4 fresh ribbon fish. We can fry them for lunch. I'll leave them here and head back to help. After setting down the ribbon fish, Du Xiao dashed off. Bai, seeing the lively fish before him, cleaned them in the sink, cut them into segments, coated them lightly in flour, and fried them until golden brown. An hour later, the lunch preparations were finally completed. Stepping outside, I noticed Du Xiao and the others already engaged in washing the deck. As I took out my phone to calculate, I was astonished to find that this catch had yielded as much as 1 per million. Old Du, Chin, Ping, lunch is ready. Once you finish washing the deck, you may go to eat. I will fetch Xiao Shui. Entering the cabin, I found Mu Rong Shui still deep in slumber. Leaning down, I placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Suddenly awakened, Mu Rong Shui opened her eyes to see me and wrapped her arms around my neck. You rascal! Why did you steal a kiss? Hee. Xiao Shui, it's simply because you are too beautiful for me to resist. I came specifically to wake you for lunch. Then you should step outside. I will dress and join you shortly. After all these years of being together, are you still shy about me seeing you? I said, shamelessly refusing to leave. I freed myself from Mu Rong Shui's embrace and sat on the edge of the bed, grinning mischievously. Xiao Shui, allow me to help you dress. After helping Mu Rong Shui into her clothes, we proceeded to the kitchen where everyone gathered to enjoy lunch together. Du Xiao and Ping washed the dishes while I took Chin and Mu Rong Shui to the fishing boat's cockpit. Chin, let Du Xiao and the others rest soon. You will navigate the boat while we search for the spy fish. Let us head southward. Once the fishing boat was underway, Mu Rong Shui and I approached the locator. Xiao Shui, allow me to arrange a lounge chair for you. Sit here and enjoy the view of the sea. Just as I placed the lounge chair down, the locator emitted a series of urgent beeps. A red dot on the display was swiftly moving ahead. I quickly grabbed the locator and rushed to the cockpit, placing it before Chin. Chin, we have identified a target. Pursue at full speed. Chapter 75, The Dolphin Family. It darted, we chased, leaving chaos in its wake. Our fishing boat trailed closely behind the spy fish. Time passed, and the elusive spy fish suddenly halted. Observing the locator, I noted that the red had become stationary and instructed Chin to stop the boat. As I peered over the bow, I noticed Xiaobai had appeared, blocking the path of a gray dolphin, engaging it in a series of playful exchanges. Realizing the significance of this scene, I urged Achin to fetch the hand net, preparing to capture the gray dolphin. Just as Achin approached my side with the net, the gray dolphin sprang into action, swiftly swimming past Xiaobai and darting into the distance. I shouted to Achin, "Quick, start the boat, chase after it." Before Achin could react, Xiaobai swam over to our fishing boat. It stood upright in the water, playfully spraying seawater at me while emitting cheerful dolphin calls. Recognizing Xiaobai's unusual behavior, I sensed it had something to convey and instructed Achin to hold off on maneuvering the boat. I asked Xiaobai, "What is it you wish to tell me?" Understanding my words, Xiaobai swiftly turned and swam in the direction the gray dolphin had departed, circling back repeatedly. At last, I comprehended Xiaobai's intent. It wished to inform me that the gray dolphin would return. Upon voicing my realization, I observed Xiaobai nodding vigorously in affirmation. Overwhelmed with excitement, I turned to Achin and declared confidently, "Achin, swiftly bring all my fish biscuits and summon Old Du and Aping." As Achin scurried to fetch the fish biscuits, Mu Rongshui approached my side, her gaze fixed on Xiaobai. "Wow, Mu Bai, that dolphin is stunning." Before I could respond, I watched as Xiaobai playfully puffed water at Mu Rongshui. I quickly shielded her, admonishing Xiaobai, "No more mischief, or you won't receive any fish biscuits." Xiaobai appeared to comprehend my warning, nodding in compliance before jumping and frolicking in the water, entertaining Mu Rongshui, who could not help but laugh joyfully. Suddenly, in the distance, numerous dolphins began leaping from the water. Sensing the commotion, Xiaobai swam towards them. Gazing into the distance, I discerned the gray dolphin from earlier, now accompanied by a pod of dolphins, swiftly approaching our fishing boat. At that moment, Du Xiao and the others arrived with the final 3 boxes of fish biscuits. Curiously, Du Xiao inquired, "Old Mo, what is happening? Why are so many dolphins swimming toward our boat, while you still want us to bring fish biscuits?" "Hee, Old Du, I too am eager to uncover the mystery. You must inquire with Xiaobai about it." As the dolphin pod drew near, the locator suddenly blared with alerts, revealing multiple red dots on the screen. This revelation filled me with exhilaration as I pieced together the situation. The gray dolphin had gone to summon its family. However, the thought of those old Russians turning an entire pod of dolphins into spy fish filled me with indignation. Observing the approaching dolphin family, I waved my hand decisively. Old Du, Achin, Aping, tossed the fish biscuits into the sea. Chapter 76, The Spy Fish Queue. Dozens of dolphins frolicked in the water, joyfully consuming the fish biscuits that Du Xiao and the others had thrown in. After finishing the biscuits, the dolphins lined up in formation, with Xiaobai at the forefront, calling out to me incessantly. Understanding Xiaobai's intent, I turned to Achin. "Achin, use the hand net to begin capturing the dolphins." Responding affirmatively, Achin approached the boat's edge and cast the hand net directly at the first gray dolphin, instantly ensnaring it. "Old Du, Aping, come help," Achin called out as he, Du Xiao, and Aping worked together to hoist the dolphin onto the boat. Once aboard, the gray dolphin lay quietly on the deck, motionless. As I crouched down before it, the dolphin opened its mouth, revealing a hidden camera inside. It seemed these dolphins had endured considerable torment. Xiaobai must have relayed their plight, explaining their compliance. With that thought in mind, I retrieved a pair of pliers and carefully removed the spy device from the dolphin's mouth. The dolphin remained serene, gazing at me with its bright eyes. 10 minutes later, the spy device was finally removed. Gently stroking the dolphin, I smiled and said, "Little dolphin, you will no longer suffer. I shall name you Little Gray." As I spoke, Little Gray wagged its tail in delight. Mu Rongshui, who had been by my side, watched intently as I freed Little Gray from its device. Seeing it liberated, she leaned down and tenderly caressed Little Gray, exclaiming, "Mu Bai, this is my first time touching a dolphin. It's so beautiful. I must go get my camera to capture this moment." Without waiting for Mo Bai to respond, Mu Rongshui dashed towards the room. Observing her retreating figure, Mo Bai offered a faint smile, lightly pinching his chin. "Achin, Old Du, Aping, don't just stand there. Quickly help me carry Little Gray back to the sea." "All right." The trio replied in unison, assisting in lifting Little Gray, and together they gently placed it into the ocean. Back in the embrace of the sea, Little Gray swam joyously among the other gray dolphins, as if recounting tales of liberation from the torment of the spy devices. After a brief swim, the surrounding dolphins emitted a symphony of clicks and whistles, excitedly nodding towards Mo Bai and his companions on the boat, expressing their gratitude. Mu Rongshui, seemingly appearing from nowhere with her camera, began snapping pictures of the dolphins standing below. "Wow, Mo Bai, they are truly magnificent." "I'm glad you think so, Little Shui," Mo Bai responded, before turning to Du Xiao and the others beside him. "Old Du, let us move on to the next one." Before long, a second gray dolphin was hoisted onto the deck. Just like Little Gray, it lay motionless, opening its mouth wide in a gesture of submission to Mo Bai. With a smile, Bai approached, wielding a pair of pliers, swiftly removing the spy device from the dolphin's mouth. After returning it to the ocean, he signaled Du Xiao and the others to capture another one. This process repeated itself several times, as they took turns extracting the spy devices from the dolphin's teeth, until the last dolphin was finally released back into the sea. Taking a deep breath, Bai stood up and surveyed the vast congregation of dolphins in the water. With a grand sweep of his hand, he commanded, Du Xiao, a Qin, a Ping, pour all the fish biscuits into the sea. I wish to treat the dolphins to a feast of fish biscuits. Chapter 77, Task Rewards. On the deck of the fishing boat, Bai and his companions gazed down at the multitude of dolphins eagerly devouring the fish biscuits. Joyful smiles adorned their faces. After all the biscuits had been consumed, the dolphins lingered in the water, reluctant to depart. Bai looked towards Little White and Little Gray. Little White, Little Gray, you lead your dolphin family onward. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Little White and Little Gray nodded in understanding, and soon after, all the dolphins collectively emitted a cacophony of dolphin sounds, their voices resonating loudly as they conveyed their heartfelt thanks to the group on the boat. Once the sound subsided, Little Gray and Little White guided their dolphin family away, swiftly disappearing from Bai and the others' view. As he watched the dolphins vanish, Bai turned, glancing at his watch to find it was already 5 p.m. Let us take a break, and we won't be fishing for ocean debris today. After dinner, we'll retire early and set off again tomorrow. Upon Bai's words, Du Xiao and the others eagerly volunteered to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Mu Rongxue, camera in hand, settled into a deck chair, admiring the photos she had just taken. Bai joined her, sharing in her enjoyment. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Rewards are now being issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing approximately 15 spies, exceeding the task requirements. You are now awarded with a Sea Vision card, an Asset Doubling card, and a Mirage card. Bai gazed at the 3 cards displayed on the system panel, somewhat puzzled. The Sea Vision card, capable of revealing everything beneath the ocean, was quite practical, while the Asset Doubling card was self-explanatory, having been utilized numerous times. However, the purpose of the Mirage card remained elusive to him. System. What is the function of the Mirage card? Ding. Upon using the Mirage card, the host can create illusions for the target. The content of the illusion is determined by the host's imagination, and the recipient will experience it as if it were a vivid memory, etched in their mind. Understanding the purpose of the Mirage card sparked an idea within Bai as he glanced at Mu Rongxue, a mischievous glint in his eyes. System. Activate the Sea Vision card. Ding. The system has detected the host's use of the Sea Vision card. The host now possesses the ability to see everything within the ocean. As the system's voice faded, Bai felt a cool sensation wash over his eyes. Turning towards the sea, he was immediately greeted with a crystal-clear view of the underwater world. Wow, this is incredible. Everything I see will be laid bare before me. What a boon for treasure hunting. Suppressing his excitement, he closed the system panel and resumed admiring the photos with Mu Rongxue. After about half an hour, a Qin approached, calling them to dinner. The group dined together in the restaurant, and afterward, a Qin volunteered to keep watch in the fishing boat's cabin for the night, while the others returned to their respective rooms to rest. In her room, Mu Rongxue, feeling fatigued, fell into a deep slumber. Bai, observing the peacefully sleeping Mu Rongxue, wore a sly smile. System. Activate the Mirage card targeting Mu Rongxue. Ding. The system has detected the host's use of the Mirage card on Mu Rongxue. Please confirm, host. Confirm. In that instant, a vivid image began to form in Bai's mind, weaving a narrative for the illusion. On the boundless ocean, he, Mu Rongxue, and Du Xiao were piloting the fishing boat towards the site of a sunken ship. He left Mu Rongxue aboard while he and Du Xiao donned diving suits and plunged into the depths, retrieving crates of gold bars, sharing some with Du Xiao, and stashing the rest safely at home. Having crafted the illusion, Bai looked at the sleeping Mu Rongxue, turned off the room's lights, and slipped beneath the covers. Chapter 78, The Fishing Boat of the Yamato Kingdom. On the boundless ocean, the fishing boat swayed gently with the waves. Bai awoke, feeling optimistic about resolving the matter of the sunken ship's gold using the Mirage card. He reached out and gently patted Mu Rongxue beside him. Little Xue, rise and shine. I'll help you get dressed. After she washed up and got ready, he led Mu Rongxue to the deck, where Du Xiao and a Ping had already prepared breakfast. They were gathered around the table with a Qin when they noticed Bai and Mu Rongxue enter. Du Xiao, with his mouth stuffed full of bun, exclaimed, Old breakfast is all set. You can serve yourself. Once breakfast was finished, Bai instructed a Qin to return to his room to rest. Du Xiao took the helm, while he and a Ping set up the trawl net at the stern. casting it into the sea as the fishing boat set sail towards the southern waters. After the boat was underway, Bai approached the pile of spy devices, asking a ping to fetch a plastic bag to contain them all, which he then handed to a ping. A ping, take this to the cabin and store it safely. This is all money. We'll share the bonus when it arrives. Upon hearing about the shared bonus, a ping gleefully took the bag of spy devices to the cabin to share the good news with Du Xiao. 2 hours later, the fishing boat anchored off the coast near the southern border of the Dragon Soul Nation. As the trawl net was pulled onto the deck, Bai and the others sprang into action once more. After the last piece of ocean debris was discarded into the waste compartment, Bai washed his hands and took out his phone to silently calculate. Wow, 3 million. It seems the System S trawl nets yield over 100,000 each time, with the highest reaching 1 per million. However, this boat is still too small. Perhaps once we acquire a larger trawler, our income will significantly increase. After completing the cleaning of the deck, the crew sat down to rest. Suddenly, A Ping pointed towards the horizon and shouted loudly, Old Mo, Old Du, Chin, look over there. There's a fishing boat. See that sunset flag on their vessel? They are from the Wogwa Nation and have the audacity to invade the waters of our Dragon Soul Nation to fish. Bai and the others followed the direction of his finger and indeed spotted a Wogwa fishing boat stealthily casting its nets just 2 nautical miles away from their own. This sight stirred memories of history within Bai. He turned to Du Xiao and commanded, let us go deal with them. All right, Du Xiao responded, swiftly maneuvering the fishing boat towards the Wogwa vessel. Upon reaching the side of the Wogwa fishing boat, Bai remained silent, lifting the high-pressure water cannon used for washing the deck. He instructed Chin to crank the power to the maximum and aim directly at the few crew members on the Wogwa boat who were busy scooping up fish. The boisterous Wogwa crew, engrossed in their excitement, failed to notice the approaching fishing boat. Suddenly, they felt as if struck by a cannonball, their bodies propelled into the sea. The Wogwa men floundered in the water, and Bai watched them impassively. Old Du, Ping, Chin, go and bring them aboard, tie them up. Soon, the 4 Wogwa men were hauled aboard, bound with ropes and silenced with smelly socks stuffed in their mouths. Bai glared at the 4 captives, raised his hand, and delivered a sharp slap to one of them, his voice icy as he demanded, explain why you dared to fish in the waters of my Dragon Soul Nation. The men clearly understood his words, their eyes wide with terror. When they remained silent, Bai struck again. Speak. I'm asking you a question. Old Mo. Don't hit them. Their mouths are stuffed with socks. Just then, Du Xiao removed the foul socks, and one short middle-aged man stammered in broken Chinese, Baka, we are Wogwa people. How dare you treat us this way? Let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai slapped him again, amusement mixed with anger. Fool. You're already in my hands, and still dare to be so arrogant. Chapter 79, They are not fishermen. The Wogwa man was left bewildered by the slap. Baka. I will call the police. I will have our Wogwa Coast Guard come and arrest you. Smack. Another slap landed on his face, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Bai observed the man's face swelling grotesquely, resembling a pig's head. Damn it. Still unable to distinguish reality? Old Du, wake him up with some urine. Upon hearing Bai's words, Morong Shui shot him a disapproving glance, shyly retreating into the cabin. Once she was gone, Du Xiao approached the 4 Wogwa captives with a mischievous grin, his hand moving towards his waistband. The Wogwa man seemed to comprehend what was about to happen and began to scream frantically. You can't do this. You can't. After a while, Du Xiao returned to Bai, zipping up his pants while the Wogwa man lay on the ground, retching uncontrollably. The other 3 men were paralyzed with fear. Bai, expressionless, turned to another terrified Wogwa man and asked, why did you come to the waters of my Dragon Soul Nation? Baka, you cannot treat us this way. This is illegal. Smack. Another slap sent the Wogwa man reeling, his eyes rolling as he collapsed unconscious. Suddenly, Bai noticed that the 4 men had fair skin, appearing far from the rugged fishermen they claimed to be, raising his suspicion. Old Du, you 3 go search their quarters. They don't look like fishermen. Just look at their complexion. Du Xiao and the others hurried to search the Wogwa fishing boat. Soon, they returned with a leather suitcase. Old Du, you were right. They are not fishermen, and the fish on their deck are fake, merely a ruse to disguise their identity. Look at this suitcase. Taking the suitcase, Bai opened it, a surge of anger welling within him. It contained a collection of photographs, all depicting the oil fields of the Dragon Soul Nation, with precise locations noted on the back, alongside various underwater images and a file wrapped in a red header document. Without touching the document, he turned back to the 4 Wogwa men. Except for the one who had passed out, the remaining 3, realizing their identities had been exposed, trembled in fear, preparing to bite their tongues to commit suicide. Seeing their intent, Bai would not allow them to succeed. Harnessing his mastery, he stepped forward and swiftly knocked them out with a few precise strikes. Old dude, this matter is serious. We cannot let them die. Stuff their mouths with those smelly socks and confine them in the storage of the fishing boat. Old dude, you'll pilot the Wogwa fishing boat. Hey Ping, keep an eye on them. Hey Chin, take our boat and head back immediately. After giving his orders, Mo Bai picked up the phone and called Wang Hai at the Maritime Bureau. Wang took the situation seriously, instructing Mo Bai to return the Wogwa fishing boat, promising to contact the Coast Guard and send assistance. At that moment, the two fishing boats sailed side by side towards the Huagu town dock, when suddenly, a speedboat appeared behind them, rapidly closing the distance. Upon seeing the words on the speedboat, Mo Bai's heart sank. Damn, a Wogwa speedboat. These people must be insane to dare breach the borders of the Dragon Soul Nation. Suddenly, he spotted a man wearing black sunglasses on the speedboat. Aiming a gun at him, the man pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet raced towards Mo Bai. Chapter 80. Raise your hand and annihilate. The bullet flew towards Mo Bai, appearing to move in slow motion, like an ant. He merely tilted his head, effortlessly dodging it. The gunman, startled, fired 2 more shots, both of which Mo Bai evaded. Panicking, the man crouched down, grabbing a submachine gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Mo Bai, shouting frantically, Baka, you think you can dodge forever? Let us see how you escape this. The submachine gun spat out blue sparks as it fired, and when the ammunition was finally exhausted, Mo Bai's face darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it. The opponent, silent until now, had resorted to using a submachine gun after his handgun failed. Fortunately, his mastery allowed him to evade the onslaught. Otherwise, he would have been riddled with bullets. Bending down, he picked up a bullet and hurled it back at the gunman on the speedboat. The bullet pierced through the man's forehead and exited through the back of his head, spraying white fragments everywhere. Watching the gunman collapse, Mo Bai clapped his hands, disdainfully remarking, "Is that all you've got?" On the speedboat, the driver, now terrified, turned the vessel around in an attempt to flee. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Seeing the other party attempting to flee, Mo Bai swiftly picked up a bullet and hurled it towards the speedboat's fuel tank with remarkable speed. At that moment, the speedboat had already surged forward by 100 meters, and the man in sunglasses piloting it was secretly reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated, and the speedboat erupted into a brilliant display of fireworks upon the surface of the sea, disintegrating into fragments amidst the cacophony. As he gazed at the distant spectacle of the explosion, Mo Bai turned expressionlessly and made his way towards the control room. Achin, accelerate the boat. Assassins from the Wagwa are approaching us. At this moment, Achin looked at Mo Bai, his face a mask of shock. He had witnessed the entire event unfold through the fishing boat's control room. Old Mo, I never anticipated you to be a martial artist. Our Dragon Soul Nation has always had a martial arts organization, but it's typically inaccessible to the common folk. I had no idea you were this formidable. Shoo. Mo Bai gestured for silence. Achin, just keep this to yourself. Do not mention it to Du Xiao and the others. I wish to remain inconspicuous. Achin, observing Mo Bai's serious demeanor, nodded gravely. But old Mo, I know you're powerful, but what if they have even more formidable pursuers on our tail? Fear not. Just navigate your boat. With me here, what is there to fear? Mo Bai reassured him, patting Achin on the shoulder before stepping out onto the deck to gaze at the sea behind the fishing boat. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, 10 speedboats emerged behind the fishing vessel, with dozens of individuals wielding large weapons drawing near. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Bai's heart sank. These Wagwa individuals have gone mad, brazenly intruding into the waters of Dragon Soul Nation for mere photographs. His brow furrowed in contemplation, and then a realization struck him. Could it be that they were after that red-headed document? It seemed that this incident was not trivial. He felt as though he had been ensnared in the maelstrom of a certain power, uncertain of how to proceed, whether to act or refrain. As he observed the 10 speedboats swiftly approaching, resolve hardened within him. He bent down to retrieve the bullet on the ground, preparing to eliminate everyone aboard those speedboats. Suddenly, a resounding voice boomed from behind him. This is the territorial waters of Dragon Soul Nation. You are illegally entering our domain while openly carrying weapons. Immediately cease your vessel and surrender, or face deadly consequences. Chapter 81. The Dragon Soul Nation's Warship. On the deck of the fishing boat. Upon hearing the authoritative voice from behind, Mo Bai turned to see a military vessel of Dragon Soul Nation appearing beside the fishing boat. The ship's loudspeaker blared again. We are the naval forces of Dragon Soul Nation. All speedboats ahead, stop immediately and surrender, or be met with lethal force. The individuals on the 10 speedboats, realizing it was the military of Dragon Nation, quickly turned their vessels to flee. The soldiers aboard the warship, seeing the defiance of the fleeing boats, promptly launched an attack. Mo Bai observed from the fishing boat as a rocket was fired from the warship, trailing a plume of smoke as it barreled towards the 10 speedboats. With a thunderous roar, the ocean erupted into countless waves, a mushroom cloud rising from the surface as the 10 speedboats and their occupants were instantly reduced to ashes. The fishing boat came to a swift halt. Still in shock, Mobai heard the voice from the warship and urgently instructed Achin to bring the fishing boat to a stop. Meanwhile, Du Xiao piloting the Wagwa fishing boat also halted. The military vessel advanced rapidly towards the fishing boat and, upon stopping, an officer accompanied by 2 armed guards boarded the fishing vessel, saluting respectfully before Mobai and the others. Greetings, comrades. We are the naval forces of Dragon Soul Nation. Conducting exercises in the vicinity. Satellites detected Wagwa speedboats unlawfully intruding into our territorial waters, prompting our swift response. What is the situation here? And why were they pursuing you? Mobai returned the salute and explained the circumstances to the officer, who, upon understanding the situation, saluted again. Comrades, you have done exceptionally well. Rest assured, we will ensure your safe return. Please head back, and we will escort you. Mobai gazed at the officer, who, upon grasping the situation, did not seek to confiscate their belongings, but instead prepared to escort them home. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the Dragon Soul Nation's military. After the officer concluded his remarks, he departed the fishing boat, and Achin resumed piloting the vessel towards home, the Dragon Soul Nation's warship providing escort alongside. The journey was remarkably secure, with no further incursions from Wagwa speedboats. The fishing boat had now ventured deep into the waters of Dragon Soul Nation, approximately 2 hours away from the Huagu Town dock. Standing on the deck, Mobai spotted a military police vessel swiftly approaching the fishing boat. Damn it, by the time you arrive, the yellow flowers will have wilted. The military police boat docked alongside the fishing vessel, and after a handover with the military, the warship departed. Mobai's fishing boat followed the military police vessel back to the Huagu Town dock. On the deck, Mobai held Murong Shui close to him. Shui, were you scared just now? Murong Shui leaned against him, a faint frown adorning her face. Mobai, I heard gunfire from the boat cabin earlier, and my heart sank. I was worried about you. Before she could finish her sentence, Mobai placed a finger gently over her lips. It's all right, Shui. It's all over now. You needn't worry anymore. Murong Shui nodded gently, resting her head against Mobai's chest, when suddenly a warm, passionate kiss landed on her forehead. Mobai, promise me you won't engage in such dangerous acts again. I promise you, Shui. Thus, Mobai held Murong Shui tightly, both standing on the deck, gazing at the scenic ocean view. 2 hours later, the fishing boat safely returned to the Huagu Town dock. Chapter 82, Wang Hai's Shock. At this moment, the Huagu Town dock was heavily fortified with numerous police vehicles on high alert. Armed military police surrounded the dock in layers. At the forefront, Director Zhou of the Shuli Bureau and Wang Hai from the Maritime Bureau stood ready. They observed from a distance as the Coast Guard boat escorted the fishing vessel into the dock. Wang Hai gestured to his companion. Prepare to board the vessel and bring the military police vehicles over to detain those 4 Wagwa spies. The fishing boat docked steadily, and Wang Hai immediately led his team onto the deck, anxiously addressing Mobai. Young brother, truly a national hero. Quickly, take me to see those 4 Wagwa spies. Director Wang, please follow me. Mobai guided Wang Hai and his team to the fishing boat's storage compartment. As they entered, they beheld 4 Wagwa spies bound tightly, their mouths stuffed with foul socks, lying in the storage area, while a ping stood watch over them to prevent any self-harm. A ping. You need not concern yourself with them any longer. Hand them over to the Maritime Bureau. Mobai instructed a ping, and Wang Hai stepped forward, lifting the faces of the 4 spies one by one for inspection. Upon seeing one of the spies who had been urinated on by Du Xiao, he gasped in shock. This is actually the leader of Wagwa's largest spy organization, Meichuan Niiku. He trembled with excitement, realizing the magnitude of this achievement. Turning to his subordinates, he commanded, take them away and keep them under strict surveillance. As Wang Hai's orders were conveyed, several armed military police officers moved to escort Meichuan Niiku and his comrades out of the cabin. After the military police had taken the 4 Wagwa spies away, Wang Hai looked at Mobai, his eyes filled with admiration. Labat, my young brother. Your recent voyage has truly astounded me. Where's that box? Bring it forth, so I may behold its contents. Accompanying Wang Hai, they entered the helm of the fishing vessel, where the box was handed to him. Upon opening it, Wang Hai perused the photographs, his brow furrowing in concern. However, he refrained from examining the red-headed document. Instead, he merely glanced at it before placing it aside, closing the box and passing it to the armed police officer behind him. Turning back, he gently patted Mobai's shoulder. You have performed admirably, young brother. You have rendered a tremendous service to our Dragon Soul Nation. Once I return with them for interrogation, our Maritime Bureau shall personally bestow upon you a commendation. For the time being, refrain from venturing out to sea. Even if you must, steer clear of the border with the Yamato kingdom. I must take my leave now, but we shall converse again shortly. As Wang Hai prepared to depart, Mo Bai hastily stopped him. Director Wang, please do not rush away. I have something else to present to you. Oh, what else could it be? Wang Hai inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. Hee. Director Wang, take a look at this, Mo Bai said, presenting a black plastic bag containing a spy device. After taking the bag and inspecting its contents, Wang Hai's pupils constricted in shock as he counted the items repeatedly. Mo Bai, you have uncovered a nest of spy fish. Within just over a day's time, you have captured 15 of them. Observing Wang Hai's astonishment, Mo Bai smiled modestly. There is no need for such surprise, Director Wang. It is merely luck. Do not be so humble, young brother. Luck to such an extent is a mark of skill. Rest assured, I will take this back, and when the rewards for both this and the previous espionage incidents are distributed, you shall receive your share. With that, Wang Hai bid farewell to Mo Bai, clutching the plastic bag as he departed the dock. After his exit, the fishing vessel belonging to the Yamato Kingdom was also removed by the Maritime Bureau. A large contingent of armed police swiftly retreated, leaving the dock eerily empty, with only Mo Bai and a few others remaining. Chapter 83, Refining Gold Bars at Home. Once the dock was cleared and everyone had departed, it lay desolate, with only Mo Bai and a handful of companions remaining. Turning to observe the fishing vessel riddled with bullet holes, he slapped his thigh, realizing he had neglected to mention this to Wang Hai earlier. Now it was too late. He turned to Du Xiao and the others. Old Du, for the next few days, you, a Qin, and a Ping should attend to repairing the fishing vessel. I will transfer the funds shortly. When all the bonuses arrive in a couple of days, we shall divide them evenly. I will return home with Xiaoxue for now. Please contact Lu Jiaojiao to clean the ocean debris from the ship and then proceed with the repairs. Perfect timing, as you will have a break during the repair days. If you find yourselves restless, feel free to assist at the company. After concluding his instructions, Mo Bai departed with Murong Shui, passing through Huagu town. He purchased a box of spray guns, resolving to melt down gold at home during the days they could not venture out to sea. Upon reaching his quaint fishing village home, it was already 6 in the evening. Mo Bai immediately told Murong Shui, Xiaoxue, please prepare dinner while I move the spray guns into the house and begin melting some gold bars. Call me when the meal is ready. Murong Shui looked at him with adoration, nodding and placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. All right, you go ahead. I will tidy up and prepare dinner for us. Carrying an entire box of spray guns upstairs, Mo Bai retrieved 12 boxes of gold bars from his nanospace ring, having given one box to Du Xiao in the illusion. So he did not intend to take it out again. Gazing at the dozen boxes before him, he initiated his melting project. Setting up the container and retrieving the spray gun, he opened a box filled with gold bars. Instantly, a golden light streaked across the sky, piercing the heavens. As the golden radiance illuminated the world, akin to sunlight bathing the earth, he placed the gold into the container, ignited the spray gun with a lighter, and commenced melting the gold bars. Time slipped away unnoticed, and just as he had melted half a box of gold, Murong Shui called him downstairs for dinner. Setting aside the spray gun, he washed up and joined Murong Shui for their evening meal. Afterward, they returned to the room together to continue melting gold bars. 2 hours later, Mo Bai and Murong Shui emerged from the room, drenched in sweat. Mo Bai, you are quite slow. It took 2 hours to melt just 2 boxes. At this rate, it will take days to melt all the gold, which is exhausting. Hee. Xiaoxue, what does it matter? Once we sell it after melting, you will become a little rich lady. The mere thought of becoming a little rich lady caused Murong Shui's face to light up with joy. Let us not dwell on such matters. Hurry and wash up for an early rest. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, Murong Shui turned towards the bathroom to freshen up, while Mo Bai stood behind, his eyes gleaming as he watched her. Suddenly, he spoke up, little rich lady, I am coming. As the bathroom door closed, Murong Shui's shrill voice echoed from within. Mo Bai, where are you touching? You are truly naughty. After their bathing, the two collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. The following morning marked the commencement of their gold refining endeavor, which continued for 3 days until all the gold bars were melted down. In the room, Mo Bai gazed at the 10 gold spheres before him, each weighing 36 pounds, totaling 360 pounds. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he embraced Murong Shui and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Xiaoxue, we are heading to the deep market. Murong Shui, looking at the 10 gold spheres, mirrored his excitement. Finding an oversized suitcase, they placed the 10 gold spheres inside, and Mo Bai, carrying the suitcase filled with gold balls, set out with Murong Shui towards the deep market. Chapter 84. Returning to Fengxiang Gold Store. At the entrance of Fengxiang Gold Store in the deep market, Wang Dapeng was addressing a group of staff members. Suddenly, a brand new blue G-class vehicle halted outside the gold store, and Mo Bai and Murong Shui stepped out. Wang Dapeng, Upon noticing Mo by alighting from the car, hurriedly approached. This young man was his financial benefactor, deserving of utmost respect. Brother Mo, what brings you here today? Is there some good fortune in store? Haha, Boss Wong, you are quite the wit. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose. My presence here surely indicates a matter of importance. As Wang Dapeng observed Mo by retrieving an oversized black suitcase from the car, a broad grin spread across his face, his eyes narrowing in delight. He quickly stepped forward and embraced Mo by shoulders. Come in, my friend. I have a box of fine tea for you to sample. As they passed by the staff, Wang Dapeng instructed them, get back to work. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Leading Mo Bai and Murong Shui to his office, Wang Dapeng hastily brewed tea, pouring each of them a cup before settling across from Mo Bai. Here, Brother Mo, please taste this and let me know how you find my tea. Mo Bai lifted the cup to his lips, taking a gentle sip before placing it down and smiling at Wang Dapeng. Brother Wang, you certainly have refined taste. Now let us discuss business. Excellent. My straightforward brother. I wonder how much quality merchandise you have brought this time. Mo Bai regarded Wang Dapeng with a knowing smile, remaining silent as he opened the suitcase beside him. The moment the suitcase unveiled its contents, Wang Dapeng's peripheral vision caught sight of the massive gold spheres. As the suitcase fully opened, revealing the 10 enormous gold spheres, his heart raced wildly. Suddenly, he leaned back, his entire body trembling in shock. Wang Dapeng's reaction startled Mo Bai. Brother Wang, what is the matter? Brother, hurry, hurry. Quickly grab the fast-acting heart-saving pills from my drawer. Observing Wang Dapeng's intermittent speech, Mo Bai hastily approached his desk, opened the drawer, and immediately spotted the bottle of heart-saving pills. He swiftly poured them into Wang Dapeng's mouth, administering them with urgency. After a considerable time, Wang Dapeng, having swallowed the pills, regained his composure and looked at Mo Bai with astonishment. Brother, did you intend to frighten me to death? I can hardly believe how many you gave me this time. I nearly lost my life. Brother Wang, your earlier state truly startled me as well. However, I wonder if you can handle all of these. Upon sensing Mo Bai's skepticism regarding his capabilities, Wang Dapeng raised his voice slightly. Brother, are you doubting my strength? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you. I will take all 10 of those gold balls. With Mo Bai's assistance, Wang Dapeng meticulously examined and weighed each of the 10 gold balls. Once seated back on the sofa, he gazed at Mo Bai, his mind filled with astonishment. After taking a sip from his teacup to compose himself, he spoke. Brother, these 10 gold balls weigh a total of 360 pounds, which is equivalent to 180,000 grams. I shall redeem them at the previous rate of 500 per gram. What do you think? If you agree, that amounts to a total of 90 million. I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the funds immediately. Seeing the eager expression on Wang Dapeng's face, Mo Bai slowly nodded. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. And the funds should be transferred to the same account as last time. Upon receiving Mo Bai's consent, Wang Dapeng quickly instructed the finance team to process the payment. The two of them sat together, enjoying tea and conversation, and half an hour later, a notification appeared on Murong Shui's phone indicating the funds had been received. They then stood to take their leave. As they departed, Wang Dapeng warmly saw them off, urging Mo Bai to contact him whenever he had valuable items in the future. Chapter 85, Collecting the Bonus. After emerging from the jewelry store, Mo Bai and Murong Shui spent the day exploring the deep city and returned home in the evening. The fishing boat had yet to be repaired, rendering them unable to venture out to sea. Mo Bai and Murong Shui spent their days in a blissful cocoon of intimacy. Thus, 2 weeks passed, during which Mo Bai managed to obtain his captain's license. The fishing boat had been repaired 10 days prior, but due to his focus on acquiring the license, he had been unable to set sail, delegating the task of collecting ocean debris to Du Xiao and the others. Over the past 10 days, Du Xiao and his crew earned nearly 20 million for Mo Bai, and each time they returned from the sea, Mo Bai distributed their commissions to them. In the yard, beneath the pomegranate tree, Mo Bai proudly displayed his captain's license to Murong Shui. Shui, look at my captain's license. I finally passed. Once the new boat sets sail, I will take you out to sea, for a leisure trip, not for collecting ocean debris. Then we have a deal. You must not deceive me. Murong Shui gazed at Mo Bai with earnestness, her sweet smile radiating happiness. Just as they were immersed in each other's company, Mo Bai's phone suddenly rang. I miss you. Noticing his phone vibrating on the stone table, he picked it up and saw that it was a call from Wang Hai, which instantly brightened his mood. He answered the call, and before he could speak, Wang Hai's enthusiastic voice came through. Mo, my brother, what have you been up to lately? I've been missing you dearly. Mo Bai quickly realized the reason behind Wang Hai's sudden warmth. It was evident that he had gained considerable benefits from their last encounter, hence his eagerness to strengthen their rapport. Director Wang, what prompts you to call today? Are you inviting me to collect my bonus? Ah, my brother, You truly are perceptive. Indeed, the bonuses for capturing the spy fish and apprehending those few Japanese spies have been processed. Please come to the Maritime Bureau. I will be waiting for you at the venue. Upon hearing about the bonus, Mo Bai felt a surge of excitement. Yet he overlooked Wang Hai's mention of his presence at the scene. He hurriedly told Wang Hai he would arrive shortly before hanging up. Shua, we must go to the Maritime Bureau to collect our bonus. Really? The bonus has come through? Then let us hurry. Seeing Murong Shue's eager expression, Mo Bai chuckled and shook his head, taking her hand as they made their way to the Maritime Bureau. Upon reaching the entrance, they were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the Maritime Bureau was overflowing with people. Countless reporters and photographers surrounded the area, and a festive red backdrop had been set up in the middle, where a host was energetically speaking into a microphone. Seeing this spectacle, Mo Bai was suddenly reluctant to enter and turned to Murong Shue, saying, Shue, perhaps we should reconsider. We can forego the bonus. When he didn't receive a response from Murong Shue, he turned around and was alarmed to find her already seated in the car, pressing the accelerator and driving away. Shue, you can't do this. Don't leave me behind, he exclaimed as he began to chase after her, but suddenly, a hand grasped his arm. It was Wang Hai's voice that followed. Mo, why haven't you gone inside yet? What are you waiting for? Realizing it was Wang Hai who had stopped him, Mo Bai felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation as he turned back to face him. Director Wang, you summoned me to collect my bonus, yet you never mentioned the scale of this event. Wang Hai, noticing his irritation, burst into laughter. Haha, my brother. Who said I didn't inform you? I said over the phone that I would be waiting for you at the venue. Now that you are here, come with me to collect your award. After all, it is not a trivial sum. As Mo Bai replayed the conversation in his mind, he recalled that Wang Hai had indeed mentioned waiting for him at the venue. Caught up in the excitement, he had overlooked that detail. Since he was already held back by Wang Hai, he had no choice but to accompany him into the Maritime Bureau's courtyard, making their way toward the elevated platform. Chapter 86. Bonus received. News of the fishing boat. The Maritime Bureau was abuzz with excitement as Mo Bai followed Wang Hai to the elevated platform, where thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Wang Hai raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and the room fell silent. He accepted the microphone from the host and addressed the attendees. Good day to all esteemed guests and friends from the press. I am Wang Hai, the director of the Maritime Bureau in Huagu Town. The gentleman beside me is the protagonist of today's press conference, Mr. Mo Bai. Let us extend a warm welcome to him. As Wang Hai's voice faded, the applause resumed, leaving Mo Bai feeling somewhat bashful. He had never stood before such a large audience, especially not during a press conference that would be televised. After the applause subsided, Wang Hai continued, Now, let us invite Mr. Mo Bai to share the story of his heroic deeds. With that, he placed the microphone into Mo Bai's hands. Mo Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. What was he supposed to say? Should he recount how he had apprehended those Japanese spies, slapping them and humiliating them before finally blasting their speedboat? While he was lost in contemplation, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. This scene left Mo Bai even more speechless as he looked at the eager crowd, and he casually summarized the events, brushing over the details. Amidst the fervent applause, Wang Hai took the microphone back and delivered a lengthy, formal speech that lasted well over half an hour before returning to the award presentation. Now, let us proceed with the awarding ceremony for Mr. Mo Bai. Mr. Mo Bai successfully captured a total of 16 spy fish, earning a reward of 2 million. His efforts led to the successful apprehension of spies, ensuring that our nation's secrets remain safeguarded from foreign hands, thereby making a tremendous contribution to our country. Consequently, Mr. Mo Bai is hereby awarded a second-class personal merit, along with a cash reward of 10 million. After delivering his remarks, Wang Hai personally presented Mo Bai with the cash check and the second-class merit medal. Applause erupted from the audience, resonating with fervor. Following a lengthy segment of formal declarations, the press conference concluded an hour later. As the event wrapped up, Mo Bai hurriedly tucked away the cash check and medal and exited the Maritime Bureau. At that moment, Wang Hai unexpectedly blocked his path. Brother, why the rush to leave? Seeing Wang Hai before him reminded Mo Bai of the fishing vessel from the country of Wogwa, prompting him to cautiously inquire, Director Wang, may I ask how you plan to handle that Wogwa fishing vessel? Wang Hai regarded Mo Bai with a mysterious smile and leaned in to whisper, Brother, we intend to auction that fishing vessel online. After you return, log into our Maritime Bureau's website tonight at 8 p.m. It will be listed for the final minute. I trust you know what to do. Upon hearing this, Mo Bai shot Wang Hai an understanding glance. Hee. Thank you, Director Wang. Not at all. Given your accomplishments, it's only right to look after you. I'm counting on you to achieve more. Next time I catch spy fish, I'll inform Director Wang. Well, I shall take my leave now. You have matters to attend to. Mo Bai bid farewell to Wang Hai and departed the Maritime Bureau, taking a taxi back home. Upon seeing Murong Shui lounging in the yard, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he approached and scooped her into his arms, carrying her inside. Once upstairs, he gently placed her on the bed. Murong Shui, aware of her wrongdoing, shyly closed her eyes and remained silent. Observing Murong Shui's bashful demeanor, Mobai stood up and closed the door. His voice resonated from the room. Well now, little Shui, how dare you leave me alone at the Maritime Bureau? Let us see how I'll deal with you. Today, I intend to spank you. Smack, smack, smack. Chapter 87. The fishing vessel secured. After Mobai and Murong Shui had their fun, they emerged from the room at around 6 p.m. Xiao Shui, if you dare to leave me alone again, I shall make you keep a solitary vigil for a week. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui quickly grasped his arm, her voice tinged with feigned grievance. Don't be angry. It was my fault today for leaving you alone at the Maritime Bureau. I promise it won't happen again. Seeing her pouty expression, Mobai reached out and gently brushed his finger against her nose. Xiao Shui, I was just teasing you. I could never bear to leave you alone in an empty room. Now, let us hurry and cook dinner. After we eat, we must keep a close eye on the auction for the fishing vessel on the Maritime Bureau's website. In the kitchen, Mobai prepared seafood porridge while Murong Shui assisted him. Soon, they completed their dinner and sat at the stone table, enjoying their meal together. After dinner, as Mobai finished cleaning the dishes, the clock struck 7 p.m., leaving only 10 minutes until the auction at the Maritime Bureau concluded. Mobai and Murong Shui sat on the bed, hastily logging into the Maritime Bureau's official website. After registering and binding their accounts, they navigated to the auction site. Goodness, there's truly everything here. Upon entering the auction page for the fishing vessels, they paid a deposit of 1 million and fixated on the screen, refreshing it constantly. With just 2 minutes remaining until the auction ended, Mobai's eyes remained glued to the screen. As the timer ticked down to the final minute, he refreshed the page and the Wowa fishing vessel appeared on the screen. Observing the 50-meter-long fishing vessel with an opening bid of nearly 500,000, his heart raced. He quickly clicked to bid, and as everything was set, the clock struck 8 p.m. The screen displayed the triumphant words "Bid successful," and Mobai, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Murong Shui and planted a kiss on her cheek. Haha, Xiao Shui, we've struck gold. This fishing vessel is nearly new, 50 meters long, and we acquired it for just 500,000. Tomorrow, I'll take you to collect the ship. Murong Shui was equally exhilarated, marveling at the incredible deal. After their excitement subsided, Mobai recalled Wang Hai's earlier words and connected the dots regarding the vessel's starting bid, realizing that Wang Hai had done him a favor by bestowing upon him such a generous gift. It was clear that if this fishing vessel had gone through a standard auction, it would undoubtedly fetch a much higher price. Regardless of the competition, there would have been delays that would drive the price up. Now that the fishing vessel was secured and they had decided to finalize the paperwork at the Maritime Bureau the next day, Mobai and Murong Shui decided to indulge in a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in the meantime. Within the game, he led her through fierce battles, driving across the map and swiftly eliminating opponents, culminating in a series of victorious matches. After setting down his phone, Murong Shui stretched her back. Xiaomo, my back is so sore. Could you give me a massage? Of course, your humble servant obeys. In a playful exchange of roles, Mobai sat at the edge of the bed and gently massaged Murong Shui. After a while, feeling restless, his hands began to wander, brushing past her slender waist towards the wall switch. With a click, the room was enveloped in darkness. After some time, the rhythmic sounds of their breathing filled the darkened room as they drifted into sleep. Chapter 88. Collecting the vessel. The following morning, Mobai rose early and shared breakfast with Murong Shui. They quickly tidied up and took a taxi to the Maritime Bureau. On their way through town, Mobai exchanged the check at the bank before heading to the bureau. At the entrance of the Maritime Bureau, Wang Hai had just arrived for work and, before entering, spotted Mobai and Murong Shui approaching. From a distance, Mobai greeted him. Good morning, Director Wang. I can't thank you enough for yesterday. Wang Hai, upon hearing Mobai's gratitude, adopted a serious expression and replied in a formal tone. Brother Mo, you bid for that fishing vessel on your own merit. It has nothing to do with me. Understanding Wang Hai's meaning, Mobai promptly adjusted his words. Director Wang, I'm here to finalize the transfer paperwork for the fishing vessel. Seeing Mobai's astuteness, Wang Hai broke into a smile. Haha, my brother has indeed been a tremendous help to our Maritime Bureau. Since you acquired the fishing vessel through a standard auction, I will ensure everything goes smoothly for you. My secretary will assist you with the transfer paperwork shortly. Thank you so much, Director Wang. Come, follow me inside. Upon entering the first-floor hall of the Maritime Bureau, Wang Hai instructed his secretary to assist Mobai and Murong Shui with the transfer procedures. With the secretary's help, the process was remarkably efficient. Within half an hour, all the paperwork was completed. Thus, the fishing vessel rightfully belonged to Mo Bai and Murong Shui. Grateful, Mo Bai addressed Secretary Liu, "Thank you for your assistance. You've been a great help. It was no trouble at all. I merely followed the director's instructions. It is my job, after all." Following Secretary Liu, they made their way to the Maritime Bureau's dock, where the fishing vessel awaited them. Upon boarding the fishing vessel, Secretary Liu surprisingly summoned a fuel truck from the Maritime Bureau to fill the boat's tank, which instantly delighted Mo Bai and Mu Rongshui, as they effectively saved several $100,000. After exchanging pleasantries with Secretary Liu, Mo Bai took the helm of the fishing boat, steering it towards Wang Hao shipyard in Huagu town, with Mu Rongshui by his side. Inside the cockpit, Mo Bai gazed at the controls with palpable excitement. It was his first time piloting a boat, and he felt a thrill of exhilaration. Turning to Mu Rongshui, he whispered, "Shui, we're heading to Wang Hao's shipyard to give this boat a fresh coat of paint. Once it's done, I'll take you out to sea alone. If we strike it rich in the future, I'll buy a luxurious yacht, and we can frolic on the waves every day." Mu Rongshui observed his playful demeanor, often lost in thoughts of their intimate moments together, which left her perpetually drained, either sleeping or on the verge of slumber. Yet, she could not help but harbor affection for Mo Bai. "Absolutely. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I wish to be with you at every moment." As they conversed, they swiftly navigated to Wang Hao shipyard dock. Just as the fishing boat moored, Mo Bai pulled out his phone and called Wang Hao. Soon, Wang Hao emerged from the workshop, approached Mo Bai, and playfully patted his shoulder, saying in a teasing tone, "Well, if it isn't the illustrious Mo Bai. What brings you here today, thinking of this humble fellow?" Responding to Wang Hao's sarcasm, Mo Bai lightly tapped his head, causing Wang Hao to grimace in pain. "I've been busy. Unlike you who spends your days indulging in merriment, I still have to brave the sea daily. But enough of that. I need your assistance. See that fishing vessel over there? I just acquired it at auction yesterday. Could you help me repaint it?" Mo Bai gestured towards the boat docked nearby. Chapter 89. The Gathering for Bonus Distribution. Standing by the dock, Mo Bai pointed at the fishing boat and addressed Wang Hao. "Brother Wang, please repaint this boat completely. It will take a few days." Scratching his head, Wang Hao contemplated the vessel for a moment before responding, "I'll have them work overtime to handle it. From painting to drying, it should take 2 days. Come back then to pick up the boat. As for your new vessel, it'll be ready in a week. Would you like to take a look?" "No need for that. Just leave the fishing boat here. I'll come back in a week to collect it and settle the remaining payment." Wang Hao's face lit up at the mention of the full payment a week later, and he enthusiastically grasped Mo Bai's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Mo, you're too kind. Since you're here, don't rush off. Come have some tea at the shipyard. I'll treat you to a meal later. Let us save it for another time. I have matters to attend to. In a week, I'll personally invite everyone to dinner. For now, Shui and I must leave." After bidding farewell to Wang Hao, Mo Bai and Mu Rongshui took a cab to the company. Earlier, he had called Du Xiao and learned that the three of them were assisting at the office, which prompted him to head directly there. Since establishing the company, he had never actually entered its doors. He felt rather incompetent as a boss. Upon exiting the taxi, he spotted Uncle Wang, the security guard, diligently on duty at the entrance. Mo Bai approached him and handed him a cigarette. "Uncle Wang, how have things been at the company lately?" Delighted by the gesture, Uncle Wang replied, "Boss, with Manager Liu around, you need not worry. I truly admire her." Nodding in satisfaction, Mo Bai inwardly reflected, "It seems Manager Liu is quite capable, even earning the genuine respect of Uncle Wang." After sharing a few words with Uncle Wang, he and Mu Rongshui made their way into the office. As they walked side by side, Mu Rongshui, having overheard Uncle Wang's praise for Lu Jiao, suddenly remarked, "Mo Bai, what do you think of the professional manager I recommended?" "Of course, as long as she comes recommended by you, I have complete confidence." They exchanged light-hearted banter until they reached the office, where they found Lu Jiao and learned that the company had begun to turn a profit by collecting and recycling ocean debris. In just over a month, they had earned 200,000. After Lu Jiao finished her report, Du Xiao, a Qin, and a Ping arrived. Seeing them enter, Mo Bai waved them over, saying, "Old Du, a Qin, a Ping, the bonuses have arrived, and I've called you all here to divide them." The three of them instantly buzzed with excitement upon hearing about the bonuses. Mo Bai grinned at their enthusiasm and began distributing the rewards. "Let me tell you, we earned a total of 2 million in bonuses from 16 spy fish. The 4 spies earned 10 million, making a total of 12 million. With Shui included, there are 5 of us on board, so each person gets 2 for million. If there are no objections, we'll settle on that." Du Xiao and the others nodded vigorously, none daring to voice dissent. After all, they understood the nature of Mo Bai and Mu Rongshui's relationship. Seeing no objections, Mo Bai promptly transferred the bonuses to them. As they watched the funds arrive, a Qin and a Ping were particularly ecstatic, too. 4 million was a life-changing sum, especially compared to their current salaries of 50,000 a month, which made the bonus equivalent to several years of income. Only Du Xiao appeared somewhat indifferent, as he had already received several million over the past month. Chapter 90, Fishing by the Lake. Inside the office, after distributing the bonuses, Mo Bai addressed the group. Du Xiao, a Qin, a Ping, in a week, our new boat will be delivered. I also secured that fishing vessel yesterday and placed it at the shipyard for painting. We'll need more hands when both boats go out to sea together, so find 6 reliable people in the next few days. For the larger vessel, we'll need 5 crew members, and for the smaller one, 4. The salary will be set at 50,000 a month. The prospect of the new boat excited the trio, and they assured Mo Bai they would have the crew ready in a week. You 3 will still go out to sea for the next few days. I want to be joining you. I'll notify you in a week to come with me to the shipyard, bringing along the people you've found. After outlining the tasks, Mo Bai and Mu Rongshui took a taxi back home. It was already afternoon, and upon their return, Mo Bai immediately dove into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, they returned to their room and sat on the bed, Mo Bai pondering what they might do over the next few days, as it would be dull to remain idle at home. Glancing at Mu Rongshui beside him, he proposed, Shui, we still have a week until the new boat arrives. What shall we do during this time? How about we go on a trip? I could use a break from the monotony of staying home, she replied. All right. You look up some travel guides. We'll set off early tomorrow. After a moment of searching on her phone, Mu Rongshui put it down, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she said, Mo Bai, I just saw that the Yunnan-Guizhou Sichuan region is quite beautiful. Shall we explore that area? Mo Bai playfully brushed his finger across her nose and pulled her into an embrace. Shui, whatever you say goes. We'll depart tomorrow. With their travel plans solidified, they turned off the lights and settled in for the night. The following morning, Mo Bai rose early, exchanging several 4-meter fishing rods at the systems marketplace. He intended to indulge in fishing during his self-driving tour. After enjoying breakfast with Mu Rongshui, he drove to the dock. At that moment, Du Xiao and the others had yet to set sail. Mo Bai boarded the boat to unload the tent and load it into the car, subsequently purchasing a myriad of supplies from the dockside supermarket before hitting the highway with Mu Rongshui. Upon reaching the borders of Gui City, they exited the highway and continued along the national road, deciding to go wherever the path led them. Suddenly, Mo Bai spotted a picturesque scene ahead, a verdant lake framed by a smooth sandy beach. Turning to Mu Rongshui, he suggested, Shui, look over there. Shall we camp here today? Captivated by the enchanting landscape, Mu Rongshui eagerly agreed. They quickly veered onto a dirt road beside the national highway, parked by the lakeshore, and began setting up their tent in a flat area while arranging their belongings. Together, they sat down to admire the breathtaking view before them. The lake's surface shimmered with clarity, while the towering mountains, shrouded in a delicate mist, resembled a radiant halo. Sunlight bathed the earth, reflecting upon the lake, creating a dazzling dance of colors as the waves gently undulated. After indulging in the scenery for a while, Mo Bai retrieved his fishing rod from the car and turned to Mu Rongshui, inquiring, Shui, I've heard that the swordfish here in Gui City is excellent for making beer fish. I'm going to catch one for us to enjoy later. I want to go with you, Mu Rongshui replied, hastily grabbing a fishing rod for herself. They settled by the lakeside, baited their hooks, and cast their lines into the tranquil waters, patiently awaiting a catch. Chapter 91. Beer fish. By the time Mo Bai arrived, it was nearly afternoon, and after fishing for nearly half an hour without a bite, a number of vehicles began arriving along the dirt road from the national highway. Soon, a handful of anglers had gathered by the lake, each equipped with tents for an evening of fishing. Upon their arrival, they wasted no time setting up their tents and finding their fishing spots, expertly preparing their bait with fluid motions that spoke of their seasoned experience. Interestingly, as the newcomers began to set their bait, Mo Bai's bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface. Recognizing the sign of a catch, Mo Bai swiftly lifted the fishing rod. Feeling the powerful resistance on the line, he surmised that the fish must weigh at least 4 pounds, and with excitement, he called out to Mu Rongshui, Shui, I've hooked a fish. It must weigh at least 4 pounds. If I land it, I'll prepare us some beer fish. I hope it's a swordfish. The nearby seasoned anglers watched with envious eyes as the young man struggled with his catch, their excitement palpable as they cheered inwardly for a big catch. One among them, however, felt a pang of impatience as he had yet to catch anything. He approached Mo Bai, observing him battle the fish, and with a smile, he remarked, Your luck is remarkable. We just arrived, and you've already hooked one. How much do you think it weighs? While maneuvering the fish, Mo Bai turned to respond. Adhering to the adage that one should never strike a friendly face, I reckon it's around 4 to 5 pounds, he replied amicably. Oh, that's quite hefty. You don't sound like a local, the angler noted. With a chuckle, Mo Bai explained, We're on a self-driving tour, and upon seeing this beautiful scenery, we decided to stop and fish. I've heard your beer fish is famous, so I aim to catch a swordfish for our meal. As they chatted, Imobai noticed that he had nearly subdued the fish, beginning to draw the rod upwards while retreating. Soon, he brought the fish to the shore. Shui, quickly! Grab the net. Mu Rong Shui obediently complied, scooping the fish into the net. Imobai cast his rod aside and approached to inspect his catch. Before he could speak, the seasoned angler interjected, "Young man, you have good fortune. Your first catch is a swordfish. I assure you, beer fish made from swordfish is exceptional." "Thank you for the compliment. I'm merely lucky," Imobai replied. "You continue fishing. I'll start preparing our meal." Respecting the young man's intention to cook, the seasoned angler returned to his spot. Once the angler had departed, Imobai began to clean the swordfish, preparing to cook. He retrieved his supplies and looked up a recipe for beer fish online before commencing the culinary process. He first separated the fish fillets, marinating them and setting them aside. Then chopped the accompanying vegetables. After heating oil in a pan and sautéing the ingredients, he neatly arranged the fish on top, poured in a can of beer, covered the pot, and awaited the meal's completion. Once everything was prepared, he noticed Mu Rong Shui watching him intently. Waving his hand in front of her face, he teased, "Shui, what are you daydreaming about? You seem enchanted. Sit tight, soon we'll feast on beer fish." Chapter 92. A fragrant aroma snapped back to reality. Mu Rong Shui had been captivated by Mo-Bai's focused demeanor while cooking. Their conversation continued for about 15 minutes until Mo-Bai opened the pot, releasing a tantalizing aroma. "It smells incredible, Mo-Bai," she exclaimed. "Heh, Shui, you must taste my handiwork," Mo-Bai encouraged. As Mu Rong Shui sampled a piece of fish, she was immediately struck by its fresh, spicy flavor, devoid of any fishy taste. The delightful combination of beer and fish ignited her appetite. After finishing one piece, she nodded fervently at Mo-Bai and quickly grabbed another, hardly able to speak. Seeing her reaction, Mo-Bai felt assured that his beer fish was indeed authentic. Otherwise, Shui wouldn't be so enamored. He took a piece for himself, savoring it, and narcissistically acknowledged, "Truly authentic." Together, they swiftly devoured the 4 to 5 pound swordfish transformed into delectable beer fish. Meanwhile, the enticing aroma wafted along the lakeshore, catching the attention of the seasoned anglers nearby. Their mouths watered at the scent of the beer fish, even as they had yet to catch anything themselves. Motivated by the delicious aroma, they became determined to catch a fish for their own meal. Yet by the time Mo-Bai and Mu Rong Shui finished their feast, none had landed a single catch. Frustrated but maintaining their composure, the seasoned anglers sat resolutely by the lakeside, vowing not to sleep until they had reeled in a fish. After finishing their meal, Mo-Bai washed all the cookware and rejoined Mu Rong Shui for another round of fishing. The closest seasoned angler couldn't help but jest, "You two lovebirds. Haven't you eaten enough?" That aroma was enough to make us drool. Upon encountering the seasoned angler jesting with one another, Mo-Bai was instantly reminded of the tantalizing aroma that had wafted through the air while they savored beer fish earlier, undoubtedly provoking their appetites. He set down his fishing rod and ambled over to the experienced fishermen, distributing cigarettes to each of them and engaging in casual conversation before returning to his fishing spot. After another half hour, the seasoned anglers began to catch fish, their faces alight with joy as they proudly displayed their catches and set about preparing beer fish on their portable stoves. This scene left Mo-Bai utterly speechless. While he had felt little during his own beer fish preparation, the exchange of roles now allowed him to empathize with the seasoned angler's earlier feelings of longing. The enticing aroma wafting from their cooking stirred a tumult of emotions within him. By the time these anglers finished showcasing their beer fish, it was already 8 p.m. when they returned to their fishing spots. No sooner had they settled in than Mu Rong Shui's fishing rod bent under the weight of a catch. Mo-Bai, I've hooked a fish. Quick, prepare the landing net for me. Mo-Bai hastened to set his rod aside, seizing the net and positioning himself to assist Mu Rong Shui in bringing her fish ashore. After a 10-minute tussle with the fish, she finally wore it down and began to reel it closer to the bank. With swift precision, Mo-Bai netted the fish, leaning in to discover it was yet another swordfish. Turning to the seasoned anglers, he couldn't help but grin. "Shui, I'm a bit hungry. Are you feeling the same? I am a little hungry as well. How about we make some more beer fish? I didn't quite eat my fill earlier." Once he secured Mu Rong Shui's agreement, Mo-Bai began setting up the stove to prepare beer fish once more. Half an hour later, the delightful aroma of the dish once again enveloped the riverbank. Chapter 93. A wet stroll through the scenery. In the pitch black of night, Mo-Bai and Mu Rong Shui sat side by side, relishing their beer fish. The seasoned anglers fishing nearby were inwardly lamenting, each wishing they could rush over and upend the table of the two. After enduring nearly half an hour of torment, Mo-Bai and Mu Rong Shui finally finished their meal. After a quick cleanup, Mu Rong Shui expressed disinterest in fishing any longer, prompting them to pack up their belongings and retreat to their tent for some rest. Inside the tent, Imobai pondered what to do. But upon recalling the presence of the seasoned anglers outside, he quickly settled down, finding solace in Murong Shue's embrace, and together they drifted into slumber. The next morning, as Imobai stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of two seasoned anglers still seated by the shore, their determination evident as they had fished throughout the night. He approached them with cigarettes, engaging in light conversation until Murong Shue awoke and joined him. Together, they tidied their tent and stored their belongings in the vehicle. Bidding farewell to the seasoned anglers before driving away, the couple journeyed along, stopping intermittently, until they reached Juzhegu in Chuan City by midday on the third day. At the ticket booth, Imobai purchased 2 tickets, spending over 500, and rented a 2-seater sightseeing vehicle to leisurely explore the scenic area with Murong Shue. Upon entering the park, Murong Shue was immediately captivated by the breathtaking beauty surrounding her, verdant mountains embraced by lush forests. And a gentle breeze caressed her skin as she extended her arms, reveling in the splendor of nature. Observing her enthrallment, Imobai, having visited the area during his school days, began to share his knowledge. Shue, did you know that the waters of Juzhegu are exceptionally pure? You can see the submerged timber and stones beneath the surface, and occasionally, schools of small fish dart about. The water is a kaleidoscope of colors, some green, some yellow, an array of hues. When the sun shines upon it, the beauty is even more pronounced. The shallowest parts are merely 1 to 2 meters deep, while the depths remain unfathomable. Later, I'll take some photos for you to commemorate our visit. As they navigated the scenic route, they arrived at a lush area with a turquoise pond, where Imobai halted the vehicle. Shue, come quickly. Let me take a picture of you. Hee Imobai. Make sure to capture me beautifully. Rest assured, you're unaware of my photographic skills. Murong Shue approached the water's edge, striking various poses as Imobai captured her essence with his camera. After a while, he stowed the camera and remarked, Shue, I think we have enough photos. Let us move on to the next spot. Just as they were about to return to the sightseeing vehicle, the sky darkened, and a torrential downpour commenced. In an instant, they were drenched, and as they scrambled back into the vehicle, raindrops cascaded from Murong Shue's hair. Pouting in annoyance, she turned to Imobai and exclaimed, What kind of wretched weather is this? It suddenly rains without warning, ruining my mood. I'm soaked to the bone, and it's truly uncomfortable. Observing her drenched form, with clothes clinging to her figure and her hair damp, she exuded a unique beauty. Imobai chuckled awkwardly and offered her a tissue from his bag. Hee Shue. This is just how the weather is here. It can rain out of nowhere. But I find you quite beautiful like this. Murong Shue burst into laughter at his words. Her earlier frustration washed away, yet she still expressed a desire to leave. Shue, since you're not in the mood to continue exploring, let us head back. We still have 3 days to return, and it's time we started making our way back. By then, the new fishing boat will be ready for pickup. With Murong Shue's agreement, Imobai drove the sightseeing vehicle toward the park's exit. Their excursion to Juzhegu left them with cherished memories. Chapter 94. The Sweetness of a Young Couple. After returning the sightseeing vehicle at the park entrance, the rain continued to fall, though less intensely than before. Imobai removed his shirt to shield Murong Shue from the rain as they dashed toward the parking lot. Once back in the car, they drove away from the scenic area, finding a secluded spot where they could shed their soaked garments. Amidst shy glances, they changed clothes before resuming their journey home. As they traveled, stopping to appreciate the beauty of nature, they finally returned to their quaint fishing village home on the last day before the new boat's delivery. Upon arrival, Murong Shue flopped down onto a lounge chair in the yard. I'm utterly exhausted. These past few days have been tiring. Oh, Shue, you just lie there as soon as you return, without offering to help me. Look at me, burdened with bags. Murong Shue couldn't help but giggle at the sight of Imobai, weighed down with packages, and she promptly rushed over to assist him in carrying everything inside. Afterward, they reclined beneath the lychee tree to rest. Suddenly, Imobai glanced up at the tree and noticed the lychees had ripened to a brilliant red. He sprang to his feet and retrieved a ladder from the house. Curiously, Murong Shue asked, Imobai, what are you doing with the ladder? Hee Shue. I noticed that the lychees are ripe. Did you not see? I'm going to pick some for us to enjoy. Ascending the ladder, he plucked a lychee and peeled it open, the sweet fragrance bursting forth on his palate. Shue, it's so sweet. Your lychees are truly delightful. Watching him relish the fruit from the tree, Murong Shue smiled sweetly. Of course, my lychees are nothing short of exceptional. They are large and round, tinged with a delicate blush, and undoubtedly sweet to the taste. Be cautious, don't let them fall. Don't worry, Xiaoxue, I've been climbing trees since childhood. This little challenge poses no difficulty for me. Gazing at the vibrant red lychees hanging from the tree, Imobai skillfully plucked the ripest ones, and before long, his small basket was brimming with fruit. After descending from the tree, he took the lychees to the kitchen to wash them thoroughly. And then he rinsed some grapes and retrieved a bunch of bananas from the refrigerator. he returned to the lychee tree, preparing to indulge in an afternoon of fruit and tea with Murong Shui. At this moment, it was just past 2 in the afternoon, and the weather in the deep city was characterized by the sweltering heat of summer, with temperatures lingering above 20 degrees year-round. Mo Bai placed the fruits on the stone table, brewed a pot of chilled tea, and sat beside Murong Shui to savor the freshly picked lychees. Come, Xiaoxue. Let me feed you a banana. Sure. Then I shall feed you some grapes. The two sat beneath the pomegranate tree, taking turns feeding each other, and before long, they had devoured all the fruit. They joyfully chatted, discussing their plans for the following day's grand ship delivery. Unbeknownst to them, the hour had slipped away, and it was now 8 in the evening. Having consumed such an abundance of fruit in the afternoon, neither felt particularly hungry. As the twilight deepened, Murong Shui stood up to retire to her room for the night. Just as she took a couple of steps, her stomach let out a loud grumble, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Mo Bai, still reclining in the lounge chair, heard the sound and rose to her side, gazing at her with affectionate tenderness. Xiaoxue, come with me to the room. I will prepare something for you to eat. Chapter 95, Doubling Assets. After Mo Bai finished providing Murong Shui with a meal, she ascended the stairs to wash up and rest, while he busied himself in the kitchen, tidying the disarray left behind. As he cleaned, his mind drifted to the ship delivery scheduled for the next day. With the new vessel's delivery looming, he still needed to pay over 80 million to Wang Hao shipyard. Currently, his bank account held nearly 100 million. If he paid the final amount tomorrow, he would see his funds dwindle by half. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to utilize the bonus doubling card the system had granted him previously. Hastily, he accessed the long-unseen system interface and clicked to use the bonus doubling card. Ding! The system has detected the host's use of the bonus doubling card, activating the bonus doubling feature. As the system's voice faded, a familiar spinning wheel appeared on the screen. Staring at the wheel, Mo Bai felt a wave of frustration. He had only ever drawn a 5-fold reward on his first attempt, and the subsequent 2 had yielded merely double. When would he finally hit the 10-fold jackpot? With a heart full of apprehension, he extended his hand and lightly tapped the wheel, which immediately began to spin. Ultimately, it came to rest on the double reward once again. Witnessing this, Mo Bai felt a surge of madness. Why was it always like this? Was it truly so difficult to land a 10-fold critical hit? Ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn a double critical hit. The system will double your bonus. Please check your account. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification, and he quickly retrieved it. Upon checking, he discovered that his previous balance of over 170 million had now ballooned to over 340 million. The sight of such a substantial sum filled him with joy. Even after making the final payment for the new ship tomorrow, he would still be a billionaire. After ensuring everything was in order, he washed up and headed upstairs, only to find that Murong Shui had already turned off the lights and was asleep. He carefully opened the door and climbed into bed. The next morning, Mo Bai was awakened by the blaring alarm clock. He reached out to silence it, then lingered in bed for a moment before gradually rising. After completing his morning routine in the bathroom, he headed downstairs to purchase breakfast. On the way, he called Du Xiao and the others, instructing them to gather at the shipyard by 10 o'clock. Returning to the courtyard with breakfast in hand, he found Murong Shui waiting for him at the stone table. Today, she wore the blue dress he had bought for her during their last shopping trip. As he placed the breakfast on the table, Murong Shui stood up and twirled around, asking, Mo Bai, do you think I look beautiful in this dress? Xiaoxue, you look stunning in anything. The beauty of the person surpasses the beauty of the clothes. His compliment made Murong Shui blush with shyness. But Xiaoxue, weren't you just asleep? It's so early. I thought we agreed that Du Xiao and the others would meet at the shipyard at 10. Seeing Mo Bai abruptly change the subject, the rosy hue on Murong Shui's face faded as she picked up her breakfast and began to eat. Mo Bai, hurry up and eat. We should leave soon so that we don't keep Du Xiao and the others waiting. It's already past 8. And you still need to meet the new crew members. You should at least get to know them. Mo Bai nodded in agreement without speaking, focusing on his breakfast. Before long, the two had finished their meal, tidied up quickly, and set off in the car towards Wang Hao shipyard in Huagu town. As they approached the shipyard, they spotted Du Xiao and Qin from a distance, along with 6 new crew members. Mo Bai parked the car and exited to join them. Chapter 96, New Members Join. Upon reaching the group, Mo Bai looked at Du Xiao and remarked, Old Du, weren't you supposed to arrive at 10? It's barely past 9. Why are you all here so early? We're just responding to the boss's call, arriving early to make a good impression, Du Xiao replied. Murong Shui stifled a laugh at this, while Mo Bai regarded Du Xiao with a resigned expression. Du Xiao, never one to miss an opportunity for mischief, elicited a roll of the eyes from Mo Bai before he said, Old Du, introduce me to them. What is there to introduce? I didn't recruit them. Go ask Qin. Upon hearing that Qin had found the crew, Mo Bai turned to him. Qin scratched his head and grinned, saying, Old Mo, These 6 are fishermen from our village. You can trust them completely. They've been fishing at sea with others. And when I returned to the village and told them about the pay you offered, they all expressed their willingness to work on your ship. Achin, you did well. Mo surveyed the 6 men Achin had introduced, noting their sun-kissed skin, a testament to their time spent on the water. Since he had entrusted Achin with the task of finding crew members, he felt assured about their character. After all, one should not doubt those they choose to employ. He approached and handed each of them a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Noticing that the 6 stood there rather stiffly, he smiled and said, "Since you are all recommended by Achin, I trust your integrity. From this day forth, you are members of my crew. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Old Mo. Now, please introduce yourselves." The 6 men, previously so reserved, beamed with excitement upon hearing they had been hired. Having previously earned only 20,000 a month on the ship owner's vessel, the prospect of earning 50,000 with Mo was exhilarating, prompting each of them to introduce themselves eagerly. "Old Mo, my name is Adong. I look forward to your guidance. Old Mo, I am a Nan. Please take care of me. Old Mo, I am a She. I hope for your favor. Old Mo, I am a Bay. I look forward to your mentorship. Old Mo, I am a Zhong. I hope to learn from you. Old Mo, I am a Bai. I anticipate your guidance." As Mo listened to the self-introductions of a few individuals, he found their names rather intriguing. A faint smile graced his lips as he pondered over them, leaving the others somewhat perplexed. Noting their relaxed demeanor, he continued addressing Du Xiao and the others. "Old Du, moving forward, you will be in charge of the fishing vessel. Accompanied by a Dong, a Nan, and a Shi, a Qin, and a Ping, you 2 will oversee the new ship, bringing along a Bai, a Zhong, and a Bei. As I will also be aboard this vessel." Mo Bai's arrangement was tinged with a hint of personal interest. While he believed in trusting those he employed, he harbored a desire to separate a Qin and a Ping from their fellow villagers. He felt absolute confidence in Du Xiao leading one crew. While he intended to cultivate a Qin and a Ping, knowing that the company would eventually possess more than just these 2 ships, they had always trailed behind Du Xiao, thus failing to showcase their own capabilities. After all, they had previously served as Du Xiao's crew, often deferring to him and lacking their own opinions. Once the personnel were assigned, they proceeded to the shipyard. Upon entering, Wang Hao and his father, Wang Dong, greeted them. The moment Wang Dong spotted Mo Bai, a broad grin spread across his face. "Little Mo, you finally made it. Uncle Wang, I've been waiting for you for ages. Ever since you purchased the ship. You haven't visited my shipyard. I've had to call you for everything. Did you think you had forgotten about me?" Mo Bai, initially quite pleased with Wang Dong's cheerful demeanor, replied with a smile, "Uncle Wang, I've finally arrived. The last 2 months have been incredibly busy, and I haven't had the chance to see you. I promise to visit you soon." After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance of the shipyard, Wang Dong led Mo Bai and his group to the warehouse. Chapter 97. The Delivery of the New Ship. As they followed Wang Dong into the warehouse housing the new vessel, Mo Bai beheld the ship constructed to his specifications. With its crimson hull and a vast deck designed to accommodate a significant amount of marine debris, the ship was built to endure at least 10 days at sea, utilizing 2 nets daily to fill its hold. His heart swelled with satisfaction at the sight of the completed vessel. At that moment, Wang Dong began to elaborate on the ship's interior configurations. Once he finished his presentation, while the others remained outside admiring the ship, Mo Bai seized the opportunity to pull Mu Rong Shui into the ship's quarters, hastily leading her to his spacious master bedroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of an enormous bed, which filled him with immense contentment. "Xiao Shui, what do you think of our room? Are you satisfied?" Mu Rong Shui gazed at the vast bed, measuring 3 meters in width and over 2 meters in length. The ship's quarters boasted 3 levels, with this bedroom occupying an entire floor. Contemplating the size, she turned to Mo Bai and softly replied, "I love it, of course. This room is much more comfortable than that cramped little fishing boat." "Haha, I'm glad you like it, Xiao Shui." After relishing the moment, they exited the room and stepped onto the deck. As Mo Bai spotted Wang Dong approaching, he promptly expressed, "Uncle Wang, I am thoroughly satisfied with this." He then turned to Du Xiao and the others, instructing, "Old Du, you all go procure the offerings needed for the new ship's launch ceremony." Once Du Xiao and the others departed to gather the offerings, Mo Bai accompanied Wang Dong to the office to finalize the payment for the ship. The moment the funds were transferred, Wang Dong's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, "Little Mo, today marks the delivery of the new ship. Uncle Wang insists on treating you all to a meal to celebrate." Seeing Wang Dong's eagerness to treat them, Mo Bai quickly interjected, "Uncle Wang, if anyone is to treat, it should be me, as this is my ship. Please, do not go to any extra expense. After the launch ceremony is complete, I will take everyone to Li Bo's seafood restaurant for a feast." Wang Dong regarded Mo Bai thoughtfully for a moment before responding, "Little Mo, you all go enjoy your meal. Uncle Wang will sit this one out. After all, you are all young, and my presence would only make things awkward. Come by my home another day for a casual meal. Mo Bai considered this and agreed, realizing that having Wang Dong amidst their youthful group might indeed be uncomfortable for him. Wang Hao, brimming with excitement, looked at Mo Bai with a mischievous grin. Haha, today, I intend to make you spend lavishly. Mo Bai mused to himself about Wang Hao's eagerness to treat him, thinking, you think you can outdo me? My bank account holds over 200 million. Of course, he kept this thought to himself and responded to Wang Hao, brother Wang Hao. As long as you enjoy yourself today, anything goes. We are simply here to celebrate. Mu Rongshui sat quietly beside them, sipping tea and refraining from voicing any opinions. Leaving all decisions to Mo Bai, the group engaged in light conversation, and after a while, Du Xiao and the others returned with the ceremonial items. They all gathered before the new ship, and Wang Hao began preparing for the vessel's launch. Chapter 98. The launch of the new ship and the feast. At the docks of the shipyard, a sense of excitement enveloped the crowd as they eagerly awaited the launch of the new vessel. Once all preparations were finalized, the ship's hull began to glide smoothly into the sea. With a resounding splash, the new ship successfully entered the water, sending up a magnificent spray. Immediately, Du Xiao and the others ignited the firecrackers they had purchased, filling the air with a cacophony of popping sounds and the invigorating scent of gunpowder. Mo Bai positioned himself at the bow, arranging offerings and lighting the ceremonial fire. After completing the ritual, he cast the offerings into the sea, signifying the conclusion of the ceremony. At that moment, Du Xiao approached Mo Bai with congratulations. Old Mo, congratulations on the successful launch of the new ship. May it leap through the waves like a dragon, forging ahead fearlessly, and may we navigate the seas safely and reap abundant rewards. Following Du Xiao's commendation, Achin stepped forward to extend his blessings. Old Mo, as the ship set sail, I wish for the vastness and depth of the ocean to pave its path forward, enveloped in calm winds and beauty, ensuring our safe return from the sea. A ping echoed similar sentiments, adding, Old Mo, may the new ship enjoy a smooth voyage and return laden with bounty. As the crowd gathered to offer their congratulations, Mo Bai exchanged a glance with Mu Rongshui, who promptly retrieved the red envelopes she had prepared and distributed them among the attendees. Mo Bai, in turn, produced cigarettes from his bag to share, all in the spirit of celebration. He then addressed the group. Today, we gather to witness the successful launch of this new ship. May it brave the winds and waves, forging ahead to become an unmatched star of the ocean. After concluding his speech, Mo Bai bid farewell to Wang Dong and, with a flourish, led everyone aboard the new ship, while Du Xiao took a Nan and a Bei aboard the newly repainted fishing vessel. Entering the bridge, Mo Bai felt a surge of excitement as he powered up the new ship. With a low rumble, the vessel gradually departed from the shipyard's dock, heading towards the Haogu Town Pier. Before long, the new ship was securely docked, and the group disembarked, making their way directly to Li Bo's seafood restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hotel, they were greeted by Li Bo, who emerged, noticing Mo Bai and Wang Hao accompanied by a crowd. He approached them with a playful tone, saying, well, look who finally thought to pay a visit to my humble establishment after such a long time. Both men exchanged exasperated glances, wishing they could reprimand him, but Wang Hao quickly pulled him into a friendly embrace, saying, Li Bo, today is the day when the new ship of the Mo Bai brothers sets sail. We have come to your restaurant to celebrate, and you have not made any gesture to commemorate this occasion. Upon hearing this, Li Bo realized the significance of the day and promptly approached to extend his heartfelt congratulations, declaring that all beverages for the evening would be complimentary. After all, the bluefin tuna that Mo Bai had previously sold to him had brought considerable prestige and profit to their establishment. Under Li Bo's meticulous arrangement, the group was soon ushered into the most opulent private room. Mo Bai was in high spirits, selecting only the finest seafood, which soon filled the table to overflowing. Li Bo also presented a case of red wine valued at over 10,000 yuan, and they all settled down together to engage in lively conversation and toasting. The joyous gathering concluding amidst clinking glasses. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Li Bo instructed Du Xiao to ensure that everyone assembled at the dock by tomorrow morning. Mo Bai then called a taxi for everyone, seeing them off one by one, before he and Mu Rongshui shared a cab heading towards Wang Hao's shipyard. Upon arriving at the shipyard, Mo Bai handed the keys to Mu Rongshui, and the two drove back to their home in the quaint fishing village. Chapter 99. The new ship sets sail. The following morning, Mo Bai rose early and exchanged points in the system marketplace for an oversized trawl net, along with several fishing rods and other assorted items. He placed the trawl net in his vehicle and stored the smaller items in his nanospace ring. After purchasing breakfast in the village, he returned home, sitting at the stone table with a face full of regret. How could he have come home last night, washed up, and simply collapsed into bed, missing the chance for an all-night conversation with her? At that moment, Morong Shui descended from upstairs, clad in a charming red and white floral dress. Seeing Mo Bai's troubled expression, she inquired with concern, Mo Bai, what's wrong? He replied with a chuckle, Oh Shui, I'm fine. I just had a bit too much to drink last night, and after my shower, I fell straight into bed, forgetting to have a long talk with you. With a teasing tone, she said, Look at you, all gloomy. What do you want to do when you're drunk? Hurry up and finish your breakfast. We need to head to the dock. Prompted by Morong Shui, they quickly finished their breakfast, tidied up, and hurriedly left. Upon arriving at the dockside supermarket, they stocked up on numerous supplies for the crew, filling the car to the brim, even the back seat overflowing. When they reached the dock, Du Xiao and the others were already waiting. Mo Bai instructed Du Xiao to transfer all the items from the rented fishing boat onto the auction vessel. He then organized the others to distribute the supplies between the two boats. After giving Lu Jiao a call to return the rented fishing boat to Wang Hao, he led the group onto the ships according to their pre-assigned teams. With a thunderous roar, the two vessels slowly departed from the dock of Huagu Town, sailing towards the boundless sea. After navigating for 20 minutes, Mo Bai halted the ship and called for a Qin, instructing him to take a bay and a zhong to set the trawl net. Standing by the deck, he spotted Du Xiao in the distance, also pausing to hang the trawl net at the rear of his boat. Watching the two vessels at work filled Mo Bai with anticipation. As his fleet grew, so too would his wealth. Before long, a Qin and the others had successfully secured the trawl net. Mo Bai summoned a Qin to the helm. A Qin, you take the wheel. You and a Ping will be responsible for operating the ship. I'll just take the helm when I feel like it. Notify me in 2 hours. I'll head to my cabin for now. After briefing a Qin, Mo Bai walked to the ship's cabin and bound the newly hired 6 crew members as assistants through the system before stepping inside. Upon entering his room, he found Morong Shui lying on the bed, engrossed in watching television. It then dawned on him that when this ship was built, Wang Dong had installed various satellite products, allowing them to access the internet and watch TV at sea. Although it came at a hefty annual cost, it was a trivial expense for him. Approaching Morong Shui, he noticed tears in her eyes and quickly grabbed a tissue from the side to offer her. Shui, what's wrong? Why are you crying? She took the tissue, wiped her tears, tossed it into the trash, and then smiled at Mo Bai. It's nothing. I was just moved by the show. Look at you, my little Shui, getting emotional over a television show. Come here, let me comfort you. He pulled her into his embrace, and after a moment of tenderness, sensing that the time was right, he stood and returned to the deck, only to find that the ship had unexpectedly come to a stop. A Ping was at the stern with a bai, a bay, and a zhong, using a crane to hoist the trawl net. As the net emerged from the water, a torrent of seawater cascaded down. The crane continued to lift the net, slowly moving towards the center of the ship's vast hold. Gazing at the bulging trawl net, Mo Bai pondered whether they would uncover any unexpected treasures. Chapter 100, the first catch of the new ship. As the crane positioned the trawl net above the expansive hold, Mo Bai stood nearby, glancing at a bai. A bai, for our new ship's first catch. You shall be the one to untangle it. I wish to see how fortunate you are. Excitedly, a bai rushed forward to untie the net, and with a whoosh, countless pieces of marine debris tumbled into the hold. A Ping and the others swiftly descended the ladder to begin sorting through the ocean refuse, separating the non-reusable items into another hold. Once they returned to the dock, the company's waste transport vehicle would take the trash to a landfill, while any recyclable materials would be stored in the ship's hold. As they were busy sorting, a sudden shout from a Ping broke the monotony. Wow, it's a big yellow croaker. Hearing a Ping's exclamation, Mo Bai quickly climbed down the ladder and approached him. Taking the large fish from a Ping's hands, weighing it in his grasp, he estimated it to be around 4 to 5 pounds. Suddenly, he turned to a Ping and asked, A Ping, can you cook yellow croaker? What? Lao Mo, are you thinking of eating it? This is a big yellow croaker. It can sell for several thousand yuan. That would be such a waste. A Ping was unaware that, for Mo Bai, a yellow croaker worth several thousand yuan paled in comparison to the marine debris they had just collected. Seeing a Ping's astonishment, Mo Bai patted him on the shoulder. What's the big deal? Our new ship's first catch includes a yellow croaker, which seems like a good omen. If you can cook it, let us prepare it for lunch so we can all enjoy a taste of freshness and celebrate. Though a Ping hesitated, reluctant to part with the fish, he finally nodded in agreement. Mo Bai climbed back up the ladder, carrying the yellow croaker, while a Ping and the others continued sorting through the marine debris. He proceeded to the kitchen, where he prepared the fish, cleaning it, and placing it in the refrigerator to keep it fresh. Exiting the kitchen, he found a Qin sitting in the cabin and offered him a cigarette. A Qin, I have something to discuss with you. Please do not share this with anyone. From now on, you will manage this ship. I'll give you a share of the profits. When I'm not around, you'll take the crew out to sea. I know you and a Ping are brothers, and don't think I'm being unfair to him. Our company will certainly have more than one ship in the future. and Aping will also need to manage his own vessel. Consider this a benefit for each of you as captains. Akin initially believed that Mo had something significant to discuss with him. However, upon hearing that he would be entrusted with the management of the vessel, along with a share of the profits from each voyage, his heart surged with excitement. He silently vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Old Mo, rest assured, I shall regard this as my own enterprise. If you refrain from setting sail, I will take them out whenever the weather permits. Observing Akin's enthusiastic demeanor, Mo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and stepped towards the helm. The reason for sharing these responsibilities with Akin had long been in Mo's mind. Being a methodical individual, he envisioned expanding his operations significantly. By offering a share of the earnings, he believed these individuals would commit themselves wholeheartedly to his cause. As the company grew, he planned to cultivate the crew into capable captains, each able to lead independently. Upon reaching the deck adjacent to the cabin, Mo noticed Aping and the others sorting through marine debris. He took out his phone to assess their haul, and once the sorting was complete, it was revealed that they had gathered a total of 2 million. This discovery filled him with delight, indicating that the large trawler net was indeed yielding double the profits compared to the smaller nets used on fishing boats. After Aping and the others returned on board, they took up the water cannon at the bow of the ship to cleanse the marine refuse, causing all the sediment to flow out through the drainage system. Once everything was in order, and with the clock approaching 10 a.m., Mo instructed Aping and the others to take a short break while he prepared lunch. The prospect of enjoying steamed yellow croaker filled him with anticipation, as he had never tasted it before and was curious about its flavor. Chapter 101. The whale's excrement. After a brief respite, Aping and the others dove into the kitchen to prepare lunch. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Mo ventured into the ship's storeroom, retrieving the lures and other items exchanged from the system space. He then took a lure out to the deck, casting it into the water, and quietly awaited a big catch. Just then, Morong Shui emerged from the ship's cabin and spotted him fishing, rushing over. Mo, you're fishing here without keeping me company, she exclaimed. Hey, Xiao Shui, I saw you engrossed in the television, so I didn't want to disturb you. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, yet time passed without a single bite. Shortly thereafter, Abai dashed from the kitchen, calling them both to lunch, prompting Mo to leave his fishing rod behind and accompany Morong Shui to the dining area. As they entered the restaurant, they were greeted by the sight of a large yellow croaker that Aping had expertly prepared as steamed fish. When Aping noticed Mo and Morong Shui arrive, he hurriedly urged, Old Mo, come taste the steamed yellow croaker I made. Upon sitting down at the table, he encouraged everyone to partake without reservation. Mo picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the fish, immediately noting the tender and delicate texture, bursting with flavor. He gave Aping a thumbs up. Aping, this steamed yellow croaker is truly exquisite. Everyone, let us savor Aping's culinary skills. He then served a piece of fish to Morong Shui. Xiao Shui, you must try this too. With only one yellow croaker, the group quickly polished it off, their faces glowing with satisfaction as they relished the meal. Akin, reflecting on the experience, remarked, if we could catch yellow croaker with every haul, we'd be enjoying it daily. His words drew a sharp glare from Aping. What a ridiculous thought. Do you think yellow croaker grows on trees? Aping's reprimand sent everyone into fits of laughter. After the meal, Aping took it upon himself to tidy up the kitchen. Meanwhile, Akin, along with a Bai, a Zhong, and a Bei, proceeded to the stern to properly set the trawler before they resumed their journey. Mo Bai, recalling his lure still dangling over the side of the boat, hurriedly joined Morong Shui on the deck. Upon discovering that the lure had yet to attract any fish, he decided to retract the line. Strangely, it felt unusually heavy as he reeled it in, suggesting something was caught on the hook. As the lure neared the boat, he found a clump of long, tangled seaweed attached. Upon raising it aboard, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air. What on earth is this? It reeks, Morong Shui exclaimed, pinching her nose and waving her hand in front of her face. Mo examined the foul-smelling object, removing the seaweed to reveal its true form. It was sizable, roughly the diameter of a basin, and had a waxy white appearance. When he touched it, he discovered its hard texture, and excitement surged within him. This was something he had encountered in a museum previously. He never imagined he would retrieve it using a fishing lure. What remarkable luck! Morong Shui, curious about the object, asked Mo what is this? Why are you touching something that smells so bad? Heh, Xiao Shui, you're in for a surprise. This is a treasure. Morong Shui, still wrinkling her nose, pointed at the white object. This stinky thing is a treasure? Without further ado, Mo dashed into the cabin to fetch a plastic bag, carefully storing the object before explaining to Morong Shui, Xiao Shui, this is actually a lump of whale excrement. What? Whale excrement? And you brought it back? Upon hearing this, Morong Shui's brows knitted even tighter. Chapter 102. Extraordinary fortune in their quarters. Mo Bai noticed Murong Shue's frown and quickly clarified. Xiao Shue, it's not what you think. Let me explain. This substance is known as ambergris. Ambergris. You must have heard of it. It's a substance expelled by sperm whales into the ocean. Mo Bai continued. Initially dark gray, it gradually transforms into lighter shades through the ocean's influence, ultimately becoming white. The white variety is the most valuable, requiring over a century of seawater immersion to purge impurities, thus becoming the finest ambergris. So you're saying this stinky whale excrement is ambergris, and it's white. Possibly even top-quality ambergris. Murong Shue's expression shifted from concern to astonishment upon realizing its significance. While it's true that top-quality ambergris is white, and ours is also white, confirming its quality will necessitate professional assessment. Mo Bai proceeded to place the specimen in the bathroom, ensuring the door was shut, and planned to let it dry before seeking an expert's opinion. Afterward, he invited Murong Shue to join him on the deck, but she was adamant about staying in the room to keep an eye on the ambergris. With a sigh of resignation, Mo Bai headed to the deck alone, where he found a Bai, a Bei, and the others sitting together, engaging in lively conversation. Time always seems to fly by. While engaging in conversation with a few companions, I suddenly noticed that Akin had brought the boat to a halt. As the vessel came to a standstill, a ping emerged from the cabin, waving at a Bai and the others. They quickly sprang to their feet and dashed to the stern, where the crane soon lowered the drag net beside the hold. Observing the drag net before him, Mo Bai deftly untied the ropes, causing a cascade of marine debris to tumble into the hold. To his astonishment, he spotted a colossal bluefin tuna flopping about inside. He promptly shouted to the approaching Aping, hurry and fetch a knife. We have a bluefin tuna. Upon hearing Mo Bai's words, excitement surged among the group. Aping turned back to the cabin to retrieve the knife, while a Bai and a Zhong took charge of the crane at the stern. Mo Bai, Aping, and a Bei hurried down into the hold to bleed the bluefin tuna. As a Bai and a Zhong carefully lowered the hook, the three worked in unison to hoist the bluefin tuna onto the crane's hook. The crane began to ascend slowly, lifting the tuna onto the deck. The group rushed to gather around the magnificent fish, eagerly awaiting the completion of its bleeding before proceeding to gut it. Inside the cabin, Achin noticed the commotion outside and approached. Upon seeing the enormous bluefin tuna, he was momentarily taken aback. Wow, what are you all gathered around for? That's an enormous bluefin tuna, he exclaimed. Old Mo has quite the luck. I only managed to catch a large yellow croaker earlier, and he pulls in a bluefin tuna on his first try. Abai gazed at the bluefin tuna with envy. Haha, everyone will have their turn. From now on, let us take turns untying the nets and see who has the best luck, Mo Bai suggested during their lighthearted banter. Once the tuna had bled out, Aping swiftly removed its innards, washed it, and weighed it. Good gracious, it weighs 600 pounds. The group hastily worked together to lift it onto the cart and transport it to the freezer for preservation. After emerging from the freezer, Aping led Abai and the others down to the hold to begin sorting the marine debris. Achin, ever restless, joined in to assist. Mo Bai stood nearby, his face alight with excitement, humming a cheerful tune. Not only had he caught a bluefin tuna today, but he had also stumbled upon a piece of ambergris. What a stroke of luck. Chapter 103, Fried Flying Fish. Standing on the deck, Mo Bai gazed into the distance and spotted Du Xiao's fishing boat anchored on the horizon, where several crew members were clearing marine debris on their deck. He pondered, I wonder if Du Xiao's crew has made any other catches. Du Xiao's first net had earned him a system bonus of 1 million. The drag net he had exchanged for was nearly always worth over 1 million with each haul. By the time Aping and the others finished sorting and rinsing the marine debris, it was already 6 o'clock. In the distance, Du Xiao's crew had also completed their task and was maneuvering their fishing boat closer. Retracting his gaze, Mo Bai turned to his companions and said, All right, everyone take a break. That's enough for today. After dinner, we'll have some free time. The group settled on the deck, chatting and resting, while Du Xiao piloted his boat to a stop about 20 meters from the new vessel. He emerged from the cabin and called out to Mo Bai, who was standing on the opposite deck. Old Mo, how was your catch today with the dragnet? Hee, old Du, we had a large yellow croaker for lunch, which you missed out on. Just now, we also caught a bluefin tuna. Mo Bai replied, What? You had a yellow croaker for lunch and just caught a bluefin tuna? Du Xiao's expression immediately darkened. They had dragged their nets twice today, but had only netted a few grouper, which paled in comparison to Mo Bai's haul. Observing Du Xiao's sour demeanor, Mo Bai offered some consolation. Old Du, don't be so envious. It's all a matter of luck. You'd be better off resting for a bit. Who knows, tomorrow might bring you some good fortune. After a brief exchange from 20 meters apart, each group retreated to their respective kitchens to prepare dinner. After dining, the sky had completely darkened, and though it was still just past 8, the crew was not yet ready to sleep, gathering on the deck to chat. Mo Bai took Mu Rongxue to the bow, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the water, crashing onto the deck and nearly striking his head. He bent down to inspect what had nearly hit him and discovered it was a flying fish, just as he was about to reach for it. Suddenly, countless figures leapt from the surface of the sea, a cacophony akin to a swarm of locusts. Alarmed, Mo Bai quickly grabbed Mu Rongshue's hand and sprinted toward the deck by the cabin. As they arrived, they noticed the same phenomenon occurring on Du Xiao's boat. Achin, engrossed in conversation, spotted Mo Bai rushing back and called out, "Old Mo, what's the hurry? Is something wrong? There's a school of flying fish at the bow, and I nearly got knocked out." Mo Bai replied, "Come on, old Mo, you're joking. A little flying fish couldn't possibly knock you out. But once the school passes, we'll have a late-night snack. Fried flying fish is especially delicious." Before long, the school of flying fish had moved on, prompting Achin and the others to rush forward with buckets in hand. Mo Bai remained in place, glancing over at Du Xiao's crew, who were also racing to the bow with buckets, energetically scooping up flying fish. 10 minutes later, Achin and his companions returned, their faces brimming with excitement, each carrying 2 full buckets of flying fish. "Old Mo, let us head to the kitchen to fry these flying fish and enjoy a few drinks," Achin declared, not waiting for Mo Bai to refuse. And together they entered the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of frying fish wafted through the air. As the delightful scent reached him, Mo Bai was about to head into the kitchen when he saw the others setting up a table on the deck, pulling out several cases of frozen beer. The group gathered together, savoring the delectable fried flying fish. Meanwhile, Du Xiao and his crew were doing the same, setting up their table on the deck, enjoying the fried fish and sipping on drinks, reveling in the moment. After the sumptuous feast of fried flying fish concluded, Mo Bai assigned a zhong to keep watch while the others retired to their rooms for rest. As he returned to his room with Mu Rongxue, he swiftly lifted her and playfully tossed her onto the bed, reaching to turn off the lights. Chapter 104, Returning to sell the fish. In the early morning, Mo Bai awoke early, initially believing he would be the first to rise. However, upon stepping outside the cabin, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of breakfast wafting from the kitchen. Upon entering, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, a Ping had already prepared breakfast. And a zhong was seated, enjoying his meal. "A Ping, why are you up so early? It's only 6 o'clock. Hee. I'm quite accustomed to it. Back on old Du's boat, I also rose early to make breakfast for everyone. All right then, you stay here, and I'll go wake the others for breakfast." As he departed, he turned to a zhong, who was eating nearby. "A zhong, after you finish breakfast, you should get some rest." Venturing back to the cabin, he knocked on doors to rouse everyone, before returning to his room to wake Mu Rongxue. Before long, everyone had gathered in the kitchen, seated together to enjoy breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Mo Bai addressed the group. "Akin, please inform Du Xiao shortly. We shall turn the ship around and head back directly. We need to return to the port by nightfall to process that bluefin tuna. Otherwise, the quality will deteriorate over time, and we shall not fetch a good price for it." Once everything was arranged, the group completed their breakfast, and under Akin's guidance, Mo Bai and Abe proceeded to the stern to secure the trawl net. Akin then notified Du Xiao, and they turned the ship around to begin their return journey. By noon, they had gathered one haul, and after a brief rest and lunch, they collected another net. This time, luck was not on their side, yielding only a few insignificant fish, which were quickly consumed by the crew. At 8 p.m., they finally arrived at the dock of Huagu Town. Just as the ship docked, Li Bo rushed aboard, heading straight for the cold storage room. "Mo Bai, quickly open it so I can see that large bluefin tuna." Seeing Li Bo's anxious expression, Mo Bai smiled and waved to Akin. "Akin, open the cold storage." The moment the door swung open, Li Bo, undeterred by the chill, hurried inside. Upon spotting a bluefin tuna nearly the size of the last one, he promptly instructed his companions to lift it onto a cart for weighing. Afterward, he turned to Mo Bai and said, "Mo Bai, this bluefin tuna is merely 30 kilograms lighter than the last one. So I will offer you the same price as before, 6 million. What do you think?" Noticing Li Bo's straightforwardness, Mo Bai mused. It seems this fellow profited handsomely from the last auction. Otherwise, he wouldn't offer the same price for this bluefin tuna. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded at Li Bo. "All right, let us proceed with that. As for what you do after you return, it's none of my concern. Please transfer the funds." Upon receiving Mo Bai's agreement, Li Bo was ecstatic and immediately transferred the payment on the spot. After completing the transaction, he bid farewell to Mo Bai and, together with his companions, wheeled the bluefin tuna to the refrigerated truck, which soon vanished from the dock. "That fellow is always in such a hurry," Mo Bai remarked. Watching the truck disappear, he turned to the others and said, "It's getting late. If you wish to return home, you may do so. Those who prefer to stay can spend the night on the ship. Tomorrow, I want to be going out to sea. Akin, you can take them out. Once he had given his instructions, Imobai returned to his cabin, grabbed the bag containing the dragon's blood incense, and disembarked with Murong Shui, heading toward the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, he asked Murong Shui to drive while he calculated the earnings from their outing. The two boats had each dragged 4 nets. Du Zhao's boat had a total haul of 5 million, so he transferred 500,000 to Du Zhao. His own boat earned a total of 6 million from the 4 nets, leading him to transfer 600,000 to Akin. Additionally, he sold the bluefin tuna for 6 million and transferred another 600,000 to Akin, while symbolically giving each of the others 10,000 as a reward. By the time Imobai returned home, it was already 9 p.m. He entered the empty room, took out the dragon's blood incense to air it out, and then, together with Murong Shui, went to the bathroom to freshen up before heading to bed. Chapter 105. Tianxiang Pavilion. The next day, Imobai awoke to a dull gray sky. Yet the sea remained remarkably calm. He found himself in the kitchen, assisting Murong Shui in preparing breakfast. Akin and Du Zhao had each called to inform him that they were already at sea. After wishing them a safe journey, he ended the calls. Soon, the delightful aroma of breakfast filled the air. After they finished eating beneath the lychee tree, Imobai, feeling a bit greedy, looked up at the lychees and dashed to the room to fetch a ladder, quickly returning to gather a basket of lychees. Shui, come here. Let me feed you some lychees. They sat together, feeding each other until the entire bowl was emptied, with her chin resting on her hands. Murong Shui watched as Imobai cleaned up the lychee shells and asked, Imobai, what shall we do if we're not going out to sea? Hee. In a bit, I'll take you out. We'll find a place to have that dragon's blood incense appraised and see what quality it is. All right, let me change my clothes. After Murong Shui left, Imobai finished cleaning up the lychee remnants and took out his phone to call Wang Daping at the Fengxiang Gold Store. Hello, little brother Imo. What brings you to call today? Wang Laoch, I have a valuable item and was wondering if you know any appraisers for fragrances. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Daping replied, Little brother, we have a Tianxiang Pavilion in the deep city, specializing in collecting various fragrances. Come find me. I'll take you to see old Zhou. All right, I'll head to your store shortly. Thank you, Wang Laoch. There's no need for such formality. Just remember your old brother when you have good things in the future. After hanging up with Wang Daping, the two hurriedly tidied up before setting off for the deep city together. At the entrance of the Fengxiang Gold Store in the deep city, Wang Daping stood outside, bored and smoking. When he saw Imobai's car arrive, he quickly approached. Little brother, don't get out. Just come with me to Tianxiang Pavilion. Curious about Wang Daping's urgency, Imobai asked, What's the rush, brother? You don't know? Old Zhou has a tight schedule. I just arranged to meet him before 11, and it's already 10. Tianxiang Pavilion is quite far, so we need to hurry, otherwise, we won't meet him. Hearing they had to meet before 11, Imobai quickly asked Wang Daping for navigation to Tianxiang Pavilion. With a press of the accelerator, they finally arrived at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion at 10:50. As they stepped out and gazed at the quaint, elegant Tianxiang Pavilion, Imobai noticed that there were no other buildings around, making it resemble a private estate. At the entrance stood 2 stunning women dressed in kipeos. As they approached, the women politely inquired, Good day, gentlemen. Do you have an appointment with us at Tianxiang Pavilion? Yes, absolutely. We have an appointment with old Zhou from your Tianxiang Pavilion. Seeing the inquiry, Wang Daping hurriedly stepped forward, showing them the appointment confirmation on his phone. Please wait a moment. We will contact old Zhou for you. One of the women then entered the pavilion, and shortly after, she returned with an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, who approached Imobai and his companions. As soon as old Zhou emerged, he spotted Wang Daping and, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, Xiao Wang, you've rushed to summon me. What brings you here? Come, let us go inside. Before long, old Zhou led Imobai and the others into his studio. Chapter 106. Exceptional Dragon's Blood Incense. Old Zhou invited the 3 into his room, offering them seats and preparing tea before turning to Wang Daping. Xiao Wang, do you have something valuable you wish for me to appraise? Wang Daping, realizing the misunderstanding, looked rather embarrassed and replied, Old Zhou, I don't have anything to appraise. If you're not here to have me appraise anything, then what was the purpose of your visit? Hearing that Wang Daping was not seeking his expertise, old Zhou's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Noticing the change in old Zhou's demeanor, Wang Daping quickly interjected. Old Zhou, this young man beside me has something he wishes for you to appraise. Upon hearing this, old Zhou turned his gaze to Imobai, noticing a black plastic bag in the latter's hand. He took a sip from his teacup and, looking at Imobai, inquired, Pray tell, young friend, what is it that you seek my assistance in appraising? Let us have a look. Upon old Zhou's inquiry, Imobai hurriedly retrieved the dragon's saliva from the plastic bag and placed it on the table before them. The moment old Zhou laid eyes upon the dragon's saliva, he was struck dumb. the teacup clattering to the ground as he hastened forward to grasp the precious substance, examining it with great care. As he scrutinized it, he emitted a series of astonished clicks with his tongue. What a remarkable find! It has been ages since I have encountered such exquisite quality dragon saliva. Hearing old Zhou extolling the virtues of his dragon saliva filled Mo Bai with a sense of joy. Even Mu Rongshui, seated nearby, wore an expression of excitement. Wang Daping, witnessing Mo Bai produce a piece of dragon saliva, was equally astounded. If this dragon saliva were indeed of the finest grade, it would be worth far more than gold. The three of them quietly observed old Zhou, none daring to interrupt. After what felt like an eternity, old Zhou finally sat back, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Mo Bai. May I have the pleasure of knowing how to address you, young friend? Old Zhou, the name is Mo Bai, Mo Bai replied, softly enunciating the words. After a moment of intense scrutiny, old Zhou exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ah, so you are the esteemed Mo Bai? This piece of dragon saliva is truly extraordinary, indeed the finest of the finest. In my lifetime of appraising fragrances, I have encountered no fewer than 8 or 10 pieces of dragon saliva. Yet I have never seen one of such quality before. It can be said to be the pinnacle of excellence. However, it is worth noting that since this piece was just recently found, its market value may be somewhat reduced. Might I inquire if you intend to sell it? Gazing at the eager expression on old Zhou's face, Mo Bai began to calculate in his mind. Even if the dragon's saliva were to dry completely, its weight would significantly decrease. He had brought it for appraisal with the intent to sell, and with old Zhou expressing interest, he thought it wise to part with it, thus avoiding future complications. Resolving to sell, he spoke up without hesitation. Since old Zhou wishes to purchase my dragon saliva, I shall sell it to Tianxiang Pavilion. Upon hearing Mo Bai's willingness to sell the dragon saliva, old Zhou's face lit up with joy. He swiftly moved behind his desk and retrieved an electronic scale, placing the dragon's saliva upon it for weighing. After determining the weight, he looked at Mo Bai and said, Young friend Mo, this piece weighs 38 jin, which is equivalent to 19,000 grams. I shall offer you 3,000 yuan per gram, amounting to 57 million in total. What say you? If you agree, I shall transfer the funds immediately. Upon hearing old Zhou's offer, Mo Bai pondered for a moment. He had researched the market price of dragon's saliva prior to his arrival, and deemed old Zhou's offer fair. Thus, he nodded in agreement and presented Mu Rongshui's bank card to old Zhou. Old Zhou, brimming with excitement, took the card to arrange the funds, returning shortly to hand the card back to Mo Bai, saying, Young friend, you are truly forthright. I have instructed the finance department to process the payment, and it will be credited to your account momentarily. Just as old Zhou finished speaking, Mu Rongshui's phone chimed with a notification of the incoming funds. She nodded at Mo Bai. Mo Bai, after exchanging pleasantries with old Zhou, humbly expressed, I am most grateful, old Zhou. We shall not impose further upon your time. Farewell. With that, he took Mu Rongshui's hand, preparing to leave. Young friend, do not be in such haste. Let us exchange WeChat contacts. Should you discover any fine fragrances in the future, feel free to message me for appraisal. Very well. Should I come across any more dragon's saliva or similar fragrances, I shall inform you at once, old Zhou. After exchanging WeChat information, Mo Bai departed Tianxiang Pavilion with Mu Rongshui. After escorting Wang Daping back to the Fengxiang Gold Store, they drove away from the city, returning to their home in the small fishing village. In the courtyard, Mu Rongshui sat idly and remarked, Mo Bai, with the money we have made, combined with the gold from last time, we must be nearing 200 million. What shall we do with it? Indeed, Xiao Shui, you speak wisely. It would be futile to let such a sum languish in our accounts. Suddenly, an idea struck Mo Bai, and he turned to Mu Rongshui, suggesting, what if we make a donation? This money was, after all, a windfall, a gift from nature. It would be fitting to contribute some to society as a means of accumulating blessings. To his surprise, Mu Rongshui wholeheartedly agreed with Mo Bai's proposition. The two quickly began deliberating on the best causes for their donation. After an animated discussion, they resolved to donate 100 million specifically for the sanitation and environmental development of Huagu Town. Though Huagu Town was prosperous, certain villages in the vicinity suffered from poor environmental conditions, with few recreational areas available, mostly limited to beach tourism. Thus, the couple felt compelled to contribute positively to Huagu Town. Having decided on the donation, they were uncertain of the proper channels and resolved to consult Mayor Wang the following day. Once they had settled all details, they dove into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, they spent some time relaxing in the courtyard, aware that they would need to deal with the donation the next day, and retired early. The next morning, Mo Bai called Lu Jiao, asking her to wait for him and Mu Rongshui at the office entrance. After having breakfast, they drove to the company, where Lu Jiao was waiting at the security booth. Upon seeing their car pull up, she opened the door and joined them. Boss, where are you taking me? Hee. I am taking you to donate on behalf of the company to the town. The subsequent arrangements will be in your capable hands. Upon hearing about the donation, Lu Jiao's interest was piqued. How much do you plan to donate? Not much, just 100 million. Oh, Lu Jiao replied, but when the realization hit her, she exclaimed, what? You intend to donate 100 million? Why so much? Beside her, Mu Rongshui chuckled softly at Lu Jiao's astonishment. Xiao Lu, why the surprise? Donating to the town not only facilitates our company's future development, but also establishes a positive social image and enhances brand exposure and market share, yielding significant advertising benefits. After a brief moment, Lu Jiao managed to suppress her shock. The three of them then set off towards the town government. After driving to the compound of the town government and parking the car, Mo Bai, accompanied by Murong Shui and Lu Jiao, proceeded towards the office building of the town government. Upon entering the hall and explaining their purpose to the receptionist, she promptly picked up the phone to contact Mayor Wang. Shortly thereafter, Mo Bai and his companions settled onto a nearby sofa, quietly awaiting their turn. Within 2 minutes, Mayor Wang, beaming with a broad smile, descended the stairs and approached them briskly. Little brother Mo Bai, it has indeed been a long time. Come, let us discuss matters in my office. Ascending to the mayor's office, Wang swiftly rummaged through his cabinets to procure tea leaves, preparing a cup for each of the three, before finally addressing them. Little brother Mo Bai, I just heard from the receptionist that you wish to make a donation to our town. May I inquire how much you intend to contribute? Observing the mayor's enthusiasm, Mo Bai extended a single finger. Seeing this, Mayor Wang cautiously inquired, 1 million? Mo Bai shook his head. 10 million? Again, Mo Bai shook his head. Upon hearing 10 million and still receiving a negative response, the mayor's breath quickened as he exclaimed, could it be that you intend to donate 100 million? Indeed, Mayor Wang. I plan to donate 100 million in the name of my company. The affirmation left the mayor momentarily breathless, his face flushing with excitement, and the way he addressed Mo Bai unconsciously shifted. May I inquire how you wish to allocate this 100 million? Well, Mayor Wang, I would like to use this 100 million for enhancing our town's environmental aesthetics and establishing recreational facilities. However, I am uncertain about which department should receive the donation. Thus I sought your guidance. Suppressing his astonishment, Mayor Wang replied earnestly, Little Boss Missouri, you are indeed a timely benefactor. Our town is currently in the running for the Shenzhen Sanitation and Environmental ranking. With your generous contribution, I am confident we will rank at the top. Please allow me a moment to call the personnel from our Environmental Protection Bureau. You can donate the funds to them. Mayor Wang approached his desk, picked up the phone, and shortly after hanging up, returned to chat with the three. Approximately 20 minutes later, there was a sudden knock at the door. Mayor Wang stood to open it, ushering in a middle-aged man. Little Boss Missouri, this is Director Lee from our town's Environmental Protection Bureau. Let us sit down and discuss the details of the donation. As soon as he seated himself, Director Lee expressed his gratitude with fervor, Little Boss Missouri. I deeply appreciate your support for the environmental sanitation and recreational development of Huagu Town. Your generosity reflects a selfless spirit of care and concern. I assure you, I will honor your expectations by allocating your donation to the areas that need it most. Although Director Lee's flattery was abundant, Mo Bai merely smiled inwardly. Director Lee, I merely wish to contribute to Huagu Town. This 100 million will be donated to your Environmental Protection Bureau under my company's name. As for the specifics, please discuss them with our General Manager, Lu Jiao. However, I do hope to retain the right to be informed about the eventual use of this donation. That is not an issue. I can guarantee that your company will be informed about the allocation of every penny. That is excellent. Now, Director Lee, please proceed to discuss the matters with our General Manager while I take my leave. With Mayor Wang and Director Lee seeing him off, Mo Bai departed the town government, leaving Lu Jiao behind to continue the conversation. Chapter 109. An unexpected delight after leaving the town government. Mo Bai drove home with Murong Shui. Today, she was particularly cheerful and insisted that Mo Bai rest while she prepared lunch in the kitchen. Once she entered the kitchen, a sudden voice echoed in Mo Bai's mind from the system. Ding! The system has detected that the host has made a contribution towards environmental preservation, rewarding the host with a special asset doubling card. This doubling card offers a minimum of 5 times and a maximum of 10 times the reward. Upon hearing the multipliers, Mo Bai nearly leaped from his recliner in excitement. Wow, this doubling card is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that our spontaneous decision would yield such an unexpected delight from the system. If I accumulate more rewards before using this card, I could potentially strike it rich. While he was reveling in his excitement, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The system has issued a temporary task. Please, host, rescue an injured bald eagle. Upon completion, the system will provide generous rewards. The sudden task left Mo Bai feeling perplexed, inwardly muttering to himself. Damn system. Have you ever assigned me a straightforward task? It's either catching turtles or fishing. Now, you've thrown me a foreign species. How am I supposed to rescue it? As soon as the system mentioned the bald eagle, he recognized it as the majestic sea eagle, which only inhabits the coastal waters of the United States. His fishing boat could not venture that far, and even if it could, it would be illegal to cross borders. Was the system trying to complicate matters for him? After feeling dejected for a moment, he decided to brush it aside. Since the system had not set a time limit, he resolved to take things one step at a time, allowing fate to guide him. Feeling bored while sitting in the yard, he went inside to retrieve a ladder and climbed up a tree to pick lychees. In no time, he filled a basket and carried it to the kitchen, washing the fruit and assisting Morong Shui. Soon, the delicious meal was served on the stone table, and after finishing lunch with Morong Shui, Lu Jiao called. On the call, Lu Jiao informed him that she and Director Li had reached an agreement, wherein the latter was willing to allow the company to oversee every transaction post-donation, ensuring that each penny would be allocated to environmental development. Mo Bai simply replied, "You handle it as you see fit," before hanging up and transferring the funds to the company's account. Post-lunch, with nothing pressing to attend to, Morong Shui decided to rest at home, while Mo Bai wandered around the small fishing village alone. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the very beach where he had once collected bottles, now remarkably free of litter. The golden sands glimmered under the sunlight. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry resonated from above. Looking up, he spotted a snow-white eagle soaring gracefully in the sky. Recognizing it as the legendary sea eagle, the god of eagles, Mo Bai couldn't help but recall his task, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Before long, the sea eagle vanished into the distant sky, leaving Mo Bai to meander along the beach. As he walked, he felt something brush against his foot and looked down to inspect it. Oh, nothing there. Skeptical, he refused to believe that nothing had occurred. The sensation could not have been mistaken. Thus, he crouched down and began to dig in the spot where he had felt the disturbance. Chapter 110. The system bows down on the beach at the village entrance. Mo Bai continued to dig. After approximately 10 minutes, a round, lustrous bead emerged from the shallow pit. Mo Bai gazed at the luminous orb nestled within the sandpit, realizing it emitted a soft, ethereal glow. It must have been this very object that had brushed against his foot moments ago. The fact that it radiated light indicated it was undoubtedly a precious treasure, and he felt compelled to secure it immediately. With this thought in mind, he swiftly reached out and grasped the orb in his hand, preparing to stow it within his nanospace ring. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed urgently in his mind. "Ding. Host, may I have this item? I can offer you a trade. Anything you desire." Startled by the system's sudden interjection, Mo Bai pondered internally, wondering what this object truly was to prompt such generous terms from the system. Eager to unveil its mysteries, he addressed the system through its illusory panel. Can you enlighten me about this item, or I shall outright reject your offer." Ding. Host, there is no need for you to know. Simply decide whether to engage in a transaction with this system. The system's refusal to divulge information prompted Mo Bai to lift the orb, poised to hurl it against a nearby rock. Ding. Host, please, let us speak amicably. The softened tone of the system immediately filled Mo Bai with a sense of triumph. He had endured the system's bullying for far too long. The memory of the system deducting his points lingered in his mind, and today he felt he had finally gained the upper hand. What is this? And what purpose does it serve? Only then will I consider trading with you. Ding. Host, this item is of no use to you, for it is an upgrade orb. Acquiring it will enhance the system's level. You are not the only one in this world with a system. Others, like Penguin Horse and Payment Horse, have also possessed systems. Otherwise, do you believe they could have reached their current heights? If you trade the upgrade orb to me, only then will I elevate myself, allowing you to receive greater rewards. Otherwise, with your current abilities, aspiring to become the world's wealthiest is but a fool's errand. Mo Bai was taken aback by the system's words, astonished to learn that he was not the sole possessor of a system on this blue shadow planet. He had once reveled in his unique status, but the system's desperate desire for the upgrade orb stirred a sense of defiance within him. He had endured too much for too long. You insolent system, call me master, and I shall bestow upon you this upgrade orb for free. After uttering these words, Mo Bai felt an exhilarating rush. Let us see if you still maintain your pride. No matter how formidable you are, you must bow before me. Ding. Host, do not be so self-satisfied. This system will make you regret it. Still daring to threaten me? I see you no longer wish for the upgrade orb. With that, Mo Bai raised the orb, ready to smash it against the rock. Ding. Host, no? I will call you master. Is that not sufficient? Witnessing the system's capitulation, Mo Bai tucked the orb away, reveling in his victory. See, you thought you were so invincible, but now you grovel. He looked at the system panel, brimming with pride, and declared, call out. I am all ears. Chapter 111. The system calls me master. On the beach, Imobai lifted his head, tilting his ear toward the system panel with a smug expression. Dear Master, I implore you to trade the upgrade orb to me. Huh, look at you, system. How the tables have turned. You were so proud before, claiming to have your dignity. Do I not deserve dignity as well? After delivering this retort, Imobai gazed at the system panel, met only with silence. It appeared the system was so vexed it had lost its tongue, and the more it remained silent, the more elated he felt. You insolent system, stop feigning ignorance. Do you wish for this upgrade orb or not? Ding. Of course I desire it. What conditions does the host have? Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Imobai contemplated inwardly. He had just humiliated the system, and now he was poised to make demands. However, since the upgrade orb held no value for him, it would be wiser to gift it to the system. This could mend their relationship. And the system had mentioned that a stronger system would yield greater benefits for him. Since he was not the only one with a system in this world, to ascend to the pinnacle of wealth, he needed to empower his system. Having reconciled these thoughts, Imobai addressed the system panel. I require nothing. It is a gift. Ding. Host, are you serious? The system's mechanical voice trembled subtly, an unexpected response that piqued Imobai's interest. Of course, I am a man of my word. Take it. As soon as the words left his lips, Imobai raised his hand and tossed the glowing upgrade orb toward the system panel. The moment the orb made contact with the panel, it seamlessly merged with it. After handing over the upgrade orb, Imobai waited patiently, but the system remained silent. He mused that once bound, the system could not simply release him at whim. Otherwise, after the earlier confrontation, it would have unbound itself upon receiving the orb. After a considerable wait, still no sound emerged from the system, and Imobai grew impatient. System, come forth. Have you gone mute now that you possess the upgrade orb? Just as he spoke, words appeared on the system panel, indicating that the system was upgrading. Seeing these words, Imobai shook his head in disbelief. Realizing that the system was indeed anxious, he decided to hold off on his inquiries until the upgrade was complete. Having lingered on the beach for a while longer, he began to miss Murong Shui and turned to head home. Upon returning, Imobai found Murong Shui peacefully asleep on a lounge chair beneath the lychee tree. He chose not to disturb her slumber and instead fetched a jacket from his room to gently drape over her. The hour was not early, and he eagerly made his way to the kitchen. When Murong Shui finally awakened, it was past 6 in the evening. As she opened her eyes, she saw Imobai seated at the stone table, gazing at her with a dazed expression, the table laden with fragrant dishes. Imobai, why didn't you wake me? I saw you sleeping when I came back, so I covered you with a jacket. I thought you could use the rest, so I didn't want to disturb you. Come, let us eat, Xiaoxue. Imobai's words instantly brought a radiant smile to Murong Shui's face. After dinner, Imobai checked his phone and noted that the weather for the following day was expected to be fair, with no typhoons in sight. He resolved to set sail the next day. After all, he had tasks assigned by the system to fulfill. He couldn't simply remain at home waiting for the elusive white-headed eagle to descend from the heavens. Though the white-headed eagle was a foreign species, he hoped to venture out to sea and try his luck. Who knew what might happen? Chapter 112. Seeking the white-headed eagle. After tidying up the kitchen in the courtyard, Imobai settled into a lounge chair, contemplating his plans. Since he had decided to embark on a quest for the white-headed eagle the next day, he surmised that Achin's vessel was spacious, and he would likely return quite late. In contrast, Du Zhao's fishing boat only had a live well and would have to return within 2 days. Considering the time, he figured Du Zhao should be nearing the dock by now. After making up his mind, he called Du Zhao, who had indeed returned to the dock. They exchanged casual pleasantries over the phone, and he arranged for Du Zhao to fill the fishing boat with fuel, as he intended to set sail alone the following day. With everything settled, Imobai gazed down at Murong Shui in his arms, gently stroking her silky hair. Xiao Shui, tomorrow I'll take you out to sea by ourselves. Murong Shui's face instantly lit up with excitement at the prospect of their solitary adventure. Really? You mustn't be teasing me. Hee. Xiao Shui, I assure you, I speak only the truth. But look, it's getting late, and since we have to sail tomorrow, shouldn't we head upstairs for some rest? Still lost in the joy of their upcoming outing, Murong Shui felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her upon hearing Imobai's suggestion to retire early. She glanced at him and nodded gently. Time slipped away like grains of sand, and soon it was the following morning. After rising, Imobai hurried to the village to buy breakfast. Upon returning to the courtyard and finishing their meal, he gathered some clothing and set off in his car toward the dock. Upon arriving at the dock's supermarket, the owner greeted him with a warm smile. As Imobai frequently procured supplies from their establishment, he was regarded as a valued customer. In the cheerful atmosphere, he purchased a substantial amount of food, toiletries, and bedding. With the owner's assistance, he made his way to the dock. As he parked beside Du Zhao and the others, he remarked, Old Du, didn't you say you all should stay at the company to help? Why are you all here? Hee hee, old Mo, we just returned yesterday evening and didn't he go home? We had too much fun in town and ended up resting on the fishing boat last night. Goodness, you all have become quite wild, not even returning home. Mo jested, and with the help of Du Xiao and the others, they unloaded everything from the car onto the boat. Once aboard, they found an empty room, tidied it up, and laid out the bedding purchased from the supermarket. After organizing the room, Mo took Mu Rong Shui to the helm. With a roar, the fishing boat set sail toward the eastern waters of Longhan country. On the endless sea, Mo navigated without concern for fuel consumption. Determined to reach the eastern waters of Longhan country, closer to the habitat of the white-headed eagle, hoping to complete his mission if luck favored him. After sailing for 4 continuous hours, Mo checked the time and realized it was already 11 o'clock. Xiao Shui, it's 11. Let us prepare lunch, and after eating, we can continue our journey. All right, Mo I'll cook, and you should take a moment to rest after steering the boat for so long. Hee hee. I'm not tired. Let us go together. Mu Rong Shui, unable to argue with Mo consented with a nod. The two then prepared lunch in the kitchen, and by the time they finished, it was already past noon. After clearing the dishes, Mo encouraged Mu Rong Shui to rest in their room while he headed back to the helm to resume their voyage. As he stepped onto the deck, he suddenly heard a thumping sound from the other side of the boat. Chapter 113, Riding a Sea Turtle in Search of Treasure. Just as Mo was about to enter the cabin, he heard a series of thuds from the opposite side of the fishing boat. Curious, he went to investigate the source of the noise. Peering over the side, he was astonished to find a sea turtle repeatedly bumping against the hull, creating the sound. Noticing that the turtle bore no barnacles, it struck him how familiar it looked. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. This was the very turtle he had rescued during a previous mission. Little turtle, what brings you here? He called out, as if understanding his words. The turtle ceased its thumping, lifted its head, and nodded repeatedly at Mo before swimming away for a short distance, only to return and nod again. Mo grasped the little turtle's intention and asked, "You want me to follow you, don't you?" This time, the turtle didn't swim ahead, but nodded vigorously as if to affirm his question. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, revealing a golden object. With keen eyes, Mo immediately recognized it as a gold coin, and excitement surged within him. Could it be that this turtle sought him out to lead him to treasure? Contemplating the turtle's offering, he thought, Xiao Shui was currently resting. Perhaps he should follow this little turtle. With that thought in mind, he climbed over the boat's railing and leapt into the water with a splash, turning to ride on the turtle's back. Little turtle, lead me to the treasure. The turtle seemed to understand his command, turning its head to place the coin on its shell before diving beneath the surface. As Mo clutched the coin, he examined its features more closely. The front bore the inscription Daqing gold coin, while the reverse was adorned with a golden dragon. His heart raced at the sight. This truly is a treasure. I wonder how many more there are. If there are plenty, I could strike it rich again. Shaking off his thoughts, he lay flat on the turtle's back, gazing ahead as they dove deeper. Thanks to the system's rewards of the underwater breathing and vision cards, he could see everything clearly despite the deep sea's pressure and the difficulty in breathing. After an unknown distance, the turtle abruptly halted, turning to signal Mo to dismount. Understanding its intent, he quickly slid off its back and watched as the turtle swam toward a nearby underwater sand dune. As the turtle disappeared behind the dune, Mo hurried to follow. Upon crossing halfway, he spotted the turtle waiting patiently for him. Little turtle, is this where you wanted to bring me? Mo inquired. The turtle nodded vigorously, then turned and began to dig at the enormous sand dune with its front flippers. Realizing what the turtle was doing, Mo swiftly joined in, digging alongside it. After about half an hour, a massive sand pit emerged before them, revealing a large chest within. His heart raced with exhilaration as he beheld the sight. Suddenly, the turtle swam up to him, affectionately nudging his thigh and emitting soft sounds, as if expressing gratitude for the life-saving favor he had once bestowed upon it. Reaching out to pat the turtle's head, Mo leaped into the sand pit. He noticed a corner of the chest was broken, and peering inside, he was greeted by a dazzling golden hue. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly stowed the chest in his nanospace ring. Emerging from the sand pit, he turned to the turtle and asked, "The little sea turtle, do you know where I might find such a thing?" At this, the turtle shook its head vigorously, causing Mo to feel a twinge of disappointment. Oh well, it was a gift after all. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. I must hasten back to the ship. With this thought in mind, he swam onto the turtle's back and addressed it, "Little turtle, please take me back." Upon hearing Mo's command, the turtle turned and carried him in the direction from whence they came, rising through the water. After a considerable time, as Mo broke the surface, he spotted a fishing boat moored not far from him. Rising from the turtle's back, he harnessed his mastery of energy and leaped gracefully onto the deck. Turning around, He gazed down at the turtle. Little turtle, do not depart just yet. I have something for you. After instructing the little turtle, Imobai made his way to the ship's storeroom, retrieving a box of fish biscuits. Approaching the edge of the boat, he found the turtle indeed waiting for him in the water. He opened the box and scattered the biscuits towards the turtle. Little turtle, this is a reward for you. Watching the turtle devour the biscuits, Imobai patiently waited. Before long, the entire box was consumed. Little turtle, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. However, I am curious, how did you find me this time? This is not the original fishing vessel. Imobai expressed his intentions and posed his question to the turtle. The turtle appeared to understand his words, yet could not articulate its thoughts, anxiously swimming in circles. Little turtle, if you cannot express yourself, so be it. I am grateful for the fortune you have brought me. I must now set off in search of the bald eagle. We shall part ways here. Remember, should you encounter difficulties in the future, seek me out. No sooner had Imobai spoken, the turtle turned and dove, disappearing beneath the waves. After the turtle's departure, Imobai continued to navigate the fishing boat eastward towards the Dragon Soul Kingdom, until dusk fell and the sky darkened. He then halted the vessel, retrieving a large chest from the nanospace ring, and headed towards the kitchen to prepare dinner. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered that Murong Shui had, unbeknownst to him, already prepared the evening meal and was seated at the table awaiting him. After enjoying their dinner, Imobai looked at Murong Shui with a mysterious expression and said, Shui, I have something splendid to show you. Come, let us take a look. What could it be that you speak of so mysteriously? Murong Shui, intrigued by Imobai's enigmatic demeanor, accompanied him to the control room. Upon reaching the door, she noticed a large chest on the floor and curiously inquired, Imobai, what is inside this chest? Shui, this is a box of gold coins. As for how I acquired it, you may find it hard to believe. Seeing Imobai tantalize her curiosity, Murong Shui seized his arm, shaking it eagerly as she urged, Imobai, enough with the suspense, just tell me. Amused by her urgency, Imobai chuckled and retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, handing it to her as he began to explain. This chest was retrieved during my adventure with the little turtle I saved last time, while you were napping. Murong Shui gazed at the coin in her hand, and upon hearing Imobai's tale, her excitement surged. Imobai, could it be that the chest is filled entirely with such coins? Who can say? Let us open it and find out. He bent down, carefully harnessing his energy to slowly open the chest. As soon as he unveiled it, their eyes widened in astonishment. Murong Shui suddenly grasped Imobai's hand, her voice filled with excitement. Imobai, we are rich. Indeed, Shui, it seems the heavens have smiled upon us. With no time to inspect the contents thoroughly, Imobai quickly closed the chest, fetched a cart, and loaded it onto the cart. Murong Shui watched in disbelief, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, Imobai, how can you lift such a heavy chest all by yourself? Shui, you know how strong I am. Surely you've witnessed it in our more private moments? Murong Shui's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her rosy cheeks, Imobai smiled gently and took her hand. Come, Shui, let us return to our room. After a bit of effort, they finally wheeled the cart back to their room. Imobai lifted the chest from the cart and began to examine the gold coins within. He picked one up and found it identical to the one he had previously, inscribed with, Coin of the Great Qing, Year of Guangxu, one tael. Excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble. If this chest were filled with such coins, they would indeed strike it rich. They spent the next half hour counting the coins, until they had tallied all 200 pieces, each in pristine condition, having been buried in sand for years. Murong Shui gazed at Imobai with shining eyes and, lifting her head, planted a kiss on his cheek. This is your reward, Imobai. Shui, this reward is a trifle. I am not satisfied. With a playful grin, Imobai teased her. Murong Shui lightly tapped his head and admonished, what are you thinking? We must focus on the task at hand. Determine the value of these coins. Shui, how dare you strike me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Imobai chuckled wickedly and lunged towards her. They frolicked briefly on the bed before Imobai rose to grab his phone, searching for information on the Great Qing coins. His heart raced as he discovered that these coins were exceedingly rare, each valued at a minimum of 800,000. Shui, I found it. Each coin is worth at least 800,000. Our collection must total over 1 billion. He exclaimed, bursting with joy, hearing the staggering figure. Murong Shui sprang up to fetch a black plastic bag, hastily packing the coins and stowing them in her backpack. She then patted her chest and said, Imobai, how should we handle these coins? Leave it to me. Given their rarity, if we were to sell them all at once, the price would plummet. To maximize our profit, we must sell them in batches. Murong Shui found his reasoning sound and agreed with his plan. She then glanced at the large chest and urged, you must dispose of this chest quickly. If someone discovers it on the ship, we will be in trouble. Of course, I shall take care of it now. Mobai lifted the chest and placed it on the cart, wheeling it out onto the deck. He found a heavy iron weight, placed it inside the chest, and sank it into the depths of the sea to ensure it would remain undiscovered. After dealing with the chest, Mobai returned to the control room, restarting the fishing boat and continuing their journey until late afternoon when the sky grew dim. He decided to stop for dinner, planning to resume their travels the following day. Upon entering the kitchen, he found that Murong Shui had prepared dinner once more. After their meal, the two leisurely sat on the deck, admiring the moonlight glistening over the sea. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed, sharp and shrill, as if it penetrated the very heavens. On the deck, Mobai was cradling Murong Shui, basking in the moonlight. Suddenly, a piercing eagle call shattered the serenity, prompting him to look up with a twinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to see a majestic bald eagle, only to find it was a sea eagle instead. The enormous sea eagle was foraging beneath the night sky, swiftly diving into the ocean, and upon emerging, it clutched a red snapper tightly in its talons before soaring into the distant heavens, swiftly vanishing from Mobai's sight. With a sigh, Mobai lamented inwardly, pondering when he might encounter a bald eagle to fulfill the system's task. Ever since the last upgrade orb was taken, the system had been unresponsive, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Fortunately, the system's stores still functioned, or he would have assumed it had become unbound. Noticing his furrowed brow, Murong Shui, nestled in his arms, expressed her concern. What troubles you? You seem rather unhappy. It's nothing, little Shui. It's getting late. You should return to rest. I'll stay in the cockpit to keep an eye on the sea. Regrettably, we cannot share a bed tonight. And that thought weighs heavily on my heart. Upon hearing his plight, Murong Shui's face lit up with happiness, and she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Then I shall stay and keep you company. I can't bear the thought of you waking with dark circles tomorrow. It would break my heart. Quickly, go and rest. I'll be fine alone. Very well, but be careful out there, she replied, turning back towards the cabin while Mobai made his way to the fishing boat's cockpit, leaning back in the chair to rest his eyes. As time passed, Mobai unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already 6 a.m. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered to himself, "What a carefree heart I have." Thankfully, the sea was calm last night without any dangers. Rising to check on Murong Shui, he discovered she was still asleep, and with a mischievous grin, he slipped under the covers beside her. The warmth of their shared moments lingered until 8 a.m. When they hurriedly had breakfast, Mobai quickly took the helm of the fishing boat, continuing their journey. By midday, they had ventured into international waters, where he set the boat to cruise at a steady pace. On deck, he unfurled the banner of the Dragon Spirit Nation, proudly hanging it from the railing. Returning to the cockpit, he engaged in light conversation with Murong Shui. Suddenly, he spotted two fishing boats moored closely together. As they approached, he noticed one bore the flag of the Dragon Spirit Nation, while the other was adorned with the flag of the Wokoa Nation. A water gun battle raged between the two vessels, with the crew on the Dragon Spirit boat being overwhelmed. Though they struggled against their opponents, they refused to yield. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce anger within Mobai, and he turned to Murong Shui, saying, "Little Shui, stay in the cockpit. I must assist my compatriots." With a nod, Murong Shui replied, "Just be careful." Casting her a reassuring glance, Mobai maneuvered the fishing boat alongside the vessel flying the Dragon Spirit flag. He stopped the boat, grabbed a high-pressure water gun, and cranked the power to maximum. Aiming at the Wokoa boat, he unleashed a torrent of water upon the enemies who were oblivious to his approach. As the water fight intensified, a sudden surge of water from Mobai's gun struck the Wokoa crew, sending them tumbling, with one unfortunate individual even knocked overboard by the force. The crew aboard the Dragon Spirit boat, startled by the unexpected deluge, turned to see Mobai's vessel, and their faces lit up with excitement. A middle-aged man among them shouted, "Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Let us show these scoundrels." On the Dragon Spirit boat, the middle-aged man bellowed as two of his crew combined forces with a high-pressure water gun, targeting the remaining Wokoa members. Meanwhile, Mobai continued his relentless assault. The Wokoa crew, witnessing this sudden turn of events, erupted in a cacophony of curses. Mobai, undeterred, aimed directly at one of them, shouting, "How dare you insult me? Take this." As the Wokoa man continued his tirade, a powerful jet of water struck him squarely in the face, forcing seawater into his mouth and shattering several of his teeth. Crumpling onto the deck, he clutched his mouth, uttering muffled sounds of distress. The remaining Wokoa crew, seeing their comrade's fate, hastily abandoned their water guns and raised white flags in surrender. Noticing their capitulation, Mobai ceased fire. Recognizing that it would be unwise to press the advantage further, especially in international waters where lives could be lost, the surrendering Wokoa crew quickly moved to rescue their fallen member from the sea, retreating to their own boat in defeat. As the Wokua vessel fled, the middle-aged man approached Imo Bai's boat, gratitude evident in his voice. Brother, I cannot thank you enough. These Wokua scoundrels have no shame. They attempted to rob us of our hard-earned bluefin tuna. Huh, no need for thanks, my friend. We are compatriots, and it is only right to assist one another. Imo Bai replied amiably. The middle-aged man, whose name turned out to be Lao Mao, smiled broadly at Imo Bai's words. Hello, young brother. I am Lao Mao, and these are my comrades. Your help is invaluable. Indeed, we Dragon Spirit people must stand united, no matter where we are. We are preparing to head back. May I ask your name, so we may express our gratitude properly someday? There's no need for that. If you're leaving, then do so quickly to avoid any further trouble. I must continue my journey. Lao Mao, sensing Imo Bai's reluctance to share more, simply nodded and asked curiously, where are you headed to fish? Ah, Lao Mao, I am not fishing. Rather, I seek a bald eagle to keep as a pet. We have none in our homeland. So I hope to find one near the beautiful country. To Imo Bai's surprise, Lao Mao erupted in hearty laughter. You seek a bald eagle? You have come to the right place. We recently found an injured bald eagle here in international waters. It fell onto our boat after battling with other sea eagles. I would be happy to give it to you, though its survival is uncertain. Hearing this, Imo Bai's heart soared with joy. Indeed, good deeds beget good fortune. He positioned his boat closer to Lao Mao's, tossing a rope over. This bag contains the injured bald eagle. It is yours now. May our paths cross again. As Imo Bai pulled the bag aboard, Lao Mao steered his vessel away, leaving Imo Bai with a newfound sense of hope and purpose. After the departure of the old cat, Imo Bai restrained the exhilaration swelling within him and cradled the snakeskin bag as he entered the cabin. Morong Shue, gazing curiously at the bag in Imo Bai's arms, inquired, Imo Bai, what is inside that bag? Xiao Shue, this is a treasure. It was given to me by a middle-aged man from the boat across the way, Imo Bai replied, opening the snakeskin bag before them. At that moment, Morong Shue let out a shriek. Chapter 118, Healing the Bald Eagle. Imo Bai knelt to untie the snakeskin bag, and before him and Morong Shue appeared a majestic eagle, its body as dark as night, with a striking white head. Upon seeing the eagle emerge from the bag, Morong Shue shrieked again, frightened, and hid behind Imo Bai. Hee, Xiao Shue, why are you so afraid? It's just a bald eagle, nothing to be terrified of. I'm scared of it. You see for yourself, I'm going to hide in my room, she replied, retreating from view, prompting Imo Bai to shake his head with a smile. Reaching into the bag, he grasped the bald eagle and lifted it onto the deck. The eagle lay motionless on the deck, as if it had lost all its strength. When Imo Bai turned it over, he discovered a deep claw mark on its abdomen, revealing the bone beneath. This bald eagle was merely a young adult, its wings stretching just over a meter long, and its graceful appearance filled Imo Bai with delight. I shall call you Little Eagle from now on. Stay put. I will fetch some medicine to tend to your wound. The bald eagle seemed to comprehend his words, fixing its sharp gaze upon Imo Bai and emitting a weak cry. Imo Bai hurried to the fishing boat's storage area, retrieving a first aid kit, and returned to the bald eagle's side. He began by disinfecting the wound with alcohol, causing the eagle to tremble slightly in pain and cry out. Little eagle, bear with it. This treatment will reduce the inflammation. Otherwise, the wound may fester, jeopardizing your life. After cleaning the wound, he applied some hemostatic powder, lifted the eagle, and placed it on the seat in the cabin. Whether it would survive now lay in the hands of fate. Standing up, Imo Bai contemplated the bald eagle before him, realizing that since he had taken it in and treated its injuries, if it recovered, his mission would be accomplished. Now that they were in open waters with time to spare, he thought it unwise to have made the trip for nothing. He had heard tales of king crabs near Hokkaido, close to the nation of Woku. He might as well venture there and gather some, as they belonged to those Woku people anyway. With this thought in mind, he steered the fishing boat towards Hokkaido. A day later, Imo Bai piloted the fishing boat to the open sea near Hokkaido, Woku. Crossing the red line, he halted the vessel and retrieved 10 enormous crab traps from the storage, having exchanged for them in the system's marketplace. After baiting them with fish biscuits, he sank them into the waters off Hokkaido, then returned the fishing boat to the boundary of the open sea and waited quietly for the bounty of king crabs. While waiting, Imo Bai, having nothing better to do, went to the deck to check on the bald eagle. Since yesterday, the eagle had gradually regained some strength and could walk freely about the boat. Morong Shue no longer feared the eagle. She had even cradled the injured creature in her arms yesterday, gently stroking it, and the eagle had obediently nestled against her. As Imo Bai stepped onto the deck, he saw Morong Shue lounging in a chair, with the bald eagle standing protectively behind her like a sentinel, proudly holding its head high. Hee, Xiao Shue, this little eagle is now like your bodyguard. Hearing Imo Bai's voice, Morong Shue turned, her face aglow with pride. Indeed, but I've noticed that this little eagle possesses remarkable intelligence. It responds to everything you say. Mo Bai, observing the eagle standing regally, fetched a fish he had caught the previous day and called out, "Little eagle, come eat some fish." As if it understood, the bald eagle turned, emitting a clarion call before rushing toward Mo Bai, swiftly swallowing the fish whole and then affectionately rubbing its white head against Mo Bai's leg. "Hee, little eagle. From now on, you shall accompany me." To Mo Bai's surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, the bald eagle nodded in agreement. Overjoyed by the eagle's responsiveness, Mo Bai spent some time playing with Murong Shui and the eagle on the deck before feeling it was time to act. He went to the stern and began using the crane to hoist the crab traps aboard. Chapter 119, A Bounty of King Crabs. Mo Bai operated the crane from the stern, lifting the crab traps, his confidence in the system's traps unwavering. As the steel cable reeled in, the traps slowly emerged from the depths. Upon seeing the bulging traps, Mo Bai's face broke into a wide grin. Hee, this journey has truly been worthwhile. Once the traps were aboard, he opened them, and one by one, king crabs scuttled out. Mo Bai hurriedly collected them, tossing them into the live well, which was already filled with water, and then operated the crane to hoist the next trap, which was equally brimming. Unbeknownst to him, Murong Shui had approached with the bald eagle, and upon seeing the overflowing trap of king crabs, she couldn't help but drool. Mo Bai, there are so many king crabs. We're going to feast. Haha, Xiao Shui, feeling tempted? When it comes time for lunch, I'll prepare braised king crab, steamed king crab. Whatever you desire. Mo Bai turned to glance at the bald eagle nearby, noticing its eyes fixated on the king crabs, seemingly entranced. He casually tossed one in its direction. Little eagle, you're in for a treat. Here's a king crab for you. Upon seeing the crab thrown, the bald eagle emitted a resounding cry and pounced, its talons piercing the crab's hard shell, instantly dispatching it before carrying it away to savor at its leisure. As the eagle moved off with its prize, Mo Bai observed the king crabs scuttling about and quickly advised Murong Shui, "Xiao Shui, you should step aside. These king crabs are ferocious, and I wouldn't want you to get hurt accidentally." Murong Shui obediently complied, retreating to a safe distance while quietly watching Mo Bai handle the crabs. After a considerable time, Mo Bai had collected all 10 traps and placed the king crabs into the live well, which was now overflowing, containing approximately 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of crabs. After tidying up the traps and placing them in the storage, he returned to the deck, only to spot a distant fishing boat approaching, about 10 nautical miles away. "Xiao Shui, quickly head to the cabin. There's a fishing boat coming toward us." Murong Shui nodded, eager to alleviate Mo Bai's concerns. She hurried toward the cabin, but turned back anxiously to say, "Mo Bai, be careful." As she entered the cabin, Mo Bai rushed to the helm, steering the fishing boat over the red line into open waters, heading towards the Sea of Longhun country. However, the pursuing fishing boat did not follow. Instead, it anchored at the spot where Mo Bai had just harvested the king crabs, remaining stationary. Seeing that the fishing boat had not pursued them, Mo Bai finally felt a sense of relief. It was not that he feared the adversaries. Rather, he felt somewhat less assertive within their territorial waters. With no pursuit in sight, he decided to reduce the ship's speed and gradually navigate towards the waters of the Dragon Soul Kingdom. As noon approached, after setting the fishing boat on a steady cruising course, Mo Bai called out to the white-headed eagle resting on the deck. "Little eagle, keep an eye on the situation outside. If anything happens, alert me with your call." The eagle understood his command and nodded in acknowledgement. Reassured by the eagle's response, Mo Bai left the deck, retrieved a large net from the storeroom, and caught 3 king crabs from the live well before heading to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by the sight of Murong Shui. "Hey, little Shui, when did you come in?" he asked. "I saw that fishing boat wasn't following us. Took a short rest, and figured it was nearly noon, so I came to prepare a meal. But why are you bringing so many king crabs? We can't possibly eat all of that." Didn't I mention? Today, we are going to indulge in a feast of king crabs. Who cares about the quantity? Besides, we have little eagle with us. His appetite is quite extraordinary." Thus, the two busily prepared a sumptuous king crab banquet in the kitchen. While aboard the fishing boat from Hokkaido, several Japanese fishermen stared in disbelief at their empty crab traps, their frustration boiling over. "Baka baka. Our king crab den is completely empty. It must be that fishing boat from earlier. I swear, if I see them again." Oblivious to the fishermen's curses, Mo Bai was savoring the delectable king crab with Murong Shui. Suddenly, a sharp cry from the white-headed eagle pierced the air, signaling an alert from the deck. Startled, Mo Bai rose swiftly. "Little Shui, continue enjoying your meal. I need to check outside." As he stepped out of the dining area, he was met with the sight of 3 blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals who had somehow boarded his fishing vessel. They were encircling the white-headed eagle, chattering in a language he hardly understood. One of the men noticed Mo Bai and turned towards him, his expression menacing as he spoke in broken dragon soul language. "Kid, We are pirates in these waters. Hand over your white-headed eagle and all your wealth, and we might spare your life." As the man brandished a pistol, pointing it at Mo Bai's head, a surge of anger ignited within him. With a calm demeanor, he fixed his icy gaze on the pirate and replied, "Golden-haired dog, if you desire my eagle, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth." Infuriated by Mo Bai's words, the pirate prepared to pull the trigger. Sensing the imminent danger, Mo Bai swiftly summoned his mastery, darting forward in an instant to seize the man's gun, kicking him to the ground in one fluid motion. The other two pirates, witnessing his prowess, hastily drew their weapons, but before they could fire, they felt a sharp pain in their wrists as their guns fell to the deck. Instantly, they were sent sprawling to the ground in agony. With an icy glare, Mo Bai approached the groaning pirates, his footfalls echoing ominously on the deck. Fear gripped the three men as they crawled backward in desperation, retreating until they reached the edge of the fishing boat. As Mo Bai advanced, they let out terrified cries, their words a cacophony of panic. "Stop your babbling," Mo Bai exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. In one swift motion, he slapped each of them across the face, rendering them unconscious. Curious about how they had boarded his vessel, he leaned down and discovered they had arrived via a speedboat tethered to the fishing boat by a rope with a hook. "Mo Bai, what is going on? How did those three blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals end up on our fishing boat?" Morong Shue's anxious voice broke through his thoughts. Turning to see her worried expression, he enveloped her in his arms to reassure her. "It's nothing to fret over, just a few petty thieves. They attempted to take our possessions and Little Eagle, but I've dealt with them." Angered upon seeing the unconscious pirates, Morong Shue marched over and kicked each of them with force. "Humph. The audacity to lay hands on Little Eagle. I'll make you pay." Her fierce demeanor was endearing, and after venting her frustration, she turned to Mo Bai and asked, "What should we do with them?" Gazing at the speedboat below, an idea sparked in Mo Bai's mind. "Hee, watch my performance, Little Shue." He departed the deck and returned to the storeroom, gathering rope and a spear gun. He bound the three men tightly and discarded their satellite phones into the sea, along with their 3 handguns. Then, he shot holes in the speedboat's fuel tank before stepping back. Mo Bai, that was quite ruthless, but I like it." Morong Shue cheered, enjoying the spectacle. They brought this upon themselves. After tossing the 3 pirates onto the speedboat, he severed the rope tethering it to the fishing boat. Standing on the deck, he watched as the speedboat drifted farther away, internally remarking, "3 fools attempted to rob me. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Good luck surviving." Chapter 121. A small profit. Having dealt with the 3 blonde-haired, blue-eyed pirates, Mo Bai led Morong Shue to the fishing boat's cabin. The open sea doesn't seem particularly safe. "We need to head back quickly," he mused, disengaging the fishing boat from its autopilot mode and manually steering it towards the waters of the Dragon Soul Kingdom. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, after a continuous journey, they finally returned to the pier at Huagu Town without encountering any further incidents. As soon as the fishing boat docked, Li Bo arrived with his crew, making a beeline for the live well. Mo Bai opened the live well, and Li Bo's eyes widened at the sight of the vibrant king crabs. "Brother Mo Bai, where did you get these king crabs?" It's no secret. I procured these from Hokkaido." Li Bo's astonishment was palpable. "What? You ventured to Hokkaido? That's the territory of the Japanese. Don't take such risks in the future. I worry about you." "Haha, Brother Li Bo, what is there to fear from that bunch? Now, calculate how much these king crabs weigh. I'm in a hurry to return." Mo Bai, sensing Li Bo was straying off topic, pulled him back to the matter at hand. Right. I'll arrange for the weighing immediately." Under the prompt of Mo Bai, Li Bo hurriedly arranged for his men to use a net to haul up each and every one of the king crabs, beginning the process of weighing them. In the end, Mo Bai reserved 6 king crabs for himself, with the remaining total weight amounting to 500 pounds. Mo Bai, for these 500 pounds of king crabs, I'll calculate at 300 per pound, totaling 165 million. What do you think? Upon hearing Li Bo's offer, Mo Bai did not hesitate. He immediately instructed Li Bo to transfer the funds, confident that Li Bo would not deceive him. After Li Bo promptly made the payment, he directed his workers to unload the king crabs from the ship and swiftly departed from the dock. Watching Li Bo leave, Mo Bai noticed the notification of 165 million arriving in his account, filling him with delight. He then took Morong Shue back to the ship's lounge, grabbed the backpack filled with Qing Dynasty gold coins, slung it over his shoulder, and left the dock with the king crabs and a white-tailed eagle in tow. While driving home, he called Du Xiao, transferring 500,000 to him for fuel, preparing for their outing at sea the next day. Upon arriving home, the two placed the king crabs into the freezer, fed the husky, and set the white-tailed eagle in the living room on the first floor. They hurried upstairs to hide the Qing Dynasty gold coins beneath the bed. Yet no matter how they concealed them, Murong Shui felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. She turned to Mo Bai and said, Mo Bai, I can't shake the feeling of unease with these coins in the house. Shall we find someone to sell them today? That's reasonable. But we ought to keep a few as mementos. Let us select 20 coins in good condition to keep and dispose of the remaining 180. However, our primary task now is to build a shelter for the little eagle. Sounds good. Let us get started on that. Accompanying Mo Bai downstairs, Murong Shui noticed the little eagle pacing in the living room, its keen eyes curiously surveying its surroundings. Approaching the eagle, she gently stroked its feathers. Little eagle, we'll set up a home for you, so stay put in the yard. In the courtyard, Murong Shui watched the little eagle as Mo Bai ascended to the rooftop, constructing a simple shelter with bricks and placing corrugated asbestos on top. Once the makeshift shelter was complete, he added some hay inside, providing a temporary home for the eagle until they could build a proper one later. After everything was prepared, Mo Bai returned to the courtyard, where the little eagle was strolling about, but Murong Shui was nowhere to be seen. Little eagle, come with me. Your new home is ready. Hearing Mo Bai's voice, the eagle quickly scampered over with its talons. Chapter 122, The Appraisal Pavilion. Bringing the white-tailed eagle upstairs, the little creature took a liking to its rudimentary nest, refusing to emerge once it nestled inside. Mo Bai placed a bowl of water on top and some dried fish nearby before leaving the rooftop. As he stepped into the courtyard, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Mo Bai immediately praised Murong Shui. My dear Shui, you're so diligent. Today I'm in for a treat. Murong Shui, busy flipping food with a spatula, rolled her eyes at his flattery. Get to work, or you might find your compliments backfiring. I'm on it. Mo Bai hastily joined her in assisting with the meal. After they enjoyed lunch, the couple took the black backpack filled with Qing Dynasty gold coins and drove towards the antique street in Shenzhen. The street was bustling with pedestrians, and as Mo Bai and Murong Shui strolled through, they observed various antiques on display, with several individuals inquiring about prices. Mo Bai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was amusing to see people seeking to purchase such obviously counterfeit items. Moving beyond the stall area, they turned a corner and came across an exquisitely designed two-story building. The sign read Appraisal Pavilion, with a notice stating no entry without purchase, treasure appraisal affixed beside the door. This is it. Let us go inside, Mo Bai said, leading Murong Shui through the threshold. Upon entering, they were greeted by a short, bearded old man. Welcome, esteemed customers. My appraisal pavilion is the largest and most reputable establishment on the antique street. If you find anything of interest, I can assure you it's all genuine. The old man's words made Mo Bai chuckle inwardly. If even a tenth of what he claimed was true, it would be remarkable. Naturally, he kept this thought to himself and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Good sir, we're not here to purchase items. We are. However, before he could finish, the old man interrupted. What? You're not here to buy? Surely, you must be here for an appraisal. Seeing they were not prospective buyers, the old man initially seemed ready to usher them out. Yet, upon noticing the bulging black backpack slung over Mo Bai's shoulder, his demeanor changed. A flicker of intrigue crossed his face, and he warmly invited them. I didn't realize you were collectors. Please, come in. I'll show you to the back room. Following the old man, Mo Bai was surprised to find that the quaint two-story building concealed a vast garden behind it, complete with a rockery and flowing water, beautifully complemented by various greenery, creating a serene atmosphere. Once seated beneath a pavilion, the old man brewed tea for Mo Bai and Murong Shui before speaking. I am Lu Fu. May I ask your name and what you wish to have appraised? Oh, Lu Lao. I am Mo Bai, and indeed, I have something that requires your expertise. Lu Fu, suddenly animated, urged, Quickly, bring it out for me to see. Observing the old man's eagerness, Mo Bai silently mused that this must be a common trait among appraisers. With that thought in mind, he opened the backpack resting on his lap and pulled out a Qing Dynasty gold coin, placing it on the table before Lu Fu. Lu Lao, please take a look. Expecting something extraordinary, Lu Fu was initially unimpressed by the small coin. However, as he leaned in closer and read the inscriptions, his expression transformed into one of shock. This is indeed a Qing Dynasty gold coin. Chapter 123, Wealthy and Generous. Upon seeing the Qing Dynasty gold coin, Lu Fu gasped, quickly picking up a magnifying glass to scrutinize it with great care. His murmurs of admiration punctuated the silence. What a remarkable piece. I've never encountered one in such pristine condition. It shows no signs of wear whatsoever. Setting down the magnifying glass, Lu Fu's demeanor towards Mo Bai shifted significantly. Well, young friend Mo Bai, I didn't expect you to possess such a precious Qing Dynasty gold coin. The quantity of such coins in existence is exceedingly rare. I noticed your black backpack. May I inquire how many of these coins you have? Mo Bai, sensing Lu Fu's newfound courtesy, smiled slightly and reached back into his backpack, retrieving 10 more Qing Dynasty gold coins and placing them on the table. Lu Lao, this is all I have. Please take a look. Lu Fu watched in astonishment as Mo Bai produced 10 gleaming Qing Dynasty gold coins once more. With a look of skepticism, he fixated on the round, bulging backpack, remaining silent as he picked up a magnifying glass to scrutinize the coins meticulously. The more he examined them, the more his expression shifted to one of shock. It was only after he had carefully inspected each of the 10 coins that he slowly lowered the magnifying glass and, with a faint smile, addressed Mo Bai. Young brother, you truly have hidden depths. Do not be shy. Feel free to reveal any treasures you possess. Old Lu, I genuinely have nothing left, Mo Bai replied, though internally he mused, old fellow, unless you provide something substantial, I won't be disclosing anything further. Noticing Mo Bai's reluctance, Lu Fu's displeasure grew, prompting him to raise his voice slightly. What is this? Is my young brother doubting my capabilities, or perhaps looking down on me? If you possess valuable items, do not hesitate to present them. I assure you, today you shall witness my prowess. Observing Lu Fu's unwavering confidence, Mo Bai cleared his throat lightly. Old Lu, you did say that, so do not attempt to haggle based on quantity later. Lu Fu quickly grasped Mo Bai's intentions. The young man was indeed waiting for him to take the lead. Feel free to bring them forth. I guarantee I shall not undervalue them. I stand by my word. With Lu Fu's assurance, Mo Bai promptly retrieved a black plastic bag containing the Qing Dynasty gold coins from his backpack, pouring the entire contents onto the table. The clinking of gold coins filled the air, and soon the table was awash with shimmering coins. Lu Fu was left utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a vast quantity of Qing Dynasty gold coins. He hurriedly picked them up, examining each one with meticulous care. Thus, Mo Bai and Murong Shui endured a 2-hour wait, while Lu Fu meticulously appraised each coin. When he finally looked up at Mo Bai, his eyes were filled with astonishment, and his voice trembled as he said, Young brother, you have truly broadened my horizons today. I shall purchase all 180 of these Qing Dynasty gold coins without haggling. Such rare treasures are exceedingly scarce, and I wish to acquire them all. Mo Bai had anticipated that Lu Fu might only wish to collect a few coins and would refrain from negotiating. So he was pleasantly surprised when Lu Fu expressed his desire to buy the entire lot. Since old Lu wishes to collect these coins, I shall part with them entirely. Haha, young brother, you are straightforward. In that case, I shall offer you a price. These coins are approximately 70 to 80% new, and the inscriptions appear as fresh as if newly minted. I will give you 850,000 for each coin. What say you? Lu Fu's quoted price exceeded the online estimates by 50,000, prompting Mo Bai to nod in agreement. No problem, we shall proceed at that price. Very well. For 180 coins, that totals 153 million. I will arrange for the payment immediately. Chapter 124, I am having a child. At the entrance of the appraisal pavilion, Mo Bai and Murong Shui emerged. After Lu Fu arranged the payment, both parties exchanged WeChat IDs, and upon the funds clearing, Mo Bai took his leave. The couple drove to the scenic Dapeng Bay Beach Park in Shenzhen. After parking, they strolled into the park, where Mo Bai's gaze fixated on bikini-clad women on the beach, his eyes gleaming with interest. Murong Shui, noticing his attention, pouted in annoyance and pinched him sharply at his side. Humph, you shameless Mo Bai. Are the young ladies not captivating enough for you? Or do you find me lacking? Ouch, that hurt. Everyone has an eye for beauty, but in my eyes, you remain the most enchanting, Mo Bai replied, wincing as he rubbed his side. Seeing Mo Bai in discomfort brought a smile of triumph to Murong Shui's face. Now that is more like it. I shall let you off today. After a moment of recuperation, Mo Bai straightened up and swiftly pulled Murong Shui into his embrace, his hands beginning to wander. Shui, you are teasing me. Wait until tonight when I settle the score. Murong Shui, feeling flustered at his advances, quickly wriggled out of his grasp. What are you doing, you rogue? It's broad daylight on the beach with so many people around. Are you not afraid? Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of nausea washed over her, and she crouched down, retching uncontrollably. Concerned, Mo Bai rushed to her side, kneeling down and gently patting her back. Shui, what's wrong? Come, I'll take you to the hospital. It's nothing, Mo Bai. I just suddenly felt a bit nauseous. I'm much better now. No need for the hospital, she reassured him. Seeing her reluctance to visit the hospital, Mo Bai's expression turned serious. That simply will not do. We must go today. Without waiting for her response, he scooped her up and hurried toward the car. Realizing his firm resolve, Murong Shui complied and accompanied him to the hospital. Once there, Mo Bai settled her in the waiting area while he busied himself with the registration and paperwork. Afterward, he stayed by her side during a series of tests, quietly awaiting the results in the examination room. In the waiting area, Murong Shui leaned against Mo Bai's shoulder, observing his anxious expression. It's all right, Mo Bai. I'm feeling fine now. After all the tests, you need not worry. We must ensure everything is all right. If there's nothing wrong, then that would be ideal. Mo Bai replied, gently caressing her cheek with his fingers. Two nurses nearby watched the couple with envious gazes, charmed by their intimacy. Thanks to Mo Bai's use of the VIP channel, they waited only about half an hour before all the test results were in. Feeling it was time, Mo Bai led Murong Shui into the consultation room. As soon as they entered, he eagerly inquired of the doctor. Doctor, have the results come in? Is my wife all right? The middle-aged doctor, poring over a thick stack of paperwork, shook his head and muttered under his breath. These young people really know nothing, not even aware they're pregnant. Goodness, what a waste of money on all these tests. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor finally looked up at the visibly anxious Mo Bai. Your wife is fine. She is simply pregnant. Just ensure she gets proper nourishment and schedule regular prenatal checkups. You may return home now. Chapter 125. Premium ingredients require the most unconventional chef. As Mo Bai and Murong Shui exited the hospital and made their way to the car, both remained in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, Mo Bai slapped his own face, feeling the sting, and then turned to embrace Murong Shui excitedly. Shui, this isn't a dream. This is real. We are having a child. In that moment, Murong Shui, enveloped in his embrace, felt that this was the most beautiful moment of her life, and she began to cry tears of joy, her voice trembling as she spoke. Mo Bai, what should we do now? Being a woman, Murong Shui had many thoughts and sought Mo Bai's guidance. Hearing her sobs, Mo Bai tightened his hold on her. Shui, do not worry. Tomorrow we shall register our marriage, and I will hire a nanny to care for you at home. When I am not out at sea, I will stay home to be with you. Now let us head back. Understanding Murong Shui's sentiments regarding Mo Bai, she found herself unable to restrain her tears, despite his exertions to soothe her on the way home. It was not until they returned to their quaint seaside village at 6 in the evening that calmness began to settle. Once they disembarked from the vehicle, Mo Bai gently assisted Murong Shui into a reclining chair in the courtyard, where he spoke to her with tender affection. Xiao Shui, remain here. From this day forth, I shall take care of all your meals. Tonight, I will prepare for you a Michelin-starred barbecue of king crab. At this, Murong Shui let out a soft laugh, amused by Mo Bai's playful confidence. Haha, Mo Bai, you and Michelin stars? If you can manage not to char the king crab, that would be quite an achievement. Noticing her skepticism, Mo Bai shot her a look that conveyed a sense of mystery. Ah, but you see, exquisite ingredients often require the most unconventional of chefs to bring out their authentic flavors. Just wait and see. He then proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving 3 king crabs from the refrigerator, preparing the necessary accompaniments, and setting up the barbecue grill with charcoal. With an earnest demeanor, he sat down to grill the crabs while Murong Shui reclined, quietly observing him, a smile of contentment illuminating her face. As time passed, the aromatic scent of the grilling crabs wafted through the courtyard, and Murong Shui could not help but salivate at the mouth-watering fragrance. Mo Bai, is it ready yet? I can hardly wait. Just a moment. It'll be ready shortly, he replied, placing the finished crabs on a plate and garnishing them with a sprinkle of secret seasoning before guiding Murong Shui to the stone table. With a flourish, he broke off a crab leg, expertly prepared it for her, and presented it with a charming grin. Here, Xiao Shui, indulge in the culinary artistry of your Michelin-starred chef. With delicate hands, Murong Shui accepted the crab meat, savoring its succulent flavor. This is absolutely delicious. Your grilling skills are quite impressive. Pleased by her praise, Mo Bai beamed with pride. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. Didn't I mention I am indeed the most unconventional of chefs? Enough of your banter. Hurry and eat before it gets cold, she playfully chided. Once dinner is finished, let us retire early. Tomorrow morning, we shall go to obtain our marriage certificate and then find a caretaker for you. While savoring the crab, Murong Shui nodded in agreement, unable to speak. After finishing the 3 crabs, they took a moment to relax in the courtyard before heading upstairs to rest. That night, Mo Bai peacefully slumbered beside Murong Shui, holding her gently in his embrace, drifting into dreams where even the conversations shared on the beach were forgotten. Chapter 126. Obtaining the certificate and hiring a caretaker. The following morning, Mo Bai rose early to prepare a nutritious breakfast. He assisted Murong Shui down the stairs, and after a hurried meal and careful grooming, they set off for the Civil Affairs Bureau with their household registration books in hand. At the entrance of the bureau, Murong Shui turned to Mo Bai and suddenly asked, Mo Bai, are you truly willing? Taken aback by her question, he leaned in, kissing her forehead gently, and replied with unwavering sincerity, Xiao Shui, I shall never let you down in this lifetime. Come, let us go and obtain our certificate. Blushing, Mu Rongxue glanced at the passing pedestrians, shyly taking Mo Bai's hand as they entered the bureau together. Upon exiting with their marriage certificate, Mo Bai found himself momentarily dazed, gazing at the document in his hands. Observing his state, Mu Rongxue couldn't suppress a teasing laugh. Humph, just out of the bureau and you're already in a daze. Are you having second thoughts? If so, it's too late now, haha. Amused by her own words, she chuckled. Mo Bai snapped back to reality, stowing the certificate in his bag. He turned to Mu Rongxue, placing his hands on her shoulders, and spoke earnestly, Xiaoxue. You must know that I will never regret anything done with you. Now, let us find you a caretaker. With that, he took her hand and led her to the car. They drove to the finest housekeeping agency in the city, where he selected the most qualified live-in caretaker for Mu Rongxue, offering a monthly salary of 20,000, choosing a caretaker of similar age to keep her company. They also purchased various supplements before returning home to their seaside village with the caretaker in tow. Once back in the courtyard, Mo Bai helped Mu Rongxue settle into her reclining chair before addressing the caretaker, assisting her with her belongings and guiding her to the vacant room on the second floor. Sister Lu Yan, you will be residing in this room from now on. Lu Yan surveyed the pristine room, her face lighting up with gratitude. Mo Bai, I truly appreciate your kindness. Rest assured, I will take great care of Xiaoxue. I'll prepare a meal shortly. Observing Lu Yan's striking figure, Mo Bai remained composed as he turned away. Sister Lu Yan, take your time to settle in. I shall head downstairs now. Upon returning downstairs, he joined Mu Rongxue in conversation. Suddenly recalling that he had forgotten their pet eagle on the upper floor, he sprang to his feet and dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found the eagle nestled in its small nook, fast asleep, having devoured all the fish treats. Little eagle, I am so sorry. I've been overwhelmed with matters and completely forgot about you. Just wait, I'll fetch you some meat right away. Hearing Mo Bai's voice, the eagle opened its eyes and squawked, expressing its discontent. As Mo Bai descended, the eagle followed him down. He retrieved fresh meat from the refrigerator and placed it before the eagle, which eagerly pounced on it, tearing into the succulent offering. Mu Rongxue approached, observing the eagle. Mo Bai, it seems the little eagle is growing stronger. It shouldn't be long before it fully recovers. Indeed, once it's healed, it will serve as our vigilant guardian. The eagle, engrossed in its meal, raised its head to look at Mo Bai and Mu Rongxue, nodding in agreement. Chapter 127. Preparing to buy land and build a house. Mo Bai and Mu Rongxue played with the eagle in the courtyard. Just then, Lu Yan emerged from upstairs, having finished her tasks. Upon seeing the imposing eagle, she instinctively took a few steps back, fear evident in her expression. Is this your pet? It looks quite fierce. Mu Rongxue quickly reassured her. Sister Lu Yan, there's no need to be afraid. The eagle is very well behaved. All right, I'll head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, Lu Yan replied, hastily retreating into the kitchen. Amused by Lu Yan's hasty exit, Mo Bai leaned closer to Mu Rongxue, whispering, Xiaoxue, it seems our sister Lu Yan is terrified. You're just teasing. It's only natural for her to be startled upon meeting such a large bird of prey for the first time. In time, she will grow accustomed to it. Mu Rongxue said, rolling her eyes at him. You're right, Xiaoxue. Our little eagle is incredibly well-mannered. It would never harm anyone. Mo Bai continued to flatter her, bringing a smile to Mu Rongxue's face. He gazed vacantly at the two-story building within the courtyard and suddenly turned around, taking Mu Rongxue's small hand in his. Observing her earnest expression, Xue, what do you think about rebuilding our house? This place is rather old, and it will be quite inconvenient once we have children. Mo Bai suggested. Mu Rongxue also regarded the dilapidated house with concern for the future's practicality. You are right. I have no objections to constructing a new home. However, if we demolish the house, where shall we reside in the meantime? Seeing the worry etched on Mu Rongxue's face, Mo Bai gently ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, why should we tear down the old house? We can simply acquire a new plot of land in the village. Very well, after we finish our meal, you should head to the store to buy some supplies, and we will speak with Uncle Yu, the village chief, Mu Rongxue instructed Mo Bai decisively. I will go to the store right now, Mo Bai replied, rising energetically and heading towards the village shop. Upon arriving at Wang Dajiao's store, he purchased a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, 2 bottles of Jinnan Chun, and a few other gifts, preparing to check out. Wang Dajiao, noticing the array of fine goods Mo Bai had selected, couldn't help but express his curiosity. You, the lad from the east end of the village, are here for the first time and buying such fine items. What is the occasion? After scanning to pay, Mo Bai replied, I'm purchasing these items for a purpose. I intend to rebuild a house in the village, and I will certainly need your assistance, Sister Wang. Wang Dajiao felt a wave of warmth at being addressed as Sister Wang, and responded with enthusiasm. You have a sweet tongue. Since you are planning to build a new house, that is no problem at all. Just give me a call when you need my help. All right. I shall take my leave for now, But when the time comes, do not decline my request, Imobai said, feeling a bit apprehensive under Wang Dajiao's fervent demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, he left the shop and returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he called out, "Shui, I've brought back the items. After we finish our meal, we will go to see the village chief." After placing the items down inside, he stepped into the yard just as Lu Yin emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Imobai is back. Let us eat. All right, Sister Lu Yin. I'll wash my hands first, he replied. After washing up in the kitchen, he made his way to the stone table, but Lu Yin stood up to walk away. Sister Lu Yin, where are you going? Come and eat with us, Imobai queried, puzzled by her sudden departure. No need, you are the hosts. You eat while I have set aside some food for myself in the kitchen. I can manage with a simple meal, Lu Yin said as she headed back to the kitchen. Concerned, Morong Shui interjected, Sister Lu Yin, he is right. Please sit down and eat with us. We don't consider you an outsider. Lu Yin halted, turning back to face Imobai and Morong Shui. Oh, I feel quite embarrassed. What is there to be embarrassed about? We are merely sharing a meal. Besides, I will rely on you, Sister Lu Yin, for care in the future, Morong Shui insisted, leading Lu Yin back to the stone table to take a seat. Thus, the three of them enjoyed lunch together in the courtyard. Chapter 128, Successfully Acquiring the Land. After lunch, Morong Shui, with the gifts Imobai had purchased, went together with him to the village chief's home. Uncle Yu, are you at home? A voice called from the two-story building, belonging to a middle-aged man. Soon, a robust figure emerged. It was Yu Ping, the village chief of the small fishing village. Upon seeing the gifts in Morong Shui and Imobai's hands, he greeted them with a smile. Ah, it's the girl from the east end of the village. Come in, come in. Yu Ping welcomed them inside, taking the gifts from their hands. Please sit. There is no need for formality. I'll brew you some tea. After pouring each of them a cup, he sat across from them and inquired, Shui, what brings you to see Uncle Yu today with such generous gifts? You are too kind. Morong Shui noted Yu Ping's cheerful demeanor and glanced at Imobai, who was quietly sipping his tea, seemingly disinterested in speaking. She then addressed Yu Ping, Uncle Yu, we have come to discuss a matter with you. Noticing her serious tone, Yu Ping's brows furrowed slightly. But he maintained a friendly demeanor, aware that he had accepted gifts from them. What is it, Shui? Well, Uncle Yu, our house is quite old, and we wish to purchase a plot of land in the village to build a new home. We are here to request your assistance in approving this and designating a plot for us. I see, Yu Ping replied, contemplating with his hand on his chin. Since it was a land purchase, this was manageable. As long as it did not involve any further complications, he thought to himself before suddenly snapping his fingers. I've got it. There are 2 acres of unused land next to your house. It belongs to the village collective and has been left barren for some time. I can sell it to you for 100,000 per acre. If that seems too steep, I'm afraid that's the only land available. Yu Ping leaned back, crossing his legs, sipping his tea with a leisurely air as he awaited Morong Shui's response. Upon hearing the price of 100,000 per acre, Morong Shui felt it was a bit excessive and cast an inquiring glance at Imobai. Noticing Morong Shui's indecision, Imobai cleared his throat, observing Yu Ping's relaxed posture, and thought, who does he look down upon? I am not one to be trifled with. Today, I shall demonstrate my resolve. Uncle Yu, I am Morong Shui's husband, and we will take those 2 acres for 100,000 per acre. Yu Ping nearly choked on his tea, quickly setting the cup down and coughing vigorously. In reality, an acre should not exceed 80,000, but he had quoted a high price anticipating a negotiation. To his surprise, this young man, claiming to be Morong Shui's husband, accepted the offer without hesitation. Once he regained his composure, Yu Ping beamed at Imobai, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. Haha, your vision is commendable, young man. It settled then. After taking another sip of tea, Yu Ping, eager to finalize the deal, inquired, when do you plan to purchase the land? If it's today, I can draft the contract right away. Of course, today is ideal. The sooner, the better. Imobai replied, keen to secure the deal and prevent any price hikes from Yu Ping due to his eagerness. Haha, splendid. Then, young brother, follow me to the village committee office. I will prepare the contract immediately. Yu Ping finished, leading Imobai to the village committee office where they both harbored their own thoughts. Imobai and Morong Shui seated themselves on a bench while Yu Ping hurriedly began drafting the land purchase contract at the computer. Half an hour later, with the sound of the printer whirring, the contract was ready. Yu Ping swiftly approached the printer, collected the document, and presented it to Imobai. Here it is. If everything seems in order, please sign the contract. Imobai reviewed the contract before passing it to Morong Shui for her to read. Once she finished, he confidently inscribed his name on the document. Upon seeing the signature, Yu Ping felt a surge of elation. The barren land has finally been disposed of, and at such a high price, the next village chief election is assured. Calculating in his mind, He gazed at Mo Bai and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Since the contract is signed, will you be paying in cash or via bank transfer?" "Of course, it will be a transfer," Mo Bai replied. Noticing the greedy expression on Yu Ping's face and fearing he might abscond with the money, he added nonchalantly, "to the village's public account," to Mo Bai's surprise. Upon hearing this, Yu Ping showed no hesitation and readily agreed. "No problem, wherever you say." As he spoke, he hurried to his computer to pull up the village's official account details. After transferring 200,000 yuan to the village's public account, Mo Bai stood up to take his leave, walking side by side with Murong Shui as they headed home. With such a vast expanse of land purchased, we won't even need all of it for building houses. What do you intend to do with the surplus? Murong Shui expressed her concerns, noting the 2 acres he had just acquired. Indeed, we won't require that much just for housing, but we could enclose it, raise some chickens and ducks, and plant a few vegetables. In time, you and the child will be able to enjoy our own produce, which will put my mind at ease. Mo Bai shared his thoughts with Murong Shui, considering this aspect when he hastily accepted Yu Ping's offer. As they chatted leisurely, they unknowingly arrived at their doorstep. Upon entering, they spotted Lu Yin seated at the stone table, playing with a young eagle. Mo Bai, seeing Lu Yin engaged with the bird, teased her, "Sister Lu Yin, weren't you afraid of it? Why the sudden bravery now? Ah, you two are back. At first, I was quite frightened, but this eagle is just so gentle that I couldn't resist touching it. I was surprised by how docile it is, lying there quietly while I caressed its feathers." Lu Yin explained, startled by Mo Bai's sudden remark and standing up from her seat. "Easy now, Sister Lu Yin, no need to be so tense. Just treat this place as your home," Mo Bai reassured her. Noticing her anxiety, Murong Shui walked over to take her hand, and the two began to chat like old friends, leaving Mo Bai feeling somewhat neglected. Observing the animated conversation between the 2 women, Mo Bai, feeling a bit glum, sat down beside them and picked up his phone to call Chu Feng. "Hello, Brother Feng, what have you been busy with lately?" "Brother Mo Bai, I've recently taken on a greening project for the town government and have been preoccupied with that." Chu Feng's voice came through the phone, accompanied by a cacophony of noise in the background. "Oh, so you've been busy with a greening project in town," Mo Bai remarked, recalling the substantial donation of 1 billion yuan he had made to the town not long ago. It seemed they had already begun work and even subcontracted it to Chu Feng. "Brother Feng, I just bought 2 acres of land to build a house. If you have some time, could you come over to help me plan it out?" "Sure, I'll come by after work tonight. Just send me your location, and I'll be there," Chu Feng replied. "All right, I'll wait for you at home." After hanging up, Mo Bai sent his location to Chu Feng and looked up at the 2 women still engrossed in their conversation. He interjected, "By the way, Murong Shui, Brother Chu Feng mentioned he would come over later to help us with the house planning. I'll go buy some groceries, and Sister Lu Yin, I might trouble you to prepare a bit more food." Upon hearing that guests would be arriving, Lu Yin quickly stood up to head to the kitchen, but Murong Shui held her back. "Sister Lu Yin, not so fast. Let us wait for Mo Bai to return with the groceries before we continue our chat." Murong Shui then turned back to Mo Bai, noticing he was still standing there. "Did you not say Chu Feng was coming? Why haven't you gone to buy groceries yet? Are you trying to eavesdrop on our conversation?" Mo Bai sighed, feeling a bit dejected. He then turned and walked outside, intending to go to the village grocery store. However, realizing that the village didn't have much in the way of quality produce for a friend's first visit, he decided to drive to the dock at Huagu Town instead. It was around 4 p.m., and he hoped to see if any fishermen had returned to buy some fresh seafood to treat Chu Feng. Upon arriving at the dock, Mo Bai stepped out of his car and glanced over at the moored boats, noticing his 2 vessels were absent, likely still out at sea with Du Xiao and Achin. Turning his gaze, he noticed a crowd gathered around a fishing boat and curiously approached. As he neared, he overheard someone from within the crowd saying, "Old Joe, we have cooperated for so many years. When have I ever shortchanged you on seafood? The price of sea cucumbers has indeed dropped recently." Hearing the mention of sea cucumbers, Mo Bai recalled the Dragon's Soul national football team. Those players insisted on consuming sea cucumbers daily, claiming they couldn't function without them. He decided he would personally sample these sea cucumbers to ascertain their reputed extraordinary qualities and pushed his way into the throng. After much effort, he finally reached the front, where a dark-skinned middle-aged fisherman was negotiating with a portly fishmonger over the price of sea cucumbers. "Old Shun, no matter how much the price of sea cucumbers has fallen, your offer is still far too low. Just look at the size of my sea cucumbers. Each one weighs a pound. Yet you're offering me the price of ordinary ones." The fisherman known as Old Joe, looking unwilling, lifted one of the sea cucumbers from the bucket and waved it before his opponent. "That price is final. Old Joe, if you want to sell, weigh it. If not, then forget it." The fishmonger, Old Chun, was also losing his temper and turned to leave, thinking Old Joe would call him back, as the sea cucumbers needed to be sold quickly before they spoiled and lost value. I'll take those sea cucumbers. How much do you want? Mo Bai interjected, eyeing the pound-sized sea cucumber in old Zhou's hand and glancing at the retreating old Chun. He approached old Zhou and, seeing the 10 sea cucumbers in the bucket were all of similar size, decided to buy them all to take home and nourish Murong Shue's health. Young man, let me tell you, these are pure wild sea cucumbers harvested from the ocean floor, and I'll sell them to you for 800 yuan a pound. Upon hearing Mo Bai's intent to buy, old Zhou quickly shouted his price, casting a glance at the departing old Chun, clearly uninterested in him. Old Chun had taken a few steps when he heard someone inquiring about the sea cucumbers, promptly stopping and turning around with a smile on his face. Hey, old Zhou. Considering how long I've been buying seafood from you, we have a bit of rapport. Let's negotiate the price of the sea cucumbers. If you say 800, then 800 it is. Let us hurry and weigh them. Seeing old Chin's sudden change of heart, old Zhou found himself indecisive, looking back and forth between the two men, unsure of what to do. On one hand, he didn't want to offend old Chun, as he would need him for future seafood sales. On the other hand, he had just quoted a price and felt awkward about rejecting old Chun after naming a figure. To refuse him outright would be akin to slapping his own face. Mo Bai, witnessing old Chin's sudden return, felt displeased. You left, yet you come back? How insincere can one be? With a haughty demeanor, he declared, if you want to buy sea cucumbers, you need to see if you can afford them. I'll sell them for 1,000 yuan a pound. He shot a challenging glance at old Chun, determined to make things difficult for him. Old Chun, the fishmonger, initially wore a proud expression, confident in his victory. However, upon hearing the opposing party's willingness to pay 1,000 yuan per pound, his eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. While he could afford the price, such an expenditure would leave him with minimal profit. Conversely, if he purchased at that rate, he risked incurring losses should the sea cucumbers perish en route. His face flushed crimson with frustration as he shot a scornful glare at Mo Bai, snorted derisively, and turned to push through the crowd in a dejected manner. Seeing old Chin's defeat, the fisherman Lao Zhou felt a surge of triumph as he too offered 1,000 yuan per pound. Eagerly, he turned to Mo Bai, saying, young brother, I shall sell you the sea cucumbers for 1,000 yuan per pound. Let me weigh them for you. However, with a grin, Mo Bai shot back, no. I'll take them for 800 yuan. Take it or leave it. Lao Zhou's smile froze instantly, realizing that the sudden shift in Mo Bai's stance stemmed from his earlier indecision and failure to advocate for him, leaving lingering resentment. Acknowledging his own fault, he nodded silently and agreed to the price of 800 yuan per pound, selling the sea cucumbers to Mo Bai. In total, Mo Bai purchased 11 pounds for 8,800 yuan and made his way out of the throng with his bounty. Chapter 131. An unexpected visitor. Mo Bai strolled around the dock with the sea cucumbers, purchased some seafood, then drove to the town's large supermarket, where he acquired several bottles of fine wine and fresh vegetables before heading back to the fishing village. As he stepped out of the car, he spotted Murong Shui and Lu Yin still engaged in conversation. He quickly called out to Lu Yin, Sister Lu Yin, come lend me a hand. Seeing Mo Bai return, Murong Shui attempted to rise to assist, but Lu Yin pressed her back down. Approaching the car, Lu Yin received the vegetables and seafood from Mo Bai. Upon seeing the hefty bag of sea cucumbers, her curiosity piqued. She had never encountered such large specimens before and could easily surmise their high value. Mo Bai, are you cooking all these sea cucumbers? She inquired. Not all. I'll prepare 5 of them, and the rest will be frozen for air ha, Mo Bai replied, closing the car's trunk and carrying everything into the kitchen. Once inside, Lu Yin busied herself with the ingredients, while Mo Bai observed the cluttered kitchen, realizing that hiring a live-in housekeeper was indeed a wise decision. He could manage an occasional meal, but daily cooking would be quite a chore. Sister Lu Yin, do you need any help? He offered. No, I can manage on my own. It wouldn't be right to have you help after paying you. Lu Yin replied without turning around, engrossed in her tasks. Watching her work diligently, Mo Bai chose not to interrupt and instead walked over to Murong Shui. He noticed that since her pregnancy, she seemed to radiate even more charm, her gaze drifting down to her belly. With a smile, he teased, Hey Xiao Shui, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Of course, I do love both. If you could bless us with a pair of twins, that would be splendid. Murong Shui responded playfully, kicking a ball to Mo Bai, recalling a dream he once had where Murong Shui bore him twins. He couldn't help but think that perhaps it was a prophetic vision of their future. You're quite ambitious. Twins would indeed be wonderful, he replied with a chuckle. Just then, the sound of an approaching car interrupted their banter. Noticing a vehicle pull up next to his, Mo Bai recognized that Chu Feng had arrived and hurried out to greet him. As he stepped outside, he was surprised to see a familiar figure beside Chu Feng. Wang Hao, what brings you here? Were you expecting me not to visit? I came to hang out with Chu Feng, and when he mentioned he was coming to your place, I tagged along. By the way, I've never been here before. Are you not welcoming me? Wang Hao teased. rolling his eyes at Mo Bai's astonishment. Of course not. You're my brother. I'm honored to have you. Come in. Chu Feng. We were just discussing our plans for building a house, Mo Bai said, ushering them to a stone table in the yard. After greeting Murong Shui, they settled down. And Mo Bai poured them each a glass of cold tea before addressing Chu Feng. Brother Chu Feng, the house construction is entirely up to you. I'll show you the site shortly, and afterward, please design some blueprints for a small villa, preferably with 2 basement levels. Sure. I'll take a look at the site and draft the plans upon my return, Chu Feng replied, quietly sipping his tea, his reticence as usual. Wang Hao, noticing their conversation had concluded, leaned closer to Mo Bai, grinning mischievously. What sumptuous feast do you have in store for us tonight, brother Mo Bai? Mo Bai, seeing Wang Hao's playful demeanor, swatted his arm. Get off me. I'm not into that. Ouch. Come on, Mo Bai, is it really necessary? Wang Hao pouted, nursing his arm like a scorned child. Enough. Can we not have this childish banter? I can't stand it. Chu Feng, let us head to the wasteland and take a look, Mo Bai suggested, feeling an involuntary shiver at Wang Hao's antics. Wang Hao, feeling left out, hurriedly apologized to Murong Shui and dashed after them. Murong Shui watched him sprint away, shaking her head in bemusement at his childlike behavior. Arriving at the barren land, Mo Bai shared his visions with Chu Feng, who attentively offered his insights. Mo Bai found many of Chu Feng's suggestions innovative and enlightening, reinforcing the belief that expertise is best sought from those who specialize in their field. Wait for me. You can't just leave me behind. Wang Hao puffed as he caught up, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Wang Hao, you need to get yourself in shape. It's not even a 200-meter dash. And look at you, Mo Bai remarked, recalling how sprightly Wang Hao had seemed when they first met. Mind your own business. I prefer being the pampered weakling. Wang Hao retorted, glaring at Mo Bai defiantly. Chu Feng, unable to contain his laughter at Wang Hao's response, broke his usual silence to join in the jest. Pampered weakling? Take this. He picked up a branch and playfully swatted Wang Hao, who yelped as the dry stick snapped against his backside. Ha ha ha, Wang Hao, Wang Hao. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You, the so-called young master with kidney deficiency, I fear that if you continue down this path, you will inevitably suffer from renal failure. Mo Bai watched as Chu Feng playfully struck Wang Hao's rear end with a stick, and coupled with their banter, he couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Don't get too cocky, you two. When it comes time to drink, you'll see how I deal with you. Wang Hao, feeling thoroughly embarrassed by their jests, wished he could find a hole to hide in, and thus resolved to redeem his dignity at the dinner table. The trio continued their idle chatter in the wilderness before making their way back. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Lu Yin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes. Her voluptuous figure and exquisite beauty instantly captivated Wang Hao, rendering his gaze utterly transfixed. Watching the stunning beauty before him, Wang Hao swallowed hard, a hint of bashfulness flickering across his face. Mom, I think I'm in love, he murmured to Mo Bai without turning his head as Lu Yin approached. Mo Bai, who is she? I've never seen her before. I forgot to introduce you. This is my newly hired nanny for Xiao Shui, Sister Lu Yin, Mo Bai replied, observing Wang Hao's infatuated expression. Though he initially intended to ignore him, he eventually made the introduction. Wang Hao continued to watch Lu Yin as she moved back and forth from the kitchen, and when she placed another dish on the stone table before heading back, he hurriedly chased after her. Sister Lu Yin, let me help you. Lu Yin initially intended to refuse, but with his relentless persistence, she found herself unable to muster any annoyance and reluctantly allowed him to assist her. Chapter 133, Mo Bai's advice before long. The stone table in the courtyard was laden with an array of delectable dishes, including braised ribbonfish, oil-braised prawns, and pan-seared salmon, with a particularly enticing stir-fried sea cucumber that left both Wang Hao and Chu Feng unable to tear their eyes away. The tantalizing aromas wafting from the table made everyone's mouths water. Seeing that all the dishes were ready, Mo Bai called everyone to sit down for the meal. Wang Hao squeezed himself onto the same long bench as Lu Yin, intentionally avoiding sitting next to Chu Feng, claiming he found Chu Feng too dark. Mo Bai glanced at him meaningfully and smiled, choosing not to comment. As they began to eat, Wang Hao incessantly piled food onto Lu Yan's plate, creating a veritable mountain of dishes. Thank you, Wang Hao, but I can manage on my own, Lu Yin said with a slight frown, intending to decline his generosity. Yet out of respect for Mo Bai, she politely acquiesced. Mo Bai, unable to watch any longer, coughed a few times in an attempt to draw Wang Hao's attention. However, Wang Hao seemed oblivious, continuing to engage Lu Yin in awkward conversation. Mo Bai, exasperated, shot him a disapproving glare before ignoring him and picking up his chopsticks to serve some scallion stir-fried sea cucumber into Murong Shui's bowl. Xiao Shui, do try this scallion sea cucumber. I've heard it's especially nourishing for expectant mothers, and I specifically got it for you. As Mu Rongxue tasted the sea cucumber, a wave of happiness washed over her. She savored a bite, and the flavors burst in her mouth, prompting her to silently commend Lu Yen. Sister Lu Yen, this scallion sea cucumber is truly exquisite. Lu Yen, who was being pestered by Wang Hao, suddenly heard Mu Rongshue's voice and turned around as if she had found a savior, quickly facing away from Wang Hao. Hee, as long as you like it. I was worried my cooking wouldn't suit your taste. In the profession of a nanny, one fears being dismissed for not meeting others' culinary expectations. And now that Mu Rongxue praised her cooking, Lu Yen felt a surge of joy. Mu Rongxue, noticing Lu Yen's desire to avoid further conversation with Wang Hao, initiated a friendly chat with her. Wang Hao, seeing that Lu Yen was ignoring him, wilted like a withered eggplant. He poured himself a drink from the wine container and looked at Mo Bai and Chu Feng. Brothers, let us drink. Chu Feng, being a simple man, quickly raised his cup in response. Mo Bai, amused by Wang Hao's dejected demeanor, joined them as they clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. Before long, the sumptuous dinner concluded amidst their laughter and merriment. Chu Feng and Mo Bai agreed that after he returned home, he would find someone to design the house plans and landscaping, and then they would commence construction. Wang Hao, resembling a heartbroken individual, became thoroughly intoxicated, stumbling as he walked, completely forgetting the bold declarations he had made earlier in the wilderness. Mo Bai escorted the two to the door and called a ride for them. While waiting, he looked at the drunken Wang Hao and earnestly advised him, Wang Hao, look at yourself today. If you wish to pursue Lu Yen, you must change your temperament. Sister Lu Yen is a pragmatic person. If she learns that you spend your days in nightclubs and bars, she likely won't even speak to you. I don't know if you'll take this to heart, but think about it when you get home. After speaking, Mo Bai noticed Wang Hao had ignored him and had already passed out in the car, feeling as though he was merely speaking to a wall. Shaking his head in resignation, he didn't oppose Wang Hao's pursuit of Lu Yen. That was his freedom. However, he despised the thought of Wang Hao mingling with disreputable women. After chatting with Chu Feng for a while, the designated driver arrived, and Mo Bai bid farewell to the two as they departed. Once they left, Mo Bai returned to the courtyard to help Lu Yen clear the stone table of the remnants of their meal before assisting Mu Rongxue upstairs to rest. Chapter 134. The young eagle recovers. Time always flies swiftly. In the following days, Mo Bai remained at home, keeping company with Mu Rongxue while waiting for news from Chu Feng. Yet, instead of hearing from Chu Feng, he received another piece of good news. The white-headed eagle had fully recovered. This morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, Mo Bai ascended to the rooftop with his usual light steps, carrying a bucket of cool boiled water, his heart filled with concern and anticipation for the young eagle's condition. Upon reaching the rooftop, he immediately spotted the familiar silhouette of the eagle. It stood on the railing, spiritedly stretching its wings, its black feathers shimmering in the sunlight, and its eyes radiating a joyful vitality. Mo Bai approached the eagle with a smile, setting the water bucket down beside him and gently stroking the bird's feathers, which felt resilient and warm to the touch. Little eagle, you're all better. That is wonderful. Seeing the eagle's recovery filled Mo Bai with immense joy. It felt as though he had finally completed his task. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of reward the system would bestow upon him next. The eagle, sensing Mo Bai's concern, lowered its head and rubbed its pristine crown against his palm, expressing its gratitude and friendliness. Feeling the soft and comforting sensation in his hand, Mo Bai bent down carefully, lifting the bucket to pour water into the eagle's feeding bowl. Come, little eagle, drink some water. I'll bring you some fish shortly. Upon seeing this, the eagle promptly flew down from the railing, elegantly walking to the water bowl to drink eagerly. Mo Bai watched quietly from the side. Suddenly, after a couple of sips, the eagle raised its head to gaze at the distant sky, letting out a resounding eagle call, flapping its wings and soaring towards the ocean. This scene left Mo Bai utterly astonished. What a fickle creature! As soon as it's healed, it wants to fly away. His previously joyous mood plummeted as he wobbled down the stairs with the water bucket in hand. On the lounge chair downstairs, Mu Rongxue engaged in conversation with Lu Yanzheng beneath the lychee tree when she turned to see Mo Bai descending with a bucket, his demeanor despondent. Concerned, she inquired, Mo Bai, what troubles you? I just heard the call of the little eagle. Has its injury healed? Upon hearing Mu Rongxue's voice, Mo Bai felt a flicker of joy, a smile gracing his face. However, the thought of the eagle that had taken flight dampened his spirits once more. Oh, don't mention it, Xue. I went up to give the little eagle some water. When I saw it had recovered, I felt elated for a moment. Yet, after pouring water into its dish, it took a few sips, suddenly screeched, and soared away. Would you not say it is ungrateful? What? The little one has flown away? Yet, I believe it shall not stray far. It has always been so obedient. Do not blame the little eagle. Mu Rongxue exclaimed in surprise at the news of its departure. Initially, she had thought the eagle was indeed ungrateful, but upon reflection, she considered its affectionate nature towards people, which seemed genuine. Thus, she offered words of comfort to Mobai. Perhaps during its recovery, it yearned for freedom. Now that it is healed, it wishes to explore. For it is a majestic eagle of the skies, not merely a little dog meant to guard the home. Do not dwell on your sorrow. Mobai pondered Morong Shue's words and found merit in her reasoning. His resentment towards the little eagle diminished significantly, and he raised his head to smile faintly at Morong Shue before heading toward the kitchen with the bucket. As he entered the kitchen, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 135, Abundant Rewards Beep. System version 30 upgrade completed. Hearing the system's voice ignited excitement within Mobai. Since the last incident when it had taken away the system upgrade gem he provided, the system had been silent. Now, coinciding with the little eagle's recovery, it had returned, suggesting he had been too preoccupied to notice its absence. At long last, you have completed the upgrade. I thought you had become detached. Gazing at the system interface, Mobai's expression was one of eager anticipation. Beep. System version 30 has been successfully upgraded. The reward for cleaning oceanic debris has increased from 100 yuan to 200 yuan, and the host will now receive 20 assistant slots. His exhilaration was hardly quelled when he heard the system announce a doubling of his reward and the addition of 20 assistant slots. He nearly cried out in joy, hastily covering his mouth, his mind racing with exhilaration. By heavens, I am about to strike it rich. With this, Du Xiao's fishing boat will amount to over 2 million, while Aqin's net will yield over 4 million. Ha ha. I am one step closer to my dream of becoming the wealthiest. Once his excitement subsided, he contemplated whether he should acquire a few new boats, especially with the addition of 20 assistants. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted once more. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully rehabilitating the bald eagle. As a reward, you will receive an animal communication card, a standard bonus doubling card, and top-tier navigational skills. As soon as the system's announcement concluded, Mobai felt a surge of understanding regarding ship navigation flood his mind. He sensed that should he set sail now, he would effortlessly conquer any maritime terrain, having previously held only a standard captain's certificate. Suppressing his excitement, Mobai promptly activated the bonus doubling card. Over the past few days, his system rewards had accumulated to 2 billion. He had yet to use the advanced bonus doubling card he had received earlier, and he aimed to maximize his benefits by using both cards simultaneously. Upon activating the bonus doubling card, the familiar spinning wheel appeared before him. As it spun, the pointer eventually settled on 2 times. Damn it, why is my luck always so poor? Why does it always land on 2 times? Is my fate so bleak? Seeing the pointer rest on 2 times sent Mobai into a fit of rage, as he couldn't help but curse. The standard bonus doubling card had consistently yielded 2 times, save for the first instance when he had drawn 5 times. It was no wonder he lost control of his emotions. Beep. The system has detected the host's use of the asset doubling card. You have successfully drawn a 2-time critical hit. Your system rewards have been doubled. Just as the system's voice fell silent, Mobai's phone chimed with a message notification. Quickly, he picked up his phone, discovering that his 2 billion system rewards had now transformed into 4 billion. His earlier frustration began to dissipate. He then opened the system inventory, eyeing the advanced bonus doubling card he had obtained long ago, and without hesitation, clicked to use it. As before, the familiar spinning wheel reappeared. Yet the numbers displayed were different from the standard bonus doubling card, with a minimum of 5 times and a maximum of 10 times. With hands clasped in silent prayer, Mobai gazed at the spinning pointer. When it finally came to a halt, he lifted his head to view the system wheel. Chapter 136. The little eagle returns with a gift. As Mobai looked towards the system wheel, he nearly leapt for joy when he saw the pointer resting on 8 times. Finally, some good fortune, no longer stuck at the bottom tier. Although it was not the highest multiplier, achieving an 8-time critical hit left him immensely satisfied. Beep. The system has detected the host's use of the advanced bonus doubling card and has awarded an 8-time critical hit. Your system rewards have been doubled. Ding. His phone chimed again, notifying him of a deposit into his 9,527 bank account. Eagerly, he checked his phone, realizing that his previous 4 billion had now surged to 32 billion. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in his bank account, Mobai's eyes sparkled with delight, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Stowing away his phone, he turned to the remaining animal communication card, clicking to use it without hesitation. Beep. The system has detected the host's use of the animal communication card, bestowing the host with the ability to communicate with animals. Upon hearing that he could now converse with animals, Mobai beamed with joy. In future outings at sea, he would no longer struggle to decipher the thoughts of various creatures. Having utilized all his rewards, Mobai directed his inquiries towards the system. Why do you always assign me such peculiar tasks? It's either catching turtles or fishing, and the last time, you sent me after an exotic breed. Are you intentionally trying to vex me? After a prolonged silence following his question, the system remained unresponsive. It seemed that it was sulking over the previous incident. After waiting in vain for a response, Immobile grumbled about the system's pettiness before closing the interface and stepping out of the kitchen. As he exited the kitchen, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from above. Looking up, he spotted the little eagle returning, clutching something in its talons. As the little eagle approached, Immobile felt a wave of remorse wash over him. When it had initially taken flight, he had been engulfed in a sense of loss, mistakenly believing it would never return. Now, witnessing the little eagle's return, the weight in his heart lifted, and he felt a twinge of shame for having misjudged its intentions. Moments later, the little eagle landed in the yard. Murong Shui, still conversing beneath the lychee tree, noticed the little eagle's return and joyfully approached, eager to defend it upon seeing the fish in its grasp. Little eagle, you have returned. Just a moment ago, someone thought you had departed for good and even referred to you as an ungrateful creature. Upon hearing Murong Shui's words, Immobile felt a pang of embarrassment, his gaze reflecting an apologetic demeanor. He crouched down and, addressing Little Eagle, expressed his regret, saying, I am truly sorry, Little Eagle. It seemed as though Little Eagle understood him, its sharp eyes fixated on Immobile, its white head turning as it let out a couple of calls. Immobile was taken aback, for he clearly discerned those two calls to mean, it's all right. This revelation filled him with delight. Communicating with Little Eagle would henceforth be remarkably convenient. At that moment, Little Eagle presented the fish it had caught, placing it before Immobile and calling out twice again. This time, Immobile understood Little Eagle to say, this is the fish I brought back for you. Hastily, he picked up the fish from the ground, noticing Murong Shui's face brimming with excitement. Haha, Little Shui, I told you. Little Eagle is quite perceptive. See how considerate it is? It returns after a short outing and brings me a fish as a token of appreciation. Murong Shui shot him a sidelong glance, ignoring his exuberance. And with a heart full of joy, she bent down to stroke Little Eagle's feathers. Chapter 137, The Commencement of Construction. In the courtyard, Immobile and Murong Shui reveled in their joy surrounding Little Eagle, which then flitted towards the rooftop, retreating into its cozy nest. The two then gathered beneath the pomegranate tree to converse with Lu Yin. When mealtime arrived, Lu Yin rose to head to the kitchen. After she departed, Immobile lifted Murong Shui, settling her comfortably in his embrace. Just as they were basking in their sweet intimacy, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Immobile looked up to see Chu Feng approaching the courtyard, burdened with a large stack of blueprints. He quickly set Murong Shui down and went out to greet him. Brother Chu Feng, have the blueprints been finalized? Upon seeing the blueprints in Chu Feng's arms, he inquired eagerly. Indeed, the designs were completed last night. I finished my business early this morning and rushed over to show you. Additionally, the total construction cost has been calculated at 8 million. If you find it satisfactory, we can commence work today. Noticing Immobile's urgency, Chu Feng smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth, which appeared particularly comical against his dark skin. Money is not a concern. The amount is inconsequential. My primary focus is the design of the villa. As they spoke, they walked side by side into the courtyard, arriving at a stone table where Chu Feng unfurled the villa blueprints. Murong Shui, curious, leaned in to catch a glimpse of what the new home would look like. Immobile stood nearby, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing every detail of the plans. The blueprint showcased an exterior design for the villa that was distinct, with smooth lines that were both modern and elegant, and an interior layout that was logical and orderly. The garden boasted lush greenery and vibrant flowers, alongside a neatly arranged plot of farmland at the back. All of this filled him with immense satisfaction, though he noted that the landscaping was perhaps overly abundant. He envisioned a small fish pond beside the fields to raise fish for Murong Shui and their future child. With this thought, he turned to Chu Feng and said, I am extremely satisfied with the design. No alterations are needed for the villa. However, please reduce the landscaping in the courtyard and add a small fish pond next to the fields. Seeing that Immobile only required minor adjustments, Chu Feng responded, Then we shall commence construction today. I will return to coordinate the machinery and workers. No problem. If you require further funds, do not hesitate to let me know. Immobile replied. Although he had initially considered inviting Chu Feng to stay for lunch, he ultimately refrained from doing so. All right, if funds become tight, I will certainly inform you. I will head back now to arrange for machinery and workers. No need to see me off. Chu Feng stated as he quickly rolled up the blueprints and left. After watching Chu Feng depart, Immobile turned back to sit beside Murong Shui. Little Shui, construction on our new home begins today. I truly hope we can move in shortly after our child is born. What are you dreaming about? It can't possibly be that quick. Even once it's built, there's still decoration to consider, and that requires ventilation, Murong Shui replied, rolling her eyes at him. Just then, Lu Yin emerged from the kitchen with the meal, and the three gathered around the table to enjoy lunch. After their meal, it wasn't long before the sound of machinery roared outside. Mo Bai left Murong Shui in the courtyard and made his way towards the 2 acres of barren land. Upon arrival, he spotted Chu Feng directing a group of workers and various large machines, diligently working on the overgrown land. The workers wielded an array of tools, fervently clearing the dense weeds, while the rumbling machinery efficiently uprooted the weeds, rapidly piling them into small hills. Mo Bai approached Chu Feng, lighting a cigarette and offering one to him. Taking a deep drag, he observed the industrious workers and machines. Brother Chu Feng, your pace is truly impressive. Do you have an estimate on how long it will take from the start of construction to completion? 3 months. I will ensure it is ready for you. Chu Feng replied, offering the maximum time frame upon sensing Mo Bai's anxiety. Chapter 138, Purchasing More Boats. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Chu Feng, Mo Bai headed back to the courtyard. Since Chu Feng was on site and did not require his oversight, it was better to return early and keep Murong Shui company. Upon returning, he discovered that Murong Shui had gone upstairs for a nap. He sat alone beneath the pomegranate tree, contemplating the future course of action. Given that the system had granted him 20 slots for assistance, it was time to increase the number of boats to maximize income. With this thought in mind, Mo Bai called out to Lu Yan in the kitchen, asking her to inform Murong Shui when she awoke, before heading out to his car and driving towards Wang Hao's shipyard. Upon arriving at the shipyard, Mo Bai navigated with ease to Wang Dong's office. Standing before the closed door, he lightly knocked twice. "Come in," Wang Dong's voice resonated from within. Entering, Mo Bai found Wang Dong smiling and rising to greet him. "Little Mo, how delightful to see you here today," Wang Dong exclaimed, evidently pleased after not seeing Mo Bai for some time. As he took Mo Bai by the hand and led him to the sofa. "Please, have a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea." Observing Wang Dong's warm demeanor stirred a pang of emotion within Mo Bai. An orphan since childhood, he had never experienced such warmth and care from anyone other than Murong Shui, though he often engaged with others in a jovial manner. Their friendliness was merely transactional and lacked the genuine affection Wang Dong showed him. After pouring the tea, Wang Dong settled across from Mo Bai and inquired, "What brings you here today, little Mo? I suspect you do not visit without reason." Mo Bai chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he replied, "Well, Uncle Wang, I'm looking to order 5 more boats, similar to the large-hulled ones before." In truth, his intention in ordering 5 additional boats stemmed from the allocation of 20 assistant slots, combined with the previous 10 slots, totaling 30. By ordering 5 more boats, he could assign 5 people to each vessel, which would suffice. Once the new boats arrived, he planned to have Du Xiao manage one, as the current fishing boat hold was too small to carry much cargo before needing to return. As Du Xiao prepares to launch his new vessels, the vacant fishing boat will be reserved for his own expeditions. "What? You intend to order 5 more ships identical to the previous ones?" Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. He seemed as if struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, took a sip of tea, and gazed at Mo Bai with admiration. "Xiao Mo, you have truly bestowed a significant surprise upon Uncle Wang. Since you wish to order 5 more ships, I shall accept this order. Just like last time, I will have the workers labor tirelessly, with 5 assembly lines constructing your vessels simultaneously, and in 2 months, all 5 will be delivered at once." Upon receiving Wang Dong's assurance, Mo Bai smiled and replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Wang. Please calculate the total cost for these vessels. I will transfer the amount directly to you, bypassing the need for a deposit followed by the final payment as we did last time." Mo Bai intended to pay the entire sum up front, which delighted Wang Dong immensely. He hastened to his computer, typing furiously until he arrived at his quotation. "Xiao Mo, just as before, each ship costs 98 million, totaling 490 million. This time, Uncle Wang will include the interior fittings as a gift." Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Bai promptly transferred the funds upon hearing Wang Dong's quote. Wang Dong's spirits soared. He had initially intended to invite Mo Bai for a meal, but was met with a polite refusal. Mo Bai bid farewell and departed the shipyard. Chapter 139, Another 200 million spent. As Mo Bai stepped out of the shipyard and settled into his vehicle, a notification from the system panel sprang to life. "Ding. A temporary mission has been issued. Please proceed to the sea to clean up the oil spilled by a tanker." Boom. Upon hearing the details of this mission, Mo Bai's mind went blank. A tanker had encountered an incident at sea, resulting in a catastrophic oil spill that posed a severe threat to the environment and ecosystem. This deluge of oil would blanket the ocean surface, causing the demise of fish, shellfish, and other marine life. Additionally, the oil would cling to the feathers of seabirds and marine creatures, impairing their buoyancy and mobility, ultimately leading to their death. Furthermore, The toxic substances within the oil would infiltrate the food chain, jeopardizing the health of the entire ecosystem. Realizing the gravity of this task, he hurriedly inquired of the system. How do I clean up the oil? Ding. The host need only exchange for an oil extractor in the system shop. When deployed in the area of the spill, it will automatically siphon the oil into pre-prepared containers. An oil extractor? Mo navigated through the system shop, flipping through several pages until he finally located the oil extractor. Upon seeing the required amount for the exchange, he erupted in expletives. Damn system, are you serious? 200 million for an oil extractor? Are you trying to rob me? This task is clearly a losing proposition. Ding. This system is dedicated to marine environmental protection. Each item in the system shop holds its own value, and the mission's rewards will undoubtedly surpass your expectations, ensuring that you will not incur a loss. The system's response caught Mo off guard, as it disregarded his earlier outburst. Since the system assured him of no financial loss, he felt a sense of relief. However, even if it were a loss, he would unhesitatingly exchange for the oil extractor. For the sake of the ocean's environment, he felt an undeniable obligation. His previous curses were merely frustrations over the system's exorbitance, having already shelled out over 400 million for the ships. Now, barely out of the shipyard, he was faced with yet another 200 million expense, causing him a moment of heartache. Without further hesitation, he opted to exchange for the oil extractor. Beep. A notification chimed from his phone, and upon checking, he saw that 200 million had been deducted from his bank account. His heart raced, and he mentally berated the system once more, only to realize he had forgotten to ask about the location of the oil spill. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the location, another notification pinged on his phone. He opened it to find news regarding the oil spill, revealing the extensive area of ocean contaminated. Mo immediately grasped the severity of the situation. After locating the spill's position in the news, he began to ponder what would be necessary to contain the oil gathered by the extractor. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he pressed the accelerator towards a local oil supply company. Upon arriving, he sought out the manager, Mr. Gao, and explained his purpose. The manager then escorted him to the warehouse. Upon entering, Mo's eyes widened in disbelief at the mountain of iron barrels stacked within. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he turned to Mr. Gao and said, I need 10,000 iron barrels, and I want them delivered to the dock tonight. What? 10,000? That's $1 million worth of goods. Are you certain? Mr. Gao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered anyone purchasing such a quantity of barrels in his facility before. Yes, 10,000 is correct. Money is not an issue. Deliver them to the dock by 8 o'clock tonight, and I will settle the payment upon delivery. Here is a deposit of 20,000. To reassure Mr. Gao, Mo promptly transferred the deposit. Seeing the 20,000 confirmed, Mr. Gao was filled with excitement and assured him of timely delivery. Chapter 140, all set. After transferring the deposit to Mr. Gao, Mo returned to his home in the small fishing village. As he entered, he found Murong Shui lounging in a chair, chatting with Lu Yen. Upon noticing Mo's return, Murong Shui's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly approached him. Mo, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? Her voice was sweet and melodious, filled with genuine concern. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Mo smiled gently, reaching out to caress her lovely face. Xiao Shui, I went to order a few more ships. I plan to head out to sea tonight, and wanted to say goodbye. What? You're going out to sea tonight? Well, be careful, and I'll be waiting for your return. Murong Shui's mood darkened like wilting petals, her eyes brimming with an unshakable attachment, yet she understood that she could not confine Mo like a prisoner. Mo gazing into her eyes filled with reluctance, felt a deep affection swell within him. He recognized Murong Shui's profound understanding. Had it not been for the system's task, he could never bring himself to leave her and their unborn child to embark on this journey alone. He stepped forward, enveloping Murong Shui in his arms and gently kissing her forehead. After a long moment, he released her and sat with her and Lu Yen at the stone table, where the three engaged in conversation. Time flew by, and soon it was nearing afternoon. Murong Shui hurriedly instructed Lu Yen to prepare the meal. After dining, Mo bid farewell to Murong Shui, and he sped towards the dock like an arrow released from a bow. Upon arrival at the dock, Mo spotted Du Xiao and Lu Jiao standing together, with two ships moored alongside, where workers were busy loading marine debris from the ships into waiting trucks. As he stepped out of the vehicle and approached, Du Xiao and the others gathered around him, their faces alight with excitement at the sight of him after such a long absence. Old Mo, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't you been out to sea? Du Xiao was the first to inquire, while the others listened intently. Don't worry about what I've been doing. A truck will be delivering 10,000 iron barrels shortly. These two ships can hold a maximum of 2,000 barrels, and the rest should be stored in the company warehouse. Lu Jiao, I'll leave this task in your capable hands. Upon hearing that Mo had purchased 10,000 iron barrels, A flame of curiosity ignited within the crowd, leaving them bewildered as to the purpose behind such a vast quantity. Lu Jiao, in direct response to Mo Bai's words, promptly set about taking action, hastily instructing the workers on the ship to coordinate with the machinery, and soon the two vessels were cleared. By this time, darkness had descended. At 8 o'clock, a convoy of large trucks rolled towards the dock, eventually halting before the gathered onlookers. Manager Gao disembarked from the vehicle, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached Mo Bai. Boss Missouri, the 10,000 oil barrels you requested have arrived. Where shall I unload them? Thank you for your hard work, Manager Gao. Please have the forklift unload 1,000 barrels onto each of the two ships over there, and the remainder should be taken to my company's warehouse, Mo Bai replied, offering him a cigarette with a casual demeanor. At his words, Manager Gao quickly began directing the forklifts to commence unloading. Du Xiao and Achin stood by, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue, as the forklifts diligently unloaded 1,000 barrels onto each ship. Mo Bai then instructed Lu Jiao to lead Manager Gao to the company, advising him to collect his payment from her once the unloading was complete. He turned to the remaining crew members, commanding, everyone aboard, follow me. A ping. Take a bai and a zhong, and move the oil pipe and the square iron box from my vehicle onto the ship. After relaying his instructions to a ping, Mo Bai turned and made his way onto the vessel. Chapter 141. Arriving at the scene, Mo Bai boarded Achin's ship, only to find Du Xiao had followed him. Rolling his eyes at Du Xiao's presence, he remarked, why aren't you checking out that fishing boat? What brings you here? Both ships are setting sail together. I'm currently training a dong and the others. With them taking turns at the helm, we're all set. Mo Bai, pleased to see Du Xiao taking the initiative to train his subordinates, patted him on the shoulder. Excellent. Accelerate their training. He then turned to Achin. Achin, you and a ping need to expedite the training of a bai and the others as well. I've recently acquired 5 additional ships, and they'll all be ready for the sea in 2 months. Within this time, I need you to recruit 21 more crew members, making a total of 30 with you all included. When the ships are ready, I will select the best among you to serve as captain and lead the others. Upon hearing that Mo Bai had purchased 5 more vessels, Achin and the others were instantly filled with excitement, realizing they all had a chance to become captains. They clenched their fists in determination, understanding the advantages that came with such a position. Mo Bai noticed their expressions and smiled, knowing they had learned about the perks of being a captain from Achin and Du Xiao. Calm down, everyone. A ping, take them to the ship. A bai, a zhong, and a bay will be under your guidance with Achin. As he spoke, Mo Bai pulled out his phone, locating the site of the oil spill and sending the information to a ping. After a ping led a bai and the others to the ship, Mo Bai, Du Xiao, and Achin gathered on the deck, where he examined the oil extractor that had just been brought aboard. This device had remained in his vehicle since he exchanged it in the system, and he had never opened it until now. As he lifted the lid of the iron box, a black object resembling a water pump emerged before them. Isn't this just a water pump? How can it possibly be worth 200 million? Mo Bai mentally cursed the system repeatedly upon seeing the device. Du Xiao and Achin stared wide-eyed at the black oil extractor, their expressions filled with astonishment. Achin, looking at the device, exclaimed dramatically, Old Mo, with all these barrels, are we really going out to sea to extract seawater? Du Xiao nodded in agreement, thinking Mo Bai had lost his mind. Seeing their bewilderment, Mo Bai rolled his eyes and playfully tapped each of their heads. You two are the ones losing your minds. I'm taking you out to make some money today. This is my researched oil extractor. Check the news on your phones, and you'll see what we're about to do. With skepticism, they opened their phones and gasped upon seeing the news of the oil spill. Their disbelief turned to astonishment as they looked at Mo Bai, eyes wide with incredulity. Old Mo, is this really your invention? This oil extractor can actually siphon the oil from the sea? It looks just like a water pump, Du Xiao remarked, glancing between the news and Mo Bai, while Achin wore a similar expression of doubt. Please, believe what you want. When we get to the site, you can see for yourselves. This is a genuine oil extractor, not just a water pump, even if it looks like one. Not wishing to further explain himself to the doubting duo, Mo Bai turned away, lying back on the deck and lighting a cigarette. Seeing Mo Bai ignore them, the two shared a wry smile and lay back down, mimicking him by lighting their own cigarettes. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and as dawn broke, the two ships finally arrived at the oil spill site. A ping gently anchored the fishing vessel at the edge of the still, uncontaminated waters. Chapter 142. Commencing oil cleanup. The sound of the ship halting roused the three, still slumbering. Mo Bai opened his bleary eyes, sitting up and rubbing his face with his hands. He had dozed off on the deck. Fortunately, it was the south. Had it been the north, he would have frozen solid by now. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned to see a ping approaching him. A ping, after a night of sailing, you're tired. Go get some rest. Before a ping could reach him, Mo Bai spoke up, prompting a ping to halt, nodding before heading towards the cabin. Turning to the now awake Du Xiao and Achin, Mo patted their shoulders. We've arrived. Since you don't believe me, I'll let you witness the oil extractor I developed. He rose and led everyone to the side of the ship, noticing a Dong's fishing vessel docked nearby. He then gazed out at the polluted waters, where oil floated atop the sea, transforming the once azure waves into a murky black, a pungent odor wafting through the air. Wait here for a moment. I need to grab something. Mo dashed back to his cabin, opening the system store to exchange for 10 gas masks, which he bagged and returned to Du Xiao and the others. He signaled a Dong to bring the fishing vessel closer and tossed the masks onto their boat. Once everyone donned the masks, the noxious scent dissipated. Only then did Mo direct them to move the iron barrels to the ship's edge, connect the oil extractor's pipes, and toss it into the sea. After plugging it in, the extractor began to hum, and the oil floating on the surface started flowing through the pipes into the barrels on board. Du Xiao watched in amazement as pure oil streamed into the barrels, devoid of a single drop of seawater. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, old Mo, you're amazing. Mo smirked, rolling his eyes at Du Xiao's flattery. Didn't you doubt me? Why the sudden praise? And Achin, don't you dare back away. Where do you think you're going? Mo suddenly noticed Achin stealthily retreating. Ah, old Mo, it's not that we doubt your credibility. It is simply too astonishing to believe. However, the oil extractor you have invented is truly a marvel of engineering. Upon noticing Mo's gaze, Achin promptly halted his retreat and showered him with flattery. Feeling buoyed by their compliments, Mo directed Du Xiao and the others to oversee the careful rolling of the barrels of oil onto the deck, where they were arranged neatly. The others, invigorated by the prowess of the oil extractor and the promise of profit from the oil they would sell, found themselves filled with enthusiasm. Even a Dong, who had been waiting nearby, connected 2 boats with iron chains and constructed a floating bridge to lend a hand. Amidst the bustling activity, a speedboat approached, halting as several individuals aboard stood up. At the forefront was a middle-aged man who addressed Mo and his companions. What are you doing here? This area is dangerously prone to oil spills. You must leave at once. Mo, irritated by the meddlesome man, retorted, Are you blind? Can't you see what we're doing? And who are you, anyway? Surprisingly, the middle-aged man did not react with anger to Mo's impatient response, indicating his remarkable composure. Suddenly, he turned to observe the oil pipeline stretching into the sea, where black oil flowed continuously into the iron barrels on their boat. His eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Turning back to Mo, the reprimanding expression from earlier vanished from his face. I am Li Ming, the head of the Marine Sanitation Bureau of the Dragon Soul Nation. We have been searching for solutions to the oil pollution problem for the past few days. And I never expected you to have a method for extracting the leaked oil from the sea, he said, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the masked Mo. So you are from the Marine Sanitation Bureau. No wonder you arrived with such urgency. However, I must assert that this oil we have extracted is rightfully ours, Mo replied nonchalantly, continuing to pick at his fingernails. Li Ming's smile abruptly froze as he stared at Mo in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing without producing a sound. Mo, noticing Li Ming's stunned silence, raised his voice slightly. We have worked hard to extract this oil. I insist that it belongs to us. If you refuse, we shall simply dispose of it. And the remaining oil in the sea will be of no concern to us. He gestured toward the polluted waters, continuing. Look at the harm this oil spill has inflicted upon marine life. If it is not cleaned up promptly, the consequences could be catastrophic, as you surely understand. With that, he crossed his arms over his chest and turned away, ignoring Li Ming. Li Ming stood there, taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rapid shift in the conversation, from confirming their identities to a demand for oil ownership. With a resigned smile, he called out to Mo, Friend, judging by your voice, you cannot be very old. I shall call you young brother. Please do not take such a stance. I have no authority to determine the oil's ownership, but I will petition the relevant authorities. After all, it would be a waste to discard this oil when it could be given to you. How about this? Leave me your contact number, and I will inform you of any updates as soon as possible. Li Ming, watching Mo's back, shared his thoughts. Very well, take down my number. Mo, finding the man agreeable, turned around to provide his contact information. After Li Ming noted it down, he looked at the busy individuals on the boat, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. No longer worried about the oil spill, he instructed his crew to set sail away from the area. Meanwhile, Achin, having just placed an oil barrel down, approached Mo with concern. Old Mo, do you think the government will agree to grant us this oil? Achin, rest assured, they will agree. There is no way they can refuse, Mo confidently replied, eyeing Achin through his mask. After a morning of hard work, they finally filled all 2,000 barrels on the 2 boats, yet a significant amount of oil remained on the surface of the sea. They had only managed to collect 1/5 of it. Seeing that the barrels were full, Bai stood up, dusted off his pants, and declared to Achin and the others, "Let us head back." Once Ping hoisted the oil extractor from the sea onto the deck, everyone returned to their respective boats and set sail, leaving the polluted waters behind. As the pungent odor dissipated, Bai instructed Achin to stop the boat and gathered everyone to prepare dinner. Chapter 144. Conversations under the night sky. Missouri by had Achin halt the boat to prepare dinner. Upon arriving at the kitchen entrance, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food. Stepping inside, they saw Ping busily tending to the stove. Bai smiled faintly. Ping was always like this. When he was present, others seldom had the chance to cook. Ping, after sailing all night, why didn't you sleep a little longer? I'm accustomed to cooking at this hour. As I sensed it was almost time, I naturally woke up. Upon seeing you all busy cleaning the barrels on deck, I came to the kitchen to prepare our meal, Ping replied, not turning his head as he stirred the frying pan. Not wanting to disturb Ping any further, Bai led the others to the dining table, where they gathered together. As they sat around the table, the delightful scent of food wafting in the air prompted their stomachs to grumble in unison. Bai glanced at the others, his own stomach growling, and they all broke into laughter. Before long, with everyone's help, Ping brought the freshly prepared dishes to the table, and they all began to eat. After the meal, Achin took the helm while the others rested as they headed toward the Huagu town dock, preparing to unload the barrels filled with oil and replace them with new ones to continue their cleanup efforts. As Achin steered the boat forward, the sky gradually darkened. In the dragon city of the Dragon Soul Nation, within a heavily guarded villa, the lights shone brightly. At a conference table sat 3 individuals, with an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, attentively listening to Li Ming's report. Old Long, this is the situation. That young man is demanding the oil we extracted. What should we do about it? The elderly man, despite the passage of time leaving its marks upon him, stood tall and robust, his piercing eyes fixed on Li Ming as he pondered. Shao Qing, he said, turning to another middle-aged man beside him who had become portly, Old Kong. This oil belongs to your company. Now that an opportunity has arisen to recover your losses, what do you think? The middle-aged man known as Old Kong was none other than the oil magnate of the Dragon Soul Nation, Kong Dingtian. Kong Dingtian pondered over the queries posed by Old Long, contemplating the latter's intentions. After a considerable pause, he respectfully addressed Old Long, asserting that everything should be at Old Long's discretion. Observing the suave Kong Dingtian, Old Long's gaze deepened, and he remarked with a meaningful smile, in that case, I shall take the lead and allocate the seized oil to that young lad. Kong Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. The oil contained within his vessel was worth millions, and though he opened his mouth to protest, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Noticing Kong Dingtian's hesitance, Old Long let out a cold snort, dismissing him and turning his attention to Li Ming. Li Ming, you have truly unearthed a talent for our Dragon Soul Nation. The ability to develop an oil extractor is commendable. Inform that young man that as long as he cleans up the oil from the sea, its fate shall rest in his hands. Yes, Old Long, Li Ming replied with reverence, preparing to rise and contact Bai. However, Old Long raised a hand to halt him, saying, Li Ming, wait a moment, I have not yet finished. Realizing that Old Long had further instructions, Li Ming promptly returned to his seat, sitting upright. Chapter 145. Purchasing back your oil. Within the villa, after Li Ming resumed his seat, Old Long cleared his throat and turned to Kong Dingtian. Old Kong, dispatch one of your company's oil tankers, allowing Li Ming to accompany it to that young man. After all, he is merely using barrels to contain the oil, and such methods pose considerable risks. The ship should extract all the spilled oil into your company's tanker, and then you may repurchase it at market value. Upon hearing Old Long's words, Kong Dingtian's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and he managed a wry smile, nodding at Old Long. He never anticipated that his own company would need to repurchase its own oil, a revelation that would surely provoke ridicule if it were to circulate. Yet, what choice did he have? With Old Long's decree, failing to comply would surely invite displeasure from the venerable man, jeopardizing Kong Dingtian's reputation as a tycoon in the oil industry. After consenting with a nod, Old Long turned his attention back to Li Ming. Li Ming, when you go, ensure you return with the design blueprints of that oil extractor. Remember, whatever the cost. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the villa's entrance. At Old Long's signal, the guard opened the door, admitting a figure clad in a long black robe, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his features indistinguishable. He approached Old Long, respectfully handing over a document before retreating. Old Long examined the document, which prominently displayed all of Bai's details and social connections. This was the information Li Ming had reported earlier, which Old Long had instructed to be investigated. After perusing Bai's information, Old Long lifted his gaze to Li Ming. Li Ming, When you seek that young man to acquire the oil extractor and the blueprints, you might also pay a visit to Mayor Lu Jie of the Deep City. Bring him along. That will be all for tonight. I am weary. Seeing that Old Long had concluded, Li Ming and the others hastily rose and exited the villa. After leaving, Li Ming and Kong Dingtian headed towards his company. Once everyone had departed, Old Long resumed his scrutiny of Mo Bai's dossier, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. What an intriguing young man. Meanwhile, on the darkened sea, Achin piloted the boat swiftly towards the dock, with Mo Bai accompanying him in conversation. Achin, are you tired? Shall I take over for you? Achin, touched by Mo Bai's concern, replied warmly, Old Mo. There's no need. I will speak up if I am fatigued. Very well, carry on. Mo Bai gently patted Achin's shoulder, then settled onto the sofa in the cockpit, pulling out his phone to play PUBG. Just as Mo Bai was about to immerse himself in the game, his phone suddenly lagged, and an unfamiliar number popped up. Who the hell is this? Calling at such an hour? How inconsiderate. Mo Bai muttered irritably upon seeing the strange number. He answered the call, bringing the phone to his ear with impatience. Who is this? Calling at night? You must be out of your mind. Ahem ahem. On the other end, Li Ming coughed awkwardly. Hello, little brother, it's me, Li Ming from the Marine Environmental Protection Bureau. We met earlier today. Upon recognizing Li Ming's voice, embarrassment washed over Mo Bai's face. Chapter 146, Selling the Remaining Barrels to You. After concluding the call with Li Ming, Mo Bai's expression remained tinged with awkwardness. He shook his head, attempting to ease his mood, and addressed Achin. Once we return, everyone can rest. There's no need to continue. Why not? Achin inquired, puzzled by Mo Bai's sudden decision. Li Ming from the Environmental Protection Bureau just called. They are dispatching a ship from the oil company to directly extract the spilled oil into their vessel, Mo Bai explained, smiling slightly as he observed Achin's confusion. Hearing that the oil company had arranged a ship, Achin felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that the oil might not be theirs after all. Old Mo, does that mean the oil still belongs to us? He asked, gesturing towards the barrels filled with oil. Understanding Achin's concerns regarding ownership, Mo Bai chuckled softly, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, worry not. They deemed our method unsafe, which is why they sent the oil tanker. Once the oil is collected, the company will purchase it back. Later, I will take you, Du Xiao, and a ping to the oil tanker, while the others can head back and enjoy a day off. Upon realizing that the rights to the oil still belonged to Mo Bai's group, Achin's face lit up with joy. After all, Mo Bai had promised to lead them to prosperity if the oil did not belong to them. All their efforts would have been in vain. Mo Bai, noticing the smile on Achin's face, gave his shoulder another gentle pat, fully aware of the hopes and aspirations they held. As Achin piloted the boat, they returned to Huagu Town Dock at 9 o'clock. Upon their arrival, Mo Bai spotted a massive oil tanker docked, surrounded by numerous trucks whose headlights illuminated the area as if it were daylight. Li Ming stood on the dock with several others, including a familiar figure to Mo Bai, Mayor Lu Jie from the Deep City, whom he had befriended using a connection card. Once Achin anchored the boat, Mo Bai led everyone ashore and approached Li Ming. Adong, you and the others can head back now. Consider this a day off. Du Xiao, a ping, and Achin will stay. Understanding the situation, Adong and the others left discreetly. After they departed, Mo Bai turned his attention back to Li Ming, glancing at the barrels on the boat, and stated, Directorly, since you require a large vessel for the oil, I presume my barrels cannot be returned. Therefore, you shall also purchase those barrels from me. Upon hearing Mo Bai's words, Li Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Mo Bai, my young brother, you have successfully secured the oil, yet you still wish for us to acquire your iron barrels? Do you truly consider us scrap collectors? Just as he was about to refuse, Mayor Lu, noticing the displeasure on Li Ming's face, hurriedly stepped in front of him and spoke with a smile. Mo Bai, let me take charge of this. I will purchase those iron barrels from you. Seeing his old friend, Mayor Lu, agree to the acquisition, Mo Bai let out a cold snort at Li Ming's reluctant demeanor. Hurry up and remove the oil from the ship. Li Ming, observing Mo Bai's attitude, sighed internally. He had not anticipated that this fellow would show him such little regard. With a wry smile, he turned to arrange for his subordinates to unload the oil from the two ships. As Mo Bai and Mayor Lu exchanged a knowing smile upon his departure, Lu approached Mo Bai and patted his shoulder, exclaiming, Old Mo, it's been ages. Haha, old Lu, you've gained weight again. Chapter 147. What? You want 5 billion? At the dock, Mo Bai and Mayor Lu conversed animatedly, akin to long-lost friends, leaving the three companions beside them, Achin and the others, utterly bewildered. How could old Mo be so familiar with the mayor? After a lengthy wait, the iron barrels brimming with oil were finally unloaded and swiftly transported away by trucks. At this moment, Li Ming returned, leading Mo Bai and his entourage aboard the oil ship, heading toward the area afflicted by the oil spill. Before boarding, Mo Bai instructed Achin and the others to bring along the oil extractor. On the deck of the oil ship, Li Ming gazed curiously at the seemingly ordinary oil extractor. This unremarkable device could extract oil from the sea with impeccable precision, ultimately collecting it through pipes. Mayor Lu, equally intrigued, lavished praise on his friend Mo Bai. Old Mo, this invention is remarkable. With this, there will be no more fear of oil spills at sea. Of course. Who do you think I am? Mo Bai replied with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Li Ming, noticing their engrossed conversation and feeling ignored, cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of documents and a check from his bag, presenting them to Mo Bai. Young brother Mo Bai, here is the total data sheet for the leaked oil and the price list, along with a check for 50 million. Please take a look, if everything is in order. Accept this check. Mo Bai took the documents and check from Li Ming, reviewing them and confirming that the total value of the leaked oil was indeed 50 million. He returned the documents and pocketed the check, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you, brotherly. Without you, I would have had difficulties handling the transport of this oil. I owe you a proper thank you. Seeing such a favorable opportunity before him, Li Ming promptly proposed his primary objective for being there. Since you wish to express your gratitude, how about selling me the design blueprints for your oil extractor? Mo Bai's heart raced at this. He had only claimed it as his invention to show off, and now the other party was seeking to purchase it. Would this not expose the truth? Although flustered, he maintained a calm facade and replied to Li Ming, impossible, absolutely impossible. If you wish to acquire my technology, you shall not succeed. Li Ming, sensing the refusal, grew anxious. If he failed to complete the task assigned by Old Long, he would not be returning home. Young brother Mo Bai, please don't be so hasty to reject me. As long as you are willing to sell the design blueprints for the oil extractor, I am prepared to offer any price. He continued to cast significant glances at Mayor Lu. Understanding the unspoken cue, Mayor Lu stepped forward and placed a hand on Mo Bai's shoulder. Listen to me, Mo, sell him the blueprints for the oil extractor. This will be a tremendous contribution to the nation. When we return, I will personally ensure your achievements are publicized so everyone knows you are a great inventor. Mayor Lu's words instantly illuminated Mo Bai's prior confusion. Initially perplexed as to why Mayor Lu had accompanied them to clean the oil at sea, he now realized the truth. They had investigated his background and brought Lu along as an intermediary to persuade him to sell the design. In truth, if he had the blueprints, he would be willing to sell them to Li Ming. However, he currently lacked the blueprints. Resolutely, Mo Bai looked at Li Ming with discontent and boldly declared, if you want the design blueprints for the oil extractor, you must pay 5 billion for this extractor here. This audacious demand was intended to dissuade Li Ming from pursuing him further. What? You want 5 billion for this trivial device? Li Ming was utterly flabbergasted by Mo Bai's demand. To charge 5 billion for a mere oil extractor, without even including the blueprints, was an outrageous extortion. Chapter 148, 6 billion transaction. Aboard the oil ship, Li Ming remained in a state of disbelief. Mo Bai was asking for an astounding 5 billion for the oil extractor alone, not even factoring in the design blueprints. This was a proposition he found hard to accept. If he were to spend 5 billion to acquire the oil extractor, dismantle it for research, and fail to comprehend its workings, Old Long would surely flay him alive. Meanwhile, Mayor Lu, upon hearing the 5 billion price tag, quickly turned away to gaze at the distant sea, whistling nonchalantly. He was merely there to accompany Li Ming. The matter of price was not his concern, and he had no desire to be embroiled in the negotiation. Seeing Li Ming remain silent, Mo Bai felt a sense of relief wash over him. They exchanged glances, locked in a stalemate, until the oil ship finally reached the polluted waters and came to a halt. Li Ming then spoke, young brother Mo, I cannot make a decision on this. After all, 5 billion without blueprints is a tall order. If you had the blueprints, I could agree immediately. But I must return to consult with my superiors before providing you with an answer. Mo Bai, realizing that Li Ming was still not willing to relent, felt a wave of concern. After they cleared the oil, he needed to inquire with the system about the existence of design blueprints. Resolving to do so, Mo Bai summoned Du Xiao and the others, and they commenced the extraction of the oil floating in the sea using the extractor. With all preparations complete, they watched as the oil flowed continuously through the pipeline into the ship's hold. After a meal, Mo Bai instructed Du Xiao and the others to guard the oil extractor while the rest took a break. The oil extraction process continued until noon the following day. When the last drop of oil was drawn into the ship's hold, the once murky sea regained its azure splendor, and the noxious odor vanished, as if nothing had ever occurred. After the final drop of oil entered the hold, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task, cleaning up the oil spill at sea. As a reward, you have received one design blueprint for the oil extractor. The system's announcement halted abruptly. And after waiting for a considerable time without further communication, Mo Bai felt a surge of frustration. Damn system, can't you be a bit more reliable? You promised generous rewards. And this is all I get? While he felt exasperated, a sense of relief washed over him. Now he had the confidence that if Li Ming wished to purchase the design blueprint for the oil extractor again, he would be in a position of strength. Mo Bai cursed the system silently several times in his mind, and then turned to walk toward his resting quarters. At this moment, the oil tanker had commenced its return journey. As he reached the entrance of the ship's deck, he encountered Li Ming head-on. Li Ming gazed at Mo Bai, taking a deep breath, utterly perplexed as to why the latter was unwilling to sell the blueprints to him. At this juncture, he sought to negotiate further with Mo Bai. My dear brother Mo, how about this? 600 million, and you sell me the blueprints along with it? All right, just hand over the money. And I will provide you with the blueprints when we return, Mo Bai replied, his agreement to the proposed some unwavering. Li Ming's mouth fell agape, momentarily frozen in place. He simply could not fathom how Mo Bai, who had previously rejected him, had suddenly become so agreeable. This unexpected shift rendered his pre-prepared arguments useless. Without a moment to spare, fearing a change of heart from Mo Bai, he hastily rummaged through his bag for the check that old Long had instructed him to bring. Swiftly writing down 600 million and handing it over to Mo Bai. My dear brother Mo, it seems we have reached an agreement. Please do not renege on it. Mo Bai took the check from Li Ming, glanced at it to confirm its validity, and tucked it into his pocket. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. Feeling the check against his chest, a wave of joy washed over him. The blueprints for the oil extractor held no value for him, exchanging a mere piece of paper for 600 million. And after deducting the 200 million taken by the system, he still profited 400 million, a colossal gain indeed. There was no way he would retract his agreement. Chapter 149, I wish to remain low-key. On board the oil tanker, Li Ming observed Mo Bai's perplexed expression and opened his mouth to inquire, but ultimately refrained. He could not comprehend why Mo Bai had been so resolute in his refusals previously, yet this time he acquiesced so readily. Unable to puzzle it out, he chose to set his thoughts aside, having secured the blueprints for the oil extractor. He considered his task assigned by Old Long fulfilled and was now focused solely on returning Mo Bai and his companions, eager to obtain the blueprints and report back. My dear brother Mo, since the matter is settled, I shall take you back now. Mo Bai met Li Ming's anxious gaze with a nod, remaining silent as he turned and entered the ship's lounge. The oil tanker steadily made its way across the sea toward the dock at Huagu Town, finally arriving after half a day's journey. Once ashore, Mo Bai retrieved the blueprints from his system backpack and handed them to Li Ming, who then departed on his boat. At the dock, Mo Bai and his companions watched the oil tanker sail away. Among them stood Mayor Lu. As Mo Bai turned to face Mayor Lu, who was observing the vessel disappear into the distance, he asked, Old Lu, why did you not leave with Li Ming? What brings you here with us? Haha. Old Mo, have you forgotten that those iron barrels are still at the factory? Mayor Lu reminded him with a grin. Mo Bai smacked his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten this matter? Those empty barrels need to be dealt with. Otherwise, I would face dire losses. Upon hearing Mo Bai's lament about incurring losses, Mayor Lu shot him an exasperated glare. Old Mo, your talent for exaggeration is unmatched. You received 500 million worth of oil and traded a set of blueprints for 600 million. What are those few empty barrels worth? Hey, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After all, I spent 1 million on those barrels, real cash. Mo Bai replied, scratching his head awkwardly. All right, enough of this. I will send a vehicle to haul the empty barrels away, and the payment will be transferred to your company, Mayor Lu said, not wishing to dwell on the matter further. Old Mo, you performed exceptionally well this time. Even I have benefited from it. I intend to report your achievements in the Deep City News and bestow upon you the title of Marine Sanitation Ambassador. You must attend the press conference at the City Hall. Only then did Mo Bai finally grasp Mayor Lu's true intention for accompanying them. The issue with the barrels was trivial. There was no need for him to personally handle it. What mattered was his attendance at the press conference. However, he had no desire to be in the spotlight again, especially after the recent incident at the award ceremony. It still caused him considerable distress. The thought of having to stand on stage once more at the Deep City press conference was unappealing. Resolutely, he looked at Mayor Lu and chuckled. Old Lu, I wish to remain low-key. Let us skip the public appearances. Send that Marine Sanitation Ambassador title to my home. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. With that, Mo Bai turned and swiftly departed, disregarding the onlookers, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Mayor Lu stood dumbfounded, watching the retreating figure of Mo Bai. A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting his toupee, and he hurriedly pressed it down. Casting a lingering glance at the spot where Mo Bai had disappeared, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave the dock. Not long after Mayor Lu had departed, Achin, Du Xiao, and A Ping were just about to leave the dock when Mo Bai unexpectedly emerged from behind a nearby wall. Chapter 150, Dividing the Profits. As A Qin and the others were about to leave the dock, they spotted Mo Bai climbing over the wall. The three hastened towards him. And as they approached, Du Xiao spoke up. Old Mo, your wall climbing skills haven't dulled at all. Remember back in junior year when you, peaked. Washed, you know. Before Du Xiao could finish, Mo Bai swiftly covered his mouth, muffling his words. Old Du, it seems you've grown a little too complacent. Should I tighten the screws for you? Mo Bai said. One hand over Du Xiao's mouth and the other gripping his neck, squinting playfully. Du Xiao, initially inclined to struggle, suddenly recalled the time Mo Bai had rescued him from behind the dock's hill, causing him to relent. Old Mo, I was wrong. Please let me go. Seeing Du Xiao concede, Mo Bai released him and shot him a disapproving look. This fellow dared to speak indiscreetly. If Xiao Xue found out, he would surely be sleeping on the floor. A Qin and A Ping watched Du Xiao's embarrassment, stifling their laughter. Old Mo, why did you decline such a great opportunity for fame earlier? I can't fathom your reasoning. You go if you wish. I prefer to remain inconspicuous. To quietly accomplish my deeds and shun the limelight, Mo Bai replied, stroking his chin with a smug expression as he regarded Du Xiao. Haha, if you're not going, why should I? Du Xiao's face turned crimson with embarrassment. All right, A Qin, call Adong and have him come to the company, Mo Bai instructed. Eager to avoid further comments from Du Xiao that might embarrass him, understanding Mo Bai's directive, A Qin excitedly retrieved his phone to contact Adong. In the company office, Mo Bai reviewed the recent reports while A Qin and his companions sat on the sofa sipping tea. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. Mo Bai set down the financial report, looked up at the entrance, and said casually, come in. With a creak, the door swung open, and Adong and the others filed in. Hey, old Mo, you called for us? Adong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Please, take a seat. A Qin, pour some tea for everyone. Once A Qin had served the tea, Mo Bai addressed the group. Today, I have summoned you all to discuss matters concerning the oil. The total profit from the oil amounts to 50 million, which we shall equally divide among ourselves. The reason Mu Bai intends to share this 50 million with them is to ensure their unwavering loyalty. After all, as his maritime ventures expand, he requires a cadre of devoted confidants. This is what one might refer to as winning hearts with wealth. Upon hearing about the profit sharing, Adong and the others immediately displayed expressions of delight. Observing their excitement, Mu Bai cleared his throat and began to calculate the shares. There are 10 of us in total, thus 50 million translates to 5 million for each individual. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and began transferring funds to each person. To him, this sum was but a mere trifle. Once he had completed the transactions, Mu Bai addressed the group. For the next couple of days, you need not venture out to sea. The weather forecast indicates a typhoon approaching the day after tomorrow, and it remains uncertain when it will pass. Furthermore, there is no need for you to come to the company for assistance. With the typhoon rendering the seas impassable, I would like you to seek out new crew members for me. Old Mu, rest assured that we shall handle this matter. We will promptly take both ships to the safe harbor, Du Xiao remarked with a smile as he looked at Mu Bai. Mu Bai nodded, allowing them to leave the office while he settled back in his chair to take a moment of respite.